Yaggedy yo! You know how we do street blocking this bitch. Come on, come on, come on. You say hypocrite about him and I want them around me. Want to be good so no can get it. You hear me? But they know the eagle on the out them surround me. Trust me. Yo. So, one sec here. I forgot to do something before we before we kick off the thing. That's it. So even darknesses. Yo. So we got everyone in the place. Now we do. It's G Blizzard. You know the block don't stop. Yeah, man, they can't stop the block. I said they can't stop the block. So let me get back to the chat. One sec. One sec. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yeah. So, all on, man. What up, man? You say Monday, yeah? Motivation, yeah, yeah. So, we say, man. Some here we done G Block is getting hated on from all angles, man. Jeez. Yeah, man. You taking over. You get me? Oh shit, I'm about to go shop. Let me go shop real quick. Let me turn around. Yo, yeah. One city at a time. You hear me? Man. Ew. So what you saying, man? You say hypocrite about him and not one them around me. Want see me vex so them can get pissed on me. You hear me? But they know the eagle and the yacht them surround me. Trust me. Hey man. You saying boy better know. Trust me. Right, who they saying boy better know. Girl better blow boy better have my dough. Oh. Oh shit. Jeez. Remember, man, you listen, yeah. You see when you bad mind G Block, yeah? You gotta be careful, man, because we hear everything, man. We hear it all. We hear it all, man. Trust me. I mean, like, yeah, you know, on Sundays, yeah, man, just relax and take notes while I take tokes on the marijuana smoke. You get me? I just relax and take notes. You see me? While I take tokes on the marijuana smoke. You hear me? Gun smoke, gun smoke. Jeez, G Block for mayor, the rap slayer. Come on. All right. So yeah, man. So them one bad mind, mate. You get me? Ew. It's a bad mind. Drop asleep and don't wake up your little bad mind. Go on, bad. Drop asleep and don't wake up your little bad mind. Go on, bad. You get me? You're too bad boy, too bad mind for the star line. You feel proud of the star boy, make the star shine. Yeah, man. You know what though? Differently, yeah. I'm glad we got haters though, man. The way I'm checking it, yeah, if you got haters, your shit gets promoted faster than if the people rate you. Trust me. One sec, let me slap in this headphone. One sec. Yo. Yeah, man. Trust me. They try to play you hate, but they can get me. Yo. Yeah, man. This is mad out here, man. You get me? You can't stop the unstoppable, man. You can't stop the unstoppable, man. Boss. Peace, yeah? Yeah, so, you get me? You remember that old Tupac tune? They tried to play you hate. Yo. So anyway, let's get into the convo, man. What's the motivation for the haters? For the haterations. Ah, you dickhead. Jeez. Cameron. Cameron, you got everyone in the place, man. You get me? Yeah, man. So no boy can run me from the country, is he? No boy can run me from London and them thing there. You hear me? Yo, some man are funny. Ah, shit. Nah, man. Fuck Purple Wacky, man. You get me? Fuck Purple Wacky, cuz. Yeah? Burn him. I know that I like my man anyway, man. So anyway, let me say, man. So, um, I was informed of a few player hating situations that have been taking place over the weekend. Yeah, man, it's funny though, too. Because I'm loving it. Yeah, man. You know what? Yeah, I swear down, it's like, man, yeah, you can give me more motivation if you hate on if you hate on the man them. You get me? When you hate on the man them, when you hate on the team, you don't want to see the man them get crazy, or you want to see the man them go green. You hear me? So don't hate on the team. You don't want to see the man them get crazy. You don't want to see the man them get bread. You just want to see the man them put leg. So don't hate on the team. Yeah. Some boy in hysteria. Raj made a batting man move to Bulgaria. How you mean? Remix. Gee. Yo. Alright, listen to my boss. Some man in hysteria. Raj made a batting man move to Bulgaria. You get me? Some man a disease like them a malaria. Gee. Aye. I'm on. Ooh, nearly. You man can't spit bars like this though. No. You get me? You hear me? College G blocks grays. The south and the northwest and the east. You get me? And we don't give a fuck about the police. Some man are scared, them man have to leave. And them are ball for peace. Jeez. Yo. I made it come like hysteria. Raj made a batty man move to Bulgaria. The fuck? It's different out here. Yo. Bars. You got bars, son. Oh, man. Jeez. Yeah, we got lower level haters still as well, yeah. But they're not big enough to talk about yet. If they get, if any of my haters have got over 500 subscribers, we might talk about them.
Yo, yo, somewhere in Asteria. Raj me the batty man moved to Bulgaria. Yeah, me, man, a disease like they got malaria. Trust me. Maggie said she's leaving because she keeps scaring her. Oh my days. Oh my dizzy. Yo, we say we're gonna make up a dish today. Ew. Yo. Man. Oh shit. Yeah, come through, man. Come through, come through. Yo, yo. Why are boy so Larry? Man's got a tranny, but a man so scary. Hold on. Hold on. You. Yeah, man. I'm saying that. Funny, innit, man? Yeah, big up Raj, though, man. I see you fucking staring the pot yesterday, you little shit stirrer. I was funny, though, still. I can't lie. I was cracking up. Yeah. You can't even diss Raj, though. He said, I'm blatantly staring the pot. You get me? He said, I'm staring that. Yeah, man. Yeah, the man is stereo. Raj me the batty man moved to Bulgaria. Massive. Yo. Um, alright, hold on a sec. You. Let me see you a biscuits, you know. Massive. Yee. Yee. Yeah, man. Yo. Yeah, man. When they try bad man the block, you get me? Yes. What's the motivation, man? Yeah. You can't. Hey, but me and Khan always argue, man. You get I wasn't expecting that. I'm nothing less from Khan, but I always have an argument with him, man. You get me? Yeah, I'm always dissing him for holding on to people's ball bags and shit, man. So, you know, you know. Alright, here's the next thing, innit, yeah? If someone's fucking, uh, or if someone's channel's lower or no one really goes on their shit, but they're on there talking shit about you, should you even care? Why should you bother? You know me? I really and truly, yeah? If I start dissing people with mad funky channels and shit, then what does it do, man? It gives them gas, man. 'Cause I remember before, yeah, when my channel was low, yeah, I remember saying, J Block's doing this, or J Block's doing that. People went and subscribed to it to see what I'm doing. Yeah, me. Moisture. So, yeah, man. You gotta learn the tricks of the trade, B. Yeah, man. You keep promoting my shit over there, or all them other channels where people don't want to come over. Keep promoting my shit over there, and they might come over, man. Find out for themselves. it in your own. You get me? See it with your own mince pies, mate. See it with your own mince pies, mate. anyway, what I want though, like we're saying, man, you see the question of the day: haters and vultures. What's the motivation for a hater or a vulture?
Yo, yeah, be we have it 2 time, can you? 2 time. Yeah, yeah, man. Hey, listen, I ain't got my business phone with me today, man. So, yeah, I may be getting calls in the middle of chattings and all that. You see me? You see me?
Yaggedy yo. Yeah, man. So yeah, big up 90 for 99 as well, man. I was listening to your show yesterday. Well, I listened to a little bit of it still. I didn't listen to the whole show still. Kind of true stories. Yeah, I'm trying to relax on a Sunday and not get involved in it. Like I just spend some time with the wife and the children. Yeah, quality time. We need quality time. You hear me? Quality time, man. Yeah, yeah, man. It's fun, man. Fun out here. You get me? It's the house of pain around here, man. You hear me? Heartbreak Hotel. You hear me? She's not around. Tell me, baby, face to face. I'm writing you this letter, and this is all I have to say. All I really wanted was some love. You hear me? This is the Heartbreak Hotel. Oh, shit. Gabbard. Gabbard. So, yeah, man. Bad, G. Bad. Yeah, man. So, you know what's mad though, yeah? Listen to this, cunt, yeah? This is mad, yeah? You hear me? This is why this is mad though, yeah? Imagine Raj and a couple other dons said that specifically, they're specifically trying to take down a man's show, a man's channel, innit? They want your shit to go down. But you're going to be talking about me and what I'm doing. I'm like, bro, are you dizzy? You been fucking smoking crack, cuz. That Hartford, was it Hertfordshire crack? Fucking you up, B. You get me? Oh man, yeah, also, you know why why it's gangster around here, yeah? Gangster, yeah. This is how gangster G Block is, yeah. That we can do a show and not put no one's name in the title. Never put no one's name in the title. So and so said this or blah 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 and that and rah 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 rah. None of the fucking YouTube waste men don't put their name in the title. My man said this, that, and the other. You get me? We just fucking just stab out the question. Hopefully we got people from opposing sides come jump on, give their points of view. You feel me? You figure tell me. Yeah. Trust me. My thing. Yeah, bye. Trust me. So, where's the people them jumping on? You say you just want to hear rant mode, yeah? I ain't really even got nothing to rant about still. Because them can't bad mind me. You hear me? You hear me? And the same thing while I'd rise in 9 for. I'm so special. I'm so special, so special, so special. That's why me struck with the 45 special. You hear me? Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, now really, realistically, yeah, it's not a show about, or the channel's not about, let's hate on this man or that man or so and so, so and so. It's about points of view, innit? That's why we put question of the day. The question of the day, and then hopefully two people on each side of the question should be able to jump on. You hear me? Today's question's about vultures and haters. What's the motivation? I would say a vulture's motivation really is just to try and pick on your dead carcass. You get me? And the haters one, they want to see you crash and burn. They want to see you crash and burn, drive to Bulgaria and start doing gardening shows. You get me? Mm. Yeah, man. What's another thing I heard? Another thing I heard. Another thing that's getting familiar off of people's lips, yeah? Off of people's blood clot dusty lips, yeah? That ain't getting no money and are broke as hell, sit in their yard with their fudge teeth and talk shit. Is Melly's just a plumber. Melly's just a plumber. Are you dumb? You better relax, man. Yeah. Yeah. You only know that man does plumbing because I told you about plumbing, innit? Yeah. But it is what it is, isn't it? Right. I don't collect benefits. I don't scrounge and beg or punt off anyone else. Self-made, B. You get me? What's all the self-made ones out there, man? Yeah. Yeah. Big up yourself, man. Big up yourself, man. Yeah. If you can pay your rent or your mortgage, put food on your table. You can put food on your table. Yeah. I can put clothes on my wife's back and my children's back. Kick on their feet and feed them. Plus, take them on holiday. While you took shit for 24 hours a day and you don't do nothing, bro. Yeah, man. Can't tell me nothing about nothing. You can't tell me nothing about nothing, man. You better busy. Yeah, you better wish that I'm just a plumber. Get me? Must want me come lay some pipe around you. You get me? Hmm. Brother is just a plumber. Brother is just a plumber. Shut up, man. You fucking dumb inbred. You're fully inbred. Like, you are fully inbred. Gav him, man. Gav him, man. Jeez. But yeah. Hey, listen, man. So, plumbers are poor anyway, man. Yeah? Plumbers are poor. Come on. Come on. Plumbers are poor, man. Don't worry about plumbing, man. Every people be talking about plum. I'm like, yo, plumbing is poor, man. People that do plumbing don't get no money, man. Yeah, we ain't got it like that. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So what we saying though anyway, man? What we saying? Who's jumping on? Who's coming through? Yeah, we're moving to Chinese, whisper the conversation into bits and pieces, or why everyone hate Khan. I swear you, man. Well, bum 6 weeks ago, or is it another family affair? Mad thing. Who hates Khan, man? I don't know who hates Khan, man. Yeah. Can't just switch and start crying for no reason. I can't always about it, man. I don't know why no one's surprised about that. Man. That's normal. Get me? It's normal, B. But like, come on. How's the funny part of it though, man? When him and Raj is arguing, that's funny still. It's making me laugh still. Yeah. Let him do his thing. You get me? So I don't think anyone hates him, bro. If anyone knows him enough, they actually hate someone. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird that people got feelings for these online people. Some people ain't even met each other before. Mad, crazy. Yeah, man. I'm home. You know how we do, man. You know how we do. Yeah, man. But yeah, man. You got here, man. You get me? Like, way down to Essex right now. Speaker lays the pipe. You get me? Pipe. I don't sport the report. Yeah, man. Anyway, man. What else is going on Sunday, man? I watched a little bit of Raj's show, when he was stirring the pot saying, I hope Belly's watching right now. Yeah. I can't wait till Belly comes in so I can play this clip. Yeah, I was watching. I was laughing as well, so I can't lie. Yeah, I was actually laughing, so it did make me laugh. It did make me laugh. Yeah, man. It did make me laugh still. Imagine fucking the beans that Khan was talking to. He's talking greasy as well. Shut up, man. You're racist. You're racist. Imagine. Your thing's shaky, cuz. Yeah? Because how are you sitting there with Khan and Afghan, yeah? Talking about I'm an Islamophobe. That's dumb. Bad. Bad, 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 bad. It's mad, 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 mad. Wait, you can't sit with Afghan and call me a fucking Islamophobe, man. That's dumb. That don't even make sense, cuz. Like, Afghan can take a billion shahadas, cuz. Like, I know the whole woman ain't saying, yo, my man said it the truth. Somebody's just smarter than that, cuz. Yeah, listen, Raj is happy for G Block, boy. Raj is happy for G Block, boy. Imagine he was having nightmares about Afghan fam, and his camera come on the block. You get me? And his nightmares are stopped. Yeah, Raj is happy about the block, mate. You get me? Uh, Trust me. Like, if them man are vexed with Sarah, yeah, and they're not vexed with Afghan, yeah, they're not, shout out, man. Don't tell me that, man. I don't want to hear no talking from any of you, man. You better gas, man. Yeah, yeah, gas, fully gas, man. Red diesel. You man a full red diesel, bare gas. Generator fuel. You got me? Yeah, man. A true story, like I'm saying anyway, yeah. You know how we do right here. We don't carry feelings like that, fam. Like, if you click the link and you're in the back chat and I see you, I'll click you on. So, everyone and anyone's welcome around there, yeah? We just don't want you to disrespect the thing, you know what I mean? Like, start shouting your batty start showing your fucking full shampoo and all them things there. Fun that, man. You can talk, though. You can talk. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what? I nearly forgot about this. I nearly forgot about this one, you know. Okay, listen, I'm putting this out there anyway, yeah? That the brother, yeah? The brother that has been getting the channel strikes, yeah? That it wasn't Jupiter, it wasn't Wendy, it wasn't Dave, yeah? It was this long chin postal that got run out the country by Raj. Yeah. Real faggot. You get me? Real your postal, man. You're not even real, fam. Like, you should not be calling yourself real, fam, because you're not the definition of a real dog. You're an idiot still. About you. You're jealous like a gal, man. Your little side piece Esau. Fam, listen, I don't know why you lot, everyone's acting like real and Esau or some pussy hoes now, yeah? Fam, if you go on Vision Global Waivers, fam, I've done told you, man, last year sometime, this brother Esau and this brother real is a waste, man. Full waste, man. Trust me. Full time waste, man. This brother's got a voice like a cat. Yeah, the high pitch voice. Oh, real. Giggling behind him every 2 seconds. Yeah? And real's about him, man. Just sits there talking shit about he acts greasy when he moves out at the end. Imagine that. You lived on the end, yeah, and you was all calm and yeah, man, yeah, sweet. And then you moved off the end, and then you Shut up, man. You need to chill out, man. Forget about it. Just go get the drinks, Mickey. You hear me? All you need to do is go and get the drinks, cuz you are washed. Like, yo, imagine them man there, you know. Yeah, there, man. Some of the moistest sons in the world. Oh, man. Piece of shit. Yeah, yeah. Tag team deathmatch. My youth will bust fucking ruin Esau, man. I was sending my 8-year-old youth, yeah, with a baseball bat, and it will smack up both of them. So, don't talk about them like they're greasy, man. Man run away from Raj, didn't it? Man left the country. Man left the, wait, his being dashed him out and he left the country. Yeah, out of it, man. Them shit started happening to me, man. Wow, imagine that, bro. Imagine, even Hopsky. I told you this brother was a wasteman from ages ago. But when he used to jump on dance channel, yeah, he used to jump on dance channel and talk shit to people about stuff that he can't even explain himself. Yeah, he called someone something. I didn't know what he meant, yeah, and I was like, what does that mean? And he was like, I'm like, but you're laughing, like you know what he's talking about. Um, you man follow too much funny people, man. Too much funny ones, man. You man follow too much funny ones, man. You need to like look a little bit deeper into people's personalities, man. If a man's selfish and bitchy, then you don't need that. You get me? And then if a man's hanging on to other people, like a man, you know, hanging on to another man's leg, like, oh, please don't go, please don't go, please don't go, please don't go, please don't go. You hear me? Don't leave YouTube. Keep your panel. I'll jump on. What are you dumb? Bro, listen, if I get to the spot now and no one jumps on and it goes quiet, I will just knock it off in it and do another show tomorrow. It's someone else's show. It is what it is, me. No, I wasn't on to man, bro. Like that. Coming along, man. You hear me? Yeah, man. So that man was trying to destroy your shit, cuz. I never even spoke about your dusty shit right then. I don't really do that. You get me? We don't really do that shit right there, please. And like I say, the idea that I got off real baggage channel, yeah, was don't make it a wasteman channel where people just come on and chat shit about each other. You get me? Now people don't do that around there. People that went on to and
Wow, go on.
what one G, what you saying? Why this spread of the pussy as well, yeah, is that yo, everyone, yeah, and anyone that has been on um Will's channel from Speaker's Corner has been on other people's channels previous to Will's Dusty channel. Anyway, other people have been all over the place, cuz you keep fronting like you've made these people come on YouTube. Shout out, man. You're an idiot, bro. You don't make no decisions for no one, bro. Of course, yo. The only reason why enough of them people came onto your channel, cause you was in beef with Respect. That's the, that was it. You get me? So, yeah. So they should come on there, chat shit about Ras, and that make a couple other man come on. I used to come on there and bash it for Ras. You man, you talking about, man? You man used to chat shit and make up lies and all that. Oh, Respect does this, Respect does that, so and so said this, so and so said that. This, that. It's like, bro, that is so moist and gay, cuz. Like, man's not doing that right there, man. Yeah, man. We don't want to do that, man. You get me? I want to go on natty though, man. What you telling me? Natty. Yeah, man. But anyway, man. But yeah, man. You get me?
What's happening?
Yeah. What's happening? What's happening?
Yeah, man. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. But just yeah, man. You get me?
Come on, they know
Like,
what the G Block's all about as well. Do you know what I
come
mean?
on, man. This is where the winners sit, man. This is the winners' table over here. Get me? If we don't take L's, we just smoke L's. You get me? We smoke L's, B. We don't take them. So leave them guys with their bitch shit. You get me? So yeah, yeah. I am behind in the drama. Yeah, big up Ralph. Yeah, jump on, man. Again, remember Ralph used to jump on your channel. You tried this and he jumped off. All these other people used to jump on your channel. You tried this them and they jump off. Raj specifically said he is going to make sure that your shit goes down. Yeah. He's going to make sure your channel goes down. And now it's down and you're in Bulgaria. You're a waste, man, cuz. You shouldn't be talking to me, bro. You should be talking to Raj, bro. How he fucked up your shit, bro. It's like he punched you up without even lifting his hand. Oh, shit. You ran. Why did you run? Oh, man. I wonder if he's coming back. Is he on holiday?
Big up G Block still though, because you know what? Even G Block resurrected back Raj, man.
Now, Raj does his own thing. Like, no one can't take credit for Raj, yeah? I'm not taking no credit for what Raj does or anything like that. Raj does his own thing, yeah? He built his own lane and done his own shit. You get me? Like, I ain't taking no credit for any of the work that Ras done on his YouTube thing. Ras done his own thing. He built his own lane. Jed, all them man there, they done their own thing. You get me? Yeah? Because they was willing to go on camera, go on monologues, discuss points, and do their own thing. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So from you can hold it by yourself, yeah, and do your own thing, yeah. Like them man can do like Uncle Ty, yeah, the originator, OG of this thing, yeah. Them man are doing like Uncle Ty will do a 12-hour stream, yeah, and not add no one in and talk on his one. That's that's different. That's hard. You get me? For me still, but you set the trend with that still. So, but yeah, like I was saying, yeah, like
Yeah.
just for the day, obviously we'll be talking a little bit about bullshit or whatever, yeah. We'll be back to normal from tomorrow anyway. But like Raj, yeah, said that he's gonna make sure that your channel gets shut down or all the people, all the viewers leave your channel, yeah. Now not deleted, yeah. So he kept on doing live stream and making sure that all the people that go on your channel are on his channel instead. And your shit died. You get me?
Yeah, Raj ain't easy though, man. Raj ain't easy. He's not easy, Raj, man.
Man. So yeah, so my man should talk to him. Real and Raj. That's between
So
you
well,
two,
go
innit?
on with Turek anyway. Where's Turek? Last of the Karafu.
Victoria, I don't even know where my man is though. Give me a back though, man. If we're talking
Yeah,
about
man.
trying to like
Last
move
time
on
I was
my
there,
career,
he was trying it, and then he ran off. Yeah, he
hey,
ran off.
why? What tribes are in Bulgaria? Huh? Does anyone know any tribes that are from
It's a joke
Bulgaria?
thing though, still, man.
What's happening?
What's happening?
Oh, go on, Dave.
Yeah,
Hey
man.
Dave,
Yeah.
go on then. Give us a catch up on this real fucking on this real drama.
Well, he put up a community post saying that you stole all his panelists, and then he said that you're now stealing his titles of his shows or something.
Who said that?
Real about Velen.
Oh, he's sad, bruv. Like he's just, you know what? Yeah, like Dave. Like obviously these, like everyone's got their own thing, right? But I feel like when I go on his stream, I feel like it's for like like the outcast of society.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's dead. Yeah,
It's dead, bruv.
yeah, yeah.
It's like paranormal when I go over there, bro. Like I don't go over there to talk. Like I've been over there a couple of times when there was like a big thing. I think he had a little bit of beef for aspect, yeah. And I was like, okay, but then when I saw it, bro, I was like, nah, this is like like a Michael Jackson thriller movie, bro. It's deadheads, bro. Zombies, man.
Do you want to know the history of it?
Yeah, go on.
So basically, Real came on the scene when he came to Speaker's Corner. Came on the scene, and then he like started a platform, and he would let anyone on basically. So then you had like a lot of good debates and stuff between different sides and things.
Yeah.
It's quite good. And then but I don't think Real ever really liked the right wing people on his panel, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But he liked the views though that he
Yeah.
brought. So then like you get on people from the left to like challenge people from the right and that, but then the people on the right kind of just took over, dominated the show, and then Real fell out with Ralph, and then Ralph left, and then he fell out with England left, and then he fell out with Jupiter left, and then really then after that his show kind of got taken over by like you said, like the reject type people like Esau's and these people. So then his show basically got hijacked by trolls, like
Yeah.
the Afghans and these people.
Yeah.
And then that's how his show basically died, basically.
Yeah. And what's he trying to like charge people for that?
What do you mean charge him? What do you mean?
Yeah, like this subscription thing.
Yeah. He had a member button, and then people obviously could become a member, or like you could buy a spanner.
That's bloody hell.
The problem with the spanner thing is like, say if you bought a spanner, yeah, you pay £2 for it. Someone could then come along and pay like £4, and you'll lose your spanner. So you basically got robbed. It's one of them.
Yeah. Nah, that's mad, bro. That's mad. It's mad. Now I don't really like my. One time I think I was over there. I think my guy was decorating or something in the background.
Yeah, Real. See, the thing is, Real like never really respected the people that did the work on his show. He never really paid them any like respect. He always saw it like he was doing them the favor. But when it comes to it, Real can't really hold down the show himself.
Yeah.
So when he started to lose the big characters, he couldn't really replace them with any. Because when he had the beef with Respect, see a lot of people on the right obviously don't have the same politics as Respect. So then he was good. But when he started beefing with Raj, Raj obviously has the same politics as us. So then that's when he lost, because then his audience just went over to Rod.
Yeah, of course, man. It's like it's almost like his shows like where they just met up for the battling, G.
Yeah, yeah. Of course,
You know what I mean?
the drama and the fights bring the views, don't they?
But then, you know, you're supposed to like bring people there. Do you know what I mean? It seems like he had too many people on there that were just like, do you know what I mean? And they're like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna do my own thing here, and then people are just like leaving him.
Yeah, because he got to a point where like the people that took over the show, when anyone came on to like debate and stuff, they'll just troll him. So then people just stopped going back. So then he was just left with like you know, weird people, and then that's how it died, didn't it?
Yeah, man, like a psychiatric ward, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
So what you say, Dave? Dave, where are you in London?
Nah, I live in Newcastle.
Oh, is it?
Mm.
Oh, easy.
I'm not
What you
from
doing?
Newcastle.
I heard that baggy,
No.
that's that
What
real.
are you doing? You doing any gorillas? Any gorilla grows?
No, what's that, Veli? What did you say?
I heard Maggie kick real out.
Yeah, I don't think they're together still.
Oh, what?
Oh, what? Ain't they got movies together?
Oh, what?
I don't know. I don't know if he was trolling or not, but in the Rogers chat yesterday, he was saying that house is a council house or something. I don't know. That was his words,
Oh, what?
not mine. In Rogers chat yesterday, Real was in the chat, and he was saying his house in Hartlepool is a council house. But I think he was just trolling. But for some reason, he said, "I don't know."
They're Newcastle as well, innit?
Yeah,
Yeah, shit, man. You might be able to slide in there with Maggie then, boy.
nah. Nah, that's disrespectful. Let's not do that, man.
Make a house a home.
Okay, now. But yeah, I think that you know that day when someone tried to pawn bomb you, odds are it was him.
Yeah, with Roger the cow.
Yeah, he's done it to a few people still.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. It's still, it's mad still. And you know, another mad thing, yeah, is like the man saying that, like, you're stealing my panel. Shut up, bro. No one is obligated to go onto anyone else's channel and chat. Are you dumb? No one has to come on there and talk. Yeah, they only come on there because they want to come on it. Like, you get me?
Yeah, that was one of the things with him. When you went like on his panel, you came across like, oh, you can't go on other people's panels. You can't tell people what to do on YouTube. You're talking to grown people.
I'm going to shut up, man. Can't tell me where to go. No one can tell me what panel I can or can't go on to. Shut up, man. Or who I can and can't let on the panel or whatever. Get out of it, man. Because, like I was saying before, you see when it's quiet and no one's there, and there's one person chatting on the panel, and they're holding it up on their one. Oh, I'm glad for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have to pick them up for that because, bro, they're holding it up, innit? Like, I'm trying to listen as well. You get me? So, if no one's talking, no one's on the panel, then it's fuckery still. Really and truly, yeah. If you could choose what you'd want, then obviously you'd want people that actually have something to say to come on the panel on opposing sides of the argument all the time, innit? Like, so, right, all the people that have good knowledge, actually understand what they're talking about and can break down their arguments properly on both sides. I'd rather them two on the panel and me just listen. You get me? Really and truly. But obviously, you can't always go like that. So, when people do jump on, I'm glad for them to jump on.
That's it, innit? That's how he fell out with Jupiter, though, innit? Because Jupiter went on to Vinny's show, and then he like kicked off about it, like just going on a different show. But I don't know, mate. I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. I'd rather the smartest people that have the best arguments come on here, but I'm glad that people just come on anyway. Yeah,
Yeah, of course, but you can't let the people say like you can't have the Premier League all the time, right? So you can't also let the people who don't, because like see, look, you got like say Hopsky, yeah, Hopsky clearly don't have a life, right? So when he comes on these channels, that's like him being able to talk to people and all this shit. If you let them people take over your channel, you're just gonna turn it into some kind of fucking, you know, gathering for lonely people type shit. And that's what he did. That's what killed his channel.
And sometimes even having the show on like 24 hours a day, you gotta have an off time as well, man. It starts to get too much. Even like having the show for like half a day is still a bit long. But like having the show for 24 hours a day is like starts to fuck with your home life and all that, man. You get me?
Yeah, and there's only so many things people can actually talk about, isn't there?
Yeah, man. Come on. We got man like Terry in the building. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So, yeah, really, truly, on Sundays, yeah, I'm not really doing no shows on Sundays, man. Or I'm going to try not to still, unless, like, the family's away or something like that. Still, like, you know what I mean? You have to spend some time, you know what I mean?
See, that's the Christian in you.
What, the Christians?
Yeah, that's the Christian in you. The
No,
day of rest.
no, but listen,
If
when I
you
was
was a
a
true
Christian,
atheist, you'd make it a
yeah, but
Wednesday or
listen.
something.
When I was a Christian, I used to go to church on Saturday, not Sunday.
Exactly.
The Adventist, man.
Yeah, man.
So Saturday was the day of rest, not Sunday.
You ever had a Jehovah's Witness on your show?
No, I don't think so. Not knowingly.
They believe in some crazy stuff. They do.
Not knowingly.
They believe that there's multiple gods in the Bible and stuff.
I did.
It's mad. You know, prohibition. What do you think prohibition was actually about?
Prohibition? What do you mean? Like the alcohol prohibition?
Yeah. What do you think that was actually about?
They said it was probably because they wasn't able to earn money on it or whatever. Like the government or the people in charge or whatever.
No. What it was actually about, right? There's quite a large German population in America, and they became quite wealthy and successful through the breweries. And through the breweries, they were spreading German culture. And it was basically challenging American culture. You know, there was influencing politics and all these kind of things. So when they brought in prohibition, they smashed the breweries, and they also smashed, you know, the German influence. So basically, it was a way of preserving American culture. It completely shut down the German influence. It smashed them.
Because do you know a guy called is it Harry Ulsminger?
No,
There was an argument, yeah. I'll tell you what, actually, yeah, we're gonna go into that tomorrow still. We'll do with that tomorrow still. But yeah, fucking the basics of I think his name's Harry Ulsminger, yeah, was that he made marijuana, made weed illegal because he didn't want people to grow their own medicine in their own homes. And
yeah, more than likely.
It was at that time it wasn't called marijuana, yeah. They called it marijuana, the Mexican name for it, yeah, to lead people away from it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so they wanted to lead people away from it and make it look demonize it and all them sort of stuff there. So they're putting out adverts of saying that if when Mexicans smoke weed or whatever, they lust after white women. You know what I'm saying? Like, stuff like that. Yeah, and adverts. Yeah. And then another one, yeah, they made cocaine illegal by saying when a black man's on cocaine, a policeman shot this black man in the heart and he never died.
What times was these? What's this? Early 1900s.
Yeah. Early, yeah. Probably around the Jim Crow sort of years.
Yeah. The politics of fear here. That's what they're still doing it today. They're still controlling people through fear all the time, aren't they? Look at the mainstream media. They're constantly pushing out fear.
Yeah, man. So anyway, let me introduce everyone else that jumped on the panel. Big up man like Terry. Big up yourself.
Yeah, big up. By the way, everyone in the chat, make sure you donate to Bigger Belly, because he's been doing this 24 hours every day for 6 days. You got to put something in there, man. You can't just be keeping your pockets tight. Start donating, even if it's £1. Push it in, mate. This is a platform for everyone to speak on.
Come on. Yeah, big up yourself, Terry, for that, man. Big up man like Ultra Funky, my G. I thought you. Hey, wait, hold on a sec. Yeah, Terry, I thought you was gonna do your hashtag, man. Where's your hashtag?
My hashtag is there, mate. I don't need that one. First, Black family first, mate. Black family first.
Yeah.
Hashtag Black family first.
All right. Big up man like Ultra Funky. Think about
Yo, Vele, what?
Big up yourself, brother.
Baby's sleep.
All right, it's that mode, yeah. Say nothing, man. Say nothing. You just say it, yeah. Yeah. Say nothing, brother.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna come in a minute.
All right. When you're ready. Yeah. And last but not least, Marwood, bonus in the building. Outside 90 for 99. Well, go on.
Oh, bless up, unholy father. Come on. Grand risings to everyone, man. All the fucking haters too. Bigger grand risings to yourself, man. Come on. And yeah, man, Black family first, 100%. And don't forget 7-7 family. Not a single penny shall be spent. All you two in a biggage. Yeah? So that means when you go to work that day, make sure you've got your sandwiches, make sure you got your water, everything. Yeah? You cannot.
I'm back lunch every day anyway, man.
Good. And make sure you bought your fags, because I know in the morning you always stop off somewhere and buy some shit.
Yeah. I try to get my cigarettes on the 6th.
Huh?
I got my cigarettes. What's the day today? It's the 6th today, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we have to have everything in, man. We got to treat you like a Sabbath star.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, man.
All right. Yeah, man. All right. So, obviously, we got the question of the day today is about haters and vultures. What's the motivation, or what's the end goal for a hater or a vulture? Really and truly, we shouldn't really pay that much attention to it. But for the purposes of
Discussion.
discussion, and even knowing what to do for people that might want to open up. Because like I said, first of all, when I first started the channel, I don't mind anyone that wants to build up their name on the back of this channel and then open up their own channel and start doing their own thing. I don't mind anything like that. So, but like.
Oh, well, don't forget to come subscribe to 90 for 99 then, family.
Yeah, man. Because obviously, that's how we, like really and truly, it should be a thing of, if we can make a little family group of people that are doing their thing in different lanes or whatever, we should be able to do little link-up shows and bring a different audience to different people's channels as well, and obviously help all of us grow at the same time. So, you never know, man. You might bust the next
If you remember, Big Age, that was sort of the plan in the early days. You remember when we was trying to do a little network situation? You remember? But yeah, not everyone was on board with it still. But I think that could have been a good look still, man, because Yeah, obviously, but yeah. But
Yeah,
you
you
know,
be like the
we're
big
thinking.
homie, you get me? Just like trying to, you could be like the big homie, big uncle or auntie or whatever. Try to bring people in, and the same thing, people will try and return favors when they see there might be something that you may need help with or whatever. So, I don't know. It's how business relationships are made. Yeah, mate. Still, Nine's must have got a call real quick. Still, but yeah, me. But yo, Terry, you there still?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think about the motivation for vultures and haters who want to try and see you crash? And
That's
why,
good,
why
man.
would people want to do
I
that?
love them. I love them. They're my
Need
best
it.
friend. I'll get in the mix with them.
We need
Because
it,
you
man.
know what?
That's why,
You know,
man.
the real truth is, haters, they're the biggest referrals you can ever have.
I was. Because this is why it's dumb, yeah? And why, really and truly, yeah? If someone's a hater and your shit's bigger than theirs, you shouldn't really mention their name because people have to go over and find out, oh, that person said this, yeah? So now we have to go over to their channel and find out what they said. Yeah?
Yeah,
When
breach
people was making
license.
shows about G Block this, G Block said this, G Block said that, yeah? People had to go and subscribe to G Block to find out what did they say over there? You hear me? yeah.
Yep, they don't realize what they're doing. That's why I love them.
Yeah.
What do you guys
realize,
think
really
about?
don't.
What do you guys think about the UK government? Yeah, they've announced that they're going to give 1.5 billion to the art sector. What do you think about that?
To the art sector.
Yeah, you
What's
know,
the
like
art?
theaters and stuff like this.
Oh boy, you know, in a certain way, it should be done across the board anyway. But remember, a lot of these people, because of things, venues, and all that, they had a massive loss in it. Nothing's happening, and it's going to generate work. So,
But it
if they help,
seems to go to the specific kind of people, doesn't it? You know what I mean? We know the kind of people that run these art theaters and these kind of things, and we know the people that go to these places as well. It seems this feels like the rich giving money to rich. I know, obviously, yeah, they're not been making any money in this time, but that sector always seems to get funded. You look at the National Lottery; they're constantly giving money to them, and personally myself, I think there's more important places where that money should be going. Because how many working class people are benefiting from the Royal Theatre and stuff like this?
Exactly, man. So I think you raise a very good point.
Go on, 95.
No, because I was gonna say I think you raised some good points there, and that's why are a lot of right wing people wasting time with black people and Muslims and this and that, when really the problem is with your government not giving two fucks about you lot down the bottom there. What do you think?
When you say wasting time, you'll have to explain what do you mean.
What do you understand by the term wasting time?
Well, when you say wasting time with Muslims, there are certain.
What that means, yeah. What it means, yeah, is why would people bother protesting against like different religions, this, that, and the other, or different people coming to when it's the government and the people that bring these people in.
Yeah, but raising awareness of certain things. If we're talking about when you said Islam, if we're raising awareness of certain things that are going on that are impacting our own communities, then that is putting pressure on the government. It's saying, what are you doing? Like the grooming cases and things. They just covered that up completely. So,
but they never had the government about that.
Of course.
Although I agree, yeah.
Why do you think they put Tommy Robinson in jail?
Wait, hold on, listen. I think that you should raise awareness of things that are causing issues in your community. I would agree with that, yeah. But I'm saying that, like Nines was saying, when the government's not spending money on on specific areas of the community, especially the people that live in the north. Yeah, because I know people that live in Blackpool and stuff as well. Yeah, and you know the north of England don't really get looked after by the British government or the UK government. So that like a lot of stuff like manufacturing, or keeping the keeping all the cities.
But that's the biggest issue.
Working functioning.
But that's the biggest issue. If this country is based on services, where would you push the money to?
Because they scrapped all the services and only could concentrate on the financial sector.
But most of it is still comes under services. Yeah. Because if you deprive the services and go into the manufacture, the services will decline, and then people that put money in will move out, because most of these corporations they come here because of services. But they're going to manufacture here no more.
But that goes back to what I mentioned earlier, how with prohibition, how they shut down the influence of the Germans. And if we actually had a true patriotic government, they would be willing to take a hit for the long term of the people, right? Instead of just getting the quick money and selling out the country, right? So how they've sold out our manufacturing and our car industries and these kind of things.
Exactly, but that's all right wing. That's all under conservative. All of what you're talking about happened under conservative. Yeah, so why would you be right wing? Because it's the right wing people, i.e. conservative. When I was growing up, right wing was conservative, left wing is Labour. All of this other stuff, I don't know about all of that, but it was under Margaret Thatcher that, you know what I mean, all the family jewels got sold. So
well, at the moment we've got a conservative government who don't act like they actually have a majority, right? And we've got a media industry that are influenced and infiltrated by communists. And
hold on a minute.
Yeah, the BBC is definitely a communist organization.
Okay, so there's the BBC, and who's in what's the word? Opposition with the BBC?
No one.
Like,
really.
Who's the other media tycoon?
Oh, you're gonna say Sky, yeah?
Okay, Murdoch. Yeah. So what's Murdoch?
Yeah, Sky confuses me. They do.
I'm at my job now. So big up everyone on the panel. Yeah, big up yourselves for jumping on. Everyone in the chat. Yeah, man, keep the conversation going. We've got a new GIF in the back here, so we're gonna try slap on a new GIF every week. Yeah, so big up everyone though still.
I mean, this is what I'm saying, Dave. I just think that sometimes, I don't know, that it's a bit, some lazy politics is going on, man, because at the end of the day, okay, apart from the grooming situation, and I'm not, you know, I mean, not taking anything away from it, but apart from the grooming situation, like, what else is there to be having such massive problems with in terms of Muslims and even black people, etc., etc.?
Well, you say I don't see protests against black people, but well, terrorism would be the other one, wouldn't it? Yeah.
But you know,
you look back a few weeks ago, you had 3 men stabbed to death by a guy who came from Libya. We clearly have problems with our immigration system, don't we? If we're letting in people who are going on to commit terrorism acts.
Yeah, but we do accept that there's white terrorists as well, right?
Yeah, of course. We're talking about Islam, obviously, but yeah, I don't. Okay. But what's your point there?
No, it's all right. I lost my train of thought. But okay, but my point being, yeah, is that okay? You've mentioned terrorism, and again, no one's not going to take anything away from that. We all live in England, and we all want to be safe, yeah. And I don't know how old you are, but you know, some of us might be a little bit older. We've obviously lived under IRA terrorism, etc., etc. So,
terrorism, innit? You know, anyone killing innocent people, we should all have a problem with it, right?
Well, exactly. But so I'll come back to my original point in terms of like, as much as those things are a problem, I think what's more problematic is the sort of things that you mentioned, you know, initially in terms of funding or money's certainly not. I mean, you say you're in Newcastle and all that. I know up them areas are properly depressed, up in the northeast and all that. From Thatcher's time again, and no government has built it well. No Conservative government has built it back up. There's still towns up there that are dead. I would rather be hearing about, you know what I mean? Not even, I would rather be hearing about that as well, to be honest, as much as grooming and this and that, because that's going to be intergenerational. And I just think sometimes it's easy to go for what I would just call the low-hanging fruit. You know what I mean? Them fatty Muslims, them fatty black people, and all that bollocks.
But you know the funniest thing is if we look at the reality of today, you look at it and you ask yourself, what can we say in our households that we are self-sufficient?
Yeah, it's not much.
So we rely on services. And then it falls back into the Conservatives' hands into providing the services, which now they have control. So where would they fund? Would they fund more? Would they fund more manufacturing where they're going to end up having unions, or are they going to fund more services where they can have more control?
Yeah.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, Dave, that like the upper echelons don't give two fucks about you lot, man. Like,
we know that. Yeah, we know that. Historically, we know that.
So then I would want to be hearing more attacks against them than fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, the low lying hanging fruit, sorry. I don't really hear big talks about them still.
Yeah, but you're paying.
I hear a lot of talks about Muslims and grooming and even terrorism, like you said, but I don't hear these people saying that they're going to go and chat to the government or go and fucking drink some beers by outside what's it called, Parliament Square and all them places. I don't hear of them type of activities. It's just bare, you know, anti-Muslim, you know, this, that, and the other. What do you think?
Well, I think the picture you're painting ain't complete, because I don't know how much you actually listen to of what's being spoken about on the right.
Well, complete it for me, because honestly, I don't go over to them dark places. I'm not gonna lie. So fill me in, man. But from my little bit of knowledge, that's what I see. Tell me something different.
Yeah, but you gotta look at what's being manufactured at the moment. You gotta look at when you have the Black Lives Matter movement that came along and how it's being propped up by certain people. It is a direct attack on the white working class, because what they've done is they've pitted community against community, and they've brought in, you know, the immigration that they bring in, they're then going to have...
Whoa. Wait. Because one, I find it interesting you brought in BLM there, but I'm not surprised, you know what I'm saying to you, because I know right now BLM is the, you know what I mean, the football to get kicked. But how has community come against community? How? When did that happen?
Well, if you look at the opinion that you hear from black and brown people on these channels of white people and white working class people, they've clearly had influence on them.
Like, give me an example.
How they look at our community.
Give me an example.
The stereotypes are always flying, aren't they? And they're also the way that white women are spoken about on these channels.
Give me an example.
There's lots of examples. People calling an example. Let's say Khan and Afghan. When you're arguing, their go-to is girls that have been groomed, or your sister's getting shagged by a foreigner, or, you know, these kind of things.
But wait, hold on. Well, are you saying that that's been
attack on our community?
Hold on, wait. Are you saying that that's come as a result of BLM?
No, what I'm saying is Black Lives Matter are propped up by an establishment who do have a hatred towards my people, and they don't want my people to be heard or have any kind of influence or power.
Right.
When they can jump on the bandwagon of something that is going to silence us even further, then they're going to do it, aren't they?
Okay, so let's go a bit by bit. So BLM has come about to attack your people. Is that what you said?
No, that's just the byproduct of it.
BLM is a byproduct of attacking your people. When you say your people, who are you talking about?
The white working class.
The white working class. Now, is working class an important part of that statement? White working class?
Yeah, of course.
Or is it just white?
No. The working class have a different experience to the white middle class or upper class.
Okay, then. So the white working class. Okay. So what are you seeing? What are you now seeing between the black people or whatever and working class white people that you weren't seeing prior to BLM?
Look, I'm gonna have to go back a bit, right? When you got programs like Jeremy Kyle, you got these programs on Channel 5, you know, scroungers on benefits, all these kind of things. They've done a very good propaganda job against the white working class, right, and painting us in a certain picture. So then when you have immigrant groups then start picking up these things and they start looking at our communities as less than, then yeah, that is the problem. That's where the problem comes from. And then when you have a media that is pushing anti-white rhetoric a lot, and then you have the Black Lives Matter movement that shows up, we now know what they're about, then it all adds in.
That sounds paranoid, man. So hold on a minute. You said, all right. So you said Jeremy Kyle, yeah. So are you saying that program was put? Are you saying that program was put on to undermine the working class people of England?
Oh yeah, it took advantage of vulnerable people, didn't it? And it perpetuated a certain picture. You know, like when you have
hold on, wait.
These kind of things.
Okay, were the people on that program, were they actors?
Were they actors?
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, they want people of right mind, because people of right mind wouldn't go on that program, would they? So they've been exploited. But if you look at the messaging in the media, when you have chavs and all these kind of, you know, the way that they constantly attack the white working class, do you know what I mean? There is and then it's been picked up by other communities, which then obviously leads to even more problems.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Did the Jeremy Kyle show, was it a true reflection of certain societies of Britain or not?
No, it's a stereotype. It's a stereotype.
Okay, it was a stereotype. So that means that, are you then saying that it wasn't the case then, that there wasn't such persons around Britain?
Yeah, of course they exist, but it's not.
Okay, they exist. So it's not a
representative of the majority, is it? That's like me saying, "Oh, some black guy just did this, so that means all black people are like this."
So I don't know. What is what? You just don't want to see working class people on TV, or what? What is it? I'm trying to understand your gripe here.
I'm showing you how we're represented in the media and how we're treated. See, when people talk, look, my community have nothing left to give. So when you got a system that is looking to completely abandon us, and then obviously the mainstream don't even acknowledge us, and when they do acknowledge us, it's to slag us off. It's a problem, right?
I mean, I'm hearing you. I'm just trying to see how you're trying to, you know what I mean, how you're interweaving this into BLM and all the rest of it, to be honest, but because BLM is about black lives. Yeah, so
well let me give you
nothing to do with you.
No, but let me it's not about black lives. It's a communist movement. It's just hijacked black people's cause. But let's look at the Premier League, right? They kneeled for Black Lives Matter, right? The gentleman that died in America. What did we get for the thousands of girls raped in the North, white and Sikh girls, and some black girls? What did we get? They still won't even release the report on it. So a gentleman dies in America, was murdered. In Britain, thousands of girls are raped by men who's going outside their own communities to target them because of their race and religion, and we can't even get a report released.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I understand, man. I understand. I said it on my show, innit? I know that right now BLM is upsetting a lot of you people, man. I understand it's got you lot agitated.
No,
And
not really. Do you? Because
there is
we're
though, because right now, basically, what you're saying, and other people have said it in different ways, is that like this is getting all this attention. What about us?
no, it's not. It's pushing a political agenda. It's not about attention. Do you agree with Black Lives Matter?
What do you mean? Do I agree?
The organization. Do you agree with it?
What do you mean by agree? What do you mean by agree?
Do you support it?
No, I don't support it. No, but
Okay.
right now I'm saying that
So why
need
don't
to
you support it?
go for the reasons that have already been outlined on G Block when we studied it and we looked into it. So we understand where its genesis is and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But my thing is that we should use it for political leverage. So that's why I'm saying BLM. Yeah.
So
Now
what is that political leverage? What politics are they?
right now, like I've said, and I've said it on my show, 90 for 99, come and check it out, family. You don't know. Without BLM, the kind of things that are being highlighted right now would never have been highlighted because as Black people previously, we've been trying to highlight these things from years and years and years and years and years. And no one ain't listening. Pretty much maybe like the same situation you believe that you're in with all your grooming things, and you're saying you can't even get a report. You know what I'm saying to you? So I'm saying something similar, whereby, you know, the amount of years of injustice and inequality and this and that that's been had against Black people, you know what I mean? Blatantly. You know what I mean? And we've been talking about it, we've been marching about it, we've been singing about it, and all the rest of it. And none of it gave us the highlight that BLM has. So that's why I'm saying big up BLM, Black Lives Matter. Yeah.
So you don't think BLM is a Trojan horse, no?
What do you mean, Trojan horse?
You don't think it's a Trojan horse where they're gonna use on the face value, yeah, Black people, Black Lives Matter, and then behind it they're gonna implement, I don't know, trans studies in schools and God knows what else.
Well, to be honest, them things are on the agenda already, as we know. But that's what I'm saying. This is politics, isn't it? And that's why I'm saying to the family, we need to get involved with politics. You with me? So right now, through BLM, you get me? We got big corporations having to dig into their history books. You with me? And let us know. Say, yeah, all right, yeah, all right. We built this shit on you for real. You know what I mean? Like right now, enough truths are coming out. So even for that alone, give thanks. You get me? Right now, a lot of white people are getting to know their true history and it have bond them. Give thanks for that too, because what's done in the day, you get me? What's done in the night must get revealed in the day. You know what I'm saying to you? A lot
Big
of
up
shit.
90. Sorry.
Who that?
Big up.
Oh, my brother. Is that Scattered? Come on, brother.
Yeah, man.
Scattered,
Yeah, man.
Look up
I just want to
yourself.
jump in on that exact note there in terms of their truth, that they're having to come to reconcile with their true history.
I'm gonna
Can't
go
they-
on pause. I'll let my brother Scattered deal with this
Oh,
now.
my
Big up
sister.
yourself, man. Yeah,
Big
man.
up. Thank you. Much appreciated. But yeah, you jump in whenever you feel so. I just want to jump in because you said something there about like English people, British people having to come to reconcile with the truth of their history. And I heard Dave Smith. That's the reason I jumped on this, because I heard him say something about his people being the white working class and the middle class and so on, having different experiences. So I wanted to ask, why is it that the white working class are so hell-bent on defending things like empire and the actions of white aristocrats who, if you guys have different experiences? Dave?
Sorry, say that again.
Why are you guys in the white working class so hell-bent on defending the empire and British colonization and all these things if you as a white working class person has a different experience to the white aristocrats? Is it because you guys really support them, right?
Well, you're gonna have to explain how we're supporting colonization.
No. You support empire, right? Whenever I hear you on these panels and you're talking about Britain and the history of Britain, you seem quite proud of empire. And,
so you want to know the truth about it, yeah?
Yeah. I find it fascinating that you talk about being white working class one second, and the next second you talk about empire.
Wait, see, my ancestors secured a strong and stable and powerful country for me, right? And you look at where we was, and you look at the nation that we was, and how Look, see, our ancestors unfortunately did have to do bad things, right? But they also did a lot of good things, as in securing us our future. Because in the world that we live in, white people are not the majority. We are the minority. So they did great things to secure our future. That's what they did. So I'm not going to disrespect my ancestors in any way like that, because they did what they had to do to survive.
Mm. I hear you for sure. But I mean, so it was your ancestors that did it, right? The aristocrats of Great Britain were your ancestors. So when you're here complaining about stuff about like sort of elites ruling the country and this sort of weird conspiracy theory that's bringing all the immigrants in, like it's kind of doesn't add up, because you agree with it back then, right? When the elites were doing it back then, but now you don't agree with it anymore.
No, politics change, don't they? Politics change and times change also. We're not living in the past. We are living in the future, right?
Yeah, for sure. But no, we're not living in the future. We're in the present, mate. But we're talking about what's his name? Elites, right? And those elites that were around back then are still around now, right? Can we not trace that and register their families and their family trees and so on? Like a lot of the white working class, you guys were just serfs and mark to a lot of these elites, right? And to this day, you still are. You're used as fodder to get people like Boris Johnson elected, right? Who are from direct aristocratic lines, not even from this country.
But see, that's the thing. You're trying to think.
It goes over your head a bit, doesn't it, Dave? A lot of politics. It goes over your head.
No, it doesn't. It's just that your politics is not my politics, right? So you're now saying to me, oh, see, that's the thing. You don't understand. We're talking.
I don't. I'm asking you. Please explain it to me. You're here talking about you're for the white working class, except for you really are backing aristocrats and global elites in your country, because you somehow believe they're going to build a strong nation for you. Yet you don't seem to realize that it's you guys, the white working class, that always seem to get done over by these same people you support.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. You've kind of moved the conversation, haven't you? Because now in the beginning, you was trying to come at me with the whole your people and slavery, and now my people are now the ones that have been mistreated.
No. At first, I came out at you in terms of you talking about being a member of the white working class and those being your people, yet whilst simultaneously holding views of defending empire. And I would have thought that if you were white working class and so on and so forth, you might have had a bit more dissenting views to the idea of empire, especially given how white working class was treated throughout empire. But I suppose you didn't mind it, as you explained earlier, because they secured a strong future for you. They allowed you, even though you're a serf, a commoner, and a pleb to them, you're at least better than a black person. And that for you was a feeling of victory and security. And now you're feeling kind of insecure because you're worried that these elites are taking that away for you, because now they're recognizing that Black Lives Matter. That's what the anger is coming at you from.
You said at least better than a black person. What black person?
Black people in general, right? That's how the elites that you back and you follow, right? The elites who you praise for securing your future, right? The elites of empire who you praise for securing white futures. They have helped you to be at least better than black people in general, no?
No, that's the way you think. So explain to me how in Britain I'm better than you.
Hey, I'm not saying that. I'm just analyzing. Hey, I'm asking you the questions here, bro. I'm trying to assess from your understanding, right? Because you're saying
no. Do we not have
your exact words were
Britain?
No, not really. No, that's a fallacy.
Can you show me the laws, please? That they're not equal.
I can show you the statistics that we're not equal. I think that might be better.
You need to show me law. You need to show me an actual law.
No,
we're not equal.
No, I need to show you statistics, because statistics show you the outcomes of how those laws are actually working, right? In law, you can say anything. In law, all people were free in America, except for we know that wasn't the case. We know that a massive amount of the population were under slavery, right? So we can talk about law, and then we can talk about the reality.
So you want to compare the stats to the white working class and black people in Britain, yeah?
Oh, we can do that anytime, for sure.
Okay.
Do you want to see stop and search rates for white working class and black working class? Do you want to see?
What about?
Yeah. Do you want to see criminal conviction rates for black working class? And do you want to see exclusion rates for black working class and white working class? I promise you, none of these things are going to add up.
You've narrowed it down.
Your narrative.
People in general. You said black people in general. Now you're saying black working class.
Okay, cool. So we could do black people in general then. Exclusion rates of black people in general. It's going to amount to the same.
Mm. But again, you need to show me a law, don't you? The way he says that.
Why are you going back to laws? We're talking about the reality, the lived experiences. We spoke about laws because under law, people were free in America during Jim Crow and slavery. In reality, that wasn't the lived experiences of many people, right, Dave? So the laws are all.
See, the impression I get with you is like you're some kind of Muslim/communist, and he's talking to me about how
Muslim/communist.
Yeah, and he's talking to me how I should abandon.
Definitely not a communist. That's definitely not a communist.
Right. So what? So why do you support Black Lives Matter?
No, I did not come in here talking about supporting Black Lives Matter. I came in here specifically to question you about the cognitive dissonance you seem to have around being a white working class person and white working class people being your people. And the like, I don't know, you seem like you just don't want to accept or admit that you guys get used as tools by your white elites.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, you're jumping around, aren't you? Because in one instance, you want to come here and try to directly,
let's slow it down for you. Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down for you.
Slavery, and then now you're going to play the game of your people don't love you, so blah blah blah.
Okay, let's slow it down for you so you can see the whole thing. Because maybe I'm extrapolating too much.
I completely understand what you're saying, but it's not. It doesn't work.
Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Let's do it step by step, and it might make a little bit more sense to you, right?
No,
so first things first is you talk about your being for the white working class, right? However, you time and time again defend and talk about empire and British Empire and how
but I never came on here and said I'm specifically for. And see, that's what I mean. I've been misrepresented. I never came on here to say that I'm for specifically the white working class. No, I'm for British people and Britain.
Okay, but I don't know where people specifically. You said your experiences and the middle class experiences differ, right? You're talking about the white working class were your people specifically. That was your phrasing. You could go bring it back. You were talking to Nanifa, and you can check out because that's the whole reason I jumped on here, right? I didn't accuse you of saying the rest of Britain isn't your people or that you're not for Britain. But I said specifically you were talking about your people, and then you counteracted that with the middle classes of this country. And so in my mind, I made the logical jump that if the white working class experience is different from the white middle class experience, it must be massively different to the white aristocratic experience. However, this same person is a massive defender of empire. So the questions, do you see the logic, the mathematical equation there? Does it add up to you? And
you're talking in general though, aren't you? Because what we're talking about here, if let's say a foreign invading force came to attack Britain, am I then going to look at the middle class and upper class and go, oh, you treated me differently in a certain time? Or am I going to go, no, you are actually my people and we're going to stand together and fight together, right?
Okay, fair enough. So that's what I'm understanding. So basically, the white working class are your people, but in a place of threat or whenever you guys feel threatened, you band together. Is that what you're saying? Or you would like to band together?
Well, no.
And so therefore,
you have to band together to survive, right?
You have to. Except for you probably wouldn't band with Antifa and those guys, right?
See, you talk about white people. Are you the serfs? You're the plebs? No, we're the backbone of this nation. We fight the wars.
Would you back? Yeah, for sure. Would you back Antifa? Would you join with Antifa? That's the question I asked.
No.
No, you wouldn't. Okay, so there's some English people you wouldn't join with, cool, and some white people you wouldn't join with. But you say you're the backbone, which is, I mean, you're the backbone to what, right? To empire, to structures that have led to globalization, a globalized world in which your people are now deemed as sort of like surplus and not really needed in your own nation. That doesn't sound like a great achievement, Dave. It sounds like you've been.
So you're admitting that they're actually trying to replace us with immigrants?
No. This is your theory, Dave.
No. You just said surplus.
Yeah, no, exactly. I am using your argument and reflecting your argument back at you. Please follow the conversation. I'm not making any claims for myself. Okay, thank you. I'm not making any claims for myself. I'm using your own position and questioning you on it. So if you hold this position, you hold that position. Do you hold that position? Do you believe that you're being replaced and that the white people are under threat in their own nation, right? You believe that. That's your position.
No, I believe our national identity is under threat.
Okay, cool. So the similar thing, right? Okay, semantics. But that's your position. That's your position, right? And I was asking you,
can a black person not be British?
Possibly, who knows, right? That's a whole conversation. That's a whole political conversation that we're not having right now. And you're very good at this, of distracting and taking us off topic, right?
See, you made a point. He said the other day when he's talking about.
Do you remember what we was talking about, Dave?
He said the other day when he's talking about, oh, if a black person wants to be British, they have to forget they're black. And this is a man who is a Muslim, and wants to. And then
did I say that?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
When did I say that?
You said it the other day on this channel.
Really? Do you ever, I mean, what was the context of the conversation? To be fair.
I got go 2 seconds.
All right, no worries. Yeah, I like when people quote back at me, but you gotta come with the context, because I didn't just say it out of the blue. A black person has to go out their blackness, but that is yo, Mr. Riggs in the building. You've been on for a little while.
Read that statement then.
Ultra. Oh, which statement? Sorry. And good morning.
What's good?
Big up, Uncle. How you doing, man?
That they've just said. So you don't agree that to be British you have to forget you're black?
No, I certainly don't. I'm a British citizen. I'm definitely happy because I'm black. I live here, pay my taxes, work, upstanding member of society, and all those things. Was that the question answered? Is that everything? So anyway, Mr. Riggs.
I just wanted to clear that up.
No, wait. See, the problem I'm having is I'm having a conversation with someone who I don't know their political position. What is your political position?
We can come to that, but because the thing is, Dave, right now we're actually having a conversation.
Yeah, but I'm arguing with you blind.
You're not arguing with me. Dave, stop. You're not arguing with me. I'm not arguing with you. I am having a conversation with you.
Okay, semantics.
Yeah, it's semantic. I'm having a conversation with you, and I'm questioning you on your position, because there seems to be cognitive dissonance here, right? You seem to hold the position of being a white working class person, but at the same time you hold this position of
I don't hold that position. That is who I am.
Okay, cool.
That is who I am.
But the politics that stems from that seems to suggest that rather than, right, so for example, right, you're a white working class person. Traditionally in this country, the working class has traditionally voted Labour, right? So the working class in this country has traditionally been, well, for the past 100 years anyway, has been traditionally seen as being leaning towards the left. You're on the other hand, right, you are a working class person who sees that as your identity. You see white working class people as your people. However, your politics and your ideas are all around this idea of empire and aristocracy and defending that kind of thing and defending the establishment. And it seems very strange because that establishment itself has always been against the white working class, and the white working class, there's several white working class heroes who have had to fight against the establishment and the system and empire as it was.
No.
There haven't been within the Labour Party several different white working class people.
You're framing
against empire.
See, you're framing my position as if I'm pro-establishment. See, with the Labour Party sold the working class out when they started to engage in identity politics the way they did. They completely sold the working class out, and they paid for it. That's why we voted for the Conservatives. As all the Conservatives, my people know that they ideologically dislike my people, yes. But we are making ground. We hold a position where we have gained them the majority, and we have to hold them accountable. That's what we have to do. So
you feel like you're doing a good job with Dominic Cummings and all that sort of thing. This is a side question, to be fair.
It's early days. It's early days. But in reality, the main objective should be to create your own political party and to create your own movements and to have political migration where people move to areas where they can actually get local representation for local people. That should be the long-term goal.
So would you agree with the Liberal Democrats? I'm kind of like, you need to change the voting system so you can have more proportional representation.
Yeah, but a lot of people didn't actually understand what that was when they had to vote, unfortunately.
I was going to say, because a lot of the white working class were against it, right? Like,
yeah,
a lot of people
unfortunately didn't understand it, and they voted against it.
Which political party was it trying to stoke up those feelings in the white working class that it would be a bad idea? Wasn't it the Conservatives yet again? It feels to me like this same party, these same set of aristocrats, mislead the white working class over and over again, and the white working class just keep going back to them.
You're misunderstanding. We are getting our foot in the door, and we're trying to use the establishment. We're not trying to be used by the establishment. You're misunderstanding what's happening here. It's a long political game, and you're acting like we're blindly out here following people. We're not.
I hear you. But it's been like, I don't know how. Like, okay, fair enough. This game's been played before, it seems, but I hear you. But so you defend Empire as a white working class person because for you it gave you a leg up.
When you say defend Empire, I don't condone slavery, and I wish slavery never happened, but it happened. And ultimately, the fact of the matter is, like I said, white people in this world, Europeans, are a minority, and those people then did bad things, unfortunately, to make sure of their survival. It's just the reality of the world.
Do you think that was necessary?
Do I think it was
necessary? It's a side point. Yeah. Like, do you think it was really necessary? Yo, Mr. Riggs.
Yo, you're gonna get him a strike.
Yo, Mr. Riggs.
You're gonna get Valley a strike, man.
Yeah, Mr. Riggs. What music are you playing, man? You gotta turn that off, or you gotta put yourself on mute. Yeah. Maybe he can't hear us. Maybe he just put us on mute and started playing his music. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Belly, you have to come and mute Mr. Riggs if you could hear us. If you can hear us.
Yeah, he's gonna get a strike for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give up for a little while. Somebody try. Let me see. Has it stopped?
Hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't pleasant. So what's the question of the day today anyway?
I don't know, but when you try to frame arguments like as if we should have some kind of guilt for things that have happened, that can never happen, and we should never acknowledge that ever. If you come in as a
Sorry, Karen, please. Apologies.
No, go on.
No, I wasn't trying to frame it as anything about guilt. To be fair, I'm not saying that you guys should be guilty. I was just saying that, as a white working class person, and talking about that being your people, being sort of a defender of empire and actions of aristocracy, which has ultimately, the first actions of globalism. And one thing I hear from a lot of people on the right is how they're against globalist elites and so on and so forth. When the action of forging the empire itself was an action of globalism. So kind of like the same trajectory, it's kind of like the chickens coming home to roost, to be fair. Like the trajectory that you guys set off with your great leaders, these guys that you have the statues of and you're really, really fond of, or Britain seems to be fond of anyway. They set the trajectory off, and the white working class sort of honor those people. And then when it comes down to the modern day and we look at what globalization has led to and what it looks like, with multiculturalism, with all the different members of the empire coming here to Britain to live, and all those types of things, and then bring their opinions and their cultures here. The white working class are like, oh no, this is terrible. It's a terrible idea. But yet simultaneously, they will still defend empire, and it's sort of like, it's like they are the logical consequences of each other. You started off with one thing and you got here. And to be fair, even when you started off back then, the white working class were poorly treated at that time and have been poorly treated throughout. I mean, to be fair, yes, like I said, they've been able to be treated better than black people throughout that entire time, but they've been poorly treated and used. And like I say, even to this point, right, you've got Alexander the Piffle Boris Johnson into Downing Street, thinking he's a sort of working class hero and he's going to save and look after working class people. And his actions in power throughout COVID, and the whole lockdown period, and prior to that, he's showing you he's ready, very clearly ready to go against everything he promised to those working class guys up north. It seems like you guys are being played once again. And like I said, there's examples throughout history of the white working class.
I'm very thankful for your speech, and that's why we need to stand up and be counted, and we have to start educating ourselves, and we have to start mobilizing, because you've just explained everything that we need to know. We are under attack. We are under attack, and there are people coming to this country who are seeking revenge. Unfortunately,
but by who? Who are you under attack by? I didn't see where you got that part from.
Mm.
Who should you understand by? The globalist elites who you support.
Mm. I support the globalist
and put the
elites.
power. And put into power. You voted for Boris Johnson, right?
I already explained that to you. It's a foothold.
Mm.
It's the beginning of a process.
But has he
You're trying to frame it like
what has he done that
everyone's
makes you
like,
feel? What has he done that makes you feel like it's working out for you guys?
well, I tell you what, if it don't, he's going to lose his majority.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been here before, right? That was David Cameron, Theresa May, John Major.
Yeah, but like I told you, the aim really and truly is to actually move in a political direction where you can actually get your own representation, right?
We had the chance, though, right? The alternative vote. And once again, there was the Conservatives that led you guys up the garden path and took it away from you.
No, I'm talking about local MPs that actually are from the community and represent the community. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So setting up your own parties again.
Do you think that we've been led up the garden path?
The actions of Boris Johnson in power.
Yeah,
Do
Boris
you think
Johnson's still fucking kowtowing to the mainstream establishment elites, isn't it? He's not speaking for the people, but he's going to get his majority ripped away from him if he carries on this way. That's a fact. If you don't stand up and start being countered and actually come out and speak up and say what the majority of people are thinking, he's gone. Let him carry on. Good. I hope we get another political party out of it as well, or you infiltrate the Conservative Party and we actually get one of our own in there. And I'm not talking about just working class. I'm talking about an actual patriot. Get a patriot into that party and take over that party. That's the aim, where we have patriots in the media, the mainstream media establishment, where we actually replace the communists in those movements with actual patriots, people that care about this country and want the best for this country.
Let me just this communist thing, right? You guys like Marxist, cultural Marxist, communism, and so on and so forth. It seems to me that for the white working class, somebody like Owen Jones is a working class hero. You were talking earlier about sort of
Owen Jones is a cop.
It seems to me like earlier you were talking about sort of like the Chavezization of the society and how Chavs have been sort of. And how Chavs has sort of been depicted in a bad way, and the white working class have been sort of has been mocked. Hey, can I finish? Can I finish?
Now we're talking about actual things instead of history, yeah.
We're talking about modern day, yeah. So what Dave? So earlier you were talking about how the society has Chavezized the working class people, and basically sort of Jeremy Kyle and all this sorts of thing have made the white working class look at to be this sort of kind of way, etc., etc. But one of the main champions of the argument, in fact, one of the main academic champions of the argument, one of the first people who put that argument down in the book, Chavs, was actually Owen Jones, and he's been talking about how white working class people have been victimized and mocked and not been supported by the elites of the society for the longest time. But it seems like there's a lot of the same working class people, like you just said, refer to him as a cuck, and you guys hate him. And I just wondered, why is it? What is it? What is it?
The king of identity politics does not speak for us.
But Dave Smith, you keep talking about identity politics, but you just identified yourself. You just identified yourself as white working class and said white working class people were your people.
Yeah, but that's not my.
You're all over. You're all over.
That's not my political.
You are all over identity politics. You're all over it.
You're all over it. That is who I am. That is who I am.
The fact that you're actually a nationalist, right, and that you believe that you have some sort of right to this land because of your where you're from or who your family are, shows very clearly that you're involved actively in identity politics. You can't point to the other side and just be like they're the only ones doing it. You're clearly involved. You're talking about your identity as central to the reason why you have rights in certain places. That is identity politics.
Yes, yeah.
Well, yes. Okay. So you're involved in identity politics. It's not racial, no?
No.
Okay. How's it not racial?
Because British is one banner, right? You don't have to be a Pacific colour to be under that banner.
Exactly.
Don't you?
No, you don't.
So you are one of these what you call it? Civic nationalists, yeah?
I don't know what the label is. But yeah,
no, ethno-nationalists, because you have some of those on your side as well, right?
Ethno-nationalists.
Yeah, are you aware of them?
Do you believe a black person can be British?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, black person could definitely have British citizenship. Definitely, I've got the passport.
But they can't class themselves as British, no.
Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, I class myself as black British. Definitely, I tick certain forms that says black British on it. That is a defining characteristic. The question is, what does it mean, or a defining a defining definition category, but the question is, what do these categories mean? But yeah, definitely. I mean, for all intents and purposes, legally, I'm a British citizen.
Why do you tick those categories if you don't know what they mean?
Well, I do know what they mean, right? They're categorizations of putting people into boxes for the purposes of counting who's in the country, regarding to government, who's receiving certain benefits, or who's receiving this or that, etc., etc. They are identifying groups. They're not. I mean, how much real reality or basis are behind them is disputed and argued by many different people, by biologists, by sociologists, etc. And you could go all day on this, like I say.
So scatter minds. If Britain was attacked by a Muslim country, whose side would you be on?
If Britain was attacked, I mean, you know, why would Britain be attacked? Was it Britain just doing nothing wrong and somebody just came out and attacked them? That'd be terrible. Of course, I'd want Britain to be able to win and defend themselves. Why would someone just want to randomly attack Britain and Britain was doing nothing wrong?
Would you fight for Britain?
If Britain was doing something wrong now, there's a nuance there, right? There's conversation to be had.
No, right now, today, as we stand, a country comes and attacks Britain.
Was Britain attacking that country? Were we bombing that country in any way?
As we stand today, right now, are we attacking any countries?
I'm not sure, to be fair. We seem to always find ourselves involved with some kind of Middle Eastern drama.
So you can't answer the question.
We are key members of NATO, so I'm not sure exactly what NATO are doing right now, but I'm pretty sure they're not just sitting by being peaceful. I'm pretty sure NATO are actively carrying out actions.
So you would then join the side of those attacking us?
No, God, no. Why would I do that?
So would you fight for Britain?
I don't think it's a binary decision. To be fair, fight or not fight. We don't have the draft in this country, do you, Dave?
Okay.
We have soldiers who are in the army. Are you in the army, Dave?
No.
What territorial support? Are you in the TA? You're talking about all this fighting stuff, but it seems to me that if there was
I'm trying to show your position. I'm trying to show how you actually actively work against this nation.
But I'm trying to show yours. I'm trying to show yours, right? And actively, you talk as though you defend this nation tomorrow, but you're not even in any position. You're not even a member of the territorial army. If someone was to attack tomorrow, you're not even in a position to be ready to do it, right? Why don't you sign up to the territorial army and show your support to this country, train with them on the weekends, and be ready and be prepared to defend this country if it was to happen?
That's just a diversion.
Dave, this whole conversation has been a diversion, right? You've been trying to expose some strange idea of my loyalty to this country based on something that you're yourself not willing to do.
You don't have a loyalty to this country.
Dave, you've just shown, and you've shown actively you do nothing to support this country. You won't even get your up of your backside, come off the internet and go and join the territorial support army. You won't even do it.
Why should he have to do that?
Don't engage in that. It's a red herring. It's a stupid question.
The whole conversation has been stupid, Dave. You brought the conversation, you dragged the conversation down into foolishness with your question about my loyalty to the country based on the fact that I'm a citizen here and I pay taxes here. What more is there to it?
So can we now know your politics? Can we actually know your political position?
Ask away, Dave. Any questions you have?
No, I'm asking you to tell us your political position. What is your politics?
I have many political positions.
So when you hear the guy from Black Lives Matter UK talking about how get rid of the police, give away everything for free, and I know you guys think Black Lives Matter is this great thing. What do you think when you hear this?
I haven't heard this guy say who he is or heard this apparent speech that you're now referring back to me. If he did say those exact words, it sounds a bit fanciful, a little bit. Get rid of police, give away for free. Sounds a bit fanciful, but I'm pretty sure that's not exactly what he said. I think that's a bit more.
I promise you. Go to Talk Radio and listen to what he actually said. It was outrageous.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe I'll have a look at some point, but you know, he's just a random guy talking on Talk Radio. To be fair, it's not even a mainstream radio station. But
no, he's not a random guy. He's one of the actual members of Black Lives Matter, one of the leaders.
That's a random guy to me, Dave. Maybe it's somebody to you.
Well, you was championing Black Lives Matter earlier, saying how great it is.
Did I?
Wow.
I don't think there's any point in this conversation where those words left my mouth, Dave. Now that's a red herring.
I'm sure I can recollect that Black Lives Matter doesn't have any leader.
These guys seem to know better than us, Terry.
An official spokesman.
Official spokesman. Who is that?
Yeah, I'll find the guy now, and you can listen to it yourself.
himself.
Wasn't it Gary something? Gary, can't remember.
Yeah, he reckons we won't need the police because they'll give away everything for free.
Yeah.
But who made him officially spokesman for Black Lives Matter?
Himself, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, he must have.
That's what I mean. You guys don't even agree with the politics of Black Lives Matter, but you're still defending it. You've been pulled into some major trap.
Defending what, Dave?
Who's behind us defending it?
You're here saying he's not an actual official leader. They don't have any leaders. You're defending it.
No,
I didn't say that.
Like,
Terry's exact words was, I swear they don't have any leaders.
like, something that's not real. Would you defend the hashtag?
What hashtag?
Black Lives Matter.
On face value, yes, but not the politics behind the movement. No,
Why would you think
it's a communist movement.
face value? But then you wouldn't follow the politics. But then if you follow the face value, it has to come with the politics.
Exactly, and the politics are.
So that means it's either you choose none or you choose the whole thing.
Nah, that's another.
You can't have
that's a Marxist tactic. That's like that Greta Thunberg. Oh, if you criticize Greta Thunberg, you don't like children. That's dumb tactic. Oh, you don't agree with us, then you don't agree with the actual message.
I don't. For me personally, I don't agree with Black Lives Matter, so I don't support it. But you're telling me that you might agree with the statement. Even the statement itself, if you look at the statement itself, I don't agree with it.
Okay. I'm trying to find this guy. Okay.
Do you agree with the statement, Dave?
The statement.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the face value of it, of course.
Fair enough.
Of course.
So you're in agreement with the majority of people out there on the street protesting.
Yeah, but that's why they use the slogan, wasn't it? It's manipulation.
Mm. So tell me what's the great manipulative effect? If you come out and say Black Lives Matter now, what happens? Does that mean now you suddenly support everything else that you think they're manipulating or behind?
Yeah, of course. You helping the movement to grow, and it's dangerous for our society.
So if you say Black Lives Matter, it helps their movement to grow, and that is dangerous for our society because I'm just asking you to help me fill in the links.
Because of their politics.
Which is
communist.
Communist what?
Communist ideology.
Okay, they have a secret communist ideology.
It's not secret. They've told us. They told us.
Okay.
They have a manifesto. They've told us what they want to do.
Oh, what's in the manifesto?
All kinds of crazy shit.
So if I come out, Dave,
the fellow's name is Gary McFarlane.
Oh, I was trying to find it. I couldn't fucking find it.
First of all, the foundation is American anyway, so they allow anybody to use the hashtag if they like. But if I said to you, I'm fighting for brutality, he's gone.
A day's right. Oh, he disappeared. Oh, well, he'll be back.
He'll be back. He gets bad internet connection.
He'll be back.
Come back. So yeah, the bloke's name is Gary McFarlane, the one that Dave was referring to.
Is he American?
No, he's English.
So he's the English representative of Black Lives Matter.
Yeah. If you want to see the interview, it's Mike Graham and Gary McFarlane.
Yeah, maybe.
People just jumping on the wagon now.
That's what I'm gonna say.
This is what we were talking about in the beginning. People utilizing their agendas because it's open to it.
What?
I said it's open to it.
What's open to it? Black Lives Matter. They do want to get rid of the police. They say it on their website. That is one of their main goals.
But what I'm saying is they don't have no speakers or anybody that supports it from over here in the fact of an organization. As I said, anybody could be a speaker for it.
Yeah. A lot of the black community have started distancing themselves. The BBC now don't allow the badges. A a lot of people are realizing that they were foolish in the first place to be swept along by it.
Swept along by what? Saying Black Lives Matter, and companies coming out and supporting and saying, you know, actually Black people have been mistreated and things have been wrong, and we have to do better. That part.
No, not that at all. Black Lives Matter, when they first come out, I think there was a lot of people that thought that they were representing Black people and standing up for Black people, but in fact they're not. They're a Marxist organisation, but basically trying to bring communism in through the back door in allegiance with Islamists. It's quite clear.
that was a reach. That was a jump with Islamists. But can you show me what's the Islamist connection? Sorry.
Not if you understand that there has been a lot of vocal and verbal stuff coming from Ilhan Omar in America, and you understand.
Is Ilhan Omar an Islamist? Because last time I checked, she was a Democrat.
She may as well be, yeah. All but.
No,
yeah.
no, she's a Democrat. Listen, right? Fundamentally, listen. Fundamental Muslims would say that she is committing a sin by even being a part of the American political system. Islamist, the actual definition for the term Islamist is somebody who believes in the political ideology.
No, because there's a little thing in Islam where you can commit taqiyya and you can go, you can be like a wolf in sheep's clothing as long as it's to forward Islam.
What areas can you do taqiyya in?
As long as it's forwarding Islam, as long as you believe you're doing it for Islam, it's allowed. It's permitted. Anything permitted.
So basically, you're saying that you've read Ilhan Omar's mind, and even though she hasn't ever described herself as an Islamist, even though a majority of Islamists would distance themselves from Ilhan Omar and say that she definitely isn't an Islamist, you're saying that you've read her mind somehow, and you're able to ascertain that she's an Islamist.
I haven't read her mind. I've analysed her on what she says, what she speaks.
And what does she say that makes you think she's an Islamist?
Marrying your own brother to bring him illegally into a country, it would sort of tell you that the woman's not got very good morals.
But that doesn't say that she's an Islamist, does it?
No, it's just the things that she does say.
Okay, so what does she say? We're talking about her being an Islamist, so let's stick to that, right? What does she say that makes her an Islamist?
Well, I'd have to go and get all the quotes. I'd have to go and find them.
Okay, fair enough. So right now,
start saying she says something that wasn't verbatim what she said.
Okay, don't worry about verbatim. Don't worry, I'm not gonna be that pedantic. Can we just just the basics, roughly? What kind of things she says that makes you think she's?
Well, basically, she plays victim politics. She makes accusations. I mean, she stood there in one of the, I think it was Minneapolis, made a big speech recently about how they've been pushing to get rid of the police. How she's against the police, so she's definitely for Black Lives Matter. And,
yeah, but that's not Islamist, right? You're talking about her being an Islamist. You're jumping around now.
Because Islam accusing her of being an Islamist, which I believe she is, is so controversial. I'd rather go and find the information and come back later with all the information, rather than saying I'm saying stuff that she hasn't said.
Cool,
because
fair enough.
It's controversial.
I hate you, fair enough. So you have no proof that she's an Islamist right now at hand, so we'll leave that one there.
Yeah,
and so she supports Black Lives Matter, right? And that's an issue because and right now we're unable to prove that Black Lives Matter has a link to Islamism, as you first asserted.
Well, on Wendy's show, she's got a brilliant clip on Wendy's channel, where the source of which on her channel. Where Hamas actually talk about how Black Lives Matter is their movement.
Hamas, what do they say?
They say that it's their movement. Black Lives Matter is their movement.
Do they say that in English?
Yeah, in English.
So you hear Hamas out of their mouth say, "We created Black Lives Matter."
Yeah, well, I see some sort of a representative of Islam say it. I can find a clip for you. I can go and find that as well in a minute if you really need it.
Yeah,
I've told you where you can source it. It's on Wendy's show.
Yeah, no, I think I'll give Wendy's show a miss, but I don't think that there is conclusive evidence of anything, right? Anyone can make a video and say anything. like I could come here and say I started EVL,
Yeah,
right?
but why would they want to? Why would-
I funded Tommy Robinson to yeah. I just funded Tommy Robinson.
Let me see if I can find Hamas and see if I can find it for you.
All right.
But the fact of the matter is that okay. The fact of the matter is that she promotes Black Lives Matter a lot, and there seems to be a lot of
But that's not a link to Islamism, right? So we don't know that Black Lives Matter is the Islamist group. So let's just stick to the communist Marxist one, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I'm just trying to look for the video at the same time.
All right, cool. So the communist
One
Marxist one.
Black Lives Matter co-founder from Toronto, Yusra Kogali. She's a black woman who is also a practicing Muslim and calls for murdering white people on the internet. This alliance facilitated recruitment of Islamists and anarchists, as well as some black liberation groups, planning and rioting against the police. Riots followed in Baltimore when another black man under arrest died in police custody. More recently in Milwaukee, where rioters called for blacks to murder white people, even though the riot catalyst was a black police officer who shot an armed felon in a gunfight. Black members of the Revolutionary Communist Party were observed by police strolling through the crowds, along with the BDS activists inciting the riots. So, yeah, one of the founders, Yusra Kogali, I believe that's how you say her name because it's a foreign
Yusra
name.
Kogali, yeah.
She's a black woman who's also a practicing Muslim and calls for murdering
Alhamdulillah.
on the internet.
Well,
So,
I mean,
white people. Thank you for that.
No, I didn't praise that. I said alhamdulillah that she's Muslim. When you said that she's a black person who calls for murdering white people, right? The skip here, this is where the danger is, right? You read an article, you didn't read any quotes. The article didn't contain any quotes. It contained no references. There's nothing there that says to us that there's anything that's ever truthful about this statement, other than it's simply somebody who has written an article saying it. They didn't even have the nous about them to provide a quote. So I don't know if there's any links in that article to prove that any of those things that they've claimed are factual.
Let me see if I can find
it. If you can, please do, because the claim that she's a black woman who calls for murdering white people is very easy to say. It was a lot better demonstrated for a quote. What did she say? Did she say black people go out there and murder white people? Was that verbatimly what she said? Or did she say something else? I would need to see that. Secondly, is the skip that this person who read the article has done to say this link up between black people and Islamists, etc., and communists, etc., quote unquote, unquote. No, all you've done there is shown one single black person who is a practicing Muslim, like myself. I'm a black person. I'm a practicing Muslim, right? Well, I try to practice Muslim as a Muslim mostly, you know. I'm a black person and I'm a Muslim, right? So does that now mean that if I support Black Lives Matter, there's now some strange kind of crazy conspiracy between a link up between Islamism and black people and communism? No, it just means that a black person who happens to be a Muslim feels that Black Lives Matters, which most people probably should feel, because if you see the videos out there, see how black people are getting killed, you probably should have some kind of feelings if you're a human. So those are the first two claims made by the article, which are completely debunked, and we can't put any truthfulness in it. Secondly, they go on to say that members of some kind of communist party were seen out at the protest. Yes, but did they mention all the other people that seen at the protest? Did they mention all the black capitalists seen at the protest, or the black liberals, or the black Democrats, or the black Republicans seen at the protest? There's many different groups there, but they seem to circulate and point out to one particular group who are armed communist group. And it makes sense, perfect sense that they'd be there, because that is the very aim of their message and their point. The idea that they were instigating the riots themselves is again a claim, an assertion, a description made without any kind of evidence. There's no video to show them instigating. What does that even mean? What does it mean to instigate a protest? People are already out protesting. Are they making chants? Is that instigating a protest? If so, everybody at the protest is guilty of instigating the protest by creating any kind of chant, by holding any placard. It's a foolish statement. It's superfluous. It makes no sense. It's redundant. What are the other claims? What are the other claims?
Okay, so when you say all that stuff, does that mean when you say that the chants at a Tommy Robinson protest, for example, they should be disregarded? According to you bring that up as evidence.
No, I mean, if the chants are very clearly indicating violence or saying we're racist and we like it, those chants are indicative of what the people think and feel.
No, when they say kill the pigs in blankets, I would say that's instigating violence. But
who said that?
Yeah, a lot of what you'd say, just if I turned it back on you, you would try and argue it. So, but I'm trying to find you some substantial
That wasn't much
stuff
of an argument.
at the same time. But yeah, there's plenty of videos online that show. I'm trying to find a video that shows her with her speech, but there's plenty of videos online that actually show Islamists talking out in favour of it. I just need to find it.
I could certainly show you videos online of Islamists talking out against it, to be fair. And calling for Muslims not to get involved in Black Lives Matter. So I think it's an interesting position you're taking. But like,
I'm not saying all Muslims are extremists.
Yeah, but the term you use is Islamist, right? An Islamist is a very specific term, right? An Islamist is somebody. It's a Western term, but it has a definition. It's someone who describes the political Islam.
For an extremist, but if you want me to say extremist instead, I will say that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Islamist does not mean an extremist, right? An Islamist and extremist are two different things. Usually people speak about specifically Islamist extremists, right? An Islamist himself is an extremist. An Islamist is such somebody who holds a belief that Islam holds or is a political position or holds a political authority in itself. That's what an Islamist is. It's very simple. An Islamist extremist is somebody who believes in using extremist methods to bring about the Islamic political system. That's the difference, right? One of them is just holds the position. The other one is willing to do extreme acts to get that position. Two complete different things, right? Well, not complete different things, but two different things. So if Ilhan Omar is an Islamist, when really she's a Democrat, right? Her politics are far more socialist than Islamist. And if you actually want to compare Islamism and Islamist politics to communism, you're going to see that they are massively counteractive. They go against each other. Islamism has far more in relation to right-wing politics and the politics of the right than it does with communism. The conspiracies made by some people on the right about Black Lives Matter seems to create like the ultimate it seems to create the ultimate boogeyman that white people could all be afraid of. Like, no, not only are they Black, they're Muslim and they're communist. It's kind of throwing everything together. But when you actually add them up, it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really make sense. Sorry, carry on.
There's not a widespread anti-Western narrative running amongst the Muslim community.
there's a widespread anti-Western narrative running among many people who have had the displeasure of being abused by the West, to be fair.
Right. There are links.
And that's why we should stand up and fight back.
There are links between the far left and the far right. So basically saying that Islamists are fucking far right and that they're not involved with anybody who's communist is bullshit. Because I didn't say that. That's happening, right, actually suits the communists and the extreme right. There's a lot of things that they do agree on. And also Islamists. Islamists, the extreme Islamists. Yeah.
Give an example.
They are also, I can give you examples. Bringing down the statues. Okay? Yeah. In Islam, they don't like false idols. They don't like all that shit. They would quite willingly bring all that down.
That is okay? Yeah.
Okay? The far right are against anything to do with Churchill and stuff like that, the extreme right, because they believe that Hitler was actually doing the right thing. They're against Churchill. The communists are also against those kind of things because they believe that it represents slavery. So at the end of the day, you've got all three groups agreeing, and that's why you've got one sort of thing that they all agree on. So that's only one thing. I can go away and get you more if I have to.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I mean,
debate on this. But if you want me to go away and find all the rest of the evidence,
let's just look at that one first. Maybe you might want to bring one after we look at that one. But let's analyze everything you just said there, right? So the bringing down of statues, right? You said there's some kind of conspiracy between these three groups to all bring down statues, right? Because Muslims don't like statues. Now, my question could be, at what point did this come about? Was it Muslims who first said, hey, we don't like statues, so let's think of a conspiracy theory to find a way to pull statues down? Or was it the campaigners who were saying, hey, statues of slaves is a terrible reminder of a tragic past here in the UK, which I was one of them back in 2010, 2011, and 2013, the Rose Match 4 campaign. And it goes back a very long time. And I did not see any signs of Islamism involved during the time those protests were going on. So anyway, back to it. So the Rose Match 4 campaign was anti-racist people and people who believed that, the British the history of British colonization had been neglected in history and been celebrated for far too long, and it needs to be redressed properly. There was a big campaign against the whiteness of the UK education system and how it whitewashed over everything that white people had done in the past, and gave an undue amount of props and esteem to white people above and over other groups, etc., as well as told false stories and narratives about other groups. So there was a big campaign going back to at least 2010, I would say probably before that, in which Islamists did not seem to have any involvement in whatsoever. To be fair, up to the point of the statue coming down, I have not seen any Islamist group having any involvement in that. So again, it sounds just like the boogeyman situation again, where you're just kind of throwing Islamism into something to kind of scare white people. On the communist point, there you have much stronger standing, right? So anti-racist groups have always found friends within communism, right? So communism itself is an ideology that I think is ill-suited towards black people and something that we should probably be wary of and stay away from. However, historically, communists have always found themselves united with anti-racist groups and black protest groups against racism and the idea of racism. And so, yeah, there definitely has always been communist support or link up. And to be fair, any protest against the establishment in the UK that isn't racist would usually draw attention of communists here in the UK who are trying to align themselves with it. The link up between the right wing and the far right and the far left in this country is something that is a bit more of a stretch for me, to be fair. When we talk about far right in this country, we're talking about people like Oswald Mosley, we're talking about, I suppose, more recently, the BNP and Nick Griffin, and well, I'd say there's probably a few others, Britain First and Jada and all those types of people there are a lot more on the far right of this country. And I don't think there's ever been any link up between them and anybody on the left. So I'm struggling to see it. I don't think historically, either, when you go back to sort of like the black shirts and the history of like far right movements in this country, they've always been opposed by communists. So that idea was mad.
I think this guy is purposely talking to this. Do you think the Union flag's racist?
No, why would I say that? I mean, who thinks the Union flag's racist? I mean, it might be. What's the history of it?
So you said no and now it might be. So do you want to think about it?
No, I said no at first. You asked me, do I think it is? I said no. And then I said, but it might be. What's the history of it, right? I don't think it is, but with further thought, if I was to be educated or made privy to some knowledge I do not currently have, maybe I might then think it's racist. Currently, at this point in time, which you asked me, the answer is no. Is that clear?
Okay. Yeah, that's very clear. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least yeah. Okay.
So when we had the protests on that Saturday in London from Black Lives Matter, and we had all the people coming down to protect the statues. You had one group of people on the right that were the veterans that actually did stand and just protect the statues. And you had ordinary people that wanted to come down and stand with them. And then you had people that were further right, that were doing Heil Hitlers. Why do you think that they were doing that? Do you think it's because they agreed with Churchill or they were against Churchill?
They were there to protect his statue. It sounds to me like they very much agreed with it.
Care about the statue of Churchill.
I mean, it sounds like you're mind reading again, because from their statement and from what the whole aim of that particular protest was about protecting statues. I don't remember hearing anybody saying they're coming down here to protest against Hitler, protest against Churchill.
Some people, extreme right, that actually think that Hitler was right.
Maybe so. Like I said, that wasn't the basis of the protest. You're trying to make assertions that aren't there. You're trying to make assertions that aren't there. What we know is Tommy Robinson called down veterans, people who love their country, to protect
you don't know that. You don't
those
know that.
Those people. We do know that because we saw the video. He came out there and he called on people to go down there and protect the country.
Video where he come out and told people not to go. Did you see that video?
He's completely missing out everything.
We saw the first video. The first video was the main one. The second video, if you see the numbers, you can see the numbers. There was a lot less views. A lot less views. No, it's not. I only saw the videos. I'm explaining to you that I've seen both videos, but there's a lot less views on the second video than there was on the first video. The first video, which went around and everybody got, which people responded to, which people were protesting for.
So you
the whole
could have
purpose,
completely missed out
the whole
impact
stated
of the person trying to burn the national flag and attacking Winston Churchill's statue. You're gonna act like that didn't happen, yeah?
What I'm gonna act like is those people who were comfortable and in a safe space, in safe spaces with the white other protesters around them who were there to protect the statue. People doing Nazi salutes were safe to do Nazi salutes right in front of Churchill statue, in front of all the other protesters, and nobody there in the crowd went up to them, stopped them, or accosted them from doing it. It
How do
seemed
you
like
know
it was. It seemed from the reports and everything we see.
All the reports.
For sure. Do you have alternate reports? No, you don't.
A lot of the video.
So
I know fake footage is going around.
So you have no alternate reports.
No, I know fake footage is going around.
Can you verify that it's fake?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, you know when that video is going around, they're saying, "Oh, we're racist and that's the way we like it." Yeah, that was from 2008. Chelsea fans. He wasn't even there. He wasn't even on that day. It's fake footage.
Has that been verified? Yeah, you verified that.
That's verified. Yeah.
If that's verified, that's verified. So the Nazi salute by Churchill, which is what we're discussing, is that what we're verifying as fake?
So I haven't actually seen that video.
Okay, but I mean, Jupiter was the one that brought it up, right?
I've seen the one that Gary Lineker put out. It's some geezer fucking pointing to the sky.
Well, okay, fair enough. So were people doing Nazi salutes at the statue, Jupiter?
I'll have to see the video.
I have seen the video, but I can't remember where I see it now. But I have seen the video.
Now you can't remember. But that was your position, right?
I'm not going to say that I verified it because I haven't.
I hear you.
If we've got to verifying videos in case they've been clipped from years ago, then
see, this is what all has happened here, right? Is we've all been distracted away from actual real politics. We're not pushing our political message anymore. Just become reactionaries, and we've been pulled into this race argument that our side don't want. Tommy Robinson don't want. We don't promote racial politics, right? And we want to actually talk about real politics. They've done a good job because we've been pulled into this argument where you just pitted basically working class people against working class people. It's just diverted everyone from everything. We're not actually talking about real politics anymore. We've been pulled into this massive diversion. And what we need to do is start getting back to our politics.
I mean, don't you think that was massively, that was a big part of that was Tommy coming out in the first place and doing that whole
Tommy Robinson said
anger speech about statues? Shouldn't he have come out and said, you know what, they pulled on a statue and it's not that big of a deal, guys.
Let me explain to you, right? Because as a person yourself who doesn't feel any love or feeling to this country, right? When people see someone burning
this country,
yourself,
who said they love the country? That's an assertion.
Okay. When people seen that person trying to burn the Union flag, when they seen people attacking our national hero, Winston Churchill, millions of people were already angry. Tommy Robinson just said what everyone was thinking. So you can push this narrative all you want, mate, but it ain't working on us because we know the truth, right? So if you want to miss out the events that went before, fine. Good. Go tell that to your people. But we're not buying it. We know what happened, and we know that our national identity is under attack, and we're going to fight for it. But the fact is, I don't want to keep getting pulled into fucking race politics all the time. It's bullshit. I want to actually get talking about real politics. And Black Lives Matter and all these other racial movements, they've done a great job in pulling us into this bullshit. And that's my position.
But I mean, like Tony Robinson as well, right? He come out there getting all with a faux anger about it. Pulls you guys right into it.
You said what we was already thinking.
I mean, and this is what I'm talking about the white working class, like, because I mean, Winston Churchill was somebody who regarded the working class in this country as less than himself, as aristocrat. He really saw himself as from the class of born to rule. He was he represented empire at his height, and yet so many white working class people are desperate to defend him. It's a racist, sexist, classist.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, isn't it? We're strong people, right? And we're not going to start crying over words and all these kind of things, are we? Right? We have a goal. We have an aim. And
but statues will make you cry. Statues falling.
Statues falling.
flags burning. Yeah, because you're saying Tony Robinson will say what everyone's thinking. That whole emotional
No, if
spiel.
someone burns the national flag, that's a call to action, not crying. Who's crying?
Oh, it's a call to action.
Of course it is. What do you think it is? Our national
I don't know,
identity, our national
yeah.
identity is under attack.
Okay, fair enough. So when Muslims get upset about people burning their books or mocking their prophets, you understand that, right?
Kind of don't have the same energy when people are getting blown or stabbed, you know. Kind of gets silent then, don't it? Yeah, but I should be worried about how they're upset.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Terrorist attacks?
Yeah, I mean, you're not upset about black people being killed by police, but a statue coming down, that's a big issue, right?
What, in Britain? You'd have to show me the black people. Yeah, who are the black people being
Edison
killed by police?
Edison de Silva choked to death on the store in a shopping floor, on a shop floor basically by the police.
Okay.
Rashawn Charles killed by police.
Swallowed drugs.
Where was his protest?
That was the one that was revealed had swallowed paracetamol and it wasn't drugs. No, that's the one that the autopsy revealed, but that he had not swallowed any drugs. Yeah, so they believed he swallowed drugs and they choked him to death. And the autopsy revealed he hadn't swallowed any drugs. So cool. Rashawn Charles killed by the police. And Sarah Rodney shot by the police. Smiley Culture stabbed to death by the police.
He stabbed him to death.
Cherry Groves shot
to death.
Yeah.
How does the police stab someone to death?
Well, you tell me. Have the police ever raided your house before?
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
Okay, and during the raid, did they allow you to get hold of a knife at any time?
It depends. Yeah, you can get away from the police. Yeah.
They freely allow you to move around your house.
It depends. It depends what they're there for. It depends what they're there for.
If police are raiding your house, they don't allow you to freely move around. Okay.
Yeah,
apparently.
No. It depends. It depends what they're there for. But so hold on. You're gonna have to explain it.
A raid, right? So I come into your house and I kick your door down.
What was being raided for?
For drugs. Yeah.
Drugs. Okay.
Yeah. Do they allow you to walk around the house freely?
No.
Exactly.
But
However,
you can get away from the police. You can make a sharp movement. Yeah, go on.
But apparently that's what happened, right? A sharp movement was made so quickly and so fast, he was able to attain a knife and stab himself. However, the police, his fingerprints weren't found on the knife. None of his DNA is found on the knife. However, there is DNA of police officers found on the knife. But in any case, that is.
So then here we go.
So that's my
right? No, listen.
But that's one person.
Let's stop point scoring. Let's stop point scoring. Then that needs to be taken to the
IPCC.
The attention of them. No, that needs to be taken to the attention of the people, right? Because that does sound completely fucked up. So that needs them people do need to know about this. And I know people who would want to, if they looked into it, would want to promote it themselves.
Yeah. So my bad. Let me just correct myself. It's Edison da Costa, not Edison da Silva. I got it wrong. Da Silva was the other guy.
Yeah, the guy who got shot in the thing.
Yeah. But da Costa was the one that was choked. But yeah, no, definitely. But the thing is, the Smiley Culture campaign has gone on for years. It was going on before even Mark Duggan, and that's why the Mark Duggan thing was so erupted so much, because so many different families and so many different people have been part of these different campaigns felt a way about how people have been treated at police custody. So I do hear you that things can be done, but people have been actively campaigning and protesting to get these things changed, and they don't get changed. They fall on deaf ears. People ignore them. People always find a reason to excuse why that person deserved to die that way. They were criminal. They were resisting arrest.
Look, the bottom line is these police also come in our communities. I don't want a police officer in my community who's going around fucking killing people. Let's get that straight. So, and no one should be defending police corruption. That is a madness. So, I know of a case. There's a black lad who was thrown out of a nightclub, did nothing major. It happens, right? And the police broke his neck, and now he's brain damaged for life.
That's sad.
So. That's sad. That's what I'm saying. Why are we not hearing about these things? Because these are genuine cases, right? But it seems like the thing from America just set everything off. When where was this?
I would agree.
Protest? And I'm not saying that to score points. I'm saying like you said about the guy stabbing himself, that sounds highly unlikely. So people actually do need to know about these things.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I would agree, and I would agree that, and the criticisms of the idea that this Black Lives Matter movement has somehow been able to get this onto a political agenda so big, when there have been so many cases like we just spoke about that don't get their case, says that there is something more going on with it, right?
It's election season. It's election season. We've got an
That-
election coming up, and it's all geared towards getting Donald Trump out of power.
If that is what it is, that seems like a massive, a very long way around going about it. To be fair, and I feel like it's going the wrong way. To be fair, to get Donald Trump out of power, I don't think you need to really stoke up more racial tensions. To be fair, I think he kind of thrives with that kind of thing.
But that's what the Democrats live and die off. They love this shit. They do it all the time. You look at Joe Biden. You look at Joe Biden. He signed, what did he do? He created the Crime Act that locked up more black people than anybody in the history of America, more black people in the history of America at one time. So that's like the opposition to it.
Mm-hmm.
They would do anything. They don't give a shit. They just use people.
Yeah, no, I agree. Biden is Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe. I'm not a big fan of the Democrats, but like I say, like I think there's more to it, but at the same time, at the base of it, the very simplistic statement that Black Lives Matter, as you said, is not problematic. And as has been said, and has been said many times by many black people, the black community themselves are not necessarily behind this group. The black community themselves have, on many occasions, asked and called out who the leadership of the group is, wants to know. A lot of the black community are completely unaware of it. But behind the idea of that Black Lives Matter, yes, most black people are definitely going to come around that and galvanize around that position. Now, when you say it's going to push other things, I don't know how that works. Is it that tomorrow at some point we see the LGBT movement now taking over Black Lives Matter? Because if that is the case, I can imagine that a lot of the supporters who are there for the reason of Black Lives Matter, for reason of police brutality and the mistreatment of black people globally, would probably say, this might not be for me. This ain't my protest anymore, and they'll probably leave. I'm not sure that like in what way is this going to be used to propel this kind of these other secretive communist things. And to be fair, as a white working class guy, Dave, don't you think that a little bit of communism might be good for you in this country?
No, anything that gives absolute power to a individual is dangerous, like fascism or communism.
But does communism do that? Isn't the aim of communism to remove power structures altogether?
Yeah, but it's so easy. The system is so easy to corrupt. Communism, it's so easy to corrupt. It's completely open to corruption, and it always does get corrupted. Unfortunately, this is the best system that we actually have. Obviously, it needs to be improved, but going to the extremes of communism or fascism, that's only going to take away more freedoms from people like me and you.
Okay, my battery's died.
What do you say, Jupiter?
I'm saying, Dave, you've come a long way. I love the way you are lately, Dave, honestly.
Yeah, sober Dave.
Yeah, clear, precise, and completely on point.
I've literally just woke up, and I've ended up getting into a frigging debate, man. My eyes are still hanging out my head.
Yeah, but it's good because you're getting across that, look, this isn't racial. We don't need to be fighting on race. We really don't. If there is police corruption, and we know there is some officers that are corrupt, we can all fight that together. We don't have to sort of like play the victim card, biggest victim Olympics.
Yeah, that's it. I don't want a police officer patrolling my area. If he's fucking going around, if he's killed someone or, he's going around abusing his power, why on earth would I want that? But look, white working class people know how the police are and we know how they operate. Look, we need the police. I'm not the biggest fan of the police, but at the same time, you do need to respect them. And I've seen my friends get punched by the police. I got stopped and searched coming outside my front door. So when I hear about stop and search, I think some people don't actually know how it is in other areas. But yeah, I literally came out my house and I got stopped and searched.
What was
I mean?
What was the offence you committed?
Nothing. I came out my house and he just fucking, I don't know, said someone in the area or something and searched me. Like, fucking hell. Cheeky bastard.
Yeah, you got to laugh at the cheek of it sometimes.
Yeah, I think we definitely got to start getting back to pushing our political message. Yeah, look, these channels are fun and everything, and it's good to have different debates. I know people take it personal, like, oh, you're just focusing on black people and stuff. No, it's just having different of opinions in it and having debates and stuff. But we personally do have to get back to our politics and start pushing them. Do you know what I mean? Because I think we've been taken off track massively. But then again, Tommy Robinson's doing a great job. He's back, so he obviously he's going to think, and then got to start getting behind the movements again, building up all the street movements, and yeah, just start doing things for ourselves and not relying on anyone else.
Well, that's the thing that I wanted to get across to Scatters. He kept saying that the working class, we're reliant on empire and all that. Actually, we're not. We're reliant on each other. Working class have always been able to stand together proudly, and they have got a big voice, and they are the majority in this country. And yeah, but and when it comes to the politicians, they do have to listen. Eventually, they can try running and hiding, but eventually they do have to listen, and that's why Boris Johnson, was just the lesser. I don't think people understand that people only voted for Boris because he was the lesser of two evils. It wasn't because he was our figurehead of what we actually want. It was just that he was the lesser of two evils.
Boris has got to be more like Trump, though. He's so scared of the fucking mainstream media. He's so scared of these headlines. He's got to be like Trump, and he's got to come out and say, fuck the mainstream media, because they don't speak for the majority of people. The mainstream media doesn't represent us. They're on another planet. He's got to start bypassing them and doing what Trump does, but they're so scared of the headlines. I don't know. If they keep going the way they're going, I think they're definitely going to lose their majority.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, our country has already proved that we're different to America anyway. I think even in just these last few weeks, we're not as mad or as crazy. And I apologise to any American that feels offended by that, but it's the bloody truth. I mean, if you see what's going on out in America at the moment, it's ridiculous. They've got one, I can't remember the name of the state, but they've got one state where they've got no police. They've got rid of the police. People are getting killed. People are getting killed. Even like black people are actually getting killed. The police can't even get in to save them because they won't let the police in. They won't let the ambulance in. I think at the weekend just gone, 8-year-old kid's been shot in Atlanta. Atlanta, is it, babe? Yeah, in Atlanta. Complete anarchy. It's gone crazy. There was a big story in the Daily Mail yesterday in New York City, just how bad New York City is now. Rapes have gone up, murders gone up, shootings have gone up, stabbings have gone up. In fact, everything to do with violence has just gone through the roof. And the police can't get in to do anything. They can't help the families. They can't do nothing. No, I don't. I don't blame the police. I don't.
Look at that guy, that man whose son was shot in that what's it called? That restricted zone. What's the name they call it? What's the acronym for it?
I can't remember.
Minneapolis.
Yeah.
The man only recently came and said when the police and ambulance came to try to help his son, they were chased out.
Yeah.
By those people in that zone, they were chased out.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
So if the black community really do believe that it's going to be better without police, I think you can see. You've only got to look to America to see that they're sorely mistaken. It's quite sad. Am I the only one talking? It looks like everybody else is on silent. So what would you like to say, Hector, before we drop out? Anything?
Let them carry on. That's all I've got to say. If it suits them, let them carry on. That's all.
Sad though, isn't it?
Yeah.
We need to find a way of people coming together and fighting the injustices together.
The defunding of police, if they want total anarchy to rule the streets, let them carry on. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, but I don't think most people in this country do. I think that's why British people are different. We are different. And right across all the communities, we're different.
think so, but I don't know. I don't know what was on the next guy's mind that walks past me or that lives next door to me. I don't know. I don't know my own mind. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, people. Well, since no one else is talking, I'm going to drop out because I'm not going to stay here and talk to myself. So, but it's been good talking. I'm glad that Dave got his points across, and I'm glad that Scattered managed to sort of like get his points across without there being some sort of like big verbal slanging match. It's nice to see. Take care, people. Bye-bye.
Yo. Yeah,
Mr. J.
Oh boy.
Hey,
Okay.
so
What's been happening? Where have you been?
I've been here, man. I've been here, there, everywhere. How about yourself?
You must be looking well chunky by now.
You know what? I'm actually on a little bit of a diet, man. Who's got the replay? Is it me? Oh, it's not me.
So you saying you can bench press Jupiter now, yeah?
Oh no, I don't think I'll ever get that strong. I don't think that will ever happen.
Ah shit.
What are you lot saying? I was just hearing
Right, so before we go any further, James, yeah, let's
Go on.
do the proper salutations. You understand what I'm saying to you? So say congratulations, Nines, etc., etc.
I'm going on mute, guys. I'm going on mute.
No. Come back, man. Come back. Where you gone? Where you gone? Where you gone?
Listen, all I'm gonna say on that, yeah, is remember there's people dying in it, yeah, like from COVID.
Yeah, no.
there's a lot of bad stuff happening in the world, so I don't think it's the right time for congratulations or salutations or anything like that. Right?
Okay. All right. So you're not gonna mention 6 games to spare. 20. You're not gonna do all of that. 23 points. You're not gonna do all of that now.
I'm just gonna say that obviously the only thing I'll speak on this topic is obviously like come back to man when you won a treble in the common era, innit? Like obviously, you know what I'm saying, when you've done something like that, obviously then like you'll deserve.
Okay. What aboutism? No problem, Virgin. No problem.
Obviously, people are dying, so I don't think you should be.
Yeah.
shouldn't be too
Not a
pleased.
problem. You'll never walk alone. Come on, Liverpool. I'll give myself a round of applause as James won't.
Many people have died, isn't it? Like, a lot of people. This is a very bad
Top
time.
of the league. Top of the league. You remember them tune there, James? And we are hunting. Sure. Anyway.
They will say that you didn't prove your worth because of COVID.
Nah, man, we had done brush up the place before COVID. They can't even come with that.
They were sick before COVID.
No. They can't even do that. We brushed it up.
The league was cancelled. Many
we
players
brushed it up, man.
They're gonna give pure excuses. You're gonna have to try and win it next season. If you don't win next season, then it's void.
You're not winning any. But listen. Since the turn of the new year, I think Man United's got the best record of any team in the Premier League. In it, like if the league was based,
James, bless your cotton socks, bub.
We'd be at the top of the league. In it, I'm not. That's just.
Listen, it's so bad that Rance has left United stand. You know about all that.
Yeah, no, I know Rance is. I like that. He's like the only person that I pay attention to of the pundit, like of the, you know what I mean, the youths on.
I think that's a BLM matter, you know.
Yeah, I think so as well. From what I don't know though. I saw some little I listen to him when I train sometimes, and I heard him do some little thing about fucking that he built up the thing, but he never got paid. No, he never got paid. Sorry, that he never, like, it's not his thing, so it's worth nothing. But I feel like it probably, you know, BLM's done a lot. Like, we ain't seen Rob round there and all that. Like, BLM's put a lot of strain on black and white relations. You know, those businesses and associations and them thing. We saying you watch United fan channels, Nines.
Listen, when Man U were losing, that was my go-to spot. Are you mad? I loved it. Oh my gosh, you know, of course, man.
The Liverpool ones are trash, innit? Them white, innit?
I'm not really, Red's TV, it's a bit dead. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not. You know what it is? There's not enough like you know, like United and that. Obviously, we've got fans all over the world, innit? Like, do you get what I mean? But you know, with Liverpool, it's like you man are like more time. It's local people. Do you get it?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I hear the point you're trying to make. But we know Liverpool is international, so stop that shit. But it's just that obviously Red Fans TV, they're definitely a more localized channel. Obviously, United stand, that's one of their strengths, is that obviously they had man down in London and this and that, innit? So that's what it is, man. That's what it is. It had the diversity in it. And like even Rant said, innit? He said that because I listened to it, I think it was yesterday or the day before, but it was like saying how he knows that there's people out here that want to hear people like us talk. You know what I'm saying to you?
Facts, 100%.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. It's that diversity that they gave, and I agree with that still, because obviously I hate Man U with a passion, as you know. But like, you know what I mean? It was nice to watch Flex. You get me? And then man, they do their thing still. I'm not gonna lie. So
we had man had that, you know, that man got into them fan channels when you know that not David Moyes, the Andy Tate guy. He's some like guy from Manchester, like proper thick Mancunian accent, and he was like when he was like when before David Moyes got fired, he did some like big rant. It went viral, like, and then man started seeing that channel, but that channel was dead, like, you know, the other Man United fan channel. And then when I seen, it was rants and the other Flex guy that got me into them, like watching them post game things, and I only really watch the ones with them man in it because you know what I'm saying. But quickly though, I was gonna say about Liverpool. Obviously you man was the last time you were internationals from the 80s, isn't it? Yeah, and like this is a question. Yeah, is the only reason people like you support Liverpool because of John Barnes?
To be fair, I supported Liverpool before Johnny Barnes. Still, you know.
Don't try it, you man. You're too young for that.
Oh no, let me take that back. Let me take that back. But remember, you remember we got family that ported in Liverpool from way back. You get me?
So why does that mean you got to support them fucking bullshit team?
I don't have to. Listen, Liverpool's my team. That's it.
Why though?
That's it.
Why
Listen, I knew I love Liverpool. Yeah.
Go on.
I shouldn't even say it, fam. But listen.
Oh,
you know when man's yamming, man, and all them things there don't fit on it.
I'm gonna do all the dates and these things. Yeah, I hear that.
Oh, mate. Oh, it's real out here. Yeah. It was just a bit pickish, man.
But listen, yeah, the fact that John Barnes plays for Liverpool is one of the main reasons that I hate Liverpool.
Why?
I hate John Barnes, like with a passion.
Why?
I just think like I don't use those words like sell out and the C word and all that, but John Barnes is a funny brother, fam. He's a funny guy, fam. The first one champion eating bananas, yeah. Man's championing all this, let me eat a banana and these things. And then this the other day, did you see that? He's done bare idiot shit, the rap songs, the all dancing and being there fucking whatever anyway, yeah, I won't say these words. But then the fucking straw that broke the proverbial camel's back, yeah, was you see what's his name? You know the guy from Taken? I can't remember his name. Oh, you know the guy that
Strachan.
No, the guy.
Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of something else. Sorry.
Yeah,
I thought we meant Taken the movie.
Yeah, Taken the movie.
What, the man that drives the Audis?
No.
Oh, I don't know them, babe. I'm not up on my
You know the one where he's like
Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson. Yes, man.
All right. Okay,
see him, yeah? Did you not know about this? When he come out the other day and he said in the 80s or 70s or something, a female friend of his was raped by a black man. So he left the street, he went onto the streets looking to kill any black man he could because his friend was raped by a black man.
Oh yeah. I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
And John Barnes come out and said, man started doing the most apologetics for this guy. It wasn't his fault. He didn't mean it like that. Now, what he's saying is basically, if you interpreted it as he was going to kill any black man because he hated black men, you're wrong. What he actually meant was that because his friend was raped by a black man, he was going to kill as many black men as he could to get to the black man that killed his friend, as if to say that was better somehow. That in actuality, that as a result didn't make him racist. And I was like, bruv, shut your fucking mouth. Like, man's tired. You played football. Man's tired of hearing you fucking speak on these issues when you're famous for eating a banana and people saying that was okay. That was how you stand up to racists throwing bananas at you. You pick one up and eat it. Bro, I hate John Barnes, bro. He's a wanker, bro.
Easy, mate. Easy, yeah. You get me? Easy, man. Easy. I mean, I understand some of the sentiments that you're making still, definitely, because you know my stance already. So obviously, there's certain things you're saying there that I can't say. Nah, I lie, I tell you, get me. But he's got a fucking wicked left foot, though, eh?
If you say so, bro, he's got a fucking he's got a massive head and a stupid grin.
Bro, you can't listen. You know you can't dim my light right now, innit? You can say I couldn't get. You know you can't dim our light right now. You know what I'm saying?
You know, random fact, yeah. You know, Mason Greenwood, Anthony Martial, and Marcus Rashford got more goals than Salah, Mane, and Firmino. It's basically like your team is basically Virgil van Dijk, pretty much, isn't it?
See, I got you, man. Where are you in the league at the moment?
No, but just deep that for a second, yeah. Like a lesbian Dutch defender is your greatest player. That's mad, isn't it? It's mad stuff.
It is mad, man. It's wonderfully mad.
Yeah.
And I love it. Yo, what happened to the babyface assassin, Bedrin? He looked old like a blood clean show. What happened to him?
Yo, do you
Man
know,
went in there looking super fly. Oh my god.
hey, that's why they're doing up rants right now. Because they're saying yeah, you're right. You reminded me. They're saying that he said that Ollie got the job because of racism or whatever. Like, I can't remember how he put it. Yeah, and that's why he fell out with my man, the owner of the channel, because he said, and he also said the only reason that Luke Shaw's still in the team is because of racism. But I don't know about racism, but I kind of agree with him still. But like, you know, I don't know, man. Some of these. You remember? I remember Ray
What
Keane.
do you think about 1 second? Sorry to cut you, James.
No,
Before I get,
no.
what do you think about Black Lives Matter being put on the back of the shirts and that?
Mad thing. I get so awkwarded out. Like, it's surreal when I see that them man taking a knee and all that in the beginning of games. I'm like, bruv, what kind of funding is anyway? I don't know. But the answer to your question, I don't know, man. It's
Because
bugged
when
out.
I saw it, I was like, but apparently it's them, as in, you get me, that wanted to do it. Apparently it's them that.
Who's them?
The players.
They wanted to put Black Lives Matter on the back of their shirt.
Yeah.
Man, I don't think them players give a fucking toss about nothing.
Oh no, I'm not having that. No, I'm not having that. I'm not having that. So that's why I'll say even big up to certain youths that have even done certain interviews and spoke on the thing, man. So I'm not having that. Big up Trent.
No, I'm saying.
Even what's his name? That man, that little youth there. Big him up still.
Yeah. No, you're misunderstanding. It's not that they don't want it on. I'm saying that they're not the ones who have forced that. That they're not the ones that come up with that bright idea. I promise you.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I hear you. Fair, because I'm not necessarily feeling it myself, I must admit. But then I was told that it was the man themselves that wanted to do that as a show of solidarity, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, they're on it. No, they're on it. Don't get me wrong. Like put it like this, yeah. If man said this is what we're doing, are you man okay with it? I'm not saying the black players are gonna go yeah, and the white players are gonna be too shook to say no, so they're gonna say yeah as well. But if you're talking about who proposed the idea, don't be silly. When these man wouldn't, like, because the NFL were doing it as well, yeah. These man didn't even want to let man take a knee the other year, but now they're talking about they want everybody, they want the whole league to take a knee. They want man to put it on their back. They want to advertise it. They want to promote it. Like, shut up, bro. Don't be silly. Don't think that we're that dumb that we've realized that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's like, it's just surreal. Not because it's not like not a good message, but because you won't even allow in black owners and that. Let me see a man from Nigeria buy a Premier League team, and then chat to me about Black Lives Matter. Because I know, say there's Nigerian billionaires that would love an investment in fucking the Premier League that you're not letting buy the club. So don't be silly. Try pretend. Or there's managers you're not even interviewing. These clubs are not interviewing and that. But there's bare black players. Don't be silly talking about Black Lives Matter, bro. We're not fucking stupid. All you want to give man is a little name on the back of the shirt or some little initiative, some little random propaganda. How about you ensure that the same way you love to unearth these African talents and these all these different talent, why don't you unearth the same amount of coaching staff? Why don't you give Sol Campbell the same opportunities? Why ain't there a Frank Lampard, or whatever Frank Lampard's dad's name is? Why isn't there one of them getting Sol Campbell a job at Arsenal or wherever? Or, you know what I mean, some championship team, bro. Like, I don't buy this nonsense. But yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, seeing as Nan's on mute, I'll just, I'll give him.
Sorry, I'm on the phone, Jay. Sorry, bab.
Do a thing. Yeah, like, obviously Liverpool is obviously clearly like one of the most overrated teams in history, innit? Like, they won the league. I mean, City phoned it in at the end of the day. Like, that's the reality. City phoned it in. The whole literal whole world ended. You know, many people were like terminally ill and stuff. And while everything was going on, Liverpool just snuck a league, innit? I mean, it's not a great achievement at the end of the day. And actuality, it just shows you that the fact that how depraved these individuals are, you know, to capitalize on the misfortunes of the planet. You know, the whole world is in a state of turmoil, and their sole focus is winning the league. Do you know what I mean? So it's just like, nah, like it's actually really sad. It's actually really sad that they take such pleasure in in being successful in football when so many people in this current period are unsuccessful in life. You know, in their health and well-being, and all these people can think about and focus on is the league. It's actually quite deplorable, and it's one of the main reasons that I hate Liverpool as a football team and a city and a people and a culture. I think it's a horrible place. It's an absolute
What?
shit.
So you're saying every single person who lives there is bad?
There's a high probability that is the case. I can neither confirm nor deny at this stage because I haven't met every single person. But yeah, I mean, it's a horror. Like Jurgen Klopp, Jurgen Klopp had two major focuses in his life. You know, sabotaging, um, sa- s- s- sabotaging a period of like that's a word that's escaping me, like remorse and condolence, like a time where we should be thinking about others. He he attempted to steal the spotlight, right? And the second focus was obviously his teeth. He was highly successful in both of them. I won't deny him that. You know, highly successful in both his endeavors. But both of them just in my opinion just show prove that he's just selfish and self-serving and a despicable human being. You know, because that's all he cares about is he cares about capitalizing on the misfortune of others. You know, and
Whose misfortune?
City to their credit have taken this period of time. They've lost the games in memory of all of the people that have fallen to COVID. They dedicate their loss this season to the losses around the world, and as do Man United. You know, this isn't a period for success. You cannot be successful in this period because of what the world has lost and people have suffered. So I just want to go on record a final time as saying this is another in a litany, a long list of examples of Liverpool's despicable nature and just how immoral and unethical they are. You know, about when it comes to when it comes to social issues, current issues. They're just it's just a horrible shit team. You know, they're just shit people at the end of the day. They're all just shit in it. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, people like Veli, need to watch themselves in it, because you want to support someone like Mo Salah, who's considered the African Player of the Year. You know, furthermore, you know what? Look, I'm gonna talk to Shaka about that, Belly, because if I remember correctly, I feel like you was condoning him being called Africa Player of the Year, and I want to see what Shaka has to say about that, innit? Because I don't like the two reasons that I don't think Mo Salah should be the African Player of the Year is one, because he's probably more related to Zubida than Shaka, and number two, because ain't nobody.
Okay, so he's not. So you're telling me he's white?
Ain't nobody. Ain't nobody.
Is he white?
Ain't nobody.
Is he white?
Deserve an African
Is
Player of
he
the
white?
Year with
Is
a
he white?
Jericho? How you gonna have a Jericho?
Is he white?
Player of the Year?
Is he white?
Is that what you're supporting?
Is he white?
I'm Shahid, you're retarded, man.
Is he white?
Leave me alone. It's a monologue.
I'm asking you, is he white?
I don't give a shit about what you're saying.
Is he white?
I don't care.
Is he white?
Please don't address me again.
Is he white?
I'm gonna go on mute. You can talk for a bit then.
You see, this is the problem with someone, and I don't watch football, but when you're talking about someone, you're basically saying, hey, he ain't African, You related to Beta, okay. So you're basically saying he ain't black? Did I acquire the panel or what's this, man?
Like your captain Veli is a lesbian. Do you know what I mean? He's got Dyke in his name, and he's got
Who's captain? Who?
he's got a perm. Is your name Veli? Shut up talking to me. If you're not gonna speak yourself, then
Oh,
don't.
I am speaking myself. Clearly, you're low IQ and you can't listen.
Evidently. So do you want to speak? I said don't address me. So don't speak to me. So if
Am I speaking to you? Am I saying your name? Am I saying your name?
You just responded to me.
It's because you're responding to me.
No, I'm not.
You're saying you don't want to talk to me, and then you're responding to me.
I said Veli.
No, you responded to me. You just said, "Oh, da da da." Why are you saying da da da?
Okay, I'm asking you going forward. Is it okay if we maybe don't address each other? Is that okay?
So you're saying when a person's on the panel, I don't want to address them.
No, it's just you're retarded, G.
I'm retarded, and you're a gay lesbian.
A gay lesbian.
Yeah, you're a gay prostitute.
Okay. Okay.
By the way, Natty's in the back chat, Philly.
Yeah, but like I said, Biggerville, yeah. Obviously, you get me. You got a fucking 6'5" lesbian with with a perm. Then you've got the other one with a Jericho. Like how you? And then you got Mane. God knows what Mane's doing. Mane's all doing up dyed blonde fucking mohawk fucking aside. Like, it's not serious. You got Jordan Henderson. You're winning the league with Jordan Henderson is being considered for the PFA Player of the Year. Like, are you fucking smoking crack? That is a legitimate curse. That is a stain. That is a blight upon the records, the reputation of the Premier League. Like, can you imagine what kind of voodoo, what kind of white or black, I don't know, magic, was done for this man? Like, that's some hell freezing over. That is a sign of the apocalypse. Jordan Henderson being Jesus Christ, bro. You might as well have had remember that the Range Rover Jay Spearing or some shit? You might as well have that's the level of Jordan Henderson, fam. Not serious. Just everything not serious, man. I mean, Genie Wijnaldum's cold still. I'm not gonna lie. He's a cold baller. Doesn't score away, but whatever, you get me. But yeah, it's just not a serious squad, man. It's just shit, innit? It's just shit. But obviously you won the league, you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying the Champions League, boy, that was you won in it, like, you know what I'm saying? You won in it. Mind you, you beat Tottenham in the final, but we won't speak about all of that. I mean, again, Barcelona, I don't know what kind of, you know what I'm saying? The league before that.
James,
you're
who
great.
do you
Like
support, James?
That semi-final success, your lead.
James, allow Liverpool. Who do you support, James?
Huh? Don't worry
Who
about
do you
that.
support?
The greatest.
No, I'm worried, James. I'm worried. Who do you support?
The greatest team in English football. Who do you think?
Liverpool, but who do you think?
So then you're not serious. How many?
I am serious. So come on, who do you? What's your team, James?
How many leagues have you won? You can't say.
You know what it is. James don't want me to tell me. James don't want to tell me who he supports because that's how weak they are.
The greatest team in English football. Who's greater than? You know what I'm saying?
Liverpool. So you must support Liverpool then, innit?
The most leagues in English football. Who's that?
Man City.
Idiot, bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, you're the idiot. You're the idiot.
Man can't chat shit in it, yeah. And then not only that, but obviously, man.
Listen, we're champions of England, we're still champions of Europe, and we're champions of the world, rude boy.
The greatest domestic,
champions of the world, rude boy. Like,
are you champions of the world? yeah,
You
you're
hear
out,
that title there? We're
Champions-
champions of the world, rude boy. You hear that title there?
you're out of the Champions League.
We're champions of the world,
You're out of
rude
the
boy.
Champions League. So you can't. There's no FIFA World Cup.
Listen. We still got the cup. No, the Champions League ain't over yet.
Are you okay, bro? You're out of
We
it.
still got that. We
You're
still
out of it.
listen. We still got the cup though.
You're out of it though.
Yeah, you must be. I listen. I know why you're hating because all this is like far fetched for you. Obviously, I know like your team's up and coming. Obviously,
Yeah, okay.
up
You,
and
man,
coming.
you're not so stupid, yeah. Like I see you, man. Everyone guessing about your fucking your what do you call it? Your fucking Champions League win, but you didn't even win the league with the chip. So how are you gonna talk about you're the best? So you're not
We
the best
won the league
domestic.
now. We won the league now. But we won the
Behaviour.
league now. We beat all the best in Europe. Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
beat the best in Europe. Then we beat the best in the world, and now we just won the
Who-
Premier
who's
League.
the best in
Like,
Europe?
come on now,
Who's the best in Europe?
come on
Tottenham.
now.
Who's the best in Europe? Tottenham.
Who's what?
Who's the best in Europe?
We
Tottenham.
still got. Listen. We still listen. The Champions League final ain't been played yet, so we're still holding the cup.
You're out of
Obviously,
the competition. You're out of
yeah,
it.
but don't watch that. We've won it last year. Don't watch that. We know what it's like to win. You know, we know what it's like to win it. Obviously, unlike you. Let me guess. Hey, James of I. Allow it, James. Don't tell me you're a mank, James. Allow it.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Hear
Allow
what I'm
it.
saying. Hear what I'm saying.
Allow it. James a mank. Hey, listen, I feel for you. You know.
Liverpool is a bullshit.
In the Champions League era, you've won it twice, yeah?
We've won it. What?
In the Champions League era, you've won the Champions League twice, isn't it?
What are you trying to say?
Just answer the question. Don't worry, I'm not trying to trap you. You've won
Yeah,
the Champions League twice,
obviously.
yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
And let's say in the Champions League era, we've won it twice, isn't it? As well.
Straight.
Yeah, we've been more finals than you, but don't worry about that. We've won it twice. You know, both times we've won it, and I think in every single time we've been to the final.
When was the last time you won it?
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Yeah?
Hey, long time.
Can you listen?
Hey, you know what?
We was in the
That's
final.
dreams for you.
No, but hold on.
That's
no,
dreams
no,
for
hold
you,
on,
man.
hold
Now,
on.
listen.
Oh, you
They
know
think
what?
they're bad because obviously they got a little bit of Bruno Fernandes there.
No,
now. Like,
this is what I'm saying. Can you listen? Are you
like,
never
and Pogba, like, come
like-
on now, like, listen, you guys are just
like,
wasting
no.
money.
like, listen to what I'm saying, yeah? What I'm saying is, in the 2 times you've won it and the 2 times we've won it, let alone the finals. Don't worry about all the finals we've been in. We've been in about like 5, yeah? But cool. In the 2 times 4, sorry. In the 2 times you won it and the 2 times we've won it, yeah? We were the actual best teams in Europe. We were the actual best team in Europe. You weren't both times.
We still are.
2005,
Listen,
2005,
we're the
you
best
weren't.
team in Europe, whether we win silverware or not. That's a fact, but it's just that you know what? You know what? You're the first Manchester United fan I've met in a long time. You guys have been underground, quiet. You know?
Yeah, but statistically, we're the best team
You
in
guys
Europe.
were so quiet. I thought you guys got relegated out the league. I had to check. Listen, James, how does it feel now, James? Yeah, how does it feel that when you're looking at the league table, you don't need to scroll down with your thumb anymore? Like you can see your team there. How does it feel, James? You know when you have to scroll down. Does it feel good now?
You just held 4 in a place we've won twice this season. Like, what are you talking about? We're statistically the best team in Europe. We're 16 unbeaten. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Now,
okay.
right now, we're the best team in Europe. Right now, we're the best team in Europe.
Is that what you think?
Man's front three's
But
doing.
guess what? Guess what?
man,
That's not what the public think, G. Listen, it's all about it's all about publicity, you know, and you guys are failing because everyone's recognizing that we are the best team.
I would only take 2.
You know, like have you heard of all have you seen all the records we smashed? We're smashing records, G.
I would only take 3 players from your bum-ass squad. Like,
as if, bro.
You're not the best team
Listen,
in all
they
Europe.
wouldn't want to play with you, bro. They'd rather go play for Everton.
Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
Bro, they'd rather go play for Everton than play with you. Your team's failing, bro. Listen, it's a fluke. You see what you're going through right now, yeah? It's a fluke.
What's a fluke?
It's a fluke.
What's a fluke?
How your mates are playing at the moment. It's a little phase, yeah. Watch, James. You've only been like really verbal because like you guys are having a little luck at the moment. Before, James was all, yeah, I'm not going to mention football because we're dry right now.
No,
You still are dry.
but you're the best team in English football. What do you want me to say? That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a Snapple fact, mate.
Yeah. What did you win last year?
We're talking about football.
What
Yeah?
did you win last year?
Don't worry about that. If we're talking about
what did you win last year?
Don't worry about that. If we're talking about listen, if we're talking about Premier League, bruv, I swear we won. Hold on, let me check. FA Cup, League Cup.
Have you ever won a World Cup? You've never won a World Cup, though, have you, G?
What, FIFA Club World Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we won it in 08.
Nah, I don't think you have. I don't think you have. That's what I mean, James. You can't do all this thinking, James. Yeah, you got to be like positive with the facts. Do you know what I mean? And the fact is, right now, like all these Man United fans are coming out of the woodwork.
What do you mean? Listen,
might be because the pubs are open. It might be because the pubs are open.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, you just cut me off when you was trying shit. What was you saying before? Say something. But in the Premier League era, like you
see when you're the best team. You see when you're the best team. Yeah, you're at number one. You're at number one, James. You know when you're the best team, you're number one.
Bro,
you're talking about history, bro. Stop going in your history books, bro. We could talk about history.
You're talking
about now. Oh, James, you're stuck in the past, James.
Man.
My guy, this is your first Premier League. This is your first Premier League. You know that, innit? It's your first Premier League.
Yeah, I'll admit that.
You know that, yeah. All right,
I'll admit that. Yeah.
You know how many. You know if we win one next year, do you know how many that is for us?
How many is that for you?
14.
Yeah, but that's dreams, though.
Level.
You know, it's not gonna happen. You're not on that level yet.
In 20 some odd years, like, are you smoking?
Like you've only just listen, James. You've only just about been able to see yourself at the top of the table, bro. Just now, like you guys have only just creeped up there. You guys are fighting for relegation, like. You guys were fighting for relegation, like.
Listen, we finished second, 16-17 or 17-18. What are we now? We're 19-20 now, isn't it? 19-20, 19-20, 18-19, 17-18, yeah. 17-18, we finished second. Won the Europa League. Like, like, man's us different. You get me? Like, you get me? Our thing.
Walk on with Sanchez, though.
Even when we're shit, we're better than you. You get it?
Yeah, all right, bro. Listen, when you're shit, you are better than us at being shit, definitely. That's the only thing you're better than us at being at. But when you lot are shit, you lot, mate.
Are winning trophies, though.
Like, what trophies you won? What trophies you guys, what trophies you won?
In the past 5 years, we've won the FA Cup.
Past. Stop going in the bro. I like the past year or something. What did you win last year?
We're still in the FA Cup. I don't know about you lot. You ain't in the FA Cup, are you? You ain't in no
the FA Cup, bro. Bro, you see when we played the FA Cup, yeah, we played our like youth team for that. You do know that, yeah, G. You guys are playing full squad.
Yeah, because
you're playing like the boy them. We had the boys them running us for the season, you know. G. You guys can't compete like that, G.
Big team.
We were so busy, yeah. We were so busy, bro. We fielded 2 teams, bro, in 2 days, bro. Like,
you're not a big team.
You ain't doing that, James. We're breaking records out here. You best just sit down, take note, innit?
You're not.
You know, for your football fantasy, you know it's going to be full up a Liverpool squad, bro. We know you got them. We know you got Salah there, bro. Yeah, in your football fantasy team, I know you got Salah, Mane, Henderson.
Hear what I'm trying to say. You're not a big team. You know why? Because you have to sacrifice. You can't. We won 3 of them. We won the 3 biggest competitions we were in. You don't know what that's. Even your 80s, even them drunk mullet wearing fucking scumbag burgling rapists. None of them, man, was winning no treble. So what are you talking about? When you was at your best, in your absolute pomp, you couldn't win a treble like ours. So just stop, man. Get me, you man. You don't know what it's like to be. You don't know what it's like to be actually great. You don't know.
Of course we do. That's why we paved the way for you. Listen, we showed you how it's done. Yeah, you hear what Pep Guardiola said when he's talking about. Did you see the video when he was talking about how scared he is of Salah, Mane, and Firmino?
Yeah, that's why they watched them 4-0.
Yeah, obviously. You know what? Obviously, but then they lost like 1-0 last night. Like, what's going on there?
No.
We mash up Southampton.
Yeah, we beat City 3 times this season. It's not a big thing. It's really not a big thing.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? That's
a big thing. Listen, That is a big thing for you, man. Yeah, that's what you guys. Listen, you guys weren't going for the Premier League. You guys thought we need to beat City. That's why you man are celebrating. That's the only thing you man have got to celebrate.
Right now, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah? You can laugh. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay.
Hey, the hype began when you guys beat City.
It's okay, like, bro. You've had 2 good seasons in 30 years. Three good seasons in 30 years. All right, that's fine. We've had about 15, but all right, like we're allowed our 5, 6, 7 years of bad luck, bad fortune, isn't it? Like, so no problem.
There's plenty more. There's plenty more, man. Plenty more.
Yeah, enjoy it, man.
I mean, you guys have made way for teams like, I don't know, like Leicester, like Leicester. Like,
where did
you man?
When Leicester won the league,
you men have made way for teams like Leicester to be like more popular.
Where did you finish, Natty, when Leicester won the league? So don't chat to man in it. You can't chat to man in it. Like,
no, but look, one though.
Nothing.
No,
nothing in it. Nothing in it. It was on nothing. So don't chat shit.
You know what I mean? Like
how you done by City 4? Like when you're chasing goal difference, yeah. When you're chasing goal records and you're chasing league point records, how you getting drummed by City like that? 4 bits. Stupidness, mate. You're not serious, bruv. You're all your guys worried about is designer spectacles and fucking and teeth whitening procedures, bruv.
Yeah, right. That's like Pogba, isn't it? All Pogba did with dancing, G.
Yeah, Pogba's one of the
Pogba's shake up now, isn't it?
Have you got top outside of Van Dijk? Have you got a top 5 player in the world?
Yeah.
Who?
The whole team, G. Look at the whole team.
Don't smoke crack. How can they be
the whole team, G? Look at the whole team, G.
11 players. How can it be 5?
Look how much money. Listen. Look at the waste of money you lot have spent, bro. Money. You guys have poured money out, G.
Yeah. So
Moyes.
So
my guys. Look. Solskjaer's had to pour out money now. Look.
Who pour out on who? Have you spent 75 mil on Van Dijk? Don't act like you're some. Don't act like you man are all getting deals in the market and that. Behave yourself.
Obviously.
Big money, you know, bro. 67 M.
Yeah, but you spent 90 on Pogba, and what did he do? Nothing for. He's still like. What did he do apart from lie on the bench, bro?
Pogba is a top 5 player.
You paid for Pogba to be at home.
He is a top 5 player in the world. Like, are you smoking crack?
Jesus, you know what? James has been drinking like that juice in it now, man. James has been drinking. Allow it, James. That's what I mean. You see, when the pubs are open, that's what all the Man United fans are doing. They're talking about the glory days, and that's what happened last night. James was meant to go home. Instead of going home, he thought, I'm gonna go sit with the Manx. You know what I mean? We talk about the glory days.
Hold on. A World Cup winning, team of the tournament, man of the match in the final, a player. You're saying is not worth 90 mils. World Cup, won the World Cup, was the man of the match in the final, and was in the team tournament. Don't smoke.
Before he reached Man United, you know what happened? He went and played
for Man United. He was playing for Man United.
Come and play for you, man, and his price has dropped. His value just dropped. Everyone's like, nah.
You're chatting shit. He was playing for Man United. Well, you know about man of the match in the final, team of the tournament, and Europa League winner. Like this, if
why didn't he do that? So why didn't he won the Premier League? That's all gas you're talking there. Listen, open up the oven, Open up the oven and let that gas out a bit, bro. There's too much steam in the oven.
Is it a 1-player league? Is that it? Yeah, you just have one sick player. Is that it? So you have one sick player in the league.
That's all you man had. That's all you man had was Pogba.
So all right, cool. We got more than just Pogba, my friend. We got Bruno. we got Tony.
Let's test him against some of the big teams, innit?
What do you mean? Bruno Fernandes?
Yeah, let's test him against not these little minnows. Like
our midfield is better than your midfield. Like yours is better. Our midfield. What's your midfield? Hold on. Genie Wijnaldum. Hold on. Genie Wijnaldum. James Milner.
Stop the drink talk, man. Stop the drink.
Yeah?
Come on now. Stop the drink talk.
Naby Keita.
Listen, you man ain't doing what Fabinho's doing.
And
Keita.
Firmino. Well, how many goals has Firmino got this season?
Come on now, yeah.
How many goals has Firmino got this season?
How many what?
How many goals has Firmino got this season?
He got a few goals.
Firmino might have less goals than Mason Greenwood, fam. And he's only 18. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. Man, you lot are whacking here. Man's got,
They still didn't do the bits though. Your team still didn't do the
you got
bits
a better
though. G.
defense. You got, bruv, your best player is Virgil van Dijk. Like, and I rate that. He's a good player. That well,
Okay. Do you know who your best player is?
Who?
Solskjaer.
It's funny. Very funny. Sorry, bro. You ain't got a better player than Paul Pogba. If anything, you could argue Van Dijk, and that's a good argument to have, but you ain't got a better player than Paul Pogba like that.
You are dizzy,
You ain't
bro.
got a better.
You are dizzy. Like, you're dizzy. You're dizzy.
Who's better than Paul Pogba? Aside from Van
About
Dijk.
Pogba.
Who's better
Hey, listen to
than
the talk.
Paul Pogba?
Everyone other than Paul Pogba, shit.
Who's
This
got
guy's
Paul Pogba?
dizzy.
Who's got a better team than Paul Pogba? Who's a better player than Paul Pogba? Your outfield players.
All our midfielders are better than Paul Pogba.
Yeah, you're smoking actual drugs, isn't it? You're like,
Do you know what? Do you know what? Curtis Jones is better than Paul Pogba.
Come on, man. You're not serious, innit? It's okay.
I'm serious.
Oh, by the way, Natty, yeah. Do you know? Guess who the first team in the world to win a FIFA Club World Cup is?
Who?
Guess.
Wait, I'm gonna look it up.
We're the greatest in English football. We won it all. You know what I'm trying to say? Like everything, every blood clot thing. Like there's nothing you man can do that we ain't done better than you. You get me? We're the best. You get me? Team in English football. Like you man, like a man. Oh, one of our managers got Ross Clark knighted for the achievements in a single season. Can you imagine? One season got a man knighted. Not his like life's work. One season, it's like, oh, that was so good. And the man's a Scot. The man's a fucking Scot as well. It's just, it's silly, man, at the end of the day. It's ridiculous, bro.
The current champions are Liverpool, who won their first. Let's have a look.
We're the greatest.
Where did you find that from?
We've won it all. I don't know, I just Googled it. Just Googled it, mate.
Anyway, I know how you're feeling, yeah, because you're just scared. I know the pressure, man. Because like I'm not gonna lie, Liverpool were there at one point. You know what I mean? But
not like us. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I know you're watching.
No, not like us, though.
I know you're watching, and like, you're like, whoa, it's like
on a level, not like us, though.
Okay.
You've done little 2-2 bits and that, but like in the modern era, you're nowhere. In the modern era, what are you? You're 2 Champions League, I think a couple FA Cups, a Carling Cup or something. I don't even think a couple FA Cups. You might only have one. Carling Cup, couple Carling Cups, some shit like that. Maybe in total, maybe 5 trophies. 2 of them being the Champions League, yeah, and no league titles to go along with any of them. Like a double, behave yourself. You're not ready for double. Like you man are talking about, like trebles sick. You're not even on double vibes. Like right now, to win the league, you've drawn yourself like you're stretched so thin, and then to win the chip last season, you also stretched so thin, but you had like an 8-point lead on City and got smoked. Like you're not serious. You can't do up doubles and all them things. You're not on that. Like when man say the treble's on for you,
James, are you gonna make it? Are you gonna make it in Champions League this year?
Funny. It's very hilarious.
For such a big team. No, for such a big team, yeah.
You're right.
For such a big team, yeah. Like when you be on like the now we're looking to, you're looking to make it into the Champions League this year. What happens if you don't make it, G?
What? Well, obviously, if City are out, we're there, isn't it?
Nah, I don't think so.
Oh yeah, they might get banned. I don't know.
Nah.
Well, good luck anyway, man. You lot chat shit, yeah. When the Saudis buy Newcastle, City starts investing stupid money when they're off their ban. We're hopefully, inshallah, we get either new owners or these men start coughing up, yeah. But you man watch, bro. We watch them owners, them Fenway Sports Group, bro. Watch when they realize what time it is, and you lot are gonna turn into Arsenal, bro. It's all good now. Klopp's gonna leave. You're not gonna turn into Arsenal. You're gonna be happy with a Champions League spot for a decade. This like be happy now, man, because this isn't the start of a great this ain't the start of an auspicious period for your team, mate. This is the height. This is the ceiling. It's gonna be one Champions League, one league, and then you're going to be perennial top 4 contenders. That's your shit. That's who you're going to become. And we'll always be Manchester United.
I don't know. You know what? You know what? Yeah, I might agree with you, but I mean, you guys have had more transfers in like the managerial than what you guys have had players in the last year. To be honest, didn't it? Since Ferguson,
Not
like
really.
you guys have had
Well,
enough.
we've had 4. But so
You guys have taken the piss in the freaking. Hey, see, listen. If you guys had concentrated more on players instead of like managers, I'm pretty sure you lot man would have got far. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see because it's all down to Solskjaer, really, isn't it? And Pogba. It's all down to them.
I don't. You know what? I don't need to tell you about what I think about my team in it, but don't worry about who's what's what. All I'm saying is we listen. We are mandated. Like we have to challenge for the league. Even we've got the tightest piece of shit owners in the world, and they're still compelled because of the support, because of the investment. Because of what the club is worth. They're still implored to challenge for the league. You lot, it's like it's a jewel in the crown.
No one wanted to come play for you, man, mate.
Who doesn't
you
want
guys
to play? Shut up, bro. What are you talking about?
You lot were failing hard. Like
who wants to play for you?
You lot were failing to enough, man. Come play for us. Listen, you guys can only dream about Mbappe. You see, like how Mbappe's like, yeah. Big up, yeah. Big up.
Is he gonna come to Liverpool?
He's like, Man U who? He's like, who's Man U? And then they have to show him. They're like, oh, them man.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. The brightest young talent in Europe right now is Jadon Sancho. And where do you think he's going?
Where's he going?
Where, innit? We'll see it. Time will tell, innit? You get me?
Oh.
Time will tell, bro.
Let's see, innit? Keep him anyway.
Man said keep him, yeah. That's the plan. What we're gonna do, bro? We're gonna lend him to you. We're gonna lend him to you, Scouse fucking cunts. We'll never see him back.
We don't need him, G.
Of course you don't. Cool, man. Cool. Where's Salah's 40 goals, bro? Where's your man's 40 goals, fam? Yeah, bro, because it looked like Salah was the best goal scorer in Europe, and now it looks like he's not even as good a goal scorer as Jamie Vardy. Has more chances and less goals. You know about them ones there. Man's got more chances and less goals than a man that used to play in the conference. Bruv, stop it, bruv. That guy was hype. Yet me, Mane is certified. Mane is a certified baller. Mane, we rejected Sadio Mane. So remember, you got Sadio Mane because Ed Woodward didn't want to spend 40 mil on him. And granted, it was a mistake. We should have bought him. But
instead, you got Sanchez, yeah? Instead, you got Sanchez.
I didn't want Sanchez.
Where's Lukaku as well? What? Hey,
you know who we actually got Mkhitaryan. I rate Lukaku. I'm not one of the ones that hates on Lukaku. I rate Lukaku. He's a goal scorer.
I rate him as well, but he had to go. He looked around. He thought, I've got to leave.
No, if any, he got violent. No, he got
Pogba's going Real Madrid. Pogba's going Real Madrid soon.
Yeah, but I want him to big up. He deserves the move. He's one of the best players in the world. Right? We should go there.
And then you know what? You might as well apply for your League One season ticket.
Yeah, it's funny, bro. You can make these jokes. It's cool, bro. Don't worry. The truth of the matter is, though, Pogba's most likely not going Real Madrid because after this COVID shit, they're not gonna have. They're not gonna be able to pay no 100 because it's gonna have to be a world record fee, innit? He's contracted for at least till I think at least 2023 or 2022 at least. So yeah, they're gonna have to pay a world record fee. They're not gonna want to do that after what they spent last season. So he's most likely not going anywhere this summer. So he's gonna be with us next season. Hopefully we get Jadon. Get me. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Jadon and Declan Rice would be welcome additions. You get me?
What do you think of Grealish?
You know what, bro? He's not a bad player, but I don't want him at Man United. But he's not a bad player at all.
I think that that Wolves player Tory. I think he would have suited you, man.
Fucking hell, that kid is a fucking soldier.
Yeah, but I mean, your front three now are starting to look good, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I hate to say it, but Marcus Rashford is a good player. He's not a great player. Martial is a great player, and Mason Greenwood is a generational talent. Yeah. Jadon Sancho would fucking would be the icing on the cake. But I think if I'm honest, man, like our real problems is that right wing and that left fullback. So I mean, sorry, let me rephrase as well. Andy Robertson is a baller as well, man. He's a baller. And
Yeah. What about Trent?
Trent, not Trent. But you know, it's about Trent. Like Trent isn't a good defensive fullback at all. So it's like if Trent was a winger, he'd be a fucking bad boy winger. Like, you know what I mean? He'd be like a David Beckham-esque kind of winger. But as like a defensive minded fullback, I think Wan-Bissaka is 10 times better than him as a defensive fullback. He's got expert delivery in it. Like, you can't hate on the kid, and his football IQ, like obviously that goal against Barcelona, that's just gangster shit.
Assists, goals.
Yeah, he's the best like attacking full. He's probably the best attacking right fullback in Europe.
Yeah, and that's what everyone's trying to copy. Everyone's trying to copy.
But that's because of the system. You put a kid like that in like Italy in a back four, he's getting smoked. He's getting smoked, bro. But it's because, but like if you put him in Italy in like in a five at the back, so he's like a wing back, he'll be a baller. But anywhere where he's got defensive responsibilities, he's gonna get exposed.
Yeah, he can't turn on the back heel, man.
Yeah, like it's that. But it's just like that's why you have to rate Jurgen Klopp, because man's system of pressing makes it so that he's not under pressure, and because you defend in your banks of four deep, it's like and counter attack, it's like he's always got that protection. So there's always a double of them, innit? There's always two, someone to help him out. But if he was playing in a system in a not a great system, he would get exposed for his defensive fragility still.
Yeah. What were you saying about Arsenal though, man? What do you think about them, man? Because I think they've still got a long way to go.
They're finished. Fam. They got like I really wanted Pepe, yeah. I wanted him at Man United. I think for Lille he was a baller. Seeing how he's playing for Arsenal just lets me know like they're fucked. They're fucked.
Yeah, they are, because they're not. I don't know, man. I just see they've got a bit of talent there, and the rest is just absolute dead weight.
If they sack Arteta, like I don't know, where do they go from there? I don't know where they go.
They've got to inject. They've got to sell Ozil. They should have got him off the books, and I would have gone for that Kaloubi. I would have made him my priority to do that sort of defense.
Koulibaly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to Arsenal. He's going to Liverpool, apparently.
Apparently. I mean, listen, if he goes to Liverpool,
later. Smart. Jurgen Klopp is really smart, because that he knows now his attack will get goals. His system will produce goals. But the only issue he's ever going to have is defensively. And the only sort of frailty in that back four is Joe Gomez. So but he's a good player. He's a really good player. But it's like, if you get Koulibaly and fucking Virgil van Dijk, you can have the most attacking fullbacks in the world. If you get Virgil van Dijk, Koulibaly, and someone like a Fabinho or a Jordan Henderson to just sit in front of them two, you can play the most expansive front foot football, and that's what they're gonna do if they buy him, obviously. So that's actually so much. If you're gonna spend 80 million and you're a team like Liverpool, it makes more sense buying someone like that than buying some world-class striker or Timo Werner or whoever.
I don't think we need it, because we've got so many youngsters that, and they've played well. When the youngsters play with the first team, they play well. Yeah, they really do. They really do fit in well. Like that Nico Williams, you can't. He just makes the defenses into a mess when he comes down there, man. Doing what Trent does. I mean, like, the talent is just there, bro. It's just there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If I'm honest, there's no young players that I don't watch a lot of Liverpool, but there's no young players that I'm saying are walking onto the first team. But I know that if you had to change, if there was a position now, you'd have to sort of swap or fill to be like complete. I'd say it's probably Joe Gomez, Matip, or Lovren. Like that whoever slots in next to Van Dijk, if you could get another world-class centre back in that position, then I reckon you've just solidified your team for the next
definitely.
at least 2 seasons. Like if you get in Koulibaly, you'll challenge next season and the season after that guaranteed. Like with the team you've got now, because they're all at the perfect age. They're all about like 27, 28. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With
So
the youngsters creeping in as well, like behind.
yeah. But that's another
Like,
problem because you ain't got money. You're never gonna have the depth of a City. Like City might buy 3 players now and keep. Maybe they might let go of Aguero or something, right? So they might let go of Aguero and Silva and buy 2 midfielders and a striker, or 2 strikers and 1 midfielder or something, right? That'll still mean they've got 4 world-class midfielders and 3 world-class strikers. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like they'll still have the depth to challenge for 3 for 3 titles. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, what about Tottenham? You reckon? Yeah, you reckon Harry Kane will go?
I think he's getting sacked. I can't see him not getting sacked. I mean, to get a Mourinho side to have success, you need to invest, and them man don't like investing. So I don't know. I don't see how the fuck that's gonna work.
And they only stopped Mourinho to go into Arsenal because Mourinho would have got players. That's what I was saying to everyone. Yeah, if they'd have got Mourinho in at Arsenal, he would have got players that would have wanted to play under him.
But they don't want to spend the money. Like that's what I'm saying. Really, Mourinho should have been smart. And when he left Chelsea, the job he should have waited for was PSG or I don't know, just like a top Italian team, a Juve, even Inter now. Inter, like they're not spending a lot, but they're spending some cash. Like he's gone to a team. Tottenham and Arsenal are 2 teams that don't want to spend money.
Yeah, it's evident. I mean, I used to work at the training ground.
At where?
Arsenal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, London County. I used to be a security guard there, and literally the way how I used to see it is just business thing. Either they needed to pay up because that the actual training ground itself, I heard they had to still be paying off like a lot of debt for it. And Hale End, the Hale End like youth team area there. So I think they were trying to save a lot of money because I can't understand how they were letting players like Song, Van Persie go
Jeez, Song. When he went to Barca and that.
Yeah, like
Song and Van Persie was a disgusting combo.
Disgusting. Like, how could you let him go? Like he was nothing. And then people saying to me, it's just because they kept on believing in the youth system.
Yeah, that's why like everyone's trying to copy Barcelona, but Barcelona's thing is like that's a storied academy. Like it's a long time coming. There wasn't 1 year where they just made an investment into academy. Like even City, like they're making investments now for the future, and it's one of the sad things about United, like because like people like obviously United's won. I think we won like a record amount of like youth team cups and that. But it's like, but because we win so much, there's not the same level of investment. But City and that, I've seen the writing on the wall, and they're like, bro, you know what? If we put big money in this now, in 10 years, when let's say maybe whether they sell the club or whether they're not investing in the same amount, we're gonna have great players. I think Abramovich did the same. That's why Chelsea's one of the best teams in the youth, like one of the best youth teams now. Like that's the way to go, bro. You invest a lot in the youth team, but you don't expect results soon. Like you still invest in the team. And then in 10, 15 years, Chelsea's going to be doing bits next season, bro. They got Timo Werner, they got Ziyech, and apparently they're getting that Havertz shoot from Leverkusen.
Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. But I got scared at the price tag when I was seeing all in all how much he'd be costing over like 100 mil. Like I thought, nah.
I think they're getting it for cheaper than apparently he's going Bayern, isn't it? He's either going Bayern or he's going Chelsea. But if they get him, then that is actually a devastating front three.
Bayern's gonna challenge, I think, well for the European Cup next year.
Yeah. Are they not
They're,
still in the Champions League? They're still in the Champions League now. They might win it now, bro.
are they still in it? Oh yeah, they'll win it. They'll win it
Did
100%.
they beat you lot? Didn't they beat you lot?
Nah, we got beat by Atletico, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was Athletic. So who did? Oh, they beat Chelsea. They beat Chelsea.
Yeah, they've been doing teams dirty, man. Like, who was it they smashed? I think it was an English team, man. They smashed like 4-0, 5-0. Was it
Yeah,
Tottenham? They smashed.
Chelsea.
Yeah, Chelsea. Yeah, one of the teams, man. They absolutely. That Sergio Gnabry. That's what I'm trying to say, bro.
Gnabry. Yeah, he was another Arsenal boy, and he was shit.
Arsenal boy.
He was fucking trash at Arsenal, bro.
Yeah, but I think even the Arsenal team, their man was just like they like when I used to see them come in, yeah, because they used to have to like get all the keys and stuff. Like some of them would be unhappy, and some of them would just be like chilling, G.
Mm.
Like only Sanchez would be the one with leaving with like his head down. Like these men at Arsenal were just like little girls, bruv, the way they were treated, man.
Trust me. I just gotta take a phone call now. Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah. Welcome with the chat.
So Liverpool sucks.
Huh?
Huh?
What'd you say, Riggs? What'd you say, Ultra?
It was Riggs, man. It was Riggs. It was Riggs.
Nah, it's you, Ultra. It's you. What'd you say? Who you support, Ultra? Arsenal.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I was about
But
to
do you know
say
what
to
it
you,
is?
SNN.
Do you know what it is? Nah. Do you know what it is? Yeah. Growing up, yeah, it was either you support Arsenal or Leighton Orient. If you get me?
Yeah.
So it was like, yeah.
Or what?
But Liverpool suck. Do you know what I mean?
What's popping, man?
Oh,
No, we was
no,
just
it's
talking
not.
about how all Liverpool FC fans are disabled because none of them can walk alone. That's what I'm saying. I don't care how many times I say that joke. I'm gonna keep rinsing it because I love it.
That's all right. But every time I hear Arsenal, I just hear a joke.
No, every time I hear Arsenal, I hear choke.
I hear glass drop. I hear a glass
Bruh,
drop.
listen, Arsenal are habitual choke artists. Like Wenger. I'm not gonna lie. Wenger was just
Soft.
no, he wasn't though. That's the thing. He was proper hardcore. But
Geezer. I used to see the guy.
he was symbolic of a bygone era.
Geezer. I used to
Yeah.
see the guy, right? You see like Jack Wilshere, yeah?
Oh, what a joke.
Jack Wilshere and Cersei, they used to smoke in it.
Yeah.
And Jack used to be like, there used to be this place called the Media Building, yeah, where they do like all the video, like all the press conferences there, yeah.
Yeah.
And then man used to just go over there, smoke, laugh, everything like that. And then like you'd expect Wenger to do something about it. He was doing nothing.
I know. I remember there's one time he got caught smoking in public, and then they reprimanded him.
Yeah.
And
But
then they
even still,
yeah. Wait,
even
have you
still,
ever
he was
worked? Have you ever worked for Tottenham?
nah.
Yeah, because when my boy used to play for them, I tell you what, right? They had the best fucking facilities for like the parents. Like when we was at West Ham, it was fucking horrible, man. It was like porter cabins and polystyrene cups, and broken chairs, and like a portable electric heater. But when we got to Tottenham, it was like futuristic, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
I
was
used to,
lovely. And then you have
bro.
to drive in, and then
Yeah.
like there's a sign that says first team, you turn right, youth academy, turn left. And when we turned left, right, you'd think, oh, they're gonna send us into some shithole. But I'm telling you, they had sofas, the toilets were cleaned, they had sockets, tables, vending
Vending
machines,
machines.
like large screen TVs, internet. Oh,
Geezer. We used
yeah,
to when I first started there, right? It was when
yeah.
we had the world not World Cup, what's that thing where they do like the javelin, all that stuff? Olympics.
Olympics.
Yeah. So you
Yeah.
had Brazil come over to use the Arsenal training ground now, isn't it?
What, the girls? Or the
No, where
footballers? The men?
like the girls is at the London Coney one, Bell End Lane. That's where it is. That's where the girls are as well.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
No,
all there.
I meant the Brazilian girls.
Nah. The men team.
Oh, okay.
So like you had man like Hulk was there.
Man, like Hulk, you know.
A few of the stars and all that, yeah. And
Hey,
they must have bought
did man say Bell End Lane?
Bell Lane.
What's a Bell End Lane? I was saying, you know.
What's your
Bell
better
Lane.
name? What's
And
wrong
yeah,
with this
man,
brother?
they must have brought over Gatorade with them, innit? Bell Lane.
Oh, shit.
Trust me, man. I used to get a hookup, man. Working
Sorry,
for
babe.
them
I didn't know you was here. I didn't know you was there. Where did you come from?
Pull up your pants, Ultra. Pull up your pants. Ultra get captured to that P hub, yeah?
Oh, man. What I want to know, man.
He's like, oh, sorry, babe. I didn't know you was there. Yes, G. I listened to the J's. You know, I feel for him, man, because when you're watching real champions, you wish that was your team.
Don't let this brother try and come out like he's some Mother Teresa and he cares about people's safety and health and shit. You get me? If Man United won the league, yeah, he would have been on there every day last week. Yeah. Where did you finish in the league? Where did you finish in the league?
No, you know what, bro? You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, like I've got more sympathy for people that have experienced tragedies in this COVID time, and I would have kept like my celebrations at a minimum if it had been me. But obviously, you lot are scumming it at the end of the day, so you do your thing. Carry on celebrating.
Yeah, man.
We will, man.
Yeah, man. You know that?
I like what you said. We'll be celebrating for a long time. So
that's funny, yeah.
I mean, I'm always celebrating because I'm proud to be a Liverpool fan.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the last time
he's been assassinating brothers on panels for about 6 months. Cold-blooded.
Hold on. Yeah.
Rick James shit.
Hold on. The last time you lot won the league, you celebrating for 30 years, mate. You know what I'm saying?
Gandalf the Great, Walankum Salam.
Hey, what, James?
Yeah, man.
James, when was the last time Man United won the league?
Ultra, man. You've been watching too much.
Well, I haven't.
Yeah, when was the last time Man United won the league?
Yeah, it's a good question.
7-8 years ago. What's your point? 7 years ago.
So not in recent memory, then.
That is recent.
Memories don't live like
No. Hey,
James, do you want to hold it? Do you want to come to Liverpool and hold it, James?
Yo, Letty fam, you have to put some clothes on that.
Yeah, put some clothes on that one. There I am.
Do you want to come and hold the trophy? Do you want to hold the trophy? Do you want to come?
Obviously, like there's 13 of the ones that look exactly like that in Manchester. 13. There's about to be one in Liverpool. Just one. Like man's got enough to fill a fucking museum. You get me? You've got enough to fill a cupboard.
Yeah, all right, bro.
You've got enough to fill a little cupboard, a little drawer in a cupboard.
So what you saying? Are you celebrating all your past wins? Why do you keep talking about the past, fam? The past don't matter, fam. It matters about what you're doing today, though, fam.
I'm saying
talk about the past. Oh, so
No,
you're just living on your past victories, yeah? This
no,
ain't the
no. You're
90s no more, fam. You get
You're
me?
saying do you're saying don't wanna go see. You're saying do I want to go see one? I'm telling man, bro, there's 13 in Manchester. Why would you go all the way up to Liverpool to see one? You might as well do less journey. You go catch a one. You go. It's a longer journey to catch a one pot, or you can go see the fucking yet me, the 13 of them, the 13 like the 20 if you want to go for the old school ones as well. You get me? Yeah. Obviously, man's also got a couple Champions Leagues right next to them, FA Cups and that. Yeah, I mean League Cups and that, Club World Cups. Bruv, we got everything still. Oh yeah, you go to Manchester. You can see it all. Like, do you know what we've got that you lot also have not won in the common era? We've got a player that's won a Ballon d'Or. You know, like there's a lot of things that like special like things next to our name. You know, we've got
The Ballon? Wait, hold on a sec. So the Ballon d'Or for the players in the club's trophy room, yeah.
I'm not sure, but I know that it's something that we've won that you haven't won. We've also got this little thing here, this one little
That's so
podium.
long ago, James. We can't remember. That's what I mean, James. It's so
Well,
long
can you
ago. We
imagine?
can't remember these
Can you
things.
imagine this? Hey, can you imagine this? Yeah, we've got this one room, yeah, where there's 3 of the best trophies you can win in England, yeah, that all have the same numbers on them. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? That's nuts, though, isn't it? That's crazy. Like none of you lot,
What would you be like? What, the FA Cup, the Coca-Cola Cup, and the Premier League? What, the FA Cup and the Coca-Cola Cup, and you're gonna start like that? Yeah?
The FA Cup, the Premier League, and the cup with the big ears. Yeah, the only thing that you lot have won that means something because you didn't win it when the whole world was dying of a respiratory illness.
Now, listen, we won the league. We won the league before Corona was even introduced.
No, you didn't. No,
Corona just long enough to process. You get me? Just made it a longer process. We was already 23 points clear or some bullshit like that. You get me? So like there weren't no coming back. It was just like filling out the. All you had to do is tick the rest of the box. You get me? So like.
Nah, you know why you can't say that, yeah, because the actual day that you won the league,
Belly.
Day that you won the league.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? Belly, do you know what it is? These men spent so much money, yeah, for a plane to fly over, glaziers out. That's why you man are poor.
Yeah, you know what it is, yeah?
Yeah.
Fuck is that?
Hey, James.
Oh my man, yeah. Yeah, no, are you listening, yeah? Hold on, yeah. Are you listening, yeah? The day that you won the league, you held 4 though.
Well, what for?
Yeah, you held 4. You held 4 copper shots, yeah. Let me rephrase that. You held 4 hollows, big hollows. You held, yeah. So you like don't talk about winning the league in whenever you won
it. James, Malcolm Glazier made his money selling insurance slave ships, man. I don't know why you're finding that.
I wish death upon him and his family. I'm Glazer. I'm big Glazers out, you know. So you know what I am.
I heard the Glazers are bluish.
Yeah, they're small lads. They're small lads. Hear what I'm saying about them?
Small lads, yeah.
Them, yeah. Them and Ed Woodward. I want them and Ed Woodward to go. Go ahead. If you get me, I want them out of my club tonight. But we can't. That's the difference. Like, see us, man. Yeah, we don't want the small lads at our club. You don't want the small lads at your club.
But I mean, we don't want them. You already got the small lads in your club. The small lads control your club.
Yeah, we don't want them though.
End of the era, James. End of the era, James.
We don't want them though.
Get me.
No, I ain't gonna lie. Your small lads are cold though. Your small lads are proper still. Our small lads are. Yeah, man. Our small lads are our small lads are the ones from the Shakespeare plays, and your small lads they're not bad still. That's what's true. Yeah.
Right,
yeah, I mean, you don't really need congratulations for me at the end of the day, innit? Like, you stepped over the corpses of how many people that have died. Like, I don't think you need me to congratulate you for that. Do you know what I mean?
Yo. So anyway, man.
You know, I just want to
Let's get back to the haters,
congratulate.
man.
James is a
Let's get back
fuckery,
to
you
talking about
know.
haters.
Man saying you got the fucking the death squad. Like the man won't even give you the glory, you know.
Ultra. Now, I'll be honest, Ultra.
Right,
This
is the title today. This is the title today. James is showing what the title's all about today. How do you deal with them type of people? You know what I mean?
No, but Ultra.
Yeah, how do we do it?
Nah, I mean, Belly.
Ultra, though. Ultra.
When Liverpool win the league
Yeah,
next season, he's going to say,
They ain't gonna do it, Belly.
it's only because of Corona last year that you won the league this year as well.
Who celebrate at a time like this? What kind of moral?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think it shows incredibly bad taste to be celebrating.
You know what? Yeah?
Like this year.
So are you going to tell every parent that had their birthday party on Zoom that it was bad taste for them to celebrate their birthday party?
No,
Yes, incredibly bad taste and dangerous. Let me tell you something. I had how many birthdays in June? My nan's wait, Belly, hold on. My nan's birthday was the 29th of May. My daughter's was the 3rd. My wife was the 7th. My new daughter was born on the 15th. And my wife, my other boy, was born on the 23rd of June. All of them. Do you know what we did?
Celebrated them all.
Daddy went out.
Celebrated them all.
Yep. In our apartments by ourselves.
Well done.
Yeah. It's okay.
Do you know why? Hey, Bill, you know why he did that? Do you know why Ultra did that? Because he's the most moral, and this is what I'm trying to. This is literally what I'm trying to tell you.
No, it's because Arsenal fans never celebrate. Listen, Arsenal fans never celebrate because they're unhappy. They're always unhappy. There's nothing to celebrate. Nothing ain't nice with. Nothing ain't nice when you're an Arsenal fan.
Listen.
In it, Ultra. Nothing ain't nice.
He took the money that we
It's
sent
just
him.
depressing.
He sent his kids to the fucking. He sent his kids and his wife, to the mother-in-laws for the weekend, and he paid for a stripper. Come over. He ain't got no morals.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. When you said send them to the mother-in-laws, I was with you. I didn't pay for a stripper. Yeah, you could just journey with me home, man. Just come on with me, man. Ciao.
Jeez, take this walk with me. Take this walk.
Home, man. Come on with me. Come on with me.
Walk with me. Yo, Ultra, walk with me.
Come on with me, man.
Hey, did you not see that? Do you not remember that thing from Philly, that Peanut Live 215? The little puppet.
No.
The little puppet. The little gangster puppet. I'm gonna send it to you, man. I'll put it in the hangout. I can't remember right now, but I'll put it in the hangout group. Some funny little gangster puppet. That's how he be rapping to niggas when he's gonna rob them. Like, yo, take this walk with me, nigga.
Hey, James, listen. Let me ask you a question here, because you're G Block's top striker, and if we quantified the amount of threats, like per person per capita, right? Like you obviously top the list, yeah. So
he's already died.
Like, since G Block's already G Block's been taking souls since 2019, yeah.
Yeah.
How what's the appropriate way to deal with the haters?
What, the people that hate on the block?
Yeah.
Well, you mean aside from absolutely fucking eviscerate them?
Yeah.
Aside from that?
Yeah, but apart from just but that's the problem. The reason why they're vexed is because they've been demolished systematically, like concisely, precisely. It's been horrible for certain man. You get me? Horrible. Because G Block held up a mirror and said, listen, see this, you see that, it's nonsense. And for some people, it's been very difficult to handle. You feel me?
I mean, looking at the clearly distasteful, bordering on abhorrent behavior of these Liverpool fans, I would say compassion. I would say we employ a tactic of
James is fucking, you know.
Yeah, and instead, you know what we do? Yeah, now like we are sympathetic.
Listen, the
Like,
thing is, I expect this from you when you're a loser and your team's a loser. I expect that. I expect this. You know, when we're winning, yeah,
Shots
me and
fired.
Veli understand where you're coming from because your team ain't winning. You're losing. Like, so I expect this from you. So keep on. You know what I mean, James? It's just
Only
like
losers
the
talk about
violins are gonna play
you know
soon.
them
You
ones.
know, pretty. You know
Only
what,
losers
Veli?
talk about
You might as well play like I don't know, like You'll Never Walk Alone for him. You know what I mean? Maybe he needs a little bit of background theme tune music in there just to make it even sound even more sad.
Ultra.
Uh,
This, I think it's time for this. I think it's time for the disabled joke. I don't think Natty's heard it before.
oh no, he heard it a little earlier, but he was quiet when I said it, so I think it hurt him. Natty, are all Liverpool FC
What's the
fans
disabled joke?
Yeah, are they all disabled?
Natty.
With
You know why we don't
hope
walk alone?
in
We
your
got things to
heart,
do.
Because
That's
none of
why,
them
bro.
seem able
and
to
you're
walk
there.
alone.
Walk alone.
It's either a human.
Lord.
It's either a human
Lord.
Hey, did you hear that?
Yeah.
It's either a wheelchair
Yeah, but
cane
we did.
or a Zimmer frame. That sounds like the start of a lyric. Wheelchair cane or a Zimmer frame.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'll tell y'all niggas I'm playing a deeper game.
Okay.
No, trust me.
You can't say a real nigga name.
Wait, James, have you seen the latest episode of fucking The Reanimator?
Nah, but I ain't watched nothing since AD left. Nigga, I ain't seen nothing, nigga. Nah,
Alright, listen, I need to turn off my camera now because I'm really close to my doorstep. And you know what pussy holes are like.
Turn off, man.
Yeah,
have you seen that? Raj?
Veli, can you turn my camera off?
No.
From where you are? Oh no. Oh shit. Hold on. Wait, I have to turn off my camera because I'm close to home right now.
Does it say something really nice?
I'm driving his motor.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
He's saying he's driving, so he can't turn off his camera. But it was me that's driving to turn off his camera.
I didn't know he's driving. Sorry, bro.
Yo, the Reanimator stays lighting up Okingo, innit? Fucking hell. Yo, that's the worst thing he could have ever done to show that he was proper affected by it. Because, that's just made him a star on there now.
Hey, what do you call a Manchurian with no arms and legs?
Call him what you want. He won't come to you.
Trustworthy.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Hey, how many Man United supporters does it take to stop a bus moving? Never enough. Never enough.
Yeah, that was right. What? I know how many Liverpool you know how fucking trash and shit you are. Hold on. Hold on. You actually had to, yeah. You actually had to, yeah. You know it's better than the Liverpool fans the one telling you stuff. Anyway, hey, you know how many, you literally had to have 1,000 people, yeah, conspire to perform acts of criminal damage, yeah, and ABH, yeah, to win a Champions League semi-final. That's how. That's how dog shit your city is. Like that's how also shit your team is. Yeah, that's how shit you needed the refs. Yeah,
hey James, stop lying, man. Before I bring respect to your yard, cuz. I know where your yard is, man. If you keep lying, I'm just gonna bring respect to you.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
I'll send him location. You get me?
The excuses are so poor, James.
You needed a whole city full of.
Your excuses are as poor as your season this year and last year and the year before. Just poor.
Shit.
Just poor, James.
Cool. Can I say
poor? Like Manchester United, poor. You lot are poor, innit? You lot are poor up there. You just come with poor excuses and you're pouring them out.
You needed a whole city full of vandals
and
Do you know what? Go and pour yourself another drink, James. You started early like a true Manchester United fan, yeah? He started early like a true Manchester United person, yeah, where he's going to start pouring out his history, pouring out more beer, pouring out more about your disastrous season.
Forget about Liverpool, yeah? Man City are better than Man United, innit, man? So I don't know what you're talking about, cuz. Like, you need to chill out, cuz. Like, Man City have got more money, yeah, they got better players, and they done better last season. And this season before.
You say that, yeah. You say that, yeah. And while
Man City are better than Man United, bro.
you're right but we beat them 3 times this season. We've done the double over them this season. We took.
They finished higher than you in the league, though.
Yeah, fair enough. You know what I'm saying? But they've also got a £500 million
And
squad.
they got more money than you, though, as well.
Yeah, they got the most expensive squad in the league. Like,
so now, Man United are now the poorest team in Manchester.
Hold on. Are you listening, though, Veli? They haven't finished. They're not going to finish higher than us this season, though. They love it.
Listen, James,
James,
the difference
I'm
between
not gonna lie,
James.
I can't back you on that one, you know, broski.
But
I want you, but I can't back that comment there.
They're in fifth position right now, yeah. Man City are in what, third, yeah?
You know what I mean? It's like a baby. Like, what's the difference?
But when they're cool, but hold on. But when the season ends, yeah, and they get suspended from the Champions League, yeah, and their financial fair play comes in and they end up finishing 6th, what are you lot going to say then? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
If that happens, we'll see.
Seventh.
But right now, no, hold on. I don't know why you're trying it, guys, yeah? That's if. That was, remember, you said a lot of ifs in between that. If so and so, and if that and the other, yeah? So if that happens, we'll talk about it when it happens.
No, it has happened. It has happened, and they're trying to appeal it. So technically, we beat them both. We beat them 3 times, yeah, out of 4 times this season. Hold on, we beat them 3 out of 4 times this season, yeah, and we're gonna finish higher than them. Who's the best team in Manchester? Who's the best team in Manchester?
Manchester City.
My father, come on.
Yeah, Manchester City. Like, historically, obviously James Jones. Historically, Man United's the boss, isn't it? But now, like in recent times, Man United has become the Everton of Manchester.
Are you listening to what I'm saying, Ultra?
Listen, I'll tell you, James, listen to what I'm telling you, James, right? Listen, James, this is a fact. If you want to know the best team, look at the Premier League right now, and it will show you.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah?
Oh, shit.
Don't be blind. Listen, you know what, James? Yeah, you're bringing this atheist. You're bringing this atheism to football. You can't be bringing atheism to football, James. Allow the atheism now, James. Yeah. This ain't no. You're not versing no religious thing now, bruv. Yeah, we got no book. We got the Premier League, the points and the facts.
Hey, Natty, listen to this. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you beat Man City twice, yeah, or whatever. It matters how many points you have at the end of the season.
Yeah,
right now, though, yeah. But I'm saying that Liverpool were top of the league, innit, man? They won the league.
Yeah, all right.
Them right now.
All right, Liverpool. Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, what I'm saying is, you're saying they're better. Ultra saying it's not a history thing. They're better now. I'm saying at the end of the season, if they don't qualify for the Champions League and the top 4 teams minus them qualifies for the Champions League, then we finished above them, fam. What are you talking about?
No, you didn't finish above them in the Premiership.
Listen to the achievements, Billy. Listen to the achievements about finishing above you.
You are not getting away with that.
Only if you finish 5th, bro. That's 5th, you know.
We're gonna finish. But listen, we're gonna finish 4th or 3rd. Like, don't be stupid. We're better than Leicester. And Chelsea's got to play. To be honest with you, if you lot do your fucking job and beat Chelsea, then we're gonna finish 4th. We're gonna finish above them.
Listen, when you play Chelsea, man, just send out your kids, man. Don't even try hard, man.
So, you know, that's not they're probably gonna do that. But listen to what I'm saying anyway. Listen, we're going too far. Listen to what I'm saying, yeah. If they get removed from the league, why did they get removed? They got removed because they cheated. How can that be better than us? You're not better than Man City. Like, how is Lionel Messi better than Cristiano Ronaldo? No, because he's a cheater, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, these just sound like poor excuses, like you're poor.
Yeah, I'm
like,
not gonna lie, James Jones. I feel
poor,
like
James.
I can't even I can't even back that.
Are you being serious? They're not cheaters. You're saying they're not cheaters. Then you're saying that UEFA, the most corrupt organization in the world, is saying they're corrupt and you believe they're not corrupt.
James, you sound like a poor man. Listen, count the rest of the copper that you got. Count the rest of the copper. Count the rest of the hate me copper that you've got in your pocket and go and get another Stella, mate. Go on.
No, are you listening to what I'm saying? Ultra, yeah. They cheated and they're getting punished for cheating, and we beat them twice this season. How are they better than us? I don't get it. I don't know how they're doing.
All right, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like for me personally, like where did you finish in the league, and where did they finish in the league?
But if we finish third, and the only reason someone finished second is because they cheated, like I don't get what you're saying. Like we're better than.
I no, James, I hear you, right? But they did whatever they had to do to get the job did, and they did you over. You see what I'm saying? They did you over.
Bro, do you even understand? Do you even know how they
These
cheated?
are excuses.
No. Do you know how they cheated? Also? How did they
Hold on
cheat?
a second.
Yeah, but you know
Hold on a
what?
second.
Though we don't
James,
watch their face. We just crack on, you know.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, James. Like at the moment, just it's a little bit sour grapes, a little bit. But
You sound desperate, James. You sound desperate.
How did they cheat?
Yeah, because Manchester United, arguably the greatest team ever to have graced the Premier
How
League.
did they cheat, bruv? I'm not asking you that.
Hold on a second. Wait, James.
I don't know if you're talking.
Hold on. Wait, it's probably. Oh, my fucking signal, man. Like top 5. Wait, James, can you hear me? My signal's gone.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, yeah. Manchester United, arguably greatest team in not just the Prem, but top 5 in the world. Problem is, you're not winning shit anymore. Whether you get cheated, whether you lose, whether financial fair play, whether
Bingo.
wait, hold on.
Bingo.
Whether UEFA's corrupt, like it doesn't matter. The only thing that I care about, James, is where did you finish and where did Man City finish?
But they did. But what is it?
I hear you. That's it. It's done. It's done.
No. James, you're an old man, James. James, you're an old man, James. James, you're not that old, James, mate. You're not that old.
Listen.
Right?
Yeah, listen,
You're stuck in the past, James.
Listen to what I'm saying. 2017-18, we finished second. Yeah, we finished second behind an indomitable Man City team. I won't lie. No one's making an argument for that season us being better than them. Because you don't win anything for second other than Champions League spot. That's it.
Okay.
If you are finishing second to a City to a Liverpool team that are seemingly better than them, for example, even though they just got smoked 4-0, we won't talk about that though. It's the mad thing, yeah. The point is, yeah, if these lot are better than, if Liverpool's meant to be so much better than them, then what did these man win? They win a Champions League spot. But no, they don't get a Champions League spot. And not only that, they can't actually beat Man United in the Premier League this season, home or away. So how are they better than us? Because we got a Champions League spot and we slapped them both times we saw them. And all the players we've bought is from money that we generated. We fill out our stadium, even if we're playing Bournemouth. Them man can't fill out their stadium for nothing. Get me? 20,000 empty seats. Are you fucking sure? Yeah? They're not. So don't try like they're not the best team in Manchester. Don't be stupid. They're just an eyesore. They spend a lot of money. Get me? They spent, bruv.
James Jones, like my broski, you know your G Block's top striker, but you're gonna have to face the facts, bro. Man United is the fucking Everton of Manchester.
Man spent 200 million of money that they did not have on a defense in one season. Yeah. Guardiola.
But Manchester United are the Everton of Manchester now. That's it.
Guardiola inherited a squad that in the season before he came and the season after he came cost almost £500 million. That's 2 seasons worth of spending money that they don't generate. They can't even fill out a stadium. Like the man are got deals with Puma and that. Like, don't piss me off. It's cheating, isn't it? Like, so they can't like Liverpool, to their credit, yeah. At least they generated the money that they spent on Van Dijk and like, and like at least it was within the regulations. Like even though they're scum,
Man U City.
like they did a little something. Like you got City, are you stupid, bro? How's the man owning Man City? How's the man owning Man City, owning the Etihad and get sponsored by Etihad? I'm doing your flavor.
Blue, mates. Manchester's
You know
blue.
what I'm saying?
Manchester's
You know what
blue.
I'm saying?
Manchester's blue, James, mate.
James, how do we? What's the correct way to deal with haters? Because right now, like Manchester City is just like painting the town blue in it, and the
blue,
red side
yeah.
of Manchester is just like moving sour.
Listen,
Yeah, man.
How can it? You lot are dumb. How can the City be blue when we've done double over them in the derby? Like, what are you talking about?
It's blue.
Bro, Manchester's blue, bro.
It's blue,
like,
bro.
Manchester's all kinds of blue, like fucking light blue, navy blue, denim. Man. Fucking hell.
The Red Devils have gone under.
Innit? James is the first Manchester United supporter I've met in ages, James. I ain't met a Manchester United supporter.
You actually
so brass and loud.
You're actually big chat shit artist because I'm saying you're saying, oh, too blue. Imagine you've picked a season where we've done the double over them in the league.
Listen, like, you're talking chapters, James.
Wait, hold on a second, James. Do you know what the funny thing is? No one's disputing the fact that you bust them up. I'm asking you, like, where did you finish and where did they finish? That's all.
Yeah, James. We're about the chapter talk, James.
What do you mean last season?
Hey, does it look like Liverpool back in the day?
No, hold on. Do you mean last season? Is that what you mean? Last season? Where did they finish last season? Is that what you're asking me? Because if you're saying last season, then yeah, they're the champions. You know what I mean? They were the champions. They did better than us last season. Right. You know what I mean? It's not that complicated, bro.
You lot sounding like.
But I feel like it is that complicated because, like, you could have just said, listen,
the roles with Liverpool.
At the moment, we're going through a transition. You know what I mean? That's it.
Bro, are you dumb? Yeah. How can the City be blue when they can't fill out a stadium? They can't fill a stadium for a home game. But what? But
they got Liam
Gallagher.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Well, only because the fucking
it's all
London Man United supporters are full season tickets and shit.
Yeah. So what's
the actual real supporters in Manchester can't afford season tickets.
No, but the real supporters in Manchester are red as well. But you lot all do your little squabbling, yeah. You lot all do your little rat squabbling, yeah. The reality is what is we are the greatest. We are the greatest team in English football, and listen. You need to win your other title, yeah. You need to win your title, but in the Premier League era, you will never match what Man United done. Don't be stupid. You'll never match what Sir Alex Ferguson done. Don't be stupid.
We are talking about the has-been.
Yeah, don't be stupid. You'll never be as good as
Hey, Sarah, whatever will be. You're just a dirty man to me. Que sera, Que sera, whatever will be.
There ain't though. That's why you're pissed in it, because if financial fair play, if what happens now is serious for City, and from this point on they've got to rely on their academy, they've got to rely on the money they generate to buy players. Who becomes the richest team in the league again? So good luck in it. If Newcastle don't get bought, yeah, and you man's this golden generation of your players or Jurgen Klopp or whatever doesn't win another league title, you're all fucked. We're not fucked. We can every season from now until the end of fucking time, we can buy we can break the transfer record if we wanted to. You lot can't. So keep to eventually the money's gonna.
Remember, money runs out. Yeah, money runs out. Yeah.
So it don't. You know why it don't run out? It don't run out because we're in the worst period of our history, our modern history. Yeah, in modern history, it's the worst period we've ever had, and we're still top 3 clubs in the world. Different. Our thing's different. Your thing, you don't understand what our thing is.
That's what the history. Yeah, that's why we're trying to
champions
say why
of England,
different.
champions of Europe.
Special, yeah? Because without being the top
Champions.
three
We're
richest clubs in the
champions right
world,
now. You know what we are right now, James? We're
yeah,
champions.
without being the top three richest
That's
clubs
it,
in the
yeah.
world, it's
Tell him,
simply
Veli.
the engineering. You get me?
Champions, bro. We're
Hard work,
champions, bro. We're champions
dedication,
right now.
Yeah, 75%. Yeah,
discipline.
75% of your fans are alcoholics, bro. Like, don't chat
Oh,
shit.
you know what, James? Yeah, James.
What
You'll
you
regard
talking
to
about,
me
man?
now as champion
About
dread. You'll call me
85% of
champion
Man
dread
U
because my
fans
team's a
are
champion. That's
definitely
what I am.
smoking bush.
Champions.
Man U is the bush
All right.
capital of
That's
UK,
it.
man. Stop it, man.
No,
It's so
no.
close to Scotland, guys.
Yeah,
Get out of here, man.
champions. It's not
But
Liverpool to you. It's
you lot,
champions.
bruv, you lot are famous for an
Yeah,
era of playing foot of
Every man
yeah.
around there wears bucket hats.
You know what it's
Every man
like
in
right now,
Manchester wears
yeah?
a bucket hat
Liverpool,
and
it's like
and
we're
a
not
curtain.
we're like dad to you. You're like son. We're
You
like
lot are
dad to you.
famous, yeah. You lot are famous, yeah, for being great in an era where every single footballer was a mustache, mullet wearing, alcoholic hooligan. That's where your football was at its best. Yeah, we come go. You know the golden, like the Champions League, the Cristiano Ronaldo. They're like, come on, bruv, like behave yourself. 90s football, early 90s football. That some of the greatest
Behave
eras of
yourself, man.
history. That's where
Behave
we're
yourself.
champions in. You
Man.
don't know that
You know,
about
You're sounding a bit jealous right now.
no, but you
Yeah,
don't
innit, bro?
know what I'm saying.
I
But you
know. We're champions.
but
That's
hold
all I
on.
know right now is we're champions right now, bro.
Right, City's done the double. Right, City's done the double, yeah. City's done the double, yeah. The other day, they done the double, and then before that, they won league, lost the league, won the league, whatever, yeah. Cool. So lost the league, won the league, lost to us, won the league again, lost to Leicester, won the league again, won the league again. Now you lot are good. Oh, sorry, Chelsea won the league. So the one on, one off. Then they finally did a double. They got like 4 leagues now or something, yeah. Wait, one under Mancini, one under Pellegrini, and 2 under Guardiola. Yeah, they got 4 league titles, yeah, in the common era. So they ain't doing a three-peat. You've won your first now. You're not gonna win a second next season. We all know that. We all know City's gonna most likely take it next season. Because they're not gonna have Champions League, so they're gonna have a fucking almost £1 billion squad, and they're gonna be playing no Champions League, yeah. Cool. Then what happens? Then who's gonna win it after that? It's most likely not gonna be yours. We've done back-to-back trebles and these things, 3 leagues on the spin. Like what we've done, no one's doing that. So don't get
Now man's talking about
don't get
some
gas.
future that ain't even happened yet. You
No,
saying
but
that you know, how you know Liverpool's not gonna win no league next season?
what you're
Get
gonna
out of
win?
here, man.
What, you think you're gonna hold on? You think you're gonna beat City? That's
You
got no
side
Champions
face.
League? No,
Right.
no, is that what you think's gonna happen? You're gonna beat City with no Champions League.
Yeah.
You're probably gonna finish under Chelsea next season. You're probably gonna finish under Man United and Chelsea.
We're gonna win the league, yeah,
Cool. I have a cash bet
and
with
the
you.
Champions League.
I have a cash bet with you. I guarantee you.
Hey, I don't bet, man. It's against my religion.
You might but I'm saying you might finish. You might be competing for. Hey, listen. You might be competing. You might be competing for top 4 next season, and that is
Listen,
that
you
is-
man will be looking for a new manager next season. Trust me.
We're looking for a new manager now.
By January, you're looking for a new manager. Trust me. Solskjaer out me.
Yeah,
You're gonna get David Moyes again.
Bruv, I'm so shy out right now. I want Pochettino. I won't lie.
You're gonna get another David Moyes.
I want Poch. I want Poch to hear. I want
Yeah, go on, Billy.
Yeah, you're gonna get David Moyes part 2.
Or David Beckham.
You know what though? You know, I only come on here. I know. You know, let me show you the real thing. Getting me talking about football is a bad thing, yeah. Because you know, I only come here to back the thing because it was silent. No one was talking. I was like, come on.
Yeah, I know, man.
And now I'm all deep here. Fucking 2 hours time wasted arguing. You listen. You man, yeah. It's a city full of junkies, hooligans, criminals, and tramps. Yeah, burglars, thieves. Yeah, miscreants. Yeah,
Listen, you lot shoot children, mate. You lot shoot children.
And people have died, yeah. And you man are celebrating, yeah. You man are
Listen, James, you do know, yeah, in parts of Manchester, yeah, they still communicate by grunting and hand movements. You know that.
So I've got to leave now anyway. But listen, I just want to my final thoughts on the way you're celebrating your title victories.
Thank you.
It's disgusting. I wouldn't even call it a victory. It's disgusting. So you should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, do you know what? We'll see if you win the FA Cup.
Big up Ultra and Mr. Riggs. Nanifa, Natty, and Veli. Go fuck yourselves.
Champions. Hey, you see what it is? You see what it is? You see when people are happy? I'm happy, you know. See that there? That's a loser.
Don't
Now,
worry.
that's what we want to know. How do you do it? Like, James fitted in well with the show, with the theme of the show. Do I lie, Ellie? Do you reckon James fitted in well with the
like
show,
real.
like the theme?
Maybe like Will and Maggie. Oh, Will and no Maggie. Oh, man. Man like Will and no Maggie, you know. Madly. Don't buy the heads on my chinny chin chin.
Hey, no real substance, man.
Hey, man.
Did you ever think that you could defeat this kid? Not by the hairs of my chinny chin chin.
Trust me.
You don't want to bring Arms House. I'll bring Arms House to your mom's house.
Well,
Jesus.
that's if your mom's house is in the UK.
I'm in the chat. Anyway, where's my guy? Last of the Carafoo.
Oh, man. Trust me. I'm heartbroken one
Hey.
man, trust me. Heartbreak Hotel. Man, you think man should change
Come
his
on
name, his
now.
channel name to Real and No Maggie? Oh, man. Oh, man.
Hey. He's done, mate. He's done out here. Show finito.
Oh.
No, big up Raf. Big up Oak and Gold. Cotton Socks. Ayil.
Hey, big up everyone in the chat, man.
Yeah, man. Chat's bright today. Listen, man, they just don't like. Yeah. Yeah, they just don't like it that we done it in style, man. You know what I mean? Obviously, we were waiting since January to get given the cup. That's how long I've been waiting. Since January, man. So, I mean, there was talk of it since what? When were they talking about us winning already? Since what? Before Christmas.
Right. No, Afghan, one.
Man, Afghanistan.
No, Afghan. Ramsey Afghan.
Man, Afghanistan.
Ramsey Afghan. One. Hey, but anyway, man. That,
See that, James? I swear James was the only Manchester United supporter on the chat panel. Like, there was no Manchester United fans backing him, you know.
No, Afghan, which one you on, man?
Hello, yeah, hi. This one, man.
Yeah,
What's happening? What's happening?
Skyler.
You okay?
Hey, Afghan, I'm hearing rumors that Maggie Dash real out. So his name's now called Real and No Maggie.
I don't know, man. I don't underestimate Rio because if you say something about him, he might come like in a month's time and ask you when he's got loads of viewers, why were you chatting shit about me? So I've got no comment, man. It's happened to me loads of times that. So, but I don't know, man. I think he's just gone to Bulgaria for a break in his mum's farm or something. I don't know, but I think all this Maggie shit is all these weirdos spreading it. You know, these Russell and Squire and all that.
Okay.
It's just weird shit. All weird shit, man.
Yeah, he's
None
doing
of
it.
my
Yeah, you know
business.
what he's doing it for, man.
Go on.
He's creating a conspiracy theory, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, probably. But I highly doubt they're broken up.
I can't believe he had that thing anyway. You know, Ross.
Why?
I don't know. Did she wear contacts? She must have put them in one day and thought, nah.
Hey, wait. Now you think Maggie's bang, yeah?
She ain't butters. Like, have you seen him, bruv? Like, he looks. Listen, my guy looks like a. Huh? Now you know the thing. You know, that Polish thing.
Yeah, that's Maggie.
Yeah, I think my signal's pretty bad as well, man. I think Natty's. Are you on Virgin, Natty?
Nah, I'm on.
I know you guys were talking about football, innit, man?
Yeah,
Kind of
football,
missed
man.
it, man. Yeah, man. I mean, my Juve's doing well, bro, man. Ronaldo's just fucking on point.
He's Juventus, yeah?
Nah, he's
How
scoring
you
left.
call Juventus?
I support Juve, man. I support it since I was a kid, man. First, I was attracted to their uniform, innit? Their T-shirt when I was a little kid. I like that black and white.
Oh, the black and white.
Big up common
Black and white
sense.
strap.
Yeah, so that's it. And I like him from there. But I like Chiellini. You know, the defender, Chiellini. I've been following him since the World Cup, man. Back in '96. Was it Euros or the World Cup in '96? It was the Euros, wasn't it?
Euro 96. Yeah, Euro 96.
Yeah. Yeah, since then, man. Nah, I love Juve, man. Right to these English teams, bro.
Yeah, so what? You ain't got a team that you support in the UK?
Nah, man. I don't like English teams, man. It's just about money, man. There's no history and culture. It's just money, man.
What, you don't support Man United or Manchester
money
City?
now.
Nah, man. It's like you want to support a team, right?
One of your
You want
local
to.
teams.
Yeah, you. My local is Burnley FC, bro, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
common
man,
sense.
yeah.
What does that mean? Common sense. What does that mean? You funny guy.
Oh, what I was trying to say is that, look, right, you want to support a team where the players want to play for that team and not play for the money in it. You know what I mean? And it's a privilege
Yeah,
to
that's
play
James's
for
thing,
Juve.
innit? That's James's thing, Cotton, innit?
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Man United's all about money. That's it. Those players who used to play for United, the Beckham, Ryan Giggs, Scholes, these people wanted to play for that team regardless of pay, but they're gone now, aren't they? It's just about money now. So what they're doing is they're just paying any random hype train and just betting that player would accommodate. But that fails, isn't it? They failed on with and they had loads of players, didn't they? Ibrahimovic, he flopped. That French guy, what's his name? The young kid that scored yesterday. What's his name? Oh, I forgot his name. The young one. He's kind of flopped. They're all flopping, man. Even De Gea's flopping. They're talking about kicking him out. Yeah, man.
United goalkeeper.
Yeah.
De Gea.
Roy Keane was there all cussing him on some talk show, man, saying he's shit and he's making silly mistakes. But like last year, he was like the most expensive, wasn't he?
Yeah, but last year, do you know how many shots were getting fired at the guy because their defense was so crap?
I know that's true. I know. I'm not blaming him.
My guy was taking shots, bro. Like he was their best player. He was their best player by far. I mean, they could have had easily 50 goals past them if it wasn't for my man.
I don't know, bro, man. Football is unpredictable, man. That's the problem. But I think City will win it the next season.
Yeah.
City will. Yeah, man. City's gonna win it, man. They're too good,
Yeah,
man.
man. Yeah.
Don't know. Look
Let
how they
City
played
hold that.
yesterday, though.
They let City
Listen,
hold that.
it's the mentality. We had the mentality last year. Yeah.
We're gonna win the league. So.
Yeah, Di Maria was another one. Remember Di Maria? He bloody ran away because of the weather and shit, didn't he? And the rudeness of the local people. That's what his wife was saying a few weeks ago. And he got robbed as well, didn't he? Mm.
What about the Manchester?
Probably.
Man, what's been going on there, man? On the YouTube streets, man. We saying we got the question of the day today, yeah? Is what's the end goal? Is it the end goal?
Now I'm
For
just looking
a
at.
hater
I cut.
or vulture? Someone read out the question of the day. Someone read it. Yo.
Yeah, someone type it out because I can't see it.
All right, 1 minute, I'll read it. It says, G Block, Monday haters and vultures. What is their motivations? And what's the ultimate goal? Is that okay?
What's the ultimate goal? And what's the motivation for someone to become a hater or vulture?
I don't know, man. Bloody hell. I'm probably the most hated person on here. Maybe you could ask one of the people in the live chat why they hate me.
You give people reasons to hate them. To hate you. Like,
Oh, you mean in the
not like you just
jealousy
sit there
sense?
saying, nah, yeah. Like, when someone's
Oh,
not
okay.
giving you a reason to hate on them.
Well, fair enough. I don't know, man. Well, but they say jealousy is just a psychological trait where you don't have what another person has. So that's like if they've got a nice car or they've got a better looks than you, or you know what I mean? They're taller than you, or they got bigger muscles than you, or they're smarter than you. Then the jealousy kicks in, doesn't it? Then you begin to hate that person because.
So they're an enemy, man.
Yeah,
So watch out for them. That's it. Try not to show them like hate, but just watch out for them, innit?
But I was reading something,
Where's
right?
Khan at, man?
Well, Khan's on
Where's Khan
Jedi's,
at?
isn't it? He's on Jedi's, man.
I know.
Sometimes with Khan, right? Sometimes with Khan, yeah. Sometimes if I never knew him, I would think he's black. On the panels, the way he talks, like. But then when you look at his face, yeah, no. But when you like look at his face and you think, oh shit, man, this guy looks like an Uzbek from Uzbekistan somewhere. So I don't know. I think he grew up with this. Yeah, yeah. He's all right, man. Khan's a good lad. Why is? I don't know what's going on, man. Bloody, is he declared a fatwa on you, values?
Not me, man.
Yeah, because they were dragging your name into it, man.
Yeah. Nah, man, that's him and Raj's beef, man. Me and Khan always have arguments, man. When he comes around and does his thing. But him and Raj's beef is funny still. That made me laugh, man. The fact, wow.
Look at Turek, man. Turek, you see, like, this is what I mean when people, when they get jealous, man. It's like Turek. He's jealous because obviously he's the last of the character, isn't it?
Oh my God, please, Natty, you're gonna make me laugh, bro. Start that shit again, man. Is he not here, Torok?
Hey, natty.
He's
We can't
nobly,
hear you, man.
bruv, at the Jungle Book. That's who Turk is.
Say that again, natty, bro. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Say
Yeah,
what you
go
said
on.
again, bro. I
He's
couldn't
talking
hear
about
you,
the
man. Say what you said
caribous.
again.
He's on about the caribous. The last of the caribous.
Yeah, man.
Nah, I mean, but I don't know Torok. Is he like half Indian, half African or something?
He's Indian, man.
Oh, is it?
I don't know, man. I ain't seen it before, so.
I mean, why don't this Walter come on, man?
I
This
seen it,
Walter
man.
guy. Have you ever seen his face, guys?
He does come on.
Oh, okay.
I ain't seen it before, but I've seen
Walter
it, man.
is a holy man with holy water.
Oh, is it? Okay. Why is he missing those days, huh? Those days. Oh, he's a Catholic.
Catholic, man. Alright.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So basically, he's the type that if he got bummed, he would forgive the bummer. Ah, okay.
He's Catholic.
He's an
I
atheist
think they
posing
are.
as a Catholic.
Yeah, man. They all say that, don't they? I bet he's watching porn all day. I bet he's seeing his mistress in Lisboa and Rio Janeiro.
I don't think
He's
he
from
lives there, man.
Canada, isn't he? He's an illegal immigrant to Canada, man.
Afghan, mind
Yeah.
yourself, you know, because you see Walter, yeah, he always carries around holy water with him, yeah. If he dashes that over, you're finished. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna melt, am I?
Something will trust me, bro.
He said,
Is it?
hey, wait. Walter said he don't watch porn because he's an old man.
Am I gonna sound like a steak going on a hot pan with oil?
Right. Afghan, what about for you and Roger, please, man?
I've decided to
Update me, man. Let me know.
basically ignore him now and let his autism drive him insane, because I've given him a daily dose of my attention for the past few days, and he's made streams about me. So I'm basically just going to ignore him now, because it's gone to the point where he's got murderers on his panel and far right people, and he's there asking people for information about me. So I don't understand, why do people take everything so serious on the net? You know what I mean? It's just,
Yeah, it's getting messy now.
Dave Smith, innit? He came on Real's panel. He came on Real's panel back in January, and he said, "I murdered someone. I murdered someone." And he started saying, "You're gonna kill all the immigrants." I'm gonna look for that clip. But Real's acting weird now, innit? He's like in some other world, man. So you know what I mean? He's got all these weird people on his panel, and last night he was saying he wants information about me. I thought the police have told him like not to talk about me, innit, while the investigation's ongoing. But this is what I mean. He's messed up, Valley. His autism's ruined it for him now, because he's incited violence on me. So I'm just going to ignore him now. And on the 30th of August, I'm going to be there, and I've increased the number now from 3 guys to 6 guys now. So I've got 3 other guys that want to come because they want to see London. So we'll see, innit? I mean, I'm not going to speak to him or about him.
What do you think? Feel like you've had to
Well, listen, Afghan, you know Pigeon's got a lot of backup down here. You know the Pigeons are his Pigeons, yeah?
Hold on. So you've had to up your security because of the threat of Raj, yeah?
Oh no, not the threat of Raj. We got other business. They got other business there, man. They want to buy a property. These are the three guys. They want to open a restaurant. I think near the they were talking about a part of London, central London, where the Italian quarters are. You know, I don't know where that is. Italian quarters, where all these Italian restaurants are. They've seen a building there, so they want to open a restaurant there. So they said they're gonna come over as well, because they're from Germany as well. So I thought I might as well bring them along to Speaker's Corner and just see what it's like, innit?
Yeah, you're gonna be Afghan the Godfather next year.
Yeah, man. Maybe these gyms are opening now, innit? They're gonna open next week where I'm from. I'm gonna start my training again, innit? So by 30th August, I'll be a good size then, man. I'll be a good size.
You're gonna be like a Marine.
Nah, man. I'm not on about slim fit fucking 6-packs me, man. I'm just gonna be like a big bear. You know what I mean? A boulder shoulder. So we'll see in it, man. You'll see me. I'll see Mr. X there, everyone there, man. I'll give you all big ups, man. Natty, Belly, all of yous, man. You see me, man. Yeah, man.
I'll have to come down to see this. I might come down and see this.
Well, I know that the thingy are going to be there, the DVLA, whatever the fuck they call themselves, man. DVLA, whatever bullshit, man. Little fucking. I swear to God, if that guy starts
But
to
really,
fight,
you know what, Belly, you need to get someone just to go down there and just put it on live stream, innit? Because all I'm gonna see, no, really, all I'm gonna see is someone just running around the park. That's what you're gonna see is just a crowd running around the park, really, innit?
No.
I don't even yeah, go on, carry on with what you're saying, man.
It's gonna be like Afghan's gonna be trying to catch a pigeon.
Nah, man. You know what? I had a dream last night, right? It was a beautiful dream. I was like chasing a pigeon, and I just did this. You know, like when you're doing a penalty kick with all your heart, right on the pigeon's ass, mate, into the fucking air, man. And someone like took a snapshot of it, man, and made a meme, man. There's weird dreams I have when I'm asleep, man. You shouldn't do animal abuse. You know what I mean? Don't abuse animals, guys. Yeah, they have a right to live. But I swear to God, man, he was talking some real racial bullshit about Afghans, man. And I might, if I see him, right, I might ask him, innit? I mean, that's perfectly legal.
Yeah, you'll catch him lacking, man. Yeah, but the thing is, Afghan, yeah, you shouldn't say like you're gonna, you know what I mean? You should just catch him lacking, G. Like you catch him there. You'll catch him. You know what? You're gonna catch him there, just cotch up there, like you know what I mean. And you could just put it on him.
The thing is, right, I've received reports, right, that some other people are gonna come. I think he's not even my priority, to be honest. Is these other guys that are coming that I'm really like not like concerned about.
I mean, just bring a bag of bread, yeah. Just bring a bag of bread, bruv. Lay the trap in it.
Mate, I mean, chill out for a minute, cuz. Who's supposed to be coming? Who's supposed to be coming?
When you hear that cooing, all that cooing, they start cooing in it.
Be careful, Natty, man. He's gonna record this and make a show about you, bro. And he's gonna be talking about your chest and your hair and all kinds of bullshit, man.
Hey, it's not me he's coming for, G. It's you, fam. He's coming for you, mate. Not me.
No, Vanny, what were you saying?
Yeah, what's the update that you've had about the new people that's supposed to be coming?
Yeah, they're not Muslim. They're not Muslims. We just got a phone call, innit? You've been talking shit about the Queen and about the British Army, so that's all I'm gonna say, innit? So we're gonna come down. So I'm like, fine then. Let's increase it to 3 then. Maybe we'll get another 3 over. I'm gonna make it spectacular, Veli. It's gonna be spoken of as an event for the next 10 years, man. On every stream.
What, that UK Speaker's Corner?
No, but what will happen, isn't it? Like,
what happened at Speaker's Corner?
It's like a medieval. Have you seen like football hooligans clashing in Russia?
Yeah.
Something like that, man. But it's not in my hands, you know. I'm a man of peace. I love everyone, bro. I'm only going there for political debates, learning from Brother Shamsi, Brother Mansoor. You know what I mean? About the Deen, bruv.
Come to
But,
learn, yeah.
yeah, but if it gets messy, it gets messy. You know what I mean? But it's gonna be funny though, man.
Hey, I watched this video once, right? This guy must have put laxative in all this bread.
Yeah, the seagulls.
Yeah. And all these pigeons started eating, and next in it, man, the pigeons are just Brad Pitting everyone, G.
Yeah, they did that with seagulls as well. There was another one. They gave
Oi.
seagulls and all the people that were like sunbathing,
Hey.
shitting on their
Showered.
faces, man.
Showering,
Yeah,
mate.
proper. But that's some scary shit, bro. You know these seagulls, right? I was in Wales once, and I had a fucking Subway in it, proper hungry, on my own. My wife was like, she was in a bed and that tired and shit, yeah, because we went trekking. So the seaside was right in front of us. So I went down. I had I pulled out my Subway, and these seagulls just attacked me, bro. They're massive, aren't they? They really are huge. There were about 100 of them
You
just
know what?
running after
I
my
think we're
fucking
onto something.
Subway.
You know what, Afghan, yeah? At the park, you know what you're going to see? You're going to see a seagull flag, and you're going to see a pigeon flag. And that's what it's going to be, bro.
What do you mean a seagull flag? Are you on about my hairline or something, bro?
That's who you're representing. You're representing the seagulls, and he's
Right.
representing the pigeons. Hey, it'll be like the Lord of the Rings. The seagulls are coming. The seagulls are coming. Hey.
Nah, but basically what it is that my phone number's got leaked for some odd reason.
Your phone number's been leaked.
That's straight.
Yeah, man. It got a leak, man. I got a call last night. I recorded it, but I'm not gonna post it up, man. I'm gonna think about it. I might play it on air if you want sometime. The guy says to me, "No, man, I'm not, man. Not on here. Not yet." What the guy said is that there were about 4 guys on the call, right? They sounded white. Definitely white, man. I could tell if it's a black guy or a Muslim or a thingy. And they've been saying that, yeah, we got your details, right? You're gonna come down on the 30th. I said, yeah, I am. And what? He goes, yeah, are you trying to hit on one of our mans and some bullshit they're on about? They're probably referring to Pigeon. They kept talking about their mans. You're after our mans. I mean, who else was I coming for? There wasn't anyone else. It wasn't fucking Hector or bloody Wendy and all that, innit? So they I don't know, they gave some names, man. I don't know. They go, where from this firm? Some East End firm or some shit, man. I don't know, man. Some football firm, West Ham or some bullshit he was on about. He goes, we're going to be there. You're going to be there. I said, yeah, sure. All right, then. Safe. And that's it, man. They've sent the threat over, so let's see, innit? I'm not going to go police. Why should I go to police, bro? I love a good fight, me, bro. I'm gonna get my fucking Vaseline ready, get my disinfectant ready, my antiseptic ready for some cuts and bruises.
That's straight.
I'm gonna get my fucking knife-proof vest on.
That's straight.
Get my helmet on, bro. My motorcycle helmet. You know what? No head injuries, man. No, I'll post it. I'll think about it, Veli. I'll think about it, yeah? Because it could, those were proper threats, man. Someone could strike your channel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
For terrorism or something, you know what I mean? They could strike. I don't want you getting your third fucking strike, because of me and that. But I'll probably post it on YouTube. But I really want to see this.
Oh shit, he dropped off. Him drop off. Yeah, man. So I don't know about that still, but yeah.
Everything lock up.
So let's see. I get lock off. Yeah, here it is.
Oh, fucking hell, you know my vape pen? It fucking hit the exit button, man. I'm throwing it in the air. Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know, man. To be honest, man, I knew this will happen because You know when you make streams about people with their fucking face as the main thumbnail, and you keep talking, bringing up old shit I've said like fucking when I was trolling like a year ago. You're gonna obviously intentionally piss people off in it. So let's see in it, man. Let's see.
Yeah. One thing.
You know what?
One thing. Listen, yeah. I'm gonna
Let's
leave you man on the
let's
panel,
make
yeah.
some
So
money.
let's do a job.
Let's say I rent out a little. You know what I mean? Let's say I
Yeah, in
rent
a
out a
bit,
little
man.
venue.
Shout me from YouTube. Wait, one sec, yeah. Shout me from YouTube if anyone's in the back chat or anything, yeah.
Hey,
And
so
I
we
them
can
on.
have it live. How about we have it live? What are you saying, Afghan?
Oh, definitely.
We have a live debate, yeah?
With who?
You and your op.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
good
like
one,
you
man.
can have like your security, he can have his security. We put up like a
The thing
screen,
is,
you know?
right? You know me,
So you
right?
guys can just
I know a fact the guys that I'm gonna bring are not gonna be fucking comfortable fighting in front of 50 fucking GoPro cameras, man. You know what I mean? In a fucking park. So I don't know
but
if I should like
you could
rearrange
do that.
this.
You could do that type of thing, but afterwards I'm talking about like we could sell some tickets, you know what I mean? Get the music, the DJs there. I'll just hire out a venue, innit?
Bro, what DJs, man? Half of us are gonna be in
Yeah, we'll have
fucking
all the
hospital, man.
we'll have bare of the top dogs that like to run their mouths, yeah, come down and
Yeah,
thing.
all the
You know what I
trolls, man.
mean?
Like Mr. Shudders, man.
You know
He's
what I
an
mean? We'll
NF
do
guy.
that.
You know that? You know
Yeah,
that guy in a live chat?
we'll have a little bashment night, you know what I mean? We'll have a little garage night as well.
Check this shit out, guys. Check this shit out. Veli, are you there, man? All right, Veli's
Nah,
gone,
he's
isn't it?
cut
There was a
for a
guy,
while.
right? There's a guy, right, who sent me basically last year, right? This guy's a jihadi, yeah. He's been in Syria. He lives in Ireland, yeah. And he sent me a picture of a pistol. He was basically, you know, clocking, loading the picture and putting one in the chamber. And he put my name, saying that I'm going to kill you in it. And then he sent a picture of his pistol with my name and, you know, with a death note. So that little pigeon came on the stream once and said, "Can you send me that?" Like, so I said, "All right." So I sent it last year to him. He's made a stream yesterday, basically talking about how I snitched on the bloody jihadi guy because that jihadi guy was in his live panel yesterday. Oh, is Natty gone? Fuck's sake, man. Oh, does this mean I'm on my own again? Yeah, go on, Ultra. Open your fucking little big ass mouth, bruv. Fucking little bloody wrongin'. Yeah, I can't hear you, bruv. Scumbag. Yeah, so what happened is, is that guy comes on Raj's live panel yesterday, and Raj is cooperating with a jihadi. Basically, Raj said to that Land of Celts guy, email me, bruv. Email me. I'll show you what Afghan said. So if someone's passed you information of a potential jihadi with a illegal firearm in Ireland, and you're talking with that person, Raj, you're actually saying to that person to speak to you. That just shows Raj has not told the police nothing, because now I can use that against Raj now, that he is working and cooperating with a man who threatened to murder me with a real illegal firearm, which is illegal in Ireland, 10 years in prison. So it's fucking, oh, let's see about you. Yeah. So when that dickhead, he literally said to Land of Celts yesterday, the man with possession of an illegal firearm, email me, you know, you want to go against Afghan Land of Celts, email me. So they're collaborating against me. But listen, I swear to you, I received a call. They sounded like they were from London. They had very strong Cockney accents, saying they're going to do this and that to me. So it's going to be war on the 30th of August.
Murder on the block.
If this is true, though, if that's true. So we'll see. I need to start training, man. I'm gonna start getting my brother to get me those kickboxing combos in, man. With a proper train, man. A bit 5-6 weeks enough in it, man. Get my combos in, get my stamina up. Yeah, man. Ground and pound, brother. Ground and fucking pound, mate. Any little far right hooligans wanna fucking fight with me, bro? It's over, man. You know what I mean? I'm not interested in any shitty pigeon now, bro. You know what I mean? You get me, Natty?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna show you how we Afghans roll, bro. Why we so infamous, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sound like some Rambo thing, G.
Oh man, forget Rambo, mate. Rambo came Afghanistan once, didn't he? He was very
What was the
impressed.
third movie called? What was the first? What the first one was for blood?
I don't know, man, but that's so long ago, man. Fucking, but I remember him, but not like title wise. But we'll see,
Rambo was
man, because and here's the other one, Sam M, this Iranian-looking homosexual man. You know, a lot of these Iranians, you know, when they leave Islam, you know, the majority of them are actually gay. You know that.
Is it?
They're either gay or they're lesbians, man. And him, Sam M, is 100% little born Shia, yeah. When I asked him, yeah, what is your religion? He goes, I'm a Zoroastrian. I'm a
Do you know what I've
fire
noticed?
worshipper.
Have you seen them
Oh,
women who get
Shia.
Botox out there? Have you seen them women who love that
Yeah,
Botox
fuck,
thing
this
out
is a shit. You say Iran has got the
there? They look
highest
like
rate of
monsters when
fucking.
they do that too.
Yeah, not just that, they got the
Have you
highest
seen
rate of
them?
nose.
When they look like
Nose.
they've got gobstoppers in their cheeks, like what's that all about, man? Looking like some
Listen, man,
stretched ass clown face.
they will sell their daughters to the white man, bro. You know, when they come to this country, they're sucking every style of cock, bro, just to feel integrated, man. I'm telling you, man. I've seen it in the nightclubs, man. Little dirty Iranian girl with a unibrow, with a fucking hairy pum pum. You know what I mean?
Easy.
And they only go for white guys because they're like Raj, innit? Well, we only want white people in us. You know what I mean? Because we want to be Aryans. I'm from Iran. They're a bunch of fucking Turks, man. You know, they've done DNA tests on Iranians, and about 80% of them had fucking Turkish blood in them because the Turks fucking raped them to the last drop of spunk in their testicles, yeah. Yeah, man. Fucking Persian, my fucking ass Persian, man.
So who you married to then, Afghan?
My wife is beautiful, bro. I'll tell you that, man.
Where's she from? Is she Afghanistan?
Yeah, man. She's from my own tribe.
I have seen like Afghanistan women. Like my missus has showed me Afghanistan women. There are some pretty Afghanistani women, you know.
Thing is, we're a really orthodox nation, bro.
All
So
races, you know what? There's
yeah.
all races have got some real nice, pretty girls, man.
Of course. Except
But
Iranian
you know the ones, you know the ones that are like, you know the ones that are like proper, like backyard though. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know what you mean. But yeah,
They
man.
don't have that Botox. They don't turn up, they don't mash up their face. You see, women nowadays are just mashing up their face, man, differently.
Sam M, right? Sam M, little white man worshipper. You see him in the park with his little gay blind man sunglasses on, yeah. Always when there's a white person like picking on the Muslims, he's there to like defend the white person, like a chaiwala, man. I mean, what would you call an Iranian chaiwala? What, a raisin wala? Shall we call him a raisin wala?
I don't know, man.
Well, what's real media saying? I think he's talking. Who's he talking about? All right, he's talking about this Mr. Shudders is a little fucking. He's another little NF guy. You know that
yeah.
Mr. Sodders in the live chat. He's a NF, mate, National Front.
Is it?
And he's angry. Yeah, he's angry with me because all I said was, "You're such a beta male that a bunch of fat curry bum bloody middle-aged Pakistani guys took your women for a ride for 10 years, man, in the taxi, and over that he's pissed off." I'm like, come on, man, what's wrong with that? It's fucking truth. You know what I mean, Natty? You don't need to agree with me. Please don't agree with me, Natty. then you're gonna incriminate yourself, bro.
I got my own views, man. I got my own struggles, man, in life. You know what I mean?
I know, man. But Sam M, man, I hope I see you there, Sam.
I'm struggling to keep young. That's what I'm struggling to
Definitely.
do, man.
I hope I do see Sam M when I'm there, man, and I slap that bloody blind man glasses off his face, man. Little faggot Iranian, man. Little homosexual, man. They sound like gays. They're fucking faggots, man. Us Afghans, yeah. You know, when we talk in Pashto, it's like proper manly. Like, these lot talk like fucking gays, man. Honestly, man. You know what? They say that a gay person could learn Farsi really quick, you know. You know what I mean?
He can learn what?
Farsi, you know, Iranian language.
Yeah.
Really quick, because, you know, it sounds like a faggot, doesn't it? You're like that Tom Grady. You'll learn that language really quick, man. All right, my love. I'm just nipping to the shop, love. Fucking queers, man. They had their fucking general nuked with a fucking drone, and all they did was drop fucking missiles on a fucking open desert, man. Fucking dickheads, man. Fucking Shias, man. Fucking sick of Shias, man.
What about Sunnis?
You know, Sunnis are alright, bruv, man. Sunnis don't go whipping themselves and fucking licking. You know what they do? You know their holy sites during coronavirus time in Iran? They were literally going there, licking the railings of their shrines, yeah, saying, I will take the corona. Khabi khabi khuni. I want the corona. Allahu Akbar. Fucking knobheads, man.
Nah, they were all on lock, man. I heard if you were left, I heard in them countries, man, if you left, you're getting your ass whooped.
Yeah, but check this shout. He goes, Afghan Bacha. Listen, Sam M. Bacha Pazi is Farsi, buddy. Bacha Pazi is what you Persian speaking cunts do in Afghanistan, mate. We Pashtuns banned it.
45. What about that?
No, 1 minute. We Pashtuns, right, under the Taliban, we banned Bacha Pazi so little Farsi ones like you stop picking on little fucking boys, you cunt. Little prick. Yeah,
bro.
Sam.
I'm just tell him, bro. Brimful of Asher on the 35, mate.
No, they keep talking about Bacha Pazi, yeah. Bacha Pazi is not even done by Pashtuns, mate. It's done by fucking Sam M's brothers who speak his fucking Farsi, mate. That's why it's called Bacha Pazi, which is Farsi. It's not even Pashto, you cunts. But you know what? This is the problem, man. This is why I hate telling people I'm Afghan, because then they stereotype us due to a fucking shitty minority, like it happens with Romanians. And like you got white Romanians and they get stereotyped for being Roma, gypsies. You know what I mean? This pisses me off, Natty. Well, what was you saying, Natty? I'm sorry.
Who's Maggie? Who's Maggie? Who's Maggie?
Maggie is Real's girlfriend, isn't it?
That Polish thing.
Sam M says Bacha Pazi comes from Afghanistan. No, it came from the Persians and the Turks, you dumb fucking cunt. And Bacha Pazi is Iranian. It's Iranian. It's done by Farsi ones, buddy. The Pashtun Taliban bandits up in North Afghanistan. So your Farsi brothers, yeah? So your Farsi brothers stop bombing little boys, mate. Look at the music they sing to these Bacha Pazi boys. It's fucking Farsi, Sam M. It's your people. You cunt, man. Lies. Go prove me wrong, you stupid little fucking
number
Shia,
one
mate.
in the Bombay chart. Like
He's a little
Turks,
Shia, man.
yeah? Like Turks Bombay music. Me number one in the Bombay chart.
The little fucking Shia, mate. I'm a Zostrafarian. I'm a fire worshipper. You're a fucking little Dalit. That's what you are, fucking Sam M. You hide behind Islamophobes like a smelly Shia with your shitty little blind man sunglasses. We'll see you on the 30th, mate. You fucking Iranian cunt, man. Shitty cunt. I mean, he's such a disgraceful person, right? He's such a disgrace. All right, so Sam M, you're saying who banned Bachapazi? Who banned it? Who banned the fucking? Who banned Bachapazi?
Listen, you
Sam
can
M.
still buy
Yeah.
chapatis. Don't listen to him, bruv. No one
Now,
banned
1
no
minute.
chapatis.
1 minute. Who banned Bachapazi, and which part of Afghanistan was it banned in, Sam M? It was
So,
banned
Sam,
in the
see you,
north.
Sam, yeah?
1
See
minute,
you,
Natty,
mate.
man.
Who banned chapatis, bruv?
It was banned in North Afghanistan, where you dirty Farsi one and little shitty Shias live, buddy. You fucking prick. Who says I'm triggered, Sam M? You fucking so irritating, man. You just stand there in every video with that little spaz pigeon, yeah? Oh, I hate Islam. You're a fucking disgrace, mate. You're a traitorous filth who ran away from Iran,
and I know that it is love.
hiding under the bollocks, the shaft of a white man, so you feel accepted. Oh, I'm a fire worshiper. 1 minute, Natty, man. I'm not Iranian. I'm Persian. I'm a Persian. You fucking little
Saj
prick.
Bahaji 45. Aye.
Anyway, who's next, man? Mr. Shodders as well. Mr. Shodders is just mad that a middle-aged Pakistani taxi driver gets better white women than him. Anyway, man. Who else we gonna get now?
Hey, you're going through the list.
Oh, there's loads
You
of
got
them.
a whole chat to go through, man.
Who are we going for now? Oh, Self Matrix. I got to ask Afghan, how does being ANA and speaking up for the Taliban fit? The Taliban are my brothers, mate. Even though we fought them, they're my brothers. You know what I mean? We Afghans have a weird sense of rivalry and brotherhood. When we fought the Taliban, we didn't desecrate their body. We respected them because they're our brothers. You know what I mean? Even we just believe that the Taliban are on the wrong kind of way of life, man. And if they're going to fire at us, we're going to fire at them. But I don't hate them. They're my brothers. The Afghan Taliban, not ISIS and all these Arabs and all this shit, yeah. They're my brothers, mate. I'll never hate them. Even though they murdered my brother, I forgive them. You know what I mean? Killing Afghans is not the solution, but it only satisfies Pakistanis and Punjabis and fucking shitty Iranians and all this other Western shit that meddle in Afghanistan, make us kill one another. You know what I mean? I don't hate them. Self Matrix. I hope that answers your question. Your question. I'm from Persia. My name is Sam M and I'm Persian. Fucking faggot. Yeah, just gonna ignore him now. I mean, who's next now? Nah, man. Self Matrix. I was in a militia under Commander Amanullah Wazir. That's why I use his name. May Allah rest his soul, man. He was a warrior. He died, unfortunately, 4 years ago. May Allah rest his soul. May Allah rest his soul, man. That guy was a great man. No fucking NATO white boy was giving me fucking orders, buddy. The people were giving me orders.
No one knows anyone about the people. You know who's for the people, them? Turk is for the people, them.
Nah, man,
Do you
I'm
know
being
where his
serious,
people
man.
them are?
You know
No, listen,
my.
listen,
Oh my
listen,
God,
listen,
man.
listen.
Come
No,
on,
I'm
man.
being
He ain't
serious.
even here. He's not even here.
Listen, Afghan. You know Turk's people, yeah? They're scattered, bro. You have to have a little bit of, you know what I mean? Sometimes when you're talking, then you have to have a little bit of compassion for other people because it's for the people, them. You get me?
You know what? Since my face has already been kind of doxed by myself, I might send Veli the pictures of my time, but that's dangerous though, isn't it? Because if you're gonna like post them up and these trolls get hold of them, they could do anything with them. Because I've got a few pictures like, up in the mountains and shit.
Post them to Raj. Give them to Raj.
No, man, fuck that shit. I ain't giving it to anyone. I ain't giving them to anyone, man.
Raj will make a shrine out of them for you, bro.
No, man, I got fucking interrogated and shit once I landed here, man. I went through hell, man. What are you doing there? On that date, you were there. You spoke to that. Fuck that shit, man. I'm getting through that crap again, man. But yeah, man. We fought the Taliban, buddy. I do not hate them one bit. I just hate their ideology. But they are my brothers. They are the people of the soil, mates. You know what I mean? They shouldn't be fighting for Arabs and
People
Pakistani
them.
Punjabis. Yeah, stop killing your own people for fucking foreigners, man. You know what I mean? Let the Pakistanis bring Sharia in their countries, which they don't even have. Let the Iranians, you know what I mean, get fucked by Israel and America. Just worry about your own Pashtun people, bro. You know what I mean? Stop killing your own people. But if someone's going to shoot at me, Natty, I'm going to fire back, man. Regardless if they're my people or not. You know what I mean?
But don't shoot at the caribou because they're endangered people. The caribou, yeah, it's for the people. Them don't, you know what I mean? Like when you see them people, go easy on them because there's not many of them left. You know what I mean? If you're for the people, them.
Yeah, but this South Matrix, I like this guy. I think he's ex-military. I think he's that mixed race guy from the park, I'm sure. He's all right guy, him. I like him. I was born in the UK, Matrix. But I went back there on and off for 3 years, man. Look, he's saying, yes, stolen valor Afghan. AK-74, 4.45, brother, Matrix. Beautiful gun. Beautiful. I got 400 fucking yards on that, bro. 400 yards, man. Beautiful gun that is, man. AK-74M. Proper Russian made, mate. Ismarch factory made. You know that? When I started there, Natty, I had a shitty Chinese AK, bro. That shit used to spark like a firecracker at night. You know that?
Yeah.
You don't want your fun gun to spark at night, man. You know that? Yeah, man. Big up Amanullah, man. He gave me that AK. His own stash, man. And you know what the problem is, right? You know, AK-74s and 47s is that the bullet size is different. I think the AK-47's like a
5.5.
5 point. No, they're like a 7.62, an AK-74,
Yeah.
and AK-74 is a smaller bullet.
Yeah, that's 5.5.
Yeah, 5.45 or something. Yeah, they so I used to always like make sure at least I have about 90 rounds at least, man. You know, 4 clips on the chest rig. But I used to be really, really subtle when firing, man. I used to never do it on fully auto, man. I used to do single shot, man, always. Because there's no point whatsoever to fucking go on fully auto, man, in a gunfight, man, because you're just wasting bullets, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'd only let the heavy gunner, you know, the PKM, when that guy's covering fire while you reload, man. That's the only gun where you can like proper fucking just go fully auto, man. And that's a heavy bullet, man. That's like a sniper bullet, that on the PKM. You know that?
Yeah.
Fucking huge, man. Oh yeah, that's true, Matrix said. You could bury an AK-47 in the sand and still fire it. Yeah, man. AK-47s, man, not my piece of cake, man. If I'm on a desert island and I had that, I would be like, all right, it's all right. But nah, man, not in a gunfight, man. I like a bit of stability, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, what have you, Natty? Sorry, man, I've bored you, haven't I?
Now, see, who else you sending shots at?
Nah, man, I'm just talking to Matrix. I think he's the former soldier, man. He's talking on a level with me. Yeah, defo Seagulls, you'll be lucky to hit anything, man. That's what I mean, man. 3 burst shot. If you got, I'm sure my AK-74 was gas gas selective fire. So let me think. Yeah, I did have a 3 burst. I mean, 3 burst is pretty good. You know, when it shoots 3 bullets at once. But I always used to
M16.
have it. Yeah, you have it on an AK too, but I always have single fire, man. Get in good position, man. Just wait. Just pray the guy pops his head up in it. But yeah, man, that's old news, man. That's like fucking like 15 or 17, 18 years ago, bro, man. I used to be young, fit, healthy guy, man. Lean as fuck. Full of fucking stamina, man.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
train, man.
Oh, definitely, man. Those mountains were hard, bro. The altitude was really high as well, man. Like fucking low oxygen, mate. Yeah, man. I'm gonna nip off and eat now, bro. Have my second meal now. Then I'm gonna do biceps.
Yeah, man.
Pretty limited, me, man. I only got like an ease bar and a dumbbell. So I'm doing like ease bar curl, regular curls with a dumbbell, and then
Yeah, you
doing
can
those
order a pull-up.
forearm curls.
You can order a door pull-up bar though as well.
Nah, my gym's opening now, innit? So I'm gonna go gym. Man. My gym's got everything, mate. It's got MMA,
Yeah, but
fucking
everyone's going to be at the gym. You're not going to be able to go around doing freely, so you might as well do what you can at home and then just go to the
just
gym for
weather the
specific
storm, is
stuff.
it? Nah, but the good thing is my gym's got it's 24 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, but Geezer, I guarantee you, yeah, I always think, oh, I'll go early, or I go at a certain time. What if I was to go gym, I'd go at a certain time, yeah. But yeah, I now would prefer just to have a certain time that I do gym. But I would only go. Oh, it's good to have stuff at home because you can't do a full set at the gym when it's full. I guarantee you, as soon as them gym doors open, everyone's going to be in there.
Definitely, man.
So do what
But
you can at home. Like if you're going to do all your curls and stuff, then you don't need to do that at the gym. You can concentrate on other things because you know what it's like, bruv. You know when people are training and stuff, bruv. It's going to be mad.
Definitely. But I was planning to go about 5 a.m. man, with the missus because she wants to work out, and I find that early mornings are the best, bro. You know, for
Yeah.
generally mentally, get my coffee pre-workout in and go in, man. And I don't think the local people, because it's a small gym, bro. It's a family gym. It's not one of those big pure gyms. The numbers are small anyway. It's really small. But I'm gonna go real early, man, because just get it over this. I could just eat all day, man. Just eat. But anyway, bro, listen, I gotta nip off, man. You got the macaroonies, the Mohicans to yourself now. Torok and that.
Last of the carrefour, yeah. Hey, Rod.
All right, big up that off, bro. In a bit, man.
Big up, Duke. Welcome with the chat. Yeah. Who's that? Raj in the chat room. Raj, why didn't you pop up on the panel? Come talk to your best friend. Nah, not me, mate. 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm sleeping. You get it? That's a dedication thing, man. Yeah, he done the M16. Veli, let Ultra on. Ultra's in the back. Yeah, I only know about these guns because I play Call of Duty, obviously.
You know what I mean? Who plays Call of Duty? Call of Duty Mobile. See, if you try and play me at that game, your head's getting licked off. Any gun. Doesn't matter. Axe, knife. Yes, Ultra. Yeah, man. Afghan was going on like Rambo. I need to make something to eat myself, you know. Nah, allow Battlefield, man. Call of Duty. Call of Duty's the one, man. Battlefield's alright, but I don't know. I never really got into it. You get me? Yeah, man. What's happening in the news? Let's have a look at the news today, innit? Till someone pops up. Let's read some stories. Metro. Do you roll in the Bimara Metro? Yeah. Let's check out some news. Every Brit should get £500 each to help kickstart the UK economy. Yeah. Can you imagine that? You know what? Listen, if you gave every Brit £500 to start the economy, you know where that money's going. That's a weekend straight. I mean, even if that don't see past Friday, for someone will definitely be that'll definitely be a thing there. Fight breaks out at Weatherspoons day after reopening. Obviously,
Bro, oh, go on. Can you hear me?
yeah, man.
Did you see all the chaos when the bars opened and that?
Yeah, I was just reading something about it now, man.
No, somebody sent me a video from Instagram. Like,
Yeah,
it was mental. It was like, did you see the scenes? Obviously, you did. You remember Liverpool won the league, and then all the fans were outside the stadium and that.
yeah,
Oh no! Could you plug that in for me? Plug it into the the one that the sterilizer's plugged into. Yeah,
yeah.
it's micro USB. Yeah, it was like that, bro. Thousands of people, like shoulder to shoulder, no masks, drunk, crazy.
That's what I mean, man. What do they expect? Like, people have been locked up. People have been like depraved almost. Like, and when you mix the alcohol with it as well, what did they expect everyone to be like? Like it's a tea party or something. You know what I mean? And then you're talking about like all this. Listen, I believe you personally. If these riots didn't happen, I think the riots sped things up a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Because that would be a lot of people to wipe out, you know, because everyone would have to have been dead. I mean, I think these riots basically made them think, you know what, we need to start opening shit up before people start questioning us. But yeah, I've seen like even one there was a party that was going on since Saturday and continued into Sunday night, mate, in a park. I'm not gonna lie, I've been to a few like low key parties, man. A few low key barbecues and all that. But that man, I need something in my life, man. Ross. Hackney Downs Park, both in Hackney, footage shows large crowds of people mingling together as officers stood around the edge of both parks were later subjected to dispersal orders as they failed to follow current antisocial distancing restrictions. That's gone now, bruv, because the time when you're opening up pubs and people are sitting in garden pubs on a table together and all that shit, it's gone, G. Like, what are they talking about? Super Saturday, yeah, that's what they were calling it. Due to the number of revelers heading out for pints, the day saw a number of brawls break out and several pubs for Nottinghamshire towns decided to close early. Obviously, man. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even reach out, man. I stayed at home. I ain't going to drink no pub or nothing like that, man. You know what I mean? The price of
Natty,
beer's gone up.
what's the right way to deal with haters?
What, the right way to deal with haters?
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. What's the question of the day? Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Haters and vultures. What are their motivations and what is their ultimate goal? That's a very, very good question.
Yeah, that is. I could say more about that. The haters, the vultures side. I can't really answer that too much. I mean, best way to deal with a hater,
All
man.
right,
Well, you
let's
got to
stick with
reckon.
the haters then. Let's stick with the
Yeah.
haters then.
Well, with the hater thing, you got to recognize like the hate. Do you know what I mean? And you got to see like the jealousy, the envious, the greed, and you got to see what makes that person tick. Do you know what I mean? Because really, you could be acting a little bit too flash. No, I mean, you could be a little bit too, you know what I mean, in your face. Or, really, it could just be one of them things where you're doing your thing and things are happening for you because you're making things happening. And this person's just there watching. You know what I mean? And really, G, you can't really do nothing apart from carry on. I mean, like, me personally, I think number one, knowing that they're there is a good thing to keep your eye on them as well. Because obviously, after the jealousy part, bro, what comes after that? Like, what's the next step for them? Yeah, because otherwise they'll have to just keep watching you and you're doing your thing and they'll just have to just, you know what I mean, disappear. Or they'll just keep watching you and then before that, bro, they'll just start making a move. So you can't really do nothing, man. It's life, innit? Like, yeah, that's life, man.
All right. No, it is life. But what's the right way? Sorry. Is there a right way to deal with people that are just intensely moist? Sorry. Uh, uh, dead set against on hating.
Yeah.
Is there a right way, or are there multiple different ways to handle somebody that's just permanently moist?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the right way, man, is how it affects you. Do you know what I mean? Like, if they're stopping you from eating food, like, and I'm talking subliminal here, yeah, like, if it's affecting you, then
Wait,
obviously,
was that a fat joke? Was that a fat joke?
nah, but like, do you know what I mean? Like, in health wise,
Yeah.
you know this
Mm,
person ain't healthy right now.
mm,
Yeah, it's
mm,
it's an illness to be a bit like that. Do you know what I mean? Because it don't bring no good, bro.
mm.
It's not a good
I
thing.
agree. I agree. I agree. I think this is
So
the thing. I think hate. Yeah, you're right about hate
yeah,
being an illness, man.
definitely.
Because
It's
when you're
definitely
going to bed, if you're going to bed angry over like something that really is really not that deep, then you're failing, and it means you're moist. And I
yeah.
hate that word
You know
moist.
what?
That's why I
You know
keep
what
using it.
though? You know what
Yeah,
though? There's nothing you can do, yeah.
moist.
As long as you don't give them, like, put it this way, yeah. As long as you don't give them a reason to hate you or to be jealous of you, then I think it's all good. But you can't do nothing if they're,
Wait. What do you mean? If somebody has a reason to be jealous, then they're gonna hate basically.
yeah,
So do you think all envy? Sorry, do you think all hating is basically a warped sense of uh, envy and
yeah. It's what
jealousy?
you haven't got. It's what you haven't got.
So if somebody's angry at, let's just say, for instance, Natty, if you
Yeah,
are the person in your profile picture, I would say your physique looks like it's well maintained. So if somebody was to be vexed with you, would you immediately say that they're intimidated by their less than perfect physique?
oh, do you know what I would do if I found out
And
they
then
were?
and then rather than say, Natty, I hate you because your physique is clearly better than mine, they'll manifest it in things like, I hate your football team, or I hate your haircut, or you shop in Tesco's, I hate you. Like, do you think that's the type of thing that happens, or
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
don't know?
think there
It's weird.
can be. Yeah, yeah, definitely, man. I think there can be like sly little ways where you're beating around the bush. Do you know what I mean? I think some people can be like that, bro. I think they could be a little bit on the attack, and then eventually they get to the point of why they don't like you. Eventually,
Do you know what's funny about? Do you know what's funny about
I
that
think
very thing? We had
there's
an
an
incident.
indirect.
Yeah, we had an
Yeah.
incident with Khan yesterday where for some reason he seems to be very upset with some of the members of G Block, and it's like, but if you felt this way, right? It's not the fact that you're upset that makes you moist. It's the fact that you just bitched out, and rather than be a man and say like da 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 da, you you gone and you have a piss and a moan like a woman. Because let's be real, like that whole, oh, I hate because it's feminine.
Yeah.
It's feminine. Right? And I'm like, well, there's a problem. How about we discuss it? And if we can't discuss it, if we can't come to a satisfactory resolution, we part ways. And if that's not good enough, we scrap it out, and then we shake hands, and then we part ways. What happened to those three things? I was born in the 80s. That's how I was raised, and that's how I was taught men settle their things. They discuss it through diplomacy, and if diplomacy doesn't work, you part ways. And if that doesn't work, you scrap it out, you shake hands, you move on. But now, this internet has just destroyed men. It's destroyed men. Everything is Coronation Street now. And another episode of Speak Extenders. And I'm just like, there's so many feminine men. It's just unreal. It's unreal. It's unreal. It's unreal. I mean, that's where I'm from. That's where I'm from. I'm from the 80s, the early 80s, and like, that's how it's done. Diplomacy, part ways, or scrap it out. Shake hands and just move on. None of this holding feelings, holding feelings, holding feelings. That's moist. Sorry, I just went on mute because I had to sneeze. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably boring everyone to death, and that's fine because I've got this really droning monotone voice, right? But like, I don't know how old any of you guys are, but like I said, is it just me? Maybe I was raised wrong. And this is another thing about being on the internet. You constantly have to be aware of who you are, aware of where you've come from, and where you're going. And you need to be very mindful that you're not taken off course by somebody else's fuckery. Because remember, if somebody's got a problem with you, it's their problem, not yours. You see what I'm saying? And you have to make sure that your mental faculties are operating at 100% at all times, because otherwise you start bitching out and you start getting moist. I hate that word, moist. It makes me laugh. It's so funny. And the one thing I'll urge all the men not to do is become moist. Just as a man, you can't become moist, right? You're on the internet. People are gonna say and do things that you hate, you don't like, upset you, frustrate you. That's just what it is. So if you're armed with that knowledge prior to turning on your laptop, your computer, your tablet, or your mobile phone, or whatever device you're using, you're already armed with this knowledge. So then, the minute it stops being fun, put it down. Because what tends to happen is you get moist. Moist. I hate that word, moist. Oh, mate. Moist. And like, I can't lie. If you're
Right,
a
bro.
woman,
It's
if
like,
you're a woman
you know
or you're a
what?
female
Yo.
and you're arguing, and oh, can you believe what Susan said? No, but can you remember what Sandra said? And I hate Sandra because she's got long hair and she thinks she's so special. No, but did you hear what Suzanne said? And she's got high heels and she's paid £300 for her jeans. No, but have you seen Roxanne? Because she
Oi,
wore
oi, oi, oi,
did,
oi,
did, did, did.
oi,
I'm saying that's
oi,
feminine. That's
oi,
feminine.
oi,
It's not
oi.
masculine. It's
Listen, I don't
moist.
want to hear none of that, mate. I don't want to hear none of that no more. Yeah, it's not about moaning today. Yeah,
It's moist.
it's not about moaning. It's about culture
It's
vultures
moist.
and all that shit. You get me today? I don't want to hear no more moaning
It's
about
moist. It's
feminists
moist.
and all that shit.
It's
You get me? In
moist.
the 1980s
that
and
out
It's
there,
it's
get
man.
me?
it's
The good
it's
old 1980s.
it's
Yeah, but
moist.
You know what it's
It's
like? It's like when you,
moist.
it's like a rich tea biscuit dipped in tea and it just flops, bro, isn't it? They're just,
Soggy
that's how it's like,
biscuit,
bro. Soggy, bro, moist.
soggy biscuit.
But the thing is, though, you know what? It's like we say, though, like if you can't take it, don't give it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the way it's the way you assert yourself, man. Like if you're gonna come on here like the class clown, then that's how
Yeah.
I'm gonna know
Wait,
you as.
yeah, wait, hold on now. CV.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Pause.
Have
Wait.
I
Pause.
spoken
Who's
to you
CV?
before?
We have,
CV?
man.
Are
What
you
are you
there?
saying?
Okay, yeah. What are you saying,
Absolute
bro?
tanker. I thought I'd
Yeah,
like
yeah,
make
tanker.
it simple
Yeah,
this time. So mix it up.
yeah, yeah. What are you saying, man? How
What are
you
you
been?
saying?
What's she at
Nothing,
me,
man.
bro?
What's everyone saying?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right.
What, Kusa?
Wait.
Yeah, man.
CV. Have we spoken CV
I've
before?
maybe I jumped in a couple of weeks ago.
It's tanker.
Yeah, tanker.
Honey in a banker.
You probably
I'm
won't
not gonna lie
remember.
to you. The name isn't ringing a bell. It's not
Absolute
ringing a bell.
tanker.
What are you saying
It was
anyway, Tanker?
it was
How's
the day
life?
of
How's
I'm
life?
blessed, man. I'm working again. Like my job is moving ones and zeros. You know, you could say, and it's dead. I thought I'd never come back to this channel and unsubbed it, but it's popped up on the recommendations, and I thought, you know, I was listening through, and I went back and then saw Dave, and then just piqued my interest, you know. And I
Wait
thought
a
I'd
minute.
jump in.
How comes you unsubscribed to the Godless Block?
I don't know, man. Do you know what's interesting? It's like what you were just talking about. Like you're talking about hate. Like in the past few years, I've tried to remove bad things from my life. If something is stopping me moving on or moving forward, sometimes I used to engage right in toxicity or whatever, but now I found it like really really, really positive, and it works just to delete stuff. But this is obviously the exception right now, because I'm now back in the channel. I might sub again. We'll see. Second chance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, hang on a second. What was it? What was it you heard that made you?
I think okay. So yeah, I think
there...
I think it's misrepresented this channel, right? I don't know. I think from my opinion, or from what I gauged before, it was centered around like right wing like views, but I kind of getting the gist that it's just people with different opinions, right?
Yeah.
Simplifying it like that.
Yeah.
And and from the last
So wait,
one,
hold on. Sorry, CV. Wait. Tanker. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you, broski. Listen.
No, go.
So when you jumped in, was it the panelists or the channel host or the chat that made you feel that way?
No, it's one particular guy talking like protecting the white Aryan race and that kind of just
Elron.
Elron. That's it.
Yeah.
And I'd never known the channel before.
To be honest with you, when I hear Elron speaking, I want to cut myself.
Yeah, that, I mean,
like, not because of the content. It's just because
Everyone
of his voice.
sounds like everyone sounds like one of them documentary people, you know, and it's like, and here we are now about to test the rocket.
Interesting.
Elron sounds like the
I don't know,
person
man.
you speak to when you go to a euthanasia clinic. He's the one.
It's almost as dead as yours, Ultra, isn't it?
Yeah, no,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You said it. You said it.
Who's worse than Ultra? Come on.
Yeah, sorry.
No one.
Like,
the only difference between me and Elron, he's got a German accent.
Let's not talk about Elron. Fuck that. But I wanted to just like back up what you lot are saying about, haters and that. But like I said, my strategy is nowhere near perfect. It's like far from it. Is instead of like trying to understand. I mean, it depends how someone is close to you, right? If they're family and they're here, it's something you kind of have to work with, or maybe you want to reconcile it and that.
What you said, you got to try and understand, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's important, but then it depends how much time it takes up for you. Because for me, there's people in my life that I want to understand, and also if I feel like I can benefit them. But then there's this, there's this opinion that, oh, you're better than this person. You know better. Like, I don't know jack shit. The more I swear, every day, the less I know. I feel like, you know what I mean. But it depends how, if you engage in that toxicity with people that like ain't trying to, ain't doing you any good. Just delete that and move on. There's not enough time.
Exactly.
There's not enough time for that.
Exactly.
And also not just like physically, but mentally, how much mental capacity does it take up for you? And that, because that, one comment here or one action there, that doesn't just end in that second of that action. That continues throughout your day, right? And like possibly the next day, or the way you interact with the next person. So yeah, man. But there's a fine line, because this channel is like you do engage with people who differ from you and that perhaps trigger you, right? And that's why I'm interested. That's probably why I'm coming back.
You know what though? The jealous ones, yeah, and the envious ones. There's different breed, because there's some that want to do better than you. That's what fuels them, yeah.
Well,
and then there's
good.
some
That's
that are just some that are just sad, bruv.
Yeah.
Like sad.
What? Check this out, then. No, check this out. So, like, there's people in my life that I've hated because of what they've done. And I got to a point. It's getting kind of personal and deep, but it got to a point where the way I moved on with that is trying to understand why they're like that, and then almost forgiving this person or whatever, trying to understand how deep, like how fucked up, or what's happened to them to get to that jealous or angry or whatever point, right? And then I don't know, man. Just that's my experience of those type of people. Is just I take a step back and go, shit, something. What's happened to them to get to that point? They're not just you know, if they had a choice and they sat back and they took some time on themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
They
look,
probably,
I had a brethren of mine, right? He was on Big P because he was on this ESA thing, right? And he used to have
What's
this
Big P?
crackhead girl come, like, you know, like, well, he used to get on from government pay about £700 every, like, well, like £350 every fortnight. Plus, he used to get an extra, like, £400 at the end of the month for, like, to go on trips and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, but you're talking like he's a big boy, like 20. It's like 27, something like that, yeah? He's getting looked after, right? Obviously, he's got problems and stuff, yeah? Now, me and him were good for a while, yeah? Tight. We're good, yeah? And he started getting with this girl. She started, like, getting him on the crack pipe, started teething off him, started doing all this crazy stuff now, yeah? And it's only because, like, I understood where he's coming from, yeah? I understood, like, he couldn't see something in it because obviously he was in love with this girl, and no matter what I told him, he couldn't see it in it. So he would try and treat me like a piece of shit. Like, say, like, someone owes him money, he'd be like, oh, can I borrow some money? I'd lend him some money. I'd be like, I'll pay me the money. He'd be like, oh, chapters. And I realized it, yeah. I thought, he's only doing it because I'm his mate, and because these other people aren't his mate, they're threatening to snap his legs. Do you get what I mean? So
yeah.
I that's what I mean, bro. Like, I've come to the age, you know, where it comes with experience, where you gotta give people a chance, because you don't know what trouble they're in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
How deep it goes.
How deep it goes, bro.
I tried telling a friend of mine who, you could say it's a similar situation. It's still ongoing, but I couldn't tell him shit. So I led by example. I'm like 8-9 months clean of like weed and drinks, no hard drugs, right? But I was doing cocaine and that, but nothing. I don't touch nothing now. And it's a big step, because like it was just nice to be free of, you know, these things, right, and not having to need it. But then it happened months after, where he's like asking the same questions now. So you have to lead by example in different ways. You can't enable these people, but you know, everyone's on their own journey, man. It's an impossible task individually. You know, I mean, you'd expect actually on the system should be there to support that sort of thing and education and that, but we're on our own with most of that shit.
You know, when people, you know, like something like what Ultra said, you know, have you ever had someone who's mad at you for something, but they won't talk about it, but they'll bring up something that you're like, why are you arguing with me over that?
Yeah.
I think I was that person. But I don't know, man. I think there's always a reason, isn't it?
CV, this is why we were saying that people, we want different views to come on, because at least that way you can have an interaction. It's like yesterday I was watching a discussion between Candace Owens and Mark Lamont Hill, and you know, from that, you know, that discussion in it, like one thing Candace Owens mentioned, that even though I disagree with a lot of, like, there is a lot of respect between us, and even to the point where, what's it called, like, they can bust jokes with each other and whatnot and everything, even though they're but it's crazy though. Like, I was looking at it like, not like for me, I can't have a discussion with someone that I don't disagree with. I can always have a discussion with someone I disagree with. It's just the fact that I think where it gets frustrating is because I'm a guy who he tries to be about evidence in it, and if I bring you evidence and all you're doing is dismissing my evidence with opinion, then I will start getting a bit frustrated and thinking, right, why are you doing that? Like, what is your gain from this war and whatnot and everything? That's how I look at some people who will call themselves right wing. But I've actually spoken.
So are you there for the debate and stuff, or is there, like, for me, what's important? This is interesting because I didn't thought about it. You know what, like, why you would enter in, you know, into
a debate.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's for me. What's important to me in these conversations, perhaps, is not always, but if we're having these strong debates, sometimes, right, is what is the end goal? Like, what is your base? Not intention, but your base, like where your base morals, you know, like what do you want for You
Oh,
and
bro, this is what I'm saying. When I got into discussion with Elron, apart from his the thing that he talks about, he says that white people are actually the victims, and what's it called? He says that what's it called that white people are being
yeah,
annihilated, and black people are aggressive,
Dave mentioned that earlier as well. I think.
and something about intellectual being IQ levels not being as high as white people. Apart from that, when you actually go into what his philosophies are, like he is actually all over the place. Like I don't know, me and we had a discussion the other night, yeah, and a lot of people weren't tuning in, but like if there were people that are listening to it, like when he was talking, like a lot of the only thing he said that he advocates for being a right winger is being of traditionalists. So when he talk about traditionalism, he's talking about mother, son, child. I mean, from mother, father, child, in it. So that was the only thing he was pretty much saying that I was like, okay, well, that identifies you as a right wing, as a person who's conservative view. But what else makes you right wing apart from the fact that you want to protect your own people and like everything else he was talking about? I'm pro progressive change. I'm
Can I?
pro
Do you mind
science.
if I stop you? And can I ask you? I mean, can I tell you that to me sounds like it wouldn't even trying to do it that way feels like dead end to me. Like there's some people that just won't be told, and I was one of them. And then there's a lot of us, right? I would expect a lot of people a lot of the time just can't be told or can't, they can't be changed. Their minds cannot be changed. Even if you present evidence, he's still going to be on that train.
Of course, but
So
that's
like,
do you know what it is as well? Yeah, like it's not even just like sometimes it's not just about presenting evidence. Sometimes it's just like the way you approach him. So maybe from that discussion would be like, oh, okay, maybe he isn't like maybe my views on black people, like it's just sparking that little change in it to
yeah, I agree.
think differently in it. So
and my intention also was to find common ground with him a little bit.
Common ground. That's
Trying
what
to
I was
find,
doing.
because I don't know, man. But this is,
That's what I said to him. That's what I was like. Forget all of that. Let's go on. Let's talk about what exactly are you advocating for. So, apart from what type of world, and pretty much we didn't really disagree on the type of world we want to we want to have in it. But yeah, it was it's just that one issue basically where he's talking about the race and whatnot that makes it that is kind of like but yeah, people shouldn't be discouraged from having the discussion just because he has a race, what you would perceive to be a racist view. So yeah, you can
Rod.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on. All right. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. But yeah, did you understand what I meant?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand what you meant, Raf. I mean, just because somebody's a prick, it doesn't mean you shouldn't, it doesn't mean you should avoid them. I mean, sometimes somebody who's a massive tit, having a conversation
Are you
with
talking
them
about Khan?
could make them 13% less of a prick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CV, you see me, yeah, it's about time, like there's how much time you waste on a good person and how much time you waste on a bad person. It depends how you feel, innit?
Yeah, I mean, it's
the way I see it, man.
It's difficult, This is life, man. There's no definitive answer, is there?
Yeah, there is no but that's the thing, like when you go into a lot of conversation when you ask people what type of world, because I remember it was a question that was there's an MMA fighter, I don't know what his name is, but he advocates for a certain type of society. Okay, he calls himself, he identifies as an anarchist or anarchist communist, right? And
hey, where did everyone go when I jumped on?
no, obviously some people their connections are really bad, so sometimes they jump out. But if they message me backstage, I'll tell them I'll call Veli and get them on in it. So yeah, basically he was talking about the type of world he would like to have in it, and one of the things he mentioned was I want to have a world where it's fair, equal, and whatnot and everything. And when you talk like those type of ways, yeah, I don't think anyone who is at least empathetic, can disagree with that. And then when they asked him why do you say this about this view, because what we understand it to be, and he said, well, have you looked into it? Like, what am I asking for? If I'm someone who's saying that I'm advocating for this and this is what I'm talking about, why would it have a different view? And just the fact that he didn't want to use labels and he just wanted to talk about the actual thing. That was the point. Like, okay, let's go beyond the label and let's talk about what we actually vision for this world. So this is what I try to get into a conversation when I'm talking to certain people, even though they might identify as one politics. Like, what is the actual goal that you're looking for that we can agree on?
Because lower down that line, you will find each other, you will find that common ground, and then be able to rebuild again, like on a simplistic level in my brain that I can imagine, right? Some of us are so such huge difference in opinions, but like we have to just find that common ground at the bottom and then work our way back up again, because we can be so divided. But if you say people like that we have like that powerful common ground where we want a peaceful equal existence, that's huge. Then really a lot of our stuff should not differ that much. If we start from there, that's kind of sick insight.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've always told people why I advocate for anyway. Like, I think a bit of my views anyway. So yeah, don't think that it's some right wing. No, it's just we try to have every different call. We just want to sometimes it does create discussion, and this is even kind of.
Well, I learned from it. I bet myself from it, like, because I accused him of coming from a place of fear, but I'm attacking him. I'm using like tactics that I disagree with. So I had to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't disagree with that analysis that it does come from a place of fear, but in that sense, like, just let's even though he might be crazy in his views sometimes, just don't think that we can't engage them in it. Just what I mean, just if it gets too much for you, then just ignore them, because we've done that before on the panel where there was someone that was, I don't want to mention name, but they were on the panel and they were just they were ignoring the facts, and not even just ignoring the facts, but they gave information, and then on top of it, when someone went to go check their information that they gave, it was just they misrepresented it. So instead of actually talking to the person, we just said that, okay, cool, like, I'm not gonna talk, we're gonna talk over you. So they were just trying to shout in the background and try to make noise and whatnot, and we would just continue to, when they finished shouting and do it for their pause or whatever, we talk to someone else in it. So yeah, that's how we do it. Well, yeah, that's how you don't get drawn out by people. Just ignore them, and that's.
Well, I got drawn in by right now. On the flip side, I got drawn in for it was a positive thing. So, like, I came in, I think, for a negative reason before, and I'm coming in for the switch today. So we're blessed. What's the question today? What are you saying?
What's the question of the day?
I don't know, man. That's already been done. But what's Raj saying? Raj is, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's Raj. Yeah.
Raj is.
I'm the most loved Sikh. I think in the world, I've been told. Don't know if that's true though. But
the what Sikh in the world?
I'm the most beloved.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I'm sort of like an unofficial spokesperson. I've been told.
Right.
For the whole Sikh community, everything I think, the whole Sikh community, like a hive mind, also think allegedly. So yeah, I'm like the Borg. Yeah, but I'm the head Borg. That's what I've been told. You know what Borg is, don't you?
I don't. Is it some kind of machine? If I'm
Yeah,
remembering correctly,
it's from Star
from what?
Trek. I don't
Right,
really
right.
like stuff, but it's the Star Trek. They got a hive mind, so every single Borg is connected together, so all the Borgs think alike.
So you're a machine.
No, but I mean, I'm trolling, but that's how people perceive me to be one Sikh who, for some reason, I represent all Sikhs.
Well, I won't do an injustice to all Sikhs and do that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
don't worry
So,
about that.
well, obviously, it's a stupid thing, but that's what people kind of make it out. So my opinion represents every Sikh person. There'll be 35 million Sikhs in the world. So obviously, that's stupid. My opinion's my opinion. Even my own brother don't like my opinion. So, and that's saying something. He's a lefty cuck, and so obviously, I don't get on with him. So what's going on, guys? Why is it?
So what makes your brother left wing and what makes you right wing?
I don't consider myself to be right wing. I was Labour for I was actually a Labour Party member. I used to canvass. I don't know what I don't know if you know what canvassing means.
No, not really.
Yeah, sure, door to door, right?
Yeah, so when you go door to door, I actually met Tony Blair. I got pictures of me with Tony Blair, Gordon Brown.
Well, they're definitely not left wing.
Well, they're centre left. You could call them conservative to some degree. So I always support them, but over the last few years, obviously, I've become a bit more on the right, but I'm not far right in any way.
But what's a bit more on the right? What's changed really?
I'm more all right. So I still believe in kind of social, like kind of like left wing ideals about recirculating wealth and sort of like helping people at NHS.
That's not right wing though.
No, it's left wing. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm not really right wing, so I still believe in the ideals of the left in terms of trying to help the next lady and stuff. But I'm more on the right when it comes to security, defense, immigration, just generally those kind of situations. But the rest of the stuff, no, I'm more on the left.
So like I've heard you say this before, and when it comes to politics, especially certain topics, obviously people do, move through the spectrum. So you might think, you might advocate for the NHS, but you might also be an advocate for something that is a right wing view on a specific topic. So.
Yeah. So I'm very strong. If I ever come into power, I'll do a lot of deportations. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So why would you deport and who?
Let's just say,
who would you deport and why would you?
Trust me, there'll be a lot of people on the far right and a lot of people on the other side.
Your brother?
Well, my brother, I think I'll have to re-educate him. Let's say he's a lot.
This is Raj just joking now.
I am joking. The reason I went Speaker's Corner, a lot of people don't realise, is my family's very left wing. All of them, really. I'm the only one that's kind of gone into a different thing. So I used to argue a lot at home.
That's what I'm saying.
So when I was arguing, like with my brother, with my nephew, it looked like we were fighting, but we wasn't fighting. Like the neighbours probably thought we was fighting. So everyone was getting sick of me kind of arguing all the time at my corner. So I thought, all right, let me just go somewhere I can vent my political views.
So what was the right wing views that you changed? Like what exactly? You said defense. You said
security.
Security.
Yeah. And immigration as well, I'd say I'm on the right.
Isn't security part of immigration?
It doesn't have to be, because immigration is good.
What about education, Raj?
Education, I think I'm probably still. I don't really know. I do believe.
I'll tell you what I mentioned. I'm starting to feel like it's one of the most important fucking things that we're missing. Like fundamentally, like it's almost like everything. This is the foundation. That's where this is where our future is, right? I come from a family of teachers, and I've seen what's happened to the system, and it's so majorly underfunded, right? And like for me,
I believe that the schools now. I mean, in my day, and I don't agree with this, but I remember they could you could not mess with a teacher in my day. If you mess with a teacher, you're in freaking big shit, man. I'm not saying it because I was in the 80s, so they couldn't hit you. But trust me, they could freaking make your life very difficult. And this is the problem now. Teachers are like literally cut to the point that they can't.
Yeah, but that's discipline. We're talking about education.
Discipline is crucial.
But that's discipline from the state, isn't it? Really.
If your own parents can't discipline you anymore,
understood.
I'll give an example. Like
let's talk generationally. Imagine the education is so good that the next parents. This is my point, right? I reckon like a lot of our issues as well as human beings of 20, 30, 40 years old I'm starting to like realize that it's a huge generational thing. We talk about the stuff today that may come into action in the next few decades, and then decades after that, right? Like things are hugely generational. Like I'm imagining like that it, you know, even an education system eventually you probably have parents that are able or know how to discipline or at least parent.
CV, I think, sorry to cut you there, but I think people romanticize the past. They try to give it this, like, oh, it's getting worse and worse. But, you know, this argument, I heard that even when you go back to as far as the Greeks, they were saying the same thing about their kids, that it's getting worse and worse. And if you even go back before that, they said in Egypt, there was, I don't know, someone said that there was on the walls that there was Egyptian writer who was saying the kids are getting worse and unruly and whatnot. So, I mean,
just because people get lazy, right? They haven't got, you know, maybe it gets to a point, and then it reverses, you know, and then it gets to a point, and then something happens, and then it's a cycle. I don't know. Like, I wasn't disciplined at all. Like I had free reign. You know, I had the opposite what I've imagined.
What exactly do you mean by discipline? What is discipline?
All right, so what I mean by discipline, is that look, you're saying you got free reign, but look, I don't know you, but you might be one of those few outlying kids where they can discipline themselves and they can do. But most kids need discipline. I'm telling you.
No, I'm 30 plus. No, I'm 30 plus now, and it's taken me until this, this time to realize that a lot of who I was or who I am now, that some of the downsides is because I didn't have rules in place. But then, like, going through that extreme, I understand it now, right? I understand it more. Going through those extremes, I understand why it would be important. And then that next generation, I might, if I have kids or whatever, I would pass that on, but then they wouldn't realize the benefits of it and then not pass it on to theirs. It's complicated.
I'll tell you one of the biggest issues I see, because I had to, I don't want to go detail, but I had to deal with some people that were on the autistic spectrum, and so I was talking to them, and they were like 18, and they'd been chucked out of school and stuff like that. Yeah, and I was like asking, what happened to you for you to be chucked out of school? I'm telling you, boys especially, are being chucked out of school for stuff that in my day was just a normal thing on a play school. Like there were fights all the time. There was thingies during the lunch breaks. There was fights. Even I got into a fight, and I was a quiet kid. And so things that normal boys normally do are being regulated to a point, because it's in a way they're using a female perspective on a boys. And in my school, when it was all boys fought. And I'm telling you, most of the kids
hold on. What do you mean by discipline?
Most of the kids that, at the time in my school, when I thought, oh, these guys will go to prison, look how they're fighting. These guys are successful guys. They're not going to prison. Yeah. It's normal for boys to be boisterous. And this is what I realized. The guy that I was speaking to, he said he was put onto some kind of medication to try and calm him down. And this was unheard of in my day. Like someone being put on medication for being boisterous. It doesn't make sense. Boys are going to be boys, man. If they're going to fight a little bit in the playground, or they're going to have a bit of a scuffle here and there.
Probably Ritalin, isn't it?
What's that? The knifer?
So it was probably Ritalin.
Yeah, it could have been Ritalin, but I was like, dude, like I remember like in my days, like there was one kid I remember, I thought he'd go prison because the amount he used to fight. I saw him like years later. The guy's a successful guy, got a degree and everything. So just because someone's kind of hyper when they're younger, you don't need to medicate them. That's just normal boyish. Now, obviously, if they're beating everyone up and they're doing everything, maybe you might want to look at them. But I think that, what they're doing to boys, especially in the education system, is going to be very detrimental long term.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, there are shitty people, but they do end up fine, innit? But like that, like in terms of, because you said that you were for discipline, and from what I understood of what you were saying, discipline is like beating or
No. Let me explain what I mean by discipline. Like in school, I believe a teacher, if the teacher, if you mess about and the teacher has no power to kind of get you into order, I'm not talking about physical, but I'm talking about punishments, then there's no point. Like, I'm talking about like giving them attention. detention, sending them to the thingy.
No,
They do
I
that
think
all
you
the
need
time.
you got to solve that before it gets to that point.
But I'm
That
saying
is
you
my
need,
reasoning.
but the point is you need that as an end result. Now, even
Yeah,
with
but aren't they
parents, yeah.
still
Oh,
doing it?
1 minute. All right,
Well,
1
go
minute.
deeper. Go
Let
deeper.
me just say.
Fix it to get to that point.
All right,
Fix.
so no,
I want to
this
hear.
ain't this ain't some freaking like psycho. This ain't some kind of like freaking massive lecture. I'm just giving you a
Yeah.
brief breakdown. Now, when it comes to the home, yeah, I believe, and this is going to be controversial, that a parent has the right to discipline their kid, even if it means hitting them once in a while. Yeah, and let me just finish. Let me just finish. I'm not saying you beat your kids, but if your kid steals a car, yeah, and they come home with the police, I reckon your mother should give you a slap around the face so they learn. Now, I'm not talking about just minor things that you didn't do your homework. Like with me, when I was younger, although I was a good boy overall, I didn't turn up to my exams, and I failed every exam. My mum freaking slapped me for that. And I deserve it. But you know what? I went back, done my GCSEs, got A levels, and got a degree now. Now, I'm sure if my mum didn't chastise me that time, I would have thought I got away with it. Oh, I don't need to do nothing. Do you understand?
Why
Sometimes,
did you do that? Can I ask?
because I was really good at art, and still am. So I thought I could be a famous artist, and I was working as a comic illustrator when I was like 15. And so I was just like living the high life. My mum went to India for 6 months because of a family tragedy over there. And so it was only my dad at home, and he was at work all day, so he couldn't even regulate me. And so I just did whatever I wanted. And in those days, I don't know why, they didn't really check up on kids as much as they do now. Like, I just literally went missing for months. And so when it comes to my exams, I only turned up to my art exam. And so I got fined for not turning up to the other 7, which was like at the time £30, which is a lot of money in the 80s and 90s. And so yeah, my mum got fined, and then she slapped me, give me a good slap.
Right.
And then but the next year I went back, re-enrolled, got to college, redid my GCSEs, redid my A levels, did my A levels, and got a degree. And I know that was because of that
Right.
particular discipline.
I hear what you're saying, yeah, but like, I heard you're not working right now, just and you're doing art.
It's being self-employed. It's being a self-employed artist working. If I'm getting paid to do portraits, am I working? Yes or no? I remember a portrait could take 50
I
hours.
didn't say, but my point was that
No, because the problem
they
I'm
have
having with a lot of
anything-
people is that because I'm an artist, they're saying I'm not working. I'm self-employed. I pay tax. Yeah. Now I worked for around 15 years after I got my degree. I worked 15 years into a 9
Hey,
to
they're
5.
sick. I'm looking at some of your things, bro. They're pretty good.
Yeah. So I'm working on some bigger pictures now. So the point is that just because I'm drawing for a living and I'm earning money by drawing, I'm still working. If someone, no, but when you're saying I'm not working, this is a narrative that needs to be stopped. If someone pays me 1 minute, if someone contacts me and says, "Can you do a portrait of me or do a picture of my pet and stuff?" and they pay me X amount of money, and then I spend 50 hours or so doing it, I'm working. Am I not?
Yeah, Raj, I never said that you not being paid to do art is that you're missing my point.
No, you said you don't work.
No, when I said you don't work, I'm saying that you're not working from the degree that you got at university.
All right. So when it comes to the degree, I did industrial design, and that was more to do with product design. Now, when I did that, I spent 10 years as a kitchen designer, and I got that job because of the degree, because I used to use CAD. So I did work in the other fields using that. Now, even the skills I picked up in terms of how to draw, I did that from that course as well. So I made a conscious decision a couple of years ago to stop drinking and to do what I love to do, which is to do art. So whether people like that because it's not the social norm, that's not my problem. As long as I'm making an honest living and I'm paying my taxes and I'm getting paid legally, I'm fine.
Raj, look, you're missing my point. I understand what you're saying, and I actually commend you for it. Like it's good that you're doing something you want to do, but that was something that you wanted to do when you were 15, before when you were talking about the time that you didn't want to go to university and you just wanted to be an artist. Like,
well that's perfect. That's perfect because I had to do a degree because I needed backup because I always wanted to be an artist.
Yeah, you could have done anything.
Let me explain. No, I couldn't have done anything. I did product design because you had to design. I'm a designer as well. I'm creative. So in order to appease my family, I had to choose a middle ground because they didn't want me to be an artist. In the Asian community, they don't see art as relevant. So I went the middle way, which was to do something that's got engineering in it, also got art, also got design, creativity. And I did that and it worked out. I've got a backup plan. If this doesn't work out in the art field, which it will, I've always got my degree to back up on. Yeah.
I hear you.
So
but
when I went, so what I'm trying to
What's
say is
your
that
point that you're trying to make, Ralph? Like, what are you getting at?
because okay,
for no reason, I don't know why.
Sorry, Raj. Let's see what he's
I'm
getting at.
happy. I'm happy
Yeah.
you said that. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the beginning, he said that what's it called? His dream was to be an artist, and that was to draw, and make money from drawing and whatnot and everything, and be an artist. So obviously his mum came back and heard that he didn't finish his he didn't do his GCSEs or whatnot, and obviously he got chastised for it. So in the end, he ended up doing the degree. He went into the field of whatever his degree was. That was product design, he said, and he was doing the work for 15 years, and then he drops out and he goes back to doing what he wanted to do in the beginning.
Yeah, but that's the point. Look, for me, I had to do what my parents said.
But wait, but what's the problem with that though?
I didn't say there was a problem. Like, my point is that he said that what's it called?
To appease the parents.
Right, so this is the whole point.
He did it. Stuff like that. So how?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, because he said
So let me say something.
Hold
on. At 15 years old, I haven't got the mental capacity to really understand the full nature of my decisions. So my mum was right. Whether I like it or not, I'm glad I done the degree in what I did. I'm glad I got a backup plan, because even now, if this doesn't work out, I've got something else. Now, I've gone back to what I originally wanted to do as a kid, but that was after a long time of listening to my parents, and they did the right thing, because I'm glad I got a degree. I'm glad
if they did the right thing, we would have kept doing it.
But no. What do you mean? The point is, my family said to me, you can't just rely on art. You have to have something to back up on. And that's true. Right now, I've got a degree, I've got 3 A levels, and I've got my GCs. If this art thing ever went thingy, I've got that still. That was the whole point they were making. They were never telling me outright. So let me finish. My parents were never telling me never to be an artist. They said you can't just rely on art. So what I've done is the middle ground, which was to get a degree, do what my parents said, and I'm glad they told me. Because if I was just
sports person being told if you can't do football, you got to fall back on something. So that's
but that's listen. Like I'm not. That's fine, innit?
I understand what the criticism is like.
He ended up doing.
Was there even criticism? That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to work out.
I don't understand what the point is.
Discipline.
The discipline part that he was talking about was that his parents were right to make him do something that he ended up not doing in the end. He's doing something.
No, because it was I had to go. For me right now, I'm in a position where I have something to fall back on. Now, if I just did art by itself, if the art thing didn't work out, what would I go to? Nothing. Now, the point is, they were right at the time. They said to me, the art thing, if it doesn't work out, what are you going to do? Do something else to study. There's no point studying art.
Any person from that age, you could explain to them, listen, this art thing might not work out.
Let me ask.
So you need to understand. 1 minute. You need to understand the art I was doing at 15 was so advanced. I was drawing like someone that was 40. If you look at my drawings from when I was 15, they were next level. I was actually had my comics published in an Asian newspaper. So I was like one of those kids at school that was always the best artist. So I was deluded in a way, thinking, oh, I'm going to leave and I'm just going to be an artist and I'm going to make it. At the end of the day, that doesn't happen. What happens is that my parents were right. They said, look, you've got to have backup. You've got to have other kind of education. And if you want to do it and it doesn't work out, okay, but at least you got something to back up on. I did what I did. Did my degree in industrial design or engineering industrial design. And then what I did, I used that in order to get a job as a kitchen designer and stuff like that, because I used CAD. And then afterwards, I decided around 6-7 years ago, after leaving that company because I had issues, that I will pursue something I love to do. And I was financially able to do it now because I had enough money saved up.
I don't know. I heard also that, what's it called? It did make you depressed working in those type of jobs. I remember you saying,
listen, can I jump in? Boys, can I jump in?
Let me just answer this. Yes, I was drinking a lot at that time. I wasn't drawing. I didn't draw for 13 years. So obviously, if I'm working in a field where I'm not feeling that I'm using my natural given talents, it's like somebody's working and they can sing like Whitney Houston. You're gonna be depressed. And so I made the decision that rather than earning money, because I used to earn a lot of money, I would rather be an artist and be poor and freaking more. And if I make it, I make it, than do a job I hate, 9 to 5, driving me to drink. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that.
I think it's a safe option, Raj. Yeah, and that's great. Like it's actually something that I, sort of wish I had, because I didn't. I started college and dropped, and obviously didn't do uni. There is a flip side to that, right? Because we live, in my opinion, we live in a society where there's so many people doing jobs. Not some people, a lot of them detest those jobs. A lot of them do the job just to pay the rent, and a lot of them realize they'd like to do something else, right?
Yeah, that's what I did for 15 years. So
I understand. Chase that, because I want to agree with you both here, really. Because yes, they did the right thing. If that's the intention, is to be secure, right? Be secure that you can't chase your dreams, man. That's not how life should work. Look at the society, culture we live in. That's not how society works. Unfortunately, that's my opinion. Like I'm in a job right now, approaching the 10th year, and I've been having this conversation for a year. Like, what the fuck am I doing? And it's actually really difficult to know. For some people like myself, I'm trying to figure out what the hell I like to do. Luckily for you, you knew at 15. And on the flip side, though, without that discipline, bruv, there is a flip. I'm not saying you should be disappointed or anything like that, right? Like they're both good decisions, but with a supportive family network, right, or whatever, to chase your dreams. It depends if you're flopping out and doing drugs, right? But it looks like you were just focusing on the art. Then, God knows where you would have been today, right? But we're not. I know. I can tell that you're not like regretful about it.
The other thing is look, for me to be able to work, so for me to be able to work in a mainstream thing where I'm earning money,
Sure, fuck the mainstream though. We want to chase our dreams, right? We want to do everything we love.
Yeah, basically, I earned enough money to be comfortable, for quite a long time, not having to worry about where the bill is going to be paid, whether the art career can make it. Because the thing is, as an artist, you have to struggle a lot. So the first couple of years were very difficult. And I was lucky enough to be able to kind of like work and save money up. I had a lot of money saved up. And so I was fine in that sense. So for me, I don't regret anything. I had to go through the journey I had to. The Asian community, and I admit that Asian community are not very...
No, man, they are not.
Any,
I know that.
Any careers that are not your mainstream. So even
many other things, for sure.
Even a footballer this is why there's no Asian footballers, or not very few, because they don't see that as a profession that they want their kids to go into.
Talking about the discipline, Raj, did you ever lie to your parents?
Well,
would you say you lied to them more often than say someone that?
There's no pure child out here. Don't tell me that rubbish, man. There is every child's lied to their parents.
Yeah,
well, I mean, I, in my opinion, I think the Asian community probably more so than more communities.
Are you Asian yourself? Then I'm assuming.
I'm not. No.
All right.
I used to date an Asian girl, and I found out how I don't know. It could be like family specific, right? Yeah. But even her family seemed quite lax. But man, her and her friends. Go on.
What background was she?
Punjabi.
Oh, Punjabi, yeah, the Punjabis, all right. Yeah,
and she had a lot of Sikh friends and that sort of thing as well. So, but what I found out, I was shocking to me, how deep the lying goes, like on the levels, man. And for me, it was the flip side. Like I was bad, but I was honest. Like when I was smoking, I was like, "Mom, I'm smoking. Fuck." Not fuck you, but like, as in to say, look, I'm smoking, you ain't gonna do nothing. And that honesty, like, meant there was trust and like that I was safe. So she knew what was going on. That was my question: is like even though they discipline, do you end up lying to avoid that discipline sometimes?
Not now, as I've got older.
Not now, obviously, but do you think there is you think there's an argument for like, yes, there could be discipline, right? And this is just my experience from the Asian community, and specifically that relationship, is that because of the discipline and because they're scared, about disappointing the family, they would end up lying. Like
it's called honor culture. It's called honor culture. So rather than same in the family. People will like cover things up and try not
Exactly,
to.
and how detrimental is that from the?
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? It's interesting. I'm not. I'm just.
Honor is
Yeah.
okay up to a point, but it can also honor
It's in the
culture.
Nigerian community as well. So, yeah.
It sounds. It's fucked up in my opinion. Like I always had it open. Like it was completely open, right? So like, yeah.
Let Naive first say a bit, man.
No, I was gonna say because I heard the word honor culture, and like I don't put honor culture down to a bit of lying. Like I thought honor culture was more to do with, dating outside your.
Well, yeah, you don't tell. You wouldn't tell them, would you, if you was dating?
Yeah, but
You
like
did the honor
all
culture.
falls under honor, auntie.
I don't know, man. Because I was gonna also say that I think it's also cultural CV because
For
I can
sure. No,
certainly,
100%. Yeah.
I can certainly attest to when I'm growing up, like, without white children could just get away with anything. That's how we saw it. You know what I'm saying to you? So when you said, oh, bam, when you started smoking, you told your mum and that was it. Like something like that couldn't go on in my house.
Well, it's not. It wasn't. It wasn't. Fine. It was more that this is what's happening.
No, but I know what you're saying. I'm not even arguing with you because what I was going to then come and say was, well, boom. When we was coming up, like the only houses that we could do that in was our white. You know what I'm saying to you?
I'll give you an example.
Was our white friends' houses for that very same reason? It could be argued. Like
my mum's white, my dad's not.
no.
It's so yeah. I swear,
Yeah,
it is definitely a cultural thing.
Let me just give you an example. Yeah, my mum doesn't want me to drink. Now I started drinking when I was 20, but my mum never accepted it. Never allowed me to drink in the house. Never allowed me to come in my house drunk and just sit around. Now what happened here is that she was right. I stopped drinking 8 years ago, and I'm glad she never accepted it. Because if she accepted it, I might have still been a drunk walking around. Oh, it's okay. Do you understand? Like discipline is good.
Man.
Well, no, or you would have because it's the opposite for me. Is that you would realize it? You'd realize it was bad quicker by yourself.
No.
If you're told not to do something, you generally do.
No, if you're saying that, like, if my mum said, okay, it's okay, you
no
can
one's
come
the
home
same.
drunk. I'm saying you can drink in the house, you can do this. Obviously, it's going to make it seem like it's something that's acceptable to my family and stuff. My mum made it no matter how long I was drinking for. How long I was drinking for, that was unacceptable, not just culturally, religiously, and also morally from her. And I agree with her now. As I've got older, I stopped 7, 8 years ago, and I'm glad she didn't accept it because I might have been drinking like my cousins because my cousins just drink in the house and stuff, and they haven't stopped.
So wait, like obviously, in the end, like all them years of drinking, did your mum, was it your mum in the end that got you off drinking, or was it yourself?
It was a combination.
How does she get
Probably
you
the
off?
fundamental morals that she taught you, right?
I mean, fundamental. Hold on, because
all right. So she's told me from a young age that drinking and stuff like this, kind of deteriorates your kind of mental faculties. That you're going to do
like
stuff.
every parent probably. Even
and so
she get drunk. So
she was right. It doesn't matter if 50 billion people say the same thing.
Right. Like,
hold on. If 50 million parents say the same thing, doesn't matter if one person agrees. They're still right, though, isn't it? I don't understand your logic.
It's probably actually. I think it's the logic you were probably taught that got you to a point where you realised the drink was not good. Not only that she told you it was bad, because if you just focused on that, no, listen, check this out. If you just focused on that, then surely you wouldn't have been drinking, but you did. So in the end, you found out by your own reasoning that drinking is no good. So who taught you the reasoning? Who taught you about the reasoning and logic?
So my mum taught me the reasoning when I was younger. Like I got cousins that are alcoholics. I literally got bars in their house, and luckily I didn't fall into that. But when I was around 20 something, I went to uni, and obviously at uni things changed. And so my mum always told me, don't ever become like them. Look what they're doing. They've got no control. They're fighting and this stuff like that. And that always stuck in my mind. And guess what?
Yeah.
When I was drunk, I got arrested twice. I've been attacked. I got beaten up. I've been in fights and stuff and all this kind of stuff when I was drinking. I would never have done it when I was sober. I got to a point where I was sitting and I was thinking, okay, yeah, I am doing the same thing that my cousins are doing that my mum told me not to get into. So she was right when it comes to that.
So you're saying your mum's voice from uni eventually led to you giving up drinking at your age of what, 7
Not
years
from uni,
ago?
from the time I was around 7, 8 years old when my cousins and my uncles and stuff were drinking.
I know. Okay, from that time, cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know whether people don't have that same kind of relationship with their parents. Like if my mum told me when I was like 9 years
Raj, my mum
old.
probably told me many
One
stuff.
minute, one minute. If my mum told me when I was 9 years old, don't become like your uncles, like these drunks that are fighting and stuff like that. And then I become that drunk and that person that my mum was telling me not to become, and she was right because it was detrimental. Then yeah, my mum influenced me, whether directly or indirectly.
Yeah, but to be fair though, it's not just we gotta be careful though, because obviously it's just a thing like you couldn't manage your drink, innit?
Yeah.
It wasn't just drinking, it's just that your personality couldn't manage drink.
Yeah, and that's the part that I take responsibility for. That some people can drink and they can manage it. With me, I'm the type of person when I have one, I want to get to the point where I'm comatose. And so yeah,
I mean, and Sikhs were known to be quite heavy drinkers as well, if I remember correctly.
yeah, I mean it's still one of the biggest problems within the Sikh because within Sikhism you're not supposed to drink, but there's a kind of a cultural aspect of the Punjabis, whether you're Muslim. I mean, ours is Punjabi, and you can see how much he drinks, and it's a Punjabi cultural thing where people from there seem to drink a lot. And so yeah,
I will admit one thing though, Raj. The most drunk I've ever been at a wedding was a Sikh wedding.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
my God.
the point is, yeah, like what's embarrassing is that Sikhs aren't supposed to drink, but we're known for drinking. This is the kind of like one of the shames of our community. Like we got a reputation for being alcoholics and stuff, and it's people. I know 2 people that have
Do
died.
they drink back home as well, George?
Yeah. Not as
Yeah.
much, not as much. I don't know if it's as much, but they do drink back home as
Even
well.
Muslims in Nigeria drink.
Yeah, Muslims
There's no, oh, listen, where our religion tells us not. They all drink, man. They all drink anyway. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think it was your mum's message.
But how do you know? Hold on, you're saying you
I
don't
think
drink.
he was really talking about the change in discipline, etc., over the time.
Also, Raj is showing respect for his mother.
Ralph, I don't see what your problem. How can you tell me you don't when I'm telling you that it is?
I'm saying you disciplined yourself.
You're telling me
Big
something
up
that I know.
Raj's mum. It sounds
I'm telling you something that I know for definite was one of the reasons why I stopped. I remember even when I used to drink. Oh, my mum, she must think. I remember sometimes when I was drunk and stuff, and I'd wake up the next morning. I said, if my mum ever knew what I did, yeah, it's just like so embarrassing. Like I'm doing stuff that she told me when I was younger that my uncles used to do, and so obviously it was 100%. She had an influence on that. I don't see what your problem was with it, Raf. You seem to be combating me for no reason.
What's your poison, Ralph?
Has someone paid you?
Poison.
Yeah, what's your poison?
Have you been paid by someone? Who's paid you? Is it Khan?
Yes, Khan.
Khan, that guy that said that Veli has never contributed anything of worth to any panels, but he jumps on this panel and he's all pally with him.
Are we still talking about
that,
Khan the fat hippopotamus?
Raj, next time you speak to your friend Kangaroo, yeah, let her know that it's Mummy Kizzy to me, yeah?
Who's Kangaroo?
Mummy Kizzy.
Who's Kangaroo?
Huh?
Who's Kangaroo?
Wendy Woo Kangaroo Court.
Kangaroo, all right, yeah.
What's your poison,
Kangaroo, the
Kizzy?
woman's got the flu because she
What's
hates
your
too much
poison?
of the cheat.
Did you just... Oh, you can't call me that though, CV.
No, I said, what's your poison? I
Oh,
ain't
yeah.
calling you poison.
Only racist Wendy can call me Kizzy. You don't want to fall in that.
Oh, sorry, Kangaroo. What do I call you?
Nah, I'm
What can I
Nine-Ether.
call
I'm
you?
Nine-Ether, babe.
Nine-Ether.
My poison is rum and coke, darling.
Okay.
Dark rum.
I think you was
preferably.
asking. I think she. Were you asking something else when you meant where's your book? I felt like you were asking what is the issue with what's going on, or I don't know. What did you mean by that, or were you asking something else?
Oh, sorry. I thought he was asking me what I do drink still.
Yeah, I don't know.
You was right.
Yeah, I was asking everyone's drink,
Oh,
trying to
okay.
break up the. You know?
Well, I don't really drink, innit? So
Yeah, you do a bit though.
yeah. If I do drink, yeah.
So what's your poison?
Ciroc.
Not really. Actually,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm very.
He's a student.
I have a sweet tooth, so no. Even at uni, I live at yard, innit? So I just go from home to uni. But even then, I don't really like alcohol, you know. It's very like.
Have you got an Afro-Caribbean society at your uni, bab?
Yeah.
Is it active?
Them lot are so. They're active some events and some events they're not. Yeah, man.
Because on Saturday, yeah, me and my uni, that's not even good English, but my uni, we had like, I don't know if they still have ACFest. Do they still have ACFest at uni, Afro-Caribbean Festival every year? You used to have
No, they don't do that.
Ah, yeah, I think, I must admit, man, uni just sounds a bit dead these days. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, I know that man them party and take drugs and sex enough gals and that, but apart from that, it sounds dead. But anyway, Act here, we done it on the Zoom, man. It was a mazza. I actually raved on Zoom, like proper raved, mad.
Okay.
It was wonderful, man. So yeah, man. Big up Fest, big up Birmingham Uni. Come on, jeez, hey,
It's Kingston all the way.
yeah.
Kingston University all the way.
Oh, you go to
Oh,
yeah.
South Bank.
Kingston.
That used to be
South
called Niger Bank, boy.
There's some universities have a strong, like a big community, but like my university had majority Sikhs there. I don't know why. Like looking back, I was quite surprised. Like
Which one's that?
South Bank Uni where I was there.
Oh,
I used to love. Actually, the one drink that I still love is snake bites. That's my drink of choice.
Rog,
Oh, pound of
me and
walkabout. I
you
remember
could
that.
have
Oh
done
my.
things.
Yeah, oh my god, that stuff is like it's hard. It's
Rog,
like yeah, I
that
used
was
to
my
drink.
drink in the student
Is it?
union
Oh,
bar.
I was known as a snake bite king. Like I
What
used
is
to always
it?
sit there.
Cider?
Yeah,
Like,
cider with blackcurrant and like
Beer.
lager. Yeah. Oh my god, man, that stuff is
that went down
deadly.
so nicely in the. Oh my god.
Yeah, but the problem with
It's-
that drink here is so tasty that most alcohol you feel like you kind
Yeah.
of wretched, but with that it's so tasty you would just knock back like loads. Like oh my god,
Oh, you're
man.
bringing back memories now, Rog. Fuck's
Yeah.
sake.
When I'm not gonna lie, when I used to puke sometimes, it used to come out like red fire, like red
Oh
lava.
no puking, man. Come on.
Yeah, no, but I used to drink a lot of those. I'm talking about like maybe like during the day,
You know
like
what though? In saying that though, Raj, because at my uni, like the Sikhs, they used to drink. It weren't even a joke, man. I didn't even know that they drank like that, to be honest. Seriously, because I got to see a few. I
What are they
won't even
suppressing?
say it because you'll get upset, Raj. I'm not
I
even gonna
think
say it.
say it, because I've seen everything. Trust me, I've seen it all.
Seen a couple of them let down their hair. You get me?
Yeah. I mean, this is what I'm talking about in terms of alcohol. The problem is there's a reason why alcohol is prohibited in Sikhism because it makes you do things that you would never do. You understand? Like they would never do that. Like if they were sober. There's not. I don't think there's a massive problem with drinking if you can actually hold it and you can control it. But I don't. For me, I know 100% that I just take it too far.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how, like, I realized, I was the same as you. Like, I'm like not a big lad either, but I could outdrink everyone until it got to a point when, sometimes I wouldn't even remember. So.
Oh dear, no, that's too much, man.
Yep. No, but it's how people drink, innit? That's all it's it. That's all it is.
No, I know, but
why do you drink? And what happens when you drink, right? Like I miss it. But I don't miss the pain, the hangovers, I don't miss any of that.
I tell you what, I think God, put it in place that I had the worst hangovers because some people who become drunks, they don't get hangovers.
Fuck
So
those people, man.
I know people that can drink all night and next morning they're fine. When I used to wake up the next morning, some days I was in bed for like a whole day, like 24 hours to recover.
2 or 3 days for me, bro. That's
But
I would love to see you drunk, though, Raj. I'm not gonna lie. You must
I
have
was
been
I'm not gonna lie,
hilarious.
I was a fun drunk, man. I mean, obviously I got into a few altercations as well, but that was normally to do with family. Like one was my brother-in-law. They were bottled over the head.
Some good morning when you're drunk would have been hilarious.
The thing is, a lot of people don't realize. Like when I was drunk, I was very like the life and soul of the party. But I'm quite generally though. I know it doesn't sound like I am, but I'm quite a private person. So when I used to go out and drink, that was more to socialize. I don't even like to taste the drink apart from snakebite. They banned snakebite though.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they still advertise alcohol. I'm sorry, I still can't believe it.
Yeah, they banned it soon after, so it was hard to get it. So I'm kind of glad they did ban it.
What's your favorite drink in terms of Coke, Dr. Pepper, and those drinks?
I don't really like any alcohol apart from snakebite. Like I hate all of them. Make me feel like I'm
not
soft drink.
Alcohol, as in like soft drinks, innit? Like bloody Coke, Dr. Pepper.
To mix it with.
Mm-hmm.
It'd normally just be Coke actually, or Pepsi or whatever. So yeah.
Raj, did you see a sorry to cut? Did you see a video doing the rounds on social media of a fight at a Sikh wedding?
Oh, dude, do you know how many there are? I mean, which one you talking about?
Oh, is it like that? Is it? Well, this
Yeah.
one, I was like, fuck. So they were
No,
slipping in blood. It was mad.
yeah, no. This is the thing, though, man. It's like that's the problem. But to be honest, considering how much alcohol is consumed at these weddings and stuff, the problem with the Sikh community is this is one of their biggest downfalls. Is like we love to have good fun. We love dancing. We love music. You know, all the Bhangra and all that stuff is from the Sikh community because we don't have prohibitions on music. But also on top of that, when you dance and you're drinking, man, like, and then you start nudging people and pushing people, do you understand? You know what might happen. Yeah, you might actually push the wrong person or stuff like that. Because the dancing in Bhangra is very, very robust. Like your arms free. When I used to dance, I used to punch people in the face by accident.
You're mad.
Yeah, I'm a terrible dancer. I got like 2 left feet. Yeah,
You're
like, you know,
mad.
the problem is that there's a stereotype. You know, like some people, there's a stereotype that all black people can dance here. There's a stereotype in the Asian community. All Sikh people with turbans on can dance because it's just the natural rhythm of the people from that area. Because dance
If
is
you're
not kind
dancing
of
and banging man in the face, I don't think
no, but me, but no, but the thing is, I got 2 left feet, so they would look at me with my turban and think, "Oh, this guy can dance." Then when I jump on, I start flaying everywhere, like one leg over there, one arm over there. Next thing you know, the dance was emptied out. Yeah, so yeah, to anyone that thinks, that all Sikhs can dance, no, that's just a stereotype. I'm one that can't.
Did you know the word alcohol? It's I know it says it's French or from medieval Latin, from Arabic. Alcohol is the body-eating spirit. Random fact for you. Body-eating spirit. Alcohol in Arabic.
All
right. I'll kill all, mate. It's the
I'll
end of civilization. Is
Can I
alcohol.
say something here? One of the sickest people I've met is Esau. That nasty guy is posting pics of children in a back chat that I taught in a class. He's a nasty piece of work, that guy.
Which Esau?
You know, Esau, Real's boyfriend.
Oh.
You know, one that loves Real. He's nasty, that guy, man. Like, if I got pictures of me teaching kids in America and then you start posting in the back chat.
Is he doing that kind of stuff, is he?
Yeah, he just did it now. I just checked
Which
in the
back
back
chat are you talking about?
What? Oh, what? Where
Google
we are
Hangouts.
now?
No, in Google Hangouts. In the back chat.
Oh, mate. You know that's a graveyard, man.
Yeah, so if I got a Facebook post of me teaching kids in America and then you start posting these pics in the back chat, why are you freaking posting this? And dude, Issa, if you're listening, that's in America. Yeah, I don't think the Americans care. I was flown out there for free, bitch, to LA. So yeah, sorry, dude. What is the title of the show today? Are you talking about Khan?
Haters.
So we're talking about Khan because Khan comes in all the time.
White night.
Motivation.
We're talking about you, Mr. Hitball.
Let's talk motivations.
No, let's talk about Khan, yeah, because Khan is one of the biggest begs ever. That's why I call him Beggar Khan.
About your friends instead, man.
Oh, what friend's that?
Kangaroo, man.
What's she done now, man?
A gay prostitute.
Let's not talk about any of them.
No, we do.
I'm only joking, man.
You're going to say we're better than that, but I'm not. So I will talk about Khan.
Yeah, you do your thing. I've already
Khan's
snatched.
a racist. I'm sorry, he's a racist. He's a full-on racist, that guy. He's a nasty
But
individual.
how do you distinguish between your racists, though?
Well, with him, he's either very.
Hold on, let me ask you a question first. Is Jupiter a racist?
She has said racist stuff. Yeah. Do I think she's a full-on racist? I don't believe she's a racist in what you consider to be a racist.
Khan's racist.
The thing about Khan, he says stuff that is very I can't explain it. Like he'll say that, I'll give you an example. He talks about his great granddad and the lovely story of how he met his great grandmother, and he talks about it in a way that his great granddad brought a slave, didn't he? A black slave from a trade slip. You do know that, don't you?
We know that, but I don't think
when he No, he said it again the other day. He said, "It's in Islam. I'm allowed to do it." I said, "Ask these guys." He said it 3 days ago.
Yeah,
did he say that?
Yeah, I heard him, but
Yeah.
To be fair, he did say that.
He did say. So when you're talking about, so if I was talking about the history of my people, and I said, "Oh, my great granddad," I wouldn't brag about him buying a slave. Yeah, and the way he talked about it was like he'd done that slave a favor. Like, oh yeah, oh my great granddad saw her and he picked her out. You know, you don't worry about the extra 200 slaves that were still in the ship. I don't know what happened to him. I don't care. He bought the money. It's in Islam. I'm allowed to do it. Yeah, and also there's other stuff he said to me and my sister and stuff because my sister's marrying a white guy, and he's saying that I'm dishonoring my family. My sister's dishonoring my family for marrying a white guy. Oh, that you know the kids will never be white. They'll always be brown and blah blah
But
blah. And the dark
you guys,
stuff.
what are you guys actually? Why are you guys actually? Because you guys don't even know each other off the internet, and you're
But you
speaking.
know his baby mother's white though.
Yeah, I know that's the problem, and
So then,
also it
according
doesn't
to
make
some
sense.
of you, he can't be racist, according to some of you, because some of you think that you can't have a black man and be racist, right? If you're white.
I don't believe that. I know people that have people that are married to people from different races. They're still racist. They just
Oh, okay.
might just give a pass to that particular person or that particular race. You see a lot of white supremacists married to Chinese people. Are they not racist?
Okay, all right.
I would
me
argue.
something.
I would argue that no one's racist, but they have some underlying fucking issues, and they they come out. Those
Okay,
underlying
so
problems come
how
out,
do you
in
make
different
that? How do
forms.
you make
But I
that
haven't finished
logical?
what I'm saying yet, so you may get a gist, right? So let's say if someone's insecure about themselves, and then they say racist comments. What I'm saying is fundamentally, right? There's a deeper issue with people, but those insecurities or those things come out in racist terms. So yeah, on the surface, you can say these people are racist, but deep down, there's a lot more issues, in my opinion. Like you say, you've brought up a person that's obviously a contradiction, right? That he's racist, but he's married a white woman, whatever. So obviously, it's not just racist. He's deep down. There's some problems, right?
Yeah, I don't believe that there's no racist. I say that now.
No, that was a bit flippant, right? But what I'm saying is that people with like clearly contradictory lives or actions and opinions, it's clearly not the reason they're being racist because they're racist. I don't think that makes sense. Maybe I should think about what I'm saying before I say it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand a little bit what I'm saying?
There are definite racists out there. There are definite racists out there that see other groups of
Hold on. I understand what you're saying from the point of view because when you hear today about racism, people just think, oh, it's you thinking your race is superior to another race, isn't it? But and then also like people go on to say, oh, what's it called? It's this idea of what's it called? You just thinking, just saying something to someone that might be stereotypical, might be racist sometimes or whatnot and everything. But like when we talk about real racists, I mean, for me, when I say real racists, it's people who make laws and do it based off skin color and skin tone, and yeah, I mean those people on the streets and if they racist are ignorant. Sorry.
So are you saying that only the upper echelons can be racist?
I think
no.
I would.
Yeah, technically, but right off today, but even now, like if let's say, like an example of a white person, going around killing people because they're black, like a Dylan Roof type of guy. Yeah, well, that could be described as racist, but in the sense of back in the day when racists would get away with killing black people, I would say that was more of the real racism rather than the one today. Like he's just got an ignorant mindset basically. But you can describe of the people that of that time. Yeah, he does have a racist view, but I mean, he wouldn't necessarily be able to get away with it the way people were getting away back in the day.
But so what are you trying to say, that because people can't go around willy-nilly killing and lynching people, that there's less racism?
I didn't say there was less racism. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that the definition of what we would describe it in the 60s and describe it today would be different. Like in the sense that what's good in the 60s, people would do it and get away with killing people and get away with it, and that was the power and prejudice. But here it's just a prejudice. But at the same time, even the Dylan Roof incident, you can describe it as a Power and Prejudice, but at the same time, like he wouldn't get away with it. Obviously, he's rotting in prison right now. So yeah, that's I mean, if you understand what I'm saying, innit?
I think I made a very confusing statement. That's for sure. Like what I was trying to say as well is people's underlying personality or personal issues manifest in ways, right? And certain movements on the right or whatever are, I don't know, man. Just I think people are easily led and people easily jump on a bandwagon. I mean, but I do think like it's not just because people are racist. It's also because, or it's not that they are. It's just that they're attacking some because of like insecurity, you know, or they're worried about their genetics and all that shit. Like there is, it could.
It ultimately comes down to the fear of revenge. They know what they did. They know they fucked up.
Well, you mean people's like ancestors and that?
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it's more complicated. I don't understand. For example, I'm like, for me, I come from a mixed background. I have no like pride, and I mean it in the sense of like I don't hold. I know how I feel like, you know, like, sorry, Wisdom. I think you were speaking, my bad. But I think like a genetic pride of something, it can be positive, but clearly from history, it can be very negative, right? So like you can be proud of who you are and your blood and your, you know, ancestry and your homeland or whatever. But on the flip side, but you know, because you know you can put that in a positive manner, right? But on the flip side, like clearly there are reasons why it can be dangerous as well. So I mean, like,
I'm like,
I come from a place where you know, hopefully one day no one will give a shit what color, you know. I mean, that's just the old saying, isn't it? But because I don't feel any pride, proud having like white blood, and I don't have any pride having African / Middle Eastern blood. So because I associate that kind of stuff with negative negative stuff from, you know, what I see. Like I want to, you know, I see one race, and that, the more I think about that, I'm far from perfect from that situation, but the more we get to that point, the better, you know.
I want to explore this issue of fear, because I feel like that's a lot of the reason why you will hear people like Jupiter, like Elron, like them not come here, because I mean, like if they're really sincere, they fucked up. They killed a lot of. I mean, you know,
true. But it's not, when you say they, I agree with Dave earlier in a way where we're not blaming him. We're not blaming this generation.
No, of course not.
Because like we can go back even further and we can talk about other stuff, right? But
yeah,
we certainly can't start in a place where we're blaming this generation.
No, but it's about being accountable for it. So in a sense that what's it called? In certain groups of people have benefited from, you know, what has gone on since then, and even in the system itself, you know, there is this idea of the culture of being of a white culture is superior to a black culture. So like when there is a fear about it. So
it's going to differ so hugely, right? But one thing I could assume, in my opinion, is, and this is from personal experience, is it's just identity. Like, no, you know, everyone's a fucking individual, right? But like when we group up, it's a bit more dangerous. You lose your identity a little bit. And I think there's a lot of people that I feel like they haven't got, or don't know what their identity is. They don't have one, and they're scared of losing the group for some reason. I don't fully understand yet why people are fearful of losing this race, right? Like I think it's a positive thing. I don't know if I'm not a scientist.
No,
Obviously, I haven't studied it, but
I
it's
mean,
surely in a few hundred years or 1,000 years. You're smarter in this arena, I think, probably, right? Being a uni student, but don't we all end up like, if we start like I said before, we start fucking each other, which we do, yeah. Like the world is connected now. Surely, like there's a day where you won't be able to fucking tell the difference. No, isn't that surely that's a thing, isn't it?
Well, when you're talking about, because from a scientific point of view, it's very well known that melanin is dominant, and that's the fear. One of the fear factors as well. That if you breed once with someone who is black, you're almost coming out with a black you, and then all it needs to happen is one more time that black that mixed race child has a child with another black person, that child is black
Yeah,
again.
but the genes are more dominant, so you can see like when you see a mixed race kid, you automatically your brain identifies them as being black. It's just even if they got white skin because the phenotypes.
Or lighter skin even.
Yeah, and even with the Asians and stuff like that, they still look Asian. If you look at someone like Zayn Malik, who's half Pakistani, he still looks Asian. He might look a little bit of a lighter Asian. So the mother's white. And so there is a fear that, like, when they've got, in a way, it's true. Like, when you mix with a white person, they tend to look like the race which is not white, even if you're Chinese. And so for them, they feel like they're gonna lose their kind of like what you say, their phenotypes and the way they look. And in a way, they're kind of right because it will happen if you mix. There's all the chance of them looking white is gone basically.
Why do they fear that then? Why do you think
it's like they probably fear that their people are going to die out, the people that look like them. Yeah, imagine. I mean, I don't think a lot of people that are worried about their certain things are necessarily racist. Some of it might seem illogical. I mean, one of the things I have to agree with is like the whitewashing of history is stupid. Like it's crazy. Like when I speak to Elron, like I'm kind of mocking that. When I hate when black people say that black people created the Indian civilizations or Buddha and all that kind of stuff. And I also hate when white people say it as well, because there was no blonde-haired white people in Egypt. There was no blonde-haired white people in India until later on, thousands of years later. But if you hear Elron talking, it's like blonde-haired white people were building pyramids and going to India, building the Indus Valley civilization. But those people were definitely either brown or black, or mix of both. Not blonde-haired blue-eyed people.
If you're coming with the idea of evolution, then you know that all the groups that are of this that exist today all trace their ancestry back to Africa. So of course, like if even when a black and an Asian breeds, they're not looking more Asian, they're looking more black as well. So at the end of the day, it's
you're right, because my one of my relatives married a black guy, and the kids look Jamaican or maybe kind of light skinned mixed race. They don't look Asian in any way. You wouldn't see. So I think that the African gene is very dominant, even when it comes to even Asian people.
9 out of 10 children born of mixed heritage are gonna be more, darker, and even the ones that are lighter. Even let's say a mixed race person goes on to reproduce with someone who is white, their child's still gonna have they're gonna still have that black melanin there. So
I wonder what the dominating race will be on Mars when and hopefully we eventually.
I want to
imagine. I'm gonna have to get a graph and a ticker counter. I want to watch.
Have you not seen I'll post a pic of one of my drawings where I'm sitting on Mars. This is my fantasy by myself with a buggy, a spaceship, and just drawing. Let me post it to you actually, because talking about Mars, that's one of my.
It'd just be called Martians though.
Right? Yeah, but I wouldn't want anyone to come with me though. I'd like to go by myself, man.
Well, you die pretty soon, bro.
Oh, well, don't worry about that. You can dig my skeletons up and worship me as a god. The generations that come afterwards, the first person there. You show it to you, actually.
The way someone looks, though, ain't necessarily scientific, is it? Just the way. How's it going, mate?
All right, Dave.
Say that again.
All right, Dave.
The way someone looks ain't necessarily a scientific argument, is it? It kind of sounds like the one drop rule conversation that you're having because of someone's.
But the thing is, Dave, you can't deny the fact that if you see a mixed race person, even people from the same community, I don't necessarily see. I can see the white kind of genes in them, but the dominant genes always tend to be the other genes for some reason. So you look at an Asian person that's married to a white person. If you look at Zayn Malik, would you think he's a white person?
No, of course not. But say
Yeah,
that you look.
So
No.
when you look at him, he doesn't. I mean, I've seen Asians that look like him. You can the genes of the European genes don't show through as much. Now, when it comes to black people as well, if you see someone as a mixed race person, I guarantee 9 times out of 10 times you will automatically see them as black. Automatically, that's not racist in my opinion to think that.
So, Raj, say if you had someone who was say 70% European DNA, do you think it's healthy for that person to consider themselves as African?
Well, if they look white and
yeah, but it's not look right. That's still the one drop argument. It's not actually how they look. It's your
How's
DNA.
that one drop if they
What's
got
the
70%?
one drop argument? Please enlighten me. I'm
It's
a
when
bit
you
ignorant.
have that first generation of half black, half white.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's basically saying if you have any admixture from another group, you're not a European anymore.
So I am. Okay, so I've got North African dad and a white British mother. What is it? So I'm part of the one drop, am I?
Yeah,
No.
pretty much. Is it? No.
No, yeah.
The one drop rule is
That's the one drop.
Yeah, but it's not scientific. That's my point.
Obviously, we know it's not scientific. But
Exactly,
when we
it's
talk- when we talk-
outdated.
But this is we're not talking about whether or not it's science. We're talking something else. We're talking about in terms of what's it called? This why certain white people have this fear of black people, and one of the things that we touched on was what's it called? The idea that it's revenge, and it's got also to do with the fact that once you breed with, when I say breed, once you have a relationship and have a child with someone who is of who is black, yeah, that child has more of the African gene or the black gene than the white gene. In 9 out of 10 cases, that's what happens.
No, that don't add up. Say you got someone from the Caribbean, right? Odds are they actually have European ancestors. And then they go and have a child with a European in Britain. That child is going to be European.
But what do you mean European? What are you talking
They're
about?
going to have more European DNA than they are African.
Have you done a test, Dave, of yourself?
What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense.
Dave, have you done one of these? Dave, have you done one of these blood tests? Where they test? You should definitely do it, bro. I haven't done it. I've got it sitting on my shelf. Just can't be bothered. And I had some fear about, who's got my blood, but I don't care anymore. But my whole family did it, and it's mad interesting. I'd like to do that. We should do it.
Yeah. So, Raf, if you've got, say someone's got a parent who is half British, half white British, and half Nigerian, and then they have a child with a white British person, do you still think that child's African?
Say that one more time. What exactly you're saying? Say a black dad and a mixed race mother.
No. A white man has a child with a mixed race woman.
Yeah.
That child, would you still consider? What would you consider that child as?
Again, like I said, even within that child, you can still see the black mixture.
That's one drop. It doesn't mean anything. You
click the link I've sent into the side chat just about that masking. Just click on it though.
That is not one drop.
What? So you got someone who has a.
Why does it matter anyway, Dave?
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. Like,
why does it matter anyway?
It's the fear of, like, let's go. Like, this is all stemming from, really. But
nah, that's you projecting onto other people because you've made your position clear when you're talking about somehow you believe people have some kind of price to pay for things. That came from you.
I didn't say people have a price to pay.
You said they know what they have done.
Yeah, they know what they've done. You guys know what you did. What are you talking about?
What did I do?
Not you personally, but
to who?
In the ancestors, not of you, while certain people, certain white people, you know, they enslaved, raped, pillaged, and even till this day continue to, what's it called, drain Africa
Spread.
of the resources.
Yeah.
And the point
What
is
about
that
the Chinese?
even till today,
The Chinese are probably draining more than Europeans.
the Chinese aren't draining more today. Stop it, the nonsense, bro. That's not true.
Well, there will be. Let me tell you, if the African nations, the African nations carry on allowing China to infiltrate,
even till today,
don't make Europeans look like freaking pussycats.
Raj, and even till today, even when we speak up and tell you guys this is what's going on, people don't want to do anything about it. It's not that I'm not saying that you, person per se, Dave, are the person that is aiding and abetting it, but like the wide majority hear it and nothing gets done because we have to focus on, you know.
But please, don't take this the wrong way. 1 minute. Don't take this the wrong way. Yeah, at some point, the host nation, whether that be India, Pakistan, Africa, have to take responsibility for their actions as well.
This
Now
is
you
what I'm saying.
This is what I was going to say. Finish one second.
This is what I was going to say.
Let me finish 1 second. So the thing is that you can't keep on
talking. You can't meet.
I mean, you can't keep on constantly. The white man obviously has done X, Y, Z in these places, but at some point,
African leaders, right?
At some point, yeah, the host nation, you have to start looking at.
Okay, but this is where your argument breaks down. This is where your argument breaks down.
So at some point now, India was colonized by the Brits. Yeah. Now at this precise moment, India still has retained quite a lot of its resources and its powers and stuff. And the thing is, at some point, the host nation, yeah, has to also take responsibility for how they're running their country to allow this to still happen. So once the Brits left the country, I'm saying that the point is, yeah, I can sympathize. I will say yes, colonization, yeah, has contributed to some countries being kind of robbed and put back God knows how many years. But at some point, the people indigenous to those countries have to take responsibility for their corruption in their countries, which is still allowing it to happen.
Yeah, well, which probably happened more after the colonization, for sure, especially with the whiteness in India.
One thing I find frustrating is like the white man is not some freaking Superman.
It's the empire. It's the queen.
If your country was run, if the countries are run properly without corruption, without nepotism, run them democratically, they would be able to oust these particular companies and stuff.
I'll give you
they're basically being paid that it's corrupt and stuff like that. You need to do 50-50 blame. Yeah, do you believe it's 50-50?
It's not 50-50, and I'll tell you why. Yeah. And if you've looked into the history of the African nations and during their independence and the struggles they went through, then you would understand why it's not 50-50.
I know the struggles because India went through a similar struggle. But the thing is, I'm not being bad here. I want to say this here. One of the problems I have is you make white people sound like they're freaking like some kind of like superhuman power.
This is what I'm saying. It's the fear. You can see the fear in you. This is what I'm talking about.
Fear? What fear? What are you talking about, man?
What fear, man?
Everyone's deflecting.
You're projecting onto us, Raph. We have no fear, mate.
Can you not see? 1 minute, CV. Can you not see? Yeah, look, you can say, okay, 70 years ago, 50 years ago, the Europeans colonized, yeah, and they left after us and ruling for maybe 200 years. 1 minute. Let me finish, dude. You got to let me finish the sentence. Dude, you got to let me finish the sentence.
You're the one cutting me, and you're telling me.
I'm mid-sentence, and you keep on cutting.
No, you cut me, Raj. You keep cutting me.
Right, you finish your sentence, and let me finish mine. Finish your sentence and go on.
No problem. Okay, so this is what I'm saying, yeah. If you look into the history of these African nations, specifically, you go to I think it's Burkina Faso or Congo. Yeah, I can't even remember now. Thomas, I don't know if it's Thomas. It's not Thomas Sankara. Pierre Lumumba. Yeah, I can't remember which country. I think it's Congo. But Pierre Lumumba had a period where he didn't receive any type of. He had that thing where he didn't want he wanted to isolate himself. So he isolated the whole country from any type of Western or any type of help or aid from any of these countries. He made what they call made the country self-sufficient for food. They had all their resources, whatever they need and whatnot. What happened? The French, along with the British, came in with the CIA as well, with help of the CIA from America, killed him. What's it called? No, they set up a military coup, killed him in the end. And
who enacted that coup? Who
Sorry?
enacted that coup? Who enacted that coup?
The CIA and the British.
No, who was the people on the ground who enacted that coup?
CIA. You see, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, was it other black people?
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Was it other black people?
This is where you're not.
Let me answer him, because the thing is, I want to say something.
Their involvement in these regime changes that they're doing. This is what.
Do the indigenous people play any role in it? Hold on. Do the indigenous people of those lands cooperate with these governments in order to actually execute what the West?
You're talking about.
You're talking about covert stuff, though, right? Where the government.
What I'm trying to say is this, you're taking all the responsibility away. You're taking all the responsibility away from the people that are indigenous to that land.
You're talking about
the outside governments in the West cannot infiltrate and manipulate these people.
They cannot infiltrate and manipulate.
Unless the people
in the country allow them to.
Are you joking?
That's not right. Come on, brother. Come on, Raj. There's a lot of proven history of
2003. This is
that's basically
2011. This is happening.
Let me respond and let me think. Have you finished your what you're going to say, Raf?
I've said to you that is very well known that the CIA and these governments and what's it called? You got the World Bank, the United Nations, all these groups here are very well known to go into certain countries because they don't agree with their policies or whatnot and everything, and somehow
whether or not they're right or wrong, they do it.
Yes,
you should say that. Whether or not they're right or wrong, it happens and it's happened.
Did these white people come in with no help from the indigenous? Nobody helped them. They just come in there.
About traitors. That's what your point is. You're talking about traitors.
Oh, traitors.
Right, so whatever, but they're still black.
Sorry?
They're still black people from that land. Yes.
So yes, there are black traitors.
Okay, all right, that's all I want to know you, because whether they're traitors or whatever,
this is where the deflection comes in. No, Raj, this is what you're saying now. You're saying, it's just for black people to vote in the right person.
So let me give you an example here, which is to do with my people.
Right? That's what you're saying.
You've spoken enough. Let me say something. Let me give you an example so you can look at them. Let me give you an example. Don't cut me, please.
Let's do it and move on.
Let me finish here. So if you look at myself and my people, the Punjabi, the Sikhs ruled the empire in the Punjab. Yeah. Now, the reason they had a downfall wasn't just because of the white man. The white man come in, the British people, and they sided, some of the Sikhs and some of the people decided to side with the British to overthrow their own people, and they got manipulated into doing something. There was a 50-50 blame. The British, obviously were the one that manipulated the situation, but the Punjabi Sikh people have to take responsibility for their action as well. They're not children. You're acting like the indigenous people of these lands are children that have no what you call kind of like responsibility. Now let me just finish. Then what? Look, when it comes to Africa, now whether you like this or not, there are governments within Africa that are completely corrupt and run on nepotism, where you only hire people from your family. I'll give an example with Uganda, where my people, like my family, went for 20 years here, but they left before Idi Amin. Idi Amin might have had a point where the Indian population there were not integrating and they will kind of like use it a buffer class. But the thing you don't do is to chuck all the Indians out who are running these businesses, because then what happens? Then put people into those positions that will form his own family and people that he liked. And guess what? They'd never run these businesses before, and they run them to the ground.
You think Idi Amin was going against the British? Is that what you're arguing?
Then, he had to start. Then they wanted the Indians to come back. Now the point is, he might have a legitimate point, but when your governments are run on corruption, nepotism, and all of this kind of stuff. You've got to take some responsibility.
See what I'm saying? It's the deflection, and this is what I keep saying.
Not
Not deflection, it's reality.
Yeah.
It's reality.
You're treating your governments and your people in your country like they have no responsibility.
It all comes back to the fear.
Like treating like children. I actually
Don't
find this.
blame
Like,
white people.
you know what this is?
Don't blame white people.
The fear.
This is a bigotry of low expectations.
No.
Yeah?
Black
This is
people.
bigotry of low expectations.
Let's move on. Move on to
Right.
something.
Hold
Move
on, Raf, when did your parents come to Britain?
When did my parents
Raf,
come?
when did they come to Britain? When?
93.
1993.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both his parents are doctors, so you know. Look, what I'm saying to you is that look, you're actually making the one thing I can't stand is the way you talk about white people. You talk about them like they're some kind of superman beings, like they're really better than everybody else. I don't get it.
I can make the distinction, brother. I can make the distinction. There is a certain class of white people who gone around with their policies of being able to manipulate the politics, manipulate the monetary system or whatever, and have done heinous things. I can say that people like Dave are probably less likely to be responsible for it. I can say
But
that.
listen, it also happens coming into this country. Surely other countries and other people influence our politics. So we can't deny it happens.
Isn't that just because they were superior to the people they manipulated?
Well, superior. Oh, hello, superior. Smarter military.
Otherwise, how do they do it? How do they do it?
Yeah. Well, it depends what you're driven by. Let me say something, Ralph. It depends what you're driven by, right? If you're driven by hatred, if you're driven by violence, right, and power and greed of that power, yes, you're probably going to be superior in certain tactics, right, to overthrow, whatever it is, or do certain things.
That's true.
It doesn't mean you're superior as a human being. It's different definitions, right? Me and you can have a different definition.
Yeah, but Raf
which
keeps
makes
saying
up
that. But these people keep coming in Africa. They keep doing this to us. They keep doing this to us. My question to all Africans is: how do they allow? How does that happen? How did you allow them to do it to you?
Last time, Ralph, we spoke to you last time about this. You know.
Yeah, because they're better, right?
And it's shame on you because the fact that you're coming
I'm
here
shameless.
to purposely mislead people about this issue when you know first
Why am I misleading someone?
Because you know that these governments, they come in, and these foreign governments, they come in, or these foreign the behind the scenes or whatever shadow governments, they come in and they dictate how this government's going to.
How do they do that?
How they do it? What do you mean?
How do they do it?
Have you not?
How do they do it? Why do the black people in Africa allow them to do it?
What are you talking
about? They have no intention to do it to us.
Yeah, well, they just roll over. The black people go, "Hey, come on in, take over my country."
Well, it depends if you practice a certain craft. Sorry, Ralph. Ralph, please, bro, please.
Talk because Ralph, you're just talking over
Ralph,
everybody.
please. No, but listen, if you practice a craft, okay, over God knows how long, you're going to get better than someone that's not practicing said craft, right? And if that craft is influencing, domination, you could say, right? But what are you saying? Are you saying?
I'm saying.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure where you're at.
British government.
Well, I'm saying that if this happens to African countries, as Raj says, either they take partial responsibility for their part of it, or it happens.
Raj, TV did ask Ralph a question. Come on, man, let's be fair.
Raptor.
Oh, sorry. Them names are too close.
Too many people see. But my point is, no one answers this question directly. If a foreign government comes in and they play with African political leaders and they swap one out and they use powers to swap one out, as Raj says, one part of it's got to be what Raf, or whatever his name is, says, is the traitor class. But all I hear constantly is blaming a white man. White man did this, white man. So if I run with the white man did it, then my question to you becomes, how come you let them do it? Because are they better than you at it? Is that the truth that you can't address?
They're better than me.
Clearly they are. They are doing it. It's been done to you.
And we spoke to you about this last time. You agreed with us that cool. Black people can stay in black land, and white people can stay in white lands as long as you stop your imperialism. That's what we said last time, Ralph. So why?
You said no. You said you would not. I didn't agree. You said that's what you wanted. I said, if you guys all go home first.
Ralph, that was bullshit. You said
If you're going to stay here, then that's not it's not game on. It's no
Stream
deal.
got taken down, innit? I bet it was you that got it taken down.
But
Raf,
dude,
do you understand how privileged you are, though? Do you acknowledge your privilege?
Jason, with Ralph here, listen here, yeah. You know me, I don't get on with Ralph here, but he has a point, yeah. This is the situation. You can't, if you keep on blaming the white man for all your ills and not taking responsibility for your own part to play in it, like the people of your country, you're never going to move on because you're always making excuses for your own people's bad governments, old people's bad.
Amen to that.
And the thing is, India, whether you like on India, I don't support India, but I'm telling you, that do not blame the white man for everything. If the white man bring in, even if the white man bring in something that we didn't like being colonized, we're going to use what they bring and we're going to make it better. Yeah, and we're gonna use it. The point is, until you start taking responsibility for the African nation's own part to play in their own takeover of their country, you are never going to get rid of the colonization of Africa.
And Raj, this is where I keep telling you you're going wrong. You take out a leader, yeah, and you put.
How can they do it without the separation of the indigenous people?
Imagine me trying to explain to you, and you're saying I'm cutting you, and you're cutting me.
You're not answering the question, though.
I'm trying to answer the question for you.
I gave an example of the Sikhs being overthrown by the British, and I'm saying it's 50-50 because the British couldn't have done it without the collusion.
I think it's probably, I would disagree and say it's not probably 50-50, like someone else came into someone else's house. At least 51-49, if anything. I'm not even trying to agree with your statement, right, or disagree. But at least, you know.
Even if it was 60-40, I don't think it's this simple, yeah. I've said it to you so many times, yeah. What's it called? If you swap a good leader for the bad leader now, you got the good leader in power, yeah. He's trying to do stuff to, help his people now. This is what the CIA,
forget it. He doesn't understand the question.
How did they manage to swap him without the help of people to swap him from your own people? They can't just go in and swap them without no cooperation.
Hold on, let me explain to you then, innit? Because you have examples in. If you've ever looked this up here, there is examples of nations where there's a book called Economic Hitman, yeah. A guy talks about it in the book, how he was used to work on the behest of the American government and all these elitist powers and whatnot and everything. He took what's his name? It was I think his name was Cleveland Roosevelt is a name that a lot of people don't know about. Yeah, he was I don't know if it's Cleveland or something Roosevelt. Yeah, he was related to Theodore Roosevelt, yeah, the leader of one of the presidents of America at one point, yeah. He went to the country, I think it was Iran, yeah, with just £1 million, yeah, or $1 million or whatever, paid people to have a coup and take down at the time it was the elected president of Iran at this point, yeah. This is like the tactics. Okay, people, you can put it to them and say that, oh, why would people sell out to get their people taken down? Cool, but at the end of the day, even if it was no matter how many times you can get a good leader in, this is what's going to continue to happen, and this is why we say that first of all, you have to go to the heads of who is doing it, and this is where we're appealing to. Like, some people don't want to appeal to white people because some white people don't want to understand it like that, yeah. But I don't think that we're beyond. I feel that we're beyond this, and we can get some white people to actually come in the struggle to actually do something about this. You understand?
No, but that's an inferiority complex. Why do you think white people need to agree with you?
This starts from dealing with what is going on here in America, in the places like Britain, in places like America, with the World Bank, with the CIA, with the the IMF. Those are the people that we need to be hitting first, and then
you're never going to touch any of them because the black population in the West are diaspora, and the black people in the West are diaspora with very little power. They're never going to have any power to.
And why is that, Ralph?
Because they don't have enough numbers, economic power.
Okay, but it doesn't matter what color or creed, though, surely.
No,
even if there was a group of a certain race group or whatever, we're just talking about individuals right now. Yeah, let's talk about individuals. Like, what stops if it's a black person if he's surrounded by multiple ethnicities? Why does it matter if when you say black people?
Because race and ethnicity matters. Studies after studies show when you give people three choices.
Tell me more.
Allow me to answer. Study after study shows when you give people the top three choices to rank, what matters to them, race, ideology, or religion. They pick race. They pick race above ideology.
He's just the same as Elron. He
okay.
So many times on this topic here.
Okay.
He keeps coming back like a zombie.
But Ralph, you're making. Well, I'm not being. Let me just say something. You're embarrassing people that are from your own country. You're making your own people seem like they're children that can be manipulated by white people to the point that you're powerless. You're not powerless, dude.
Oh, you're
not powerless. You need to. Once you get that in your head, yeah, you can never, ever succeed if you think the white man, yeah, is dominating you and can dominate you no matter what. I don't understand this mentality.
A disorganized truth, yeah, will always be defeated by an organized lie. The organized lie is that, what's it called? These nations that you're talking about, India, let's not even talk about India. Let's talk about African nations. These African nations can actually do for self, yeah. They just need the right people in power. That's not.
Yes, sir.
When you go and look into.
Yes, that's perfectly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. If you had a strong leader that could not be manipulated by the West, could crack down on any dissidents within his country and be able to withstand the forces of the West, you can retake control of your country.
That will happen in generations. It won't happen now because we're only learning those lessons now.
You can go and look up Patrice Lumumba. He's an example. He's a case.
Oh my God!
Dave, have something like constructive or something to say instead of like sighing. It's
tell me the story of Patrice more because I actually don't know. I'll have a look at his thoughts.
Yeah, he what's it called? Ostracized himself from any foreign aid. Yeah, he was not like they were doing everything in their power to say that that country was in poverty or whatever and whatnot and everything. People in the nation will tell you that there were 3 years of him being in power. They were food self-sufficient. Everything was running very well. What happened was that on the ground, obviously you've got people who are traitors who will take money just to go
black people from the country.
That's what people do. The story is that he got killed by his second in command, where he got paid off by the CIA, the World Bank, or the IMF. They promised him that they'll give him all this money or whatever or whatnot, and everything, and he will have all this control.
But this happens. This happens. What does it matter right now?
You're proving my point.
That was the original point, Ralph. I don't think you understand
you had somebody within your country who was one of the indigenous population who wanted to take power, and because of his selfish nature, he decided to assassinate the leader. Now the point is, in order for the white man to be able to do this, you need someone to cooperate.
Raj, there's tactics. They don't just pay off the people.
Yeah, you got to look at the core of the problem.
Is this guy that actually ordered the assassination, is he a child or is he a grown adult?
Yeah.
Is he a child or a grown adult?
He's an adult, Raj, but you're missing
the point. A child or a grown adult, the person that was manipulated?
He's a grown adult, fam. Look.
All right, so fair enough. He's a grown man, yeah, he's a grown man. Okay, so he has to take responsibility, yeah, for him being manipulated as well.
Raj.
We're going around in circles.
Dave, what was the? Do you mind? Dave, what was you saying? What was the core? Sorry, Raf, man. I want to see being selfish here, but I want to jump in and just see some back and forth.
Yeah. Okay.
What was that talking about?
If you never look at the root of the problem, if you never look at the core of the problem, you're never actually going to solve it, are you?
So what is that?
What's the problem then, Dave? Please.
Well, you've got a long history of your people selling yourselves out, aren't you?
Oh, okay.
Selling each other out.
Let me give you another example now of another nation that these guys went to.
We don't need another.
And then they ended up killing the leader.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's betrayed by his own people. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there are examples of people who didn't want to sell out their own people. Yeah. And when when their leader wasn't playing ball, their planes got taken out. You know, they what's it called? like I said in it, it's these examples. It's because I can't remember the exact names of these people, but they're very well. They like it's known in history, yeah, that these leaders they were in South America. I think it's two specific nations, yeah. When they didn't play ball with the American government and they weren't unbribable or whatnot and everything, what happened is that what's it called? They couldn't get people on the ground to take it out, so they just took out their the
But all
person.
countries do this to all other countries. There's nothing special. The dominant culture beats the inferior
It's
culture.
not a culture though. It's a dominant government. It's not really a
Dominant
culture.
government,
Is it?
dominant power, source of power.
It's not a culture though, is it? You
Yeah,
said culture. Let's point that out.
Yeah.
You said
Why
culture.
isn't it? It's a culture that produces the government.
Well, no. We. I don't have. I don't see a culture here. You know that we go. I guess you do go to the pub, and then there's the groups of people, and then they, try and dominate over groups. But it's
Look,
a
there's
government.
saying,
It's a government. It's not
there's a saying
you. It's not you though, is it?
But there's
Ralph?
an old saying, mate. Man has dominated all other species, including himself.
Mm-hmm.
It is in our nature to dominate other species.
Do you mind me asking you, Ralph? What is like? I remember I was asking something that was important to me about like perhaps where to start a discussion. Can I ask? Is there like a fundamental reason? Like for me, it's I may be here today to better myself in a way. Not be like fearful of these sort of conversations and try and see a hope of like progressing, right? Because things are a bit, I wouldn't say nasty, but it's the world's a bit shaken up, I guess.
The world is changing at an incredible pace. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, and then I can disagree as well. But like, I'm here for that reason to better myself, and because I'd hope to see, probably naively, a world where we can all get on one day. You know what I'm saying? But what is there anything that you could like point towards your like fundamental core moral whatever to understand you a bit?
Yeah, I believe at the principle of truth is that at the bottom is the state of nature, the actual truth of the state of nature, and the morality then forms it from above. In my case, it's a Christian morality. It could be someone else's, and that moral position is that the best world should be ordered. I represent clearly the right wing.
Sure. Well, I hate, by the way, these boxes you put yourself in. It's crazy, man. I don't know why you can't just be an individual, but I guess you have to just.
I can explain that very easily. There are two types of people: they're individualists and they're collectivists. So individualists will say, "Hey, I'm all about the person and the individual." Collectivists will say they're all about the group. I'm not an individualist. I'm a collectivist. So collectivists would say, "Hey, we've got this idea of what the world should look like in the right, and it's an order of hierarchy and power, and it's a moral position we wish."
So you believe in order?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolute order.
And this is the point when we spoke last time. Yeah, he was arguing that he agrees with imperialism.
Raf, so, I'll make my own judgment right now because only because I'm trying to figure out as well how I want to approach people that I feel like, because I feel like immediately I should be disagreeing with Ralph, and I don't, not at the top of my head, but deep down, right? Yeah. But
I'll tell you what
else motivates you, Ralph?
But if you're an individual liberal, then it's very likely you'll disagree with me because your moral axis will be looking for autonomy, the care harm principle, and justice. Because that's.
Do you have a question to ask me, Ralph?
Not particularly. I'm wondering. I guess if you're a liberal, I mean, I've been listening patiently in the background, but I guess everything you've said puts you as in my head. Perhaps I'm putting you wrong, but you come across as a liberal individual looking for a world where the most important thing would be care, harm, and justice. Am I right? You want a just world that everyone is treated equally and fairly. Is that your? That's my question.
Yeah, I would say so. I find it. I find the road to that path is going to be the majority of everything, the whole of life. I don't think we'll ever get to that.
Well, it might be a utopia, absolutely, but your principles that guide you is you want a world where everyone is treated equally and treated fairly.
Do we not meet on that level? Do we not agree on that?
I'm not an equalitarian, absolutely not. I believe equality is a social construct. I believe it's an absurdity. Nobody is equal. No individuals are equal. No races are equal. No cultures.
What about me and you? Should we be treated, me and you, just off?
No, we should be treated optimally.
Can I ask why? Explain the difference of how we are treated differently in your
because the opposite of equality, or that version of equality, for me is meritocracy. You should be treated how you deserve to be treated, not because of what you are.
So
because
do
of
you
what
deserve
do.
to be treated less or more than me?
It depends on what I achieve and do.
But we don't know each other, really, do we? And we don't know.
No,
I
we
don't know
don't.
what you know
I
what
have no
you've
idea, yeah.
done, but you don't know what exactly.
Absolutely, yeah. But I
off
don't
the
believe
top,
we
off
should
the
be
top,
treated
though,
equally.
Okay.
I believe
There needs to be a
equality.
judgment happen before that decision can be made.
I think
how
equality
is that judgment made?
It should be made in my view, it should be made by what is in the collective best, not what's
Yeah,
good
but
for
how do you
me.
make an individual judgment of how I'm treated differently to you without, having a camera on me 24/7? I'm trying to understand.
I believe society is the organizing principle which should treat and judge you. You shouldn't. Liberals believe that my freedom
like a
and my
voting
autonomy.
system.
It depends on how the structures are organized. If you go to different cultures, there'll be different ways of organization. Remember, liberal individualism is only a Western European idea. It doesn't even exist in Eastern Europe.
But how do we do it now? And how do we judge myself or anyone else here?
I would judge you according to my conservative moral foundations. The fact that you, for example, say race doesn't matter, we are all equal, just makes me think of you, rightfully or wrongfully, as a liberal, and therefore anti what's good for society, because I'm illiberal. I'm against liberalism.
You would give me, I would assume then, less. What would you give me less of?
Rights.
Okay, and can you be any more specific? This is so interesting for me. I'm not trying to lead away. It's flowing. I want to ask these questions. What rights would you give me less of?
So let me give you an example. I believe all rights and human rights in liberal society should be tied to responsibility. Simple example, I'll give you an analogy. If you don't pass your driving test, you screw up your driving license points, you don't get to drive a car. Hey, if you don't learn about the voting system, about policies, you shouldn't get to vote. Now, you want to vote, you show responsibility. You get to vote. You don't show responsibility, your rights to vote are repealed.
Okay, anything else?
I could keep going. Example.
No, just one more, because I could go on forever. Just one more, please, and then I'll sit back and reflect.
Well, for example, I don't believe, for example, let's take something else. So I don't believe your freedoms, for example, should be measured by what you're doing with your freedom. So, for example, if you were to break the law incrementally, your punishment should be incrementally more severe. Right now, punishment is liberal. Right? You do the crime, you serve the time. Right? I believe if you keep doing crime, then the equivalent of time should be increasing amounts of punishment.
I swear to God, I'm gonna shut up after this final question. What would you say is the most potent? Is probably the wrong word, but what is something that you believe in or say that you find gets who's typing away? By the way, just out of interest. Yeah, okay. Not because I'm I'm just wondering if it's you, mate. What's one statement you will get people's back up in your experience? One thing that
I believe no gene, cell, human being, person, race, or culture are equal.
Okay.
How about that?
Just thanks, man. That was interesting.
Nothing is equal.
You're now free to go.
Thanks very much. I'm off.
Who is CV? I've never seen this guy before.
Ralph, you're off. Can you hear me?
Hello. Who's this?
Hello.
Tash Jebs. Hello.
Right.
Sorry, I was just reading. It's very interesting. I'm out.
Do you think that slavery was a criminal moment in history, or do you think that it wasn't?
So you're very quite quiet. I don't know if it's your mic. Say once more.
Sorry, can you hear me?
It's a little low, but go on. That's a bit better.
Do you believe slavery was a crime?
No, it was a criminal moment in history, and I'm not talking about colonial slavery. I'm just talking about in general. Just wondering.
I believe it was a necessary transition of power.
A necessary transition of power.
Yes, because slavery itself, you're a slave to many things in life. It's only when that slavery is of a particular form that you would call casually slavery, you put it with it a moral judgment. But a husband is a slave to his wife, a parent is a slave to his children, you're a slave to the state's laws. Slavery exists in the sense that power is non-negotiable. You cannot, for example, you're a slave to driving traffic regulations. You can't change. You are a slave to the speed limit. Now, when I say you're a slave to the speed limit, you go, that's kind of okay, I guess. I could vote to change the speed limit. But when I say you're a slave to your children, you're like, well, am I? Yeah, you die for your children, right? You're a slave to them. But when I say this guy's slave to you, then you have a different understanding of the relationship of slavery as a form of power. So I don't see slavery as you would see it. So when slavery happened, all species, all humans throughout history have enslaved each other.
No, but parents have options and choices. Slavery. Can I just finish, please? You mentioned you compared slavery to parenting, and a lot of parents seem to see it as an option and a choice. Slavery was not an option or a choice. So I'm wondering, you're talking about power, this power contract.
Slavery is a form of power, yes. That's all it is. It's just a one type of power. And when you look at it, you're a slave to the traffic regulation. And as a parent, I'm a slave to my children's needs.
Yeah, but there's
So
different degrees to slavery, though, isn't there?
Yeah, they're just forms of power, right?
Your ancestors. I'm assuming you're a man of color, so I'm assuming slavery has possibly touched your ancestors.
Yeah, they might have done. I mean, the only thing I'm aware of is the empires in the God bless the British Empire. The British Empire's interference in India. Yeah, God bless the British Empire. So the British Empire
that still has a lot of the Indian. I'm assuming you're Indian. I might be wrong. Is that or half in? Okay, that's
yeah. But go on. What's I think
all the Indian jewels and some of the stuff that you're saying. God bless the Indian Empire.
India has benefited formidably by the British Empire. Yeah, it's got the 8.5% compounded GDP for the last decade, the world's fifth richest economy. Google, Microsoft are run by Indians, and more Indians speak English than Europeans. Yeah, the Indians have benefited massively from the empire. God bless the empire's intervention in India. It catapulted India into what's going to be the first world soon enough.
I
well
don't
done.
agree with that.
You cannot.
God bless the empire.
I think you're trolling. I've got a feeling you're trolling.
Oh, bloody hell.
Well, what's wrong with
It's
the
not
empire,
trolling,
mate?
Tash. Not trolling.
I think he's trolling.
I'm not trolling
It's
whatsoever.
It's not.
I'll give you a simple comparison. Look at the difference between China and India, for example. One of the benefits competitively India has over China is more Indians speak English than Chinese people. They're racing in China to catch up with India. So that gives Indians, for example, technologists, doctors, a massive advantage in the West.
They all have the apps. You don't even need to use the language.
I mean, you're speaking English, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
but I'm saying in China, the technology, you don't need to speak it anymore. We all know that.
All right, so for me to be balanced,
past those days now.
I mean, but you're speaking English, aren't you, Tash? Are you grateful you're speaking English?
Am I grateful?
Are you grateful you're speaking English, living in England?
I'm grateful that my ancestors went through what they had to for me to be here.
All right, so Tash,
I'm
let me
not
just say, as somebody from the Indian subcontinent as well, yeah, as much as I disagree with him on the British rule, there is one advantage that has come out, which is that one of the state languages is actually English. Now, China is actually trying to push for as many Chinese people to speak English, and there's a reason for that, because it's the language of commerce and stuff like this. So whether you agree with them or not, the fact that India can speak English and it has a lot of its population that can is an advantage. There's no doubt about it.
I've got family in China, and half of them don't speak Chinese. They don't need to.
But the country has been pushing for people to speak English, though, have they not?
Sorry?
Has the Chinese government not put a lot of kind of, let's say, kind of like try to put money into Chinese people learning English?
I wouldn't say that they. I think you guys are trying to push me down a road that I'm not prepared to go
It's not down a road. If the world language of commerce here is English, wouldn't it be an advantage if a large of that population can speak that language? It doesn't matter whether it was Punjabi, whether it was Swahili. It doesn't matter if the language
it's helpful. Okay, it's helpful.
Yeah, all right. That's all.
I have a personal question. Did you come to England? Did you or your parents come to England on the back of the empire, or are you a new migrant?
On the back of it.
Are you a new migrant? I mean, did you come? I don't know which country you're from, or originally, obviously, English. Yeah. But did you come via the back of the empire? Did you come from a new country?
English, Dave. I'd rather you didn't answer for me, Dave.
I said Windrush. Did you come in the Windrush, or are you second?
All right, good. Yeah, my grandparents came along on the Windrush,
Okay, so you're one of the, what is it? So there's a 560 or something thousand people can be traced from the original UK current population from that original Windrush trip. You're one of the people who benefited tremendously.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
I mean, aren't you looking at you're
It
speaking
shouldn't have
English, you're sitting
taken
in
place.
England. Don't you
It
feel
shouldn't have.
grateful for
No,
that?
it shouldn't have taken place
So
in
you're
the first place.
ungrateful. So you consider yourself so
I
you classify as
am
ungrateful, my God.
saying to you, it shouldn't have taken place in the first place, as you know.
But
Deep
we
down,
shouldn't have had the
you're aware
Windrush.
of this.
You mean we
Sorry?
shouldn't have allowed the Windrush? What do you mean?
Colonial slavery should not have taken place.
I'm not asking you about that colonial slavery. I'm asking you about the Windrush.
Well, I'm
Were you
talking about what took place before we got there. So that's what
slavery
I'm
is
saying.
like, right, okay. I mean, but people have slaves. So let's look at it this way. Do you spend a lot of time talking about the Mali Empire or the Bantu enslaving and decimating the Hausan people? How about the Khoisan being dominated by the Bantu, almost eliminated the A1, A2 African genetic
There
lines?
is no
I
form
don't
of
hear a lot of guys
slavery like
speaking about the
colonial
black on black.
slavery where you use your lose your language, where you lose your tongue, your mother tongue, where you cannot trace back your roots. There is nothing
That's not
quite
true.
like it.
That's not true.
Can you speak any African languages, Tash?
I don't really want to discuss that on this platform.
So you can't speak an African language.
I would say I'm not fluent, but there is a particular.
So, but I always ask this question, people who say this. I ask you, well, if you emotionally feel like to paraphrase the expression, your roots have been cut out of the surf, why wouldn't you go back to Africa and re-engage your roots?
Because we're here now. What a stupid fucking question, man.
No, I can answer that. I have got a home back there.
Some of us, it's difficult.
I've got a home in Gambia. I've bought the home. I've built it. So
Okay, so do you go there, or do you go there often to learn the Gambian languages? I know there's more one.
They've got a few languages there, but
Yeah, I know. It's the languages. Do you go there to speak a few of the languages?
of course I speak to them in their
So
language.
you
But there
don't
are
really
different
feel
languages.
like you don't. So you feel like your need to feel your roots could be satisfied by you just going there and spending more time in the Gambia. Yeah.
I don't have a need. I have a want, and I'm clear on this that this should never have taken place. Anyone.
Well,
who
you can't
thinks
change the
that-
past, can you?
No, I can't. But what I can do is condone it. Is say that condemn it and not condone it.
Condemning and condoning is just virtue signaling, right? I could condemn what happened in 1527 in the sack of Rome. It doesn't make a difference. The sack of Rome
But you
happened in
talk so highly
1527.
about the system here, and that's what they do here. That's what the system's built up on. This British system.
Yeah, you flip flop on what you're saying, Ralph, and you
In what
sound
way?
like
Because
you say that's okay to do that because that's what human nature is about, and then suddenly say that but I don't condone it. But would
no, but I don't
You
condone anything
have
because
to-
it's virtue signaling.
But that's what this.
What
that's
is
what
that?
the system that
Virtue
you
signaling is virtue signaling is not moral, right? Virtue signaling says I look at something and I just use words to say I think that's good or bad, but I don't actually perform a virtuous act. I just emit virtuous words. I condemn this, I condone this. This is virtue signaling. Literally, you're signaling your position of virtue without having earned the virtue. You didn't do anything by saying slavery is bad. It's virtue signaling. You're signaling, saying, hey, I think slavery was bad. You're like, yeah, what did you do? You didn't do anything. You didn't earn any virtue. You signaled your virtue. Virtue signaling is of no value to conservatives.
What are you, Bob?
Ralph, I think you're trolling. I think you're very good at this as well. You can't believe what you're saying.
Unfortunately, Tash, these people exist. You know, I see it. I think it's very interesting to speak with you, Ralph. Can I ask one question? When is the last time someone has changed your mind on something?
Quite recently, probably. I'm quite open-minded. I think I listen to reason, evidence. If I respect the person telling me something, I believe I only learn by changing my mind. So I play speed chess all day, 20 games a day, 1 minute, and I only learn by losing. So I'm open to having my mind change if it makes sense. Right?
Is there an example of that? You say recently. That's great to hear. I mean, you're instantly on that. Instantly on that.
You said speed chess.
Yeah,
speed chess.
Speed chess is a great way to learn by losing against a stronger opponent. Right?
That's what you mean by changing his mind.
No, I mean, I give you an example. Yeah, exactly.
In Hong Kong, do you believe they should be allowed to come here or not?
Absolutely not.
No.
No, they're Chinese people and they should remain in Hong Kong or China. They don't belong in England. They're not English.
If the Chinese enslave us, Ralph, wouldn't you see that as the way life should be then?
Oh,
there we go. There's the dominant species. Oh my God. Well, there we go. That's chess for you.
as opposed to what, crying about it or doing what, fighting it? What would the alternatives be if you were dominated?
Well,
in
no,
this
if
scenario?
it happened and then you're, 50,
Yeah, let's say
70 years in
I'm
the
running with
future,
you.
it just
Yeah, I'm
happens.
running.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm running with your scenario. It just happened, and right now you and I are under Chinese rule.
And
what
yeah,
would
and
you
we're
say?
in, you're
speaking Mandarin, right? Yeah, you're learning Mandarin
Yeah.
every day by force. Yeah.
No, we may just be speaking still English, right? If the
Well, the Chinese will be forcing you. If I know the Chinese, they've got a lot of far right Chinese friends. They'll be forcing you to learn fucking Mandarin.
the question is, in 50 to 70 years,
They're not very
let's
culturally
say
inclusive, the Chinese.
we live for that. We live for that long, right? And you live past through, and not perhaps during it, but we're in the position now where you're like, okay, my ancestors were enslaved, like, and your reaction would be the same. Like,
your ancestors were enslaved, and I said, look, you don't. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you know what your great grandparents' names were?
Ralph,
Hang on a second. Hang on, man. Just answer his question.
Time
but hang on, can I just answer his question? Cash,
okay, go
but may I
ahead.
just answer his question before we jump in? But see, do you know what your great grandparents' names are?
Not on my English side, no.
No, you don't. Okay, how about your great grandparents' side on either side? Then, if I got one more generation.
Yes.
What are their first names?
Probably
your
Muhammad.
great grandparents.
I actually don't know, but I'm going to guess Muhammad.
But you somehow in your mind you have these ideas that you must feel something for your ancestors, by which you mean much further.
No, because it
but
wouldn't
you can't
matter.
even name. You can't
they're
even
not my
name the
ancestors.
three generations.
It's possible they're my ancestors, but from my point of view, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter who you are. I'd fight for your right not to be enslaved.
But they're almost like a mythical. But can you see? So I see. But just one second.
It doesn't matter to me. I don't want my kids to believe.
No, but my point is, I'm trying to get you to tease out this within yourself. It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
I'm saying you somehow have this mythical construct in your head, ancestors. But in these cases, the ancestors you can't actually name somehow mean a lot to you, but you don't even know their stories. You can't name them. You don't know their lives.
For the future, not just for my
Okay.
ancestors.
It's not the ancestors. Okay, it's the future. Right?
It can, of course, you can.
Yeah, let's talk about the future.
No, but you can, of course, talk about your ancestors, right? But they're dead now, right? They're dead.
Indeed.
So for the future generations, I would feel like it's wrong for me to condone that sort of thing, so that they know it's wrong.
But condoning and condemning.
But then we obviously disagree on a fundamental level, which is
but condoning. But I'm trying to be open and honest. Condoning and condemning is just virtue signaling. It's like Jordan Peterson says, well, you're trying to gain virtue. You're trying to gain virtue for some act you haven't.
I wouldn't enslave someone.
No, but I'm not saying you should enslave, but you're just virtue signaling.
No, I'm
Absolutely.
not. Forget that. No. Forget your virtue. No, wait, Ralph, 1 second. Forget all of that. I'm just talking. I understand you're using that, to say what I'm doing, but I'm imagining the physical action of or somehow of enslaving someone. I'm not virtue signaling or whatever. I'm saying that I wouldn't do it based on the fact that I think it's wrong.
But literally, you're signaling, i.e., communicating your virtue will not slave. You are virtue signaling.
So you're saying
you're not in a position, but no, literally not in a position to enslave someone, are you?
Well, of course I could be. I could today.
But are you? Are you actually in a power position in your life?
A weapon, but I'm not going to do it. And then I could.
No, but are you literally in a position to enslave someone today?
What, mentally?
Are you simple English? Are you capable of taking and maintaining a slave?
You just said that there's all forms of slavery. What are you talking? What kind of?
No, but I'm just talking in his definition of slavery. Are you capable? Can you go take a slave?
Well, I would be if I was prepared to do it. If I morally believed that I would do it. If I thought.
Let's pretend for hypothetically you could. My question is: do you have the power to enact slavery yourself? Because if not, you're just signaling virtue. You're saying, hey, I won't. Let me give you a simple example. You're saying, I won't murder. Let me give you an easy example. I won't murder someone.
Yeah.
It's virtue
I
signaling.
recorded that, guys. I recorded that. Just going to save that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I won't murder someone. It's virtue signaling, right? You're not actually going to murder someone, right? You're just saying, hey, look at me. Look at my virtue. My virtue is I shall not murder. You're signaling virtue. You're not performing a virtuous. For example, you're not going and feeding a homeless person, are you? Instead of being on the live stream, instead of the live stream, are you going down to the street and spending 30 minutes with a homeless person who would like, instead of just a cup of tea, would like 30 minutes of warm human conversation? That would not be virtue signaling. That would be performing a virtuous act. You're not performing a virtuous act. You're signaling to me and others, here's my virtuous act.
You see why I don't get into semantics?
I'll have to look into that a bit more on that definition. But it doesn't make sense to me when I say, like, if I went out and said it's not right to murder people, or it's not right to
enslave someone, murder someone, rape someone.
Whatever.
You're signaling.
So then why is that bad?
I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm saying it is the difference between signaling virtue as opposed to getting off this live stream, finding the nearest homeless person, sitting down with them, and spending 30 minutes with them instead of this live stream would be a virtuous act, as opposed to a verbal signal of I am virtuous.
But you don't know if he's
One
not
is a
doing that.
virtuous signal, and the other would be a virtuous act.
Okay.
He doesn't know your charitable moments.
What you're saying is by pointing out I'm virtue signaling,
correct.
I
That's what you are
don't
doing.
do virtuous acts.
I'm not saying you didn't. I didn't say that. I did not imply for a second that you weren't. What I'm trying to do is differentiate between signaling virtue and performing.
Why is pointing out that someone is doing that so important to you?
I don't know, because I differentiate signaling from virtue, signaling virtue as opposed to performing virtuous acts. And I don't rank virtue signaling as I rank virtue acts.
You're kind of saying it to point out the difference between the signaling and an actual virtuous act, but there has
correct.
Why bother?
Because one is a value and the other one is just noise.
Well, it's a value that someone is projecting that they could be doing 100 times in that same day.
Indeed, they could be saying that. And I'll tell you what, let me raise the bar and say, look, if you were performing 100 virtuous acts a day and telling us 100 times what you did, and then the highest bar, you performed 100 virtuous acts and didn't tell a soul, I rank those who perform 100 virtuous acts without speaking about them much higher than I do virtuous acts, and I don't rate virtue signaling.
So
virtue signaling is narcissism.
Yeah, but
you just want people to think you're
why
good.
point it out then? But how do you know?
Because I like to explain to people that virtue signaling is quite aesthetically and morally repugnant.
Wait. Sorry, repeat that last bit again.
I think virtue signaling is morally repugnant. It speaks to narcissism. Look at me, I'm a good person.
How else would one? I can't believe I'm speaking all Porsche. How else would one share their values? Or is virtue signaling me going, no, I'm right for this reason? I mean, if I said, okay, I'm just trying to understand. I'm so.
Wait, who's showing this video?
No, but my point is trying to say is like but my question to you would be, like, why do you want to communicate virtue? What internal psychological state of yours wants the affirmation of others to think you're virtuous?
I don't want, I'd rather be doing something virtuous. Absolutely.
Good man. I'm with you. See, no, you and I see eye to eye. There you go.
I don't see it as obviously the action that would change the world for the better. We have completely different views, and I would hope, because not just because we differ in opinion, but I believe that your opinion on how the world should work should be fought. I don't.
Absolutely. Just like I believe liberalism should be destroyed, you would probably consider my political position an enemy position.
But I know our conversation won't be that action, and I would consider that action certainly a virtuous thing. Does that make sense?
It does. In the same way, I consider my political movements, my political activities far more virtuous than speaking about them.
It's only political movements, isn't it? Really, they're not virtuous acts. Ralph.
Politics is a way of achieving power.
You should probably be helping a homeless person, like you said. It doesn't sound like.
What makes you think I don't?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You're getting into semantics with him,
Yeah, the majority of acts start with signaling anyway, so I don't know where this is
Oh my gosh, Shashi Tharoor is such an idiot.
I have
Shashi Tharoor is just such a left-wing clown. Most Indian conservatives mock Shashi Tharoor. Anyway, go on. I don't know why here's this. Well, who's a white guy? Sorry, I just saw the screen, guys.
Can you put this video up?
Yeah, Shaka.
Okay.
What are you saying?
How old are you, Ralph?
Yeah, so I just wanna say that I'd consider virtue signaling superior to criminal signaling as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Their kind of ability to justify criminality and in some ways even try to pass off criminality as though it's virtuous is a beautiful thing. It's a skill. that many people that defend the British Empire have mastered. And so, in that respect, I just wanted to bust this video very, very quickly. A piece of it anyway, in that spirit. So quickly, 1 second.
Let's move on to our next question from Kevin Peterson. Sorry. My question is to Sashi Tharoor. Happy Onam.
Oh, thank you.
So can I just point out here that this gentleman's name is Kevin Peterson? Yeah. All right. Then listen to the question that you asked.
You mentioned about Britain. Mentioned that Britain left India in a worse off condition than had it been without Britain. You also mentioned about reparation from Britain.
Fuck that.
What about the skills in engineering and manufacturing?
Sorry.
Yeah, let's mute ourselves.
Had it been without Britain. You also mentioned about reparation from Britain. What about the skills in engineering and manufacturing India acquired, the administrative and democratic processes it inherited, the infrastructure left behind, and most of all, the rapid education of the Indian people, of which you are an excellent example? Surely, no one can price these intangible values that were gained during the British rule in India and propel the country to its present position as one of the leading countries in the world. Finally, one more question. I'm doing a Jeffrey Robertson here. In your opinion, where would India be today if the British didn't step into India?
There's a lot there. It'll take the rest of the program to answer. I'm trying.
I just wanted to ask: is it copyrighted?
No.
It's cool. You sure your stream will get busted?
So you can play it without
How do you know it's not copyrighted?
Because the video suggests that it's not. So, yeah, it should be fine.
Okay. Yeah, just before.
I've never been struck for it, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
But this is almost like the American saying to the widow of the American president, apart from that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the play? Really, the British came to one of the richest countries in the world, accounting for 27% of global GDP in 1700, 23% in 1800, and over 200 years of exploitation, depredation, loot and destruction, reduced it to a poster child for third world poverty, just over 3% of global GDP, 90% of the population living below the poverty line when the British left in 1947, a literacy rate, you speak of education, a literacy rate below 17%, and a life expectancy of 27. The growth rate of British India from 1900 to 1947 was 0.001%. That's what they were doing while draining the country of taxes and resources. Education, my gosh, the British, the last thing they wanted to do was invest in educating Indians. Will Durant, the American historian traveling in India as late as 1930, pointed out that the entire expenditure of the British on education in India, from the nursery level to the highest universities, was less than half the high school budget of the state of New York. All the Indian institutes of technology, the engineering achievements talking about, were established after independence by the government of India. There is simply no comparison between the accomplishments of India rising from the ashes the British left us in and what was done in 200 years. I've given many figures.
Just take one example, the textile industry, because India was a huge exporter of...
For 2,000 years, it was the world's leading exporter. In fact, in the Roman Empire, there are debates recorded by Pliny the Elder of Roman senators complaining about the amount of the Roman Empire's gold that was being sent off to India because of the tastes of Roman women for Indian muslins, linens, and cottons.
Was it just modernism, the Industrial Revolution that destroyed it, or was it something else?
No, that's the excuse that apologists like to make, that, it's not our fault, you just missed the bus for the Industrial Revolution. Well, we missed the bus because you threw us under its wheels, is what I tell the Brits.
So yeah, the point is
All right,
made.
guys. So can I just respond to that quickly? Shashi Tharoor's work has been debunked by multiple conservative Indian economists, has been debunked by the alt-right in the West repeatedly. You showing me a left-wing socialist view of what the empire did without showing me the right-wing economic debunking, and he's been debunked multiple times. I can bring up table after table showing you why his argumentation is wrong.
Facts for
So just
telling
a princely states comparison per capita GDP, I pulled up the data table, which United Nations, pre and post empire, the British Indian states were performing 1.2, 1.7, 2.7, 4.2, compared to princely states of 6.4, 11.7, 10.8. His arguments are socialist left-wing drivel. You're expecting me to believe some left-wing rolled out socialist.
No, thank you for telling me that he's been debunked. Now
Absolutely.
Now can you debunk him?
Absolutely. I'll do better than that because I don't have much longer. I'm going to put links in the back chat for you. And
okay.
you can go, there you go. You can go, if you haven't had time to have a look at the debunking yourself, there's a good one from the old type. This is my mate, Ryan. This is a beautiful debunking of him, point by point, broken down using maths and economics. He is a left-wing socialist, appeasing reparation clown.
So now,
if you want to look at the actual economic data, go look at the link in the back chat. I'll put
So
the main chat.
I began by speaking about criminal criminal signaling and the past of criminality as virtuous. And what I'm going to say right now is Exhibit A.
Yes.
I posted Counter Exhibit B in the live chat and the back chat. So those who want to see this man who is a socialist, a whingy, disgusting example of an Indian, whinging and whining for like the equivalent of reparations, please enjoy the debunking in the link I have provided.
I thought the torrent of evidence. You said that he's been thoroughly debunked by all.
Absolutely.
So you posted one video. Is there any more?
Given that you haven't seen a good balanced mind would see both sides of an argument, seeing that you haven't looked at any of the debunking, I urge you to start with that one. I can give you row after row once you've read that one.
So have I told you how any of the debunking? Have I told you that?
No, I'm not saying, but but I'm saying if you're providing this as Exhibit A, I'm providing Exhibit A for the defense.
Can you provide evidence, by the way, of the quote unquote Bantu, what's the word? Going through the continent and slaughtering
The Bantu genocide, yeah, it shows up clearly in the genetic record.
Go on. Right there.
Yeah, but if you look at the genetic record, now that we have the genome sequenced, if you look at the A1, A2, A3 lines, the original African lines, you can see that the Bantu left Africa, looped back in, and then proceeded to slaughter themselves all the way down West African coast. You see it in the DNA. It's crystal clear in the DNA. Okay, how many Hausa people are left?
Can you
how many
explain?
Khoisan? The Bantu were imperial colonizing genociders, right?
Explain to us how genetic records are proof of slaughter.
Because you can see the variation in the lines being replaced in the phylogeny tree.
Okay, that's probably true. I'm asking you, how is that evidence of slaughter?
Because you can see it in the mating, because the victor rapes the women.
Genetic replacement.
Yeah, the Bantu were ruthless. They slaved and killed and genocided more black people than any white people ever did.
Naughty.
Because of migration, because of admixture, and so on and so forth.
No, just because of the aggression of the Bantu. The Bantu.
How does genetic evidence prove mass slaughter? That's the question.
Because what do you mean? How does it prove it? Because you can see the line. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, but you can't. You can see where the lines intersect and where the lines have been cut in the phylogeny tree.
But can you see where the machetes were tearing into flesh?
Oh yeah, you can see the decimation of the line, can't you? Yeah, I mean, do you know? I mean, you should know more than me how many Khoisan are left and what happened to the Hausa. I mean, do you need me to tell you about the Hausa and the Khoisan?
How does that prove mass slaughter? For example, Ralph.
So when you say the Bantu were peaceful people,
you can demonstrate evidence,
but
of the British going to Australia and New Zealand.
The British. Let's start with the Africans killing other Africans. Why do the Africans? But why are you worried? Why aren't you worried? But my question is, why aren't you worried about the Africans? Why are you so anti-white?
There are records here of the British committing genocide, yeah, in Australia and New Zealand, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So where is there evidence? Yeah, any evidence, archaeological, you know what I'm saying, any evidence whatsoever.
Well, the brilliant thing is this happened before reading and writing, and definitely Africans weren't reading and writing at the time because there's no written.
If you know
you can allow me to answer. There is no African written record, as you would know. Most of the record is oral and transmission, right? Very, very little left of any African written. Consider the Dark Ages permanently there. But what we do have better than the written record is the phylogeny tree. If you just make yourself familiar with the wide phylogeny tree, I'll tell you what. Let me help you out. Go look at Professor Douglas Stanhope's work. Look at Professor Douglas Stanhope. Go look it up yourself and look at his treatment of the Bantu decimation.
I'm gonna take it that you don't have actual evidence of.
Would you like to sit and watch it? I mean, I'm surprised I have to educate you about Black history.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
This does come of a unusual surprise to me that you're not familiar with the Bantu genocide of Africans. They killed more Africans than any white person ever did, man. The Bantu were African killers more than any other people. My question to you is, why aren't you going for the Bantu?
I'll tell you what. Because
the Bantu, let's get the Bantu. Let's get him.
A charitable black man, yeah, and a merciful African. I'm gonna help you out, Ralph. So just give me a 2 minutes, and I'm gonna come back with something on this subject. Yeah, give me 2 minutes. All right.
I gotta shoot some guys anyway. Yeah.
Oh, that's most unfortunate, Ralph.
No, I've got a few minutes. Go for it.
Unfortunate. We are having a good conversation in the beautiful English language.
I know. Are you grateful? Are you grateful that you're speaking English, or are you ungrateful?
Unfortunate, Ralph.
Are you ungrateful or grateful?
I'm enjoying exchanging with you in the Anglais. You know what I mean?
I just like to know, man. I mean, I like to know if Auntie Shaka is grateful she's speaking English or not grateful. That's what I want to know.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can depart. I'll still share what I was going to share for the masses anyway.
Yeah, that's all right. But you guys have posted the links if you want. And hey, Shaka, if you want some time, let's look up. I'll put the dog Stanhope link for you right here.
And you know, we'll hold up the fort in your absence. I'm sure we're capable.
It'll be the same. But let me, before I leave, I'm going to give you a good something to help you educate you on Bantu phylogeny trees and the execution. So while you guys are chatting, let me find that for you. So that way, that'll help you out in your understanding of Bantu genetic history, right? So it won't take me long. You guys can carry on doing your thing.
This guy, man. Oh my days.
Calmer than Emron, though.
The truth hurts.
Calmer than Emron.
So many excuses.
Why?
But you're not prepared for people to take responsibility.
What responsibility? Are you virtue signaling again?
No, I'm not.
Please don't use that, man. It's so fucking confusing to me, man. You know, I feel like everything I was saying.
Pass the buck. He's constant passing the buck all the time. That's all I hear all the time.
What passing the buck? You're just virtue. You expect me to say you're virtuous because you think slavery bad. And I'm saying I don't rate virtue signaling. It's not a virtuous act. You're just signaling virtue. I find it quite morally distasteful.
The act of slavery was bad. You wouldn't want it done to your own people.
Hey, but you don't seem to have a problem with the Bantu enslaving people and just killing them.
You wouldn't want it done to your own
I hear a lot of resistance about the. You don't seem to like it when the Bantu. It seems, or just a thin veil to being. Basically, it's a thin veil to be anti-white. Let's face it. Face it. You're just anti-white, right? That's all it is.
No, I'm not really. No, 100%. A lot of people that are white take responsibility.
I reject that responsibility.
Do you get that feeling, Ralph?
That's why we don't get on.
I reject that in every single way, shape, or form.
I know. That's why you and I will never get on.
Hey, slavery bad. Yeah, you know, slavery bad. Hey, that makes me virtuous because I thought slavery was bad, right? They gave me some kind of moral virtue to it.
Would you want it for your own people? Forget about who can do it. Would you want it for your own people at this time? You would.
Like I said to you, slavery is a form of power.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be a chess game, right? Like you say, it'll be the you know,
It's-
oh, well
it is-
done,
it
you
is-
played the
it's-
game better than us. That's how you would feel
Hey,
until it actually happens.
hey, what can I say? Cream rises to the top.
Yeah, but the answer
Dave,
to that question is the former British Empire is ensuring that slavery doesn't happen in the future. So you have to look at
Indeed.
Muslim
the Brits allowed
countries.
you guys to not be slaves.
You have to look at the Muslim countries and the African countries who are enslaving people today. So we're doing our job. We are doing our job.
Send back everything that was stolen and send it back now.
We are doing our job. We're ensuring that slavery is not happening in the West.
Only once you're left, right?
What about all the jewels and everything that's been stolen?
What about it?
Are you sending
The biggest
that back?
looters, the biggest
you
Or
looters.
sending it back,
Martin Luther Kings. They're running around taking televisions.
Why can't you
That kind of
send that
muting.
back?
There's no bigger looter than the British Museum. Let's be honest. Dave, can I ask you a question?
No big acts of looting than the Martin
Hey, buddy,
Luther
you're right.
Kings running
How's it
around,
going,
man,
man? You're
running
right.
around.
Sweet.
Hey,
Listen,
you guys, I really must shoot, chaps. Sorry about
please.
this.
Thank you. Nice speaking to you, Ralph. I would say. I'll see you on the front line, mate. Bye bye.
I'll see you at the field, mate, if you ever show up.
I can't wait for it. I'm looking forward to it, man. It'll be a you know, a shake hands battle, and then we'll go at it. Trust me. One day. I hope for it in the future.
God bless you, my brethren. Wow.
Dave, can I ask a question based on being white? I've almost forgotten it. What was it? Do you get a sense that there's a big anti-white feeling, whether nationally or worldwide? I just want to ask that question because I'm trying to understand, coming from like half, and half, because I'm trying to think about my own family as well. Do you feel a bit like that sometimes?
There is an anti-white agenda. We see it every day.
Can I ask how that rises within you? What does it look like? Is it because what you may see on social media, or like people, the media? When I say anti-white, how does it actually make you feel?
How does it make me feel?
Yeah, how does it make you feel, bro? Like, I look. You click on that Facebook video in private chat, by the way. That algorithm will probably feed you more stuff like that, right?
Yeah, first I got to ask you, who are you? Because I've never seen you on these channels before.
I'm from planet Earth, brother. It's the only safe thing to say nowadays. I'm from planet Earth.
Interrupt quickly. Just let Invalid know that I'm sharing my screen when he's ready.
I'll text Belly. Yeah, go on. CV, go on.
Is he going to do the video?
Wait, I'll just text Belly now, innit?
Oh, is he gone? Dave's gone. I think he was going to ask me. He was asking, how do I answer that question? I wonder. Who am I?
Dave will never answer that question.
No, he asked me. He asked me.
Well,
so it's always an interesting question, isn't it? How do you answer that question, Tash? Who are you, Tash? You're Tash Jeffs, obviously. But who are you?
Why does my thing is, why do you need to know who I am? That would be my next question. But
I could say my name. I could say I am of white and African descent. Dave likes to know people's political stance. I think he asked someone earlier, what is your political, what are your not political views, but where do you stand politically? And it shows that maybe, through asking questions, because I don't believe that if you ask someone that question, you'll get a true sense of actually who they are, right? You have to go deeper. You have to ask many questions. Because like all of us, we have a, personal experience. You put out a version of yourself, which is not your true self, right? But that's a bit. So I'm an earthling. That's it. It's safer that way. Much safer. Who are you? I don't know.
What is it that you're safer from?
Say again, sorry.
What is it that you're safer from?
Safer from bullshit conversations over race and borders, etc. In my naive view, I hope in a few hundred years that maybe we'll be at war with Mars, and then we'll finally unite. When the rest of the humans have gone to Mars.
Conversations over race and stuff. Why are you on a panel discussing race and stuff?
Well, actually, I jumped in the panel earlier because we were talking about Monday motivation and how to get rid of haters and make your day a bit more positive. That was the true intention of jumping into the stream, and also to challenge myself a bit better, because last time I didn't want to. I unsubscribed, and I thought it probably was a bit too toxic, but the race matter wasn't actually a subject when, and it's not. Is this strictly a stream talking about race? Have I confused this? Right.
No.
So, yeah. Silly question then, right?
Yeah.
No, not really.
It just ends up that way
Quite
because.
arrogant, aren't you?
Sorry.
No, I'm just pointing out a fact.
No.
You're signaling the race thing. I jumped in because we're talking about something positive. You jumped in when the subject turned to race, I believe.
Okay, I come on a lot of the time, on and off,
Okay.
on and off, and off.
Cool.
Well, anyway, yeah, what I wanted to say was that, you know, the issue is that like I said in the beginning, it comes down to this fear thing, yeah, and it's not some, and I can understand where they're coming from, but there is no intention. Anyone will tell, even the people who want to separate from white people, there is no intention to wipe out white people. I can tell you that, no, there is no intention of it. But there's this fear when it comes to when you want to talk about what happened in the past and how it's affecting today. Oh, you're racist. Oh, you're sounding like you want to implement some type of system that's similar to what's going on in the past. Oh, we went through the same. We're victims too. You understand that this is the type of stuff you're hearing. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, Shaka, your video.
No, I wouldn't say that, Raf, at all.
Well, that's what I've noticed, especially when even talking to you.
Yeah.
This idea that what's it called? Oh, you know, even from the idea of Black Lives Matter, that whole argument, like no one supports Black Lives Matter like that, yeah. But your understanding from it is to say that we're saying that Black lives are way better, and that's just not true. That is like a complete misrepresentation of people's arguments, and the people do, and I feel like you guys, not you personally, but other people as well, sorry, intentionally mis argue this because they have this fear that what's it called? Because of what happened during slavery could happen again.
When you're ready, Aaron,
Yeah, go on. Sorry, Shaka.
I just want to point out that why have they been in this video?
Thank you for not allowing a response, but that's fine.
I just want to point out that why the man in this video is very good looking. I'll leave you decide who that is.
Okay, and finally then on this particular subject, I'm going to close. Yeah. Because the idea.
So you.
Oh my gosh, I really like this man. Let me mute it. Sorry.
Finally, then on this particular subject, I'm going to close. Yeah. Because the idea then of the so-called Bantu expansion. Yeah. And I've been having a lot of problems with this idea. I'm not well researched. Yeah. It might be true, right? It might be true. That's what I was going to start. And what is because the idea, especially among, you spoke about the alt-right. Mm-hmm. And a lot of them are using this Bantu expansion as to dictate African period prior to the Europeans. And Bantu just went around slaying people left, right, and centre. In particular, the Khoi and the San, and basically just murdering. Yeah. And so where the Bantu expansion?
Let me answer that one. Unfortunately for the alt-right, white scholars have already dealt with that. The claim that Bantus wiped out the Khoisan was already rubbished in 1975 by Roland Oliver. Those people that don't know, Roland Oliver is about the most mainstream white historian on African history there is. He's the person behind the Journal of African History. So in other words, that's proper mainstream, almost colonial scholarship.
Yo, Shaq, you want to rewind the video, fam, yeah? But when you're playing the video, you got to mute your mic, cuz.
The Bantus did become dominant.
African imperialism prior to the Europeans. So Bantu just went around slaying people left, right, and center. In particular, the Khoi and the San.
Yeah.
And basically just murder it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So where the Bantu expansion?
Let me answer that. Let me answer that one. Unfortunately for the alt-right, white scholars have already dealt with that.
Right.
The claim that Bantus wiped out the Khoisan was already rubbished in 1975 by Roland Oliver. Now, for those people that don't know, Roland Oliver is about the most mainstream white historian on African history there is. He's the person behind the Journal of African History. So in other words, that's proper mainstream, almost colonial scholarship. Yeah, his argument is this. Looking at the interaction between the Bantus and the Khoisan, the Bantus did become dominant, but they became dominant because they built settled communities, whereas the Khoisan lived more nomadic communities. But it wasn't one group wiping out the other. It would have been Khois that moved into Bantu areas and intermarried.
Right.
So if you look at someone like Nelson Mandela, Nelson Mandela linguistically is Bantu.
Yes.
But if you look at his face, he looks Khoi. He's an example of intermarriage.
Right.
Do you see? So if one group wiped the other group out, that was through marriage. It wasn't through,
Right. Okay, beautiful. So then connecting all this together now, I'm done.
Okay, so it's all these. Wait, hold on. Before I respond to that, Stealth.
Hello, you all right? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like we said, these are all arguments that people throw in to try and just, I don't know why they throw it in, but they throw it in just to make it sound like, what's it called? It's about all this. It's all to do this whataboutism, isn't it? But yeah, I don't want to be rambling too long. But yeah, this is like, that was a good video, innit, to put out there, man. I mean, at least people know. Yeah, man. Yep. Tanko, what do you think?
I wasn't really listening to the video, to be honest.
It was about the Bantu expansion, but it's on Kush TV. It's a good. That was Anthony Browder.
I'm ignorant on a lot of history of, like, if I'm honest, mate.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like, I know a bit, but I couldn't even tell you about what was talked about there at all. Does that make me a bad person? I don't know.
But you know what? It goes to what I was saying earlier when I was talking to Raj, innit? I was telling Raj that you cannot simply just say the issue is changing the leader, because the leader is just, for example, like I said, innit, like if you go to these countries that I've mentioned, like even Shakara.
Yeah. Not here.
Like he's not here right now, but these certain leaders, like you're talking, like when you go to South America, yeah, there was examples of leaders that their nation, their people weren't able to corrupt them to the point of creating a coup and overthrowing the leader. So what did they do? They had to bomb the plane. They had to take out the plane, and that's the it wasn't just this is known by two governments of two presidents of two South American nations that were personally taken out of planes. They said that their plane just crashed and whatever and whatnot. But it was well known. The person that wrote the book, he said he used to work for the CIA and whatnot, and he was
I don't actually understand the argument that Raj had about that it happened. I mean, it happens. I mean, whether it's, of course, it's always partly someone's fault. If if someone's gone over there, infiltrated and manipulated people for their own means, right? They're just patsies or puppets. I didn't really understand that whole argument. It had no real point. Certainly, we all have to agree that some governments are better than others in manipulating other governments and countries, whether it be economically or industrially or what. Am I right? We can't. That's like undeniable that countries do that.
I'd quite like to challenge Shakira on what he presented.
Sorry.
So the claim,
sorry,
the claim that Shakira gave us in the video was that this Bantu expansion wasn't violent. Instead, it was simply Bantus were able to, increase their population size better by peaceful means, by building settlements. And then the other people who were previously living in the area simply came and lived with the Bantu. But if that's true, then why is it that the Y chromosome DNA of those pre-existing people suddenly drops off as after the Bantu expansion? When you see there's an indigenous population and then the Y DNA drops off, that shows that the men are being prevented from reproducing, but the women are still reproducing. So that indicates that there's a new population that comes in and basically outcompetes the pre-existing population for their women, generally by a process of war. And this is what we'd expect from what we know about other tribal conflicts in history. Like we don't have any reason to suspect that African people are uniquely, virtuous or lacking in violence, because there are ancient cave paintings depicting battles in Africa between tribes. So we should just expect the same thing that we see during other expansions in history, like the Indo-European expansion.
All right, so let's address this firstly. I think you've misrepresented the claim. The idea was not that that everything was peaceful. Nobody makes the argument that Africa was always peaceful and that there was no war ever in history. The idea is that the Bantu expansion, as it regards the evidence, suggests that even though there may have been wars, that those wars did not result in genocides. Yes, and so the Bantu expansion was not a matter of Bantus going across the continent of Africa, wiping people out. There's no evidence to suggest that that is the case. This is a fiction of a figment, of people that want to justify British colonialism's imagination. That's the first thing. The second thing is, when you're talking about Y chromosomes dropping off, where are we getting the evidence for this, and what is the time frame for it?
So I'm getting the evidence from a paper, Genetic and Demographic Implications of the Bantu Expansion Inside Communal Paternal Lineages.
Right.
Right. So, now? I think someone has an echo that they need to turn on. Okay.
You there?
Is that me?
Shaq, is that you? You like hearing your own voice, I think, bro.
But I can quote the relevant.
How's a man just met me and he summed me up so beautifully in that thing. It's wonderful. 1 second.
So I can quote the relevant part of the paper. It says, our data reveal a recent origin for most paternal lineages in West Central African populations, most likely resulting from the expansion of Bantu-speaking farmers that erased the more ancient Y chromosome diversity found in this area. So, this is the Y chromosomes being wiped out, i.e. the men not being able to reproduce anymore. The women with their maternal DNA and their mitochondrial DNA still present.
Yeah, so there's two things here. Prior to the question that I asked him, I was asking him about actual so-called racial designations as it regards the African continent, because a lot of these things are made up. Yeah, there isn't really. First of all, the term Bantu as an ethnic designation is false. Yeah, and so when we're talking about Bantu, does the person that you're reading from, do they identify exactly what Bantu is?
They're referring to the movement of people from.
I'm
what I'm suggesting
region into other regions.
I'm suggesting that Bantu as a genetic designation is flawed. Yeah. So I'm saying to you that when it comes to what people are calling Bantu as differentiated from Khoisan, as differentiated from quote unquote Cushitic and whatever, is the person that you're reading from clearly defining the differentiations where that is concerned?
Well, the general definition would be the people native to a particular region of Africa about 3,000 to 5,000 years ago, spread into regions of Africa that they were not native to.
But you know, but you are aware though that when people refer to Bantu, they're talking about anybody, like 90-something% of sub-Saharan Africa.
Nowadays, yes.
Right. So I'm saying,
that's not what's being referred to with the Bantu expansion, because obviously people who nowadays are referred to as Bantu would be the product of this Bantu expansion, and so they'd have ancestry both from those native groups of like Khoi and San and other native groups.
The Khoi San, are native to Southern Africa, yeah?
Yes.
Right. So, and we're talking about everybody in sub-Saharan Africa, like almost apart from parts of Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Eritrea, yeah? So all people are considered Bantu. All right. So we're talking about an expansive, a serious levels of expansion. If you understand that the continent is like 13-something million square miles, yeah? So now, are you suggesting that there is evidence to suggest that in this expansion this expansion in general was facilitated by mass slaughter and genocide, or simply just in the case of the Khoisan?
So I found one paper so far, which referred to let's see here, go through it. Yeah, pygmies and Khoisans. But I think it's reasonable to infer, based on what we know about human nature and human conflict in history, that whenever there's a kind of big expansion happening a few thousand years ago, that will likely be accompanied by conflict and tribal warfare and one group gaining dominance over the other. So, hold on. So, at what line we want to call that genocide, I agree is a good topic of discussion.
Exactly.
But I know I'd be happy conceding it's not a genocide. It was simply a very violent subjugation and expansion and taking the women from one tribe and not letting the men breed.
But I'm not even sure you can prove that. But based upon what you brought forward today, at least, and I'm willing to be convinced, but I'm not sure you've met the burden of convincing. Especially because we're talking about a situation in which there are languages and cultures, and it would seem that, based upon the example that he gave, which was Nelson Mandela, that the genetic markers of the Khoi are very much still present, even among those who might be considered Bantu, and vice versa. Yeah. So we're talking about a situation where, and again, I'm still refuting the idea that Bantu is a genetic designation, that there are specific markers. There's a specific Bantu genetic marker in the way that these people posit it. These are not biological concepts, yeah. Like in that sense, these are cultural concepts that European anthropologists drew up in order to differentiate one group of Africans from the other for the sake of stratifying civilization, yeah, or levels of civilization as it relates to closeness to whites, yeah. And so Bantu was one, Pygmy was another, and these kinds of things. So in that sense, whereas you will find groups of Africans who have specific genetic markers, I'm not sure that you can do that is validated by Bantu versus other, if that makes sense. So the Khoisan is more specific, and in fact, the Khoisan is actually a conglomeration of two different words. They're two different groups, yeah, that come together at a certain point. So they're referred to as the Khoisan, but they are the Khoi and the San.
You see what I'm saying? They're not exactly the same group, but they come together at a certain point, and they are now identified as the same group of people.
Okay. Yeah, so let's clear up what's meant by kind of Bantu. So, like, strictly speaking, Bantu is kind of a linguistic designation. So, if they're from a sort of tribe or ethnic group that speaks a Bantu language, then they're Bantu. But in the context of sort of DNA studies and looking at the ancient history of African people and African migrations, kind of Bantu would refer to kind of groups of people living in a particular region of Africa who then expanded. And so this designation of Bantu in this kind of looking at the history of anthropology and expansion doesn't match up one-to-one with the way that we use Bantu nowadays, and it's right to point that out. But that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that what people are talking about when they look at ancient anthropology and DNA studies, it doesn't mean that the concept of what they're talking about is invalid. You know, they have a sensible way of talking about this thing, and they're talking about this group of people who lived in a particular region of Africa and spread to other regions of Africa, and you can find the variants that trace out that kind of expansion and this group of people.
Here's the problem with that. People have been traveling around Africa for millennia. Yeah? And so differentiating a specific group and calling them Bantu and say that this specific group has now populated 90-something% of sub-Saharan Africa is a little bit flawed, because it doesn't give credence to the fact that that group is also made up of other groups. They're an amalgamation of other groups who have been traveling across the continent for quite some time. And so what I'm saying to you is Bantu may have validity as a cultural designation. Yeah, it may do, but it doesn't have validity as a genetic designation. If we're talking about Bantu who are Yoruba versus Bantu who are Kikuyu, how does one genetically differentiate between them? And you will probably find genetic markers that are quite dissimilar because of the fact that they have developed in particular areas of the continent in very specific ways. So if you just call both of them Bantu, yes, and let's say groups from both migrate to Central Africa or Southern Africa, and you call that, you know what I'm saying? It's an arbitrary designation that doesn't speak to any serious genetics or even cultural history certain ways, although it has more validity as
I have the solution to that, Shakara. So
okay.
Like the solution would be, in order to say something true that neither of us would find objectionable, what we can do is we can replace the word Bantu and instead say a group of people from a particular region of Africa between 5,000 to 2,000 years ago spread rapidly in comparison to other groups from Africa at the same time, and reproduced and did the things that are commonly called the Bantu expansion. And we don't need to call that group of people Bantu. We can just say that they're a group of people from
you can do that.
Who expanded. The important thing I want to point out here is that the sensible thing to believe is that this expansion wouldn't have been especially peaceful. Especially when we see the Y chromosomes of those other people kind of disappearing, like their signal just kind of dropping down very suddenly. So, and that whenever you see that, like you see that same pattern also in South America after the Europeans arrived. You see that same pattern kind of in the Middle East with people of African ancestry in the Middle East. Like they were like their Y chromosomes kind of drop off. You see that also in
Africans were raping and pillaging people.
Yeah, and in North America with like black people, their Y chromosome DNA is like less present than the maternal DNA. This kind of pattern, in many cases, like seems to suggest like some sort of subjugation, And so I think that's what we should conclude, that there was a subjugation in Africa, a large-scale subjugation before
slavery. Before slavery, yeah.
That's the article that you're reading from, and I'd like to read it. So if you can post it, I'll be interested. Does it give a time frame for this subjugation?
Yeah, 4,000 years ago. It's between the upper limit is like the expansion, I believe, is like 2,000 years ago, and the lower limit is like 5,000 years ago.
So we're talking about 0 to 2000 BC.
Yes.
Right. So I'm gonna read from something now. Yeah. Just on this point. The point I'm making is that the issue is, yeah, we can call them what they want, but I'm saying if we're referring to genetic markers, yeah, it makes sense to have a specific group of people distinct, because to treat, let's say the Bantu are not one group of people. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? What they're referring to as a Bantu are not one group of people, but they're referring to it as one group of people.
Yep, fine. That might be an inaccuracy. Yep, right. Sure.
So let us say now that the preponderance of certain Y chromosomes drops, yeah, and we're making it one group of people versus another group of people. That's not actually the case. What would that suggest?
What's a more reasonable explanation for why the men?
No, I'm asking you. Does it suggest that the Y chromosome among what they're calling the Bantu, yes, was the same?
I don't understand.
So we've identified the Y chromosome of the Khoi, yeah.
Yeah, and
does it identify the Y chromosome of the Bantu as specific and distinct?
No, that like there'll be a few kind of closely related.
I know. Yeah. Okay. So then, how do we know that the war? Let's say there was war. How do we know that the war was, strictly speaking, between a group referred to as Bantu and a group referred to as Khoisan? Yeah. And what is the genetic marker? If the Khoi and the San are actually two distinct groups of people that are brought together, do they have different distinct Y chromosome genetic markers, or do they have the same Y chromosome genetic markers?
That's not something I've looked into, but I don't think it would change the thesis, because the kind of the people who are being referred to by these geneticists as Bantu, kind of that sure they'll have different sub-tribes, but they'll all be they'll all be more closely related to each other than they will be to totally different ethnic groups from totally different parts of Africa.
That's possible. That's possible.
That's how you can tell them apart.
Entirely possible. What I'm suggesting, however, or what I'm querying, yeah, because I haven't read the article, so I'm just asking questions, is the fact that if you haven't identified the specificity of the Y chromosome on the Bantu side, how are we making the designation that it was Bantu versus Khoisan? Because there could have been more complications to that conflict if indeed it was a conflict.
You know, like I haven't. So there's a confusion there. Like so the group of people who they're referring to as Bantu, or the groups of people that they're referring to as Bantu, they're able to tell the difference between that, because that's a kind of different genetic signal to these other kind of ethnic groups from other parts of Africa, such as Khoi. So that there isn't a confusion there.
I'm gonna read this article and give it some consideration. I do just want to read this from a book written by the person that I was speaking to just then. But he addresses something called the true Negro hypothesis, and this is the basis of my argument at the moment. Yeah, he says other writers have opined that the only authentic Black Africans, quote unquote true Negroes, are the people of West Africa. There is no racial distinction between West Africans and Blacks in any other part of Africa. But the reason why this absurd claim is made is to restrict the scope of African history to West Africa in general and the slave trade in particular. Meanwhile, these dishonest historians can claim that the rest of Africa was inhabited by Caucasians. Some people actually try to do this, or at least non-Negroes, and can set about stealing its history and passing it off as Caucasian achievements. Some of these writers label the non-West African peoples as Pygmies, Bushmen, Hottentots, Bantus, Hamites, Semites, Danakils, Kushites, Moors, Berbers, and even Fuzzy Wuzzies, yeah, which is a term that you actually find in in the literature. Following this reclassification, the same scholars alleged that the other groups have part of full Caucasian ancestry if some members of these groups, for example, display long and narrow faces, narrow noses, less thick lips, etc. The racists can have a field day, yeah? And so I'm reading this to point out the fact that a lot of these designations don't actually have a foundation, yeah, in anything that is real, genetically, or sometimes even culturally. And so we have to be careful when we're dealing with concepts like Bantu expansion, because even the concept itself is subject to debate and these things. Now, I am not denying that during expansions of different groups of people across the continent that there was not warfare. I'll be an idiot to deny that. The history doesn't suggest that's the case. However, to characterize the Bantu expansion in general as an expansive genocide, I don't think anybody can meet that burden of proof, even if there was conflict that detrimentally affected the Khoisan in a particular way. We're not just talking about, we're talking about something that is much bigger. It's a concept that is much bigger than just Southern Africa, if that makes sense. So I'm prepared to read this article and give it some consideration.
So let me give you a hypothetical. Suppose like the Bantu expansion happened, or there was an expansion of a group of people from one part of Africa into another part of Africa, and as a result of that expansion, kind of they basically took all the women from the places that they expanded into and bred with them, and then killed nearly all of the men. Kind of, would you call that a genocide or not?
I would call it war. It would have to meet a certain burden to be considered genocide. But again, I mean, as Robin Walker said, even English historians are rubbish in that idea. Not saying that there was no conflict whatsoever, but that being the primary nature of the relationship between the peoples, you need to somewhat, there's a certain burden of proof that will need to be met for that to be the case.
She's grooming herself.
I'd like to also address kind of, I think in part of the video that you played, it sounded like you said that because Nelson Mandela has Bantu.
She just gave birth.
Because
she look after the cats and she abandoned them. She looks exhausted.
CV.
Yeah, oh sorry, I wasn't muted. My bad.
Yeah.
I was just saying that it sounded like what he was saying in the video was that because someone like, for example, Nelson Mandela has both Khoisan ancestry and Bantu ancestry, that this isn't like a genocide where the group is being wiped out entirely. It's a mixing. But I just want to point out that this kind of mixing can happen if you kill all the men and breed with all the women, which some people would call that genocide if you kill all the men of an ethnic group and still breed with their women.
James. Seeing how absurd this sounds, right? Yeah. We're both man of science, right?
Sure, yeah.
We know about the Homo sapiens sapiens and the Homo sapien Neanderthalis, right?
Sure.
Eventually, the Homo sapiens went on to what's it called? Let's say not win, but in terms of to survive, right? Not saying that the Neanderthals didn't survive, but because obviously some people still have their genetics in there, but they went on to it. No one argues that because of the fact that the line of the Homo sapiens sapiens are dominant today, that there was an expansion where they wiped out or they brutalized the Neanderthals and took their women and breeded with them until today. No one argues that, but when it comes to Africa, just to justify slavery now, just to justify what happened 500 years ago, we're saying, oh, but Africans did it to themselves 5,000 years ago.
Well, Eramonsale, people do say that about the Indo-European expansion, which happened at about the same time and showed about the same.
Did you understand my point? Why are you going to another argument? Did you understand my point, though?
Yeah, and I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that I don't think it's a valid comparison because people.
It isn't very valid comparison. What are you talking about? No one argues that the Homo sapiens sapiens, which went on to survive till today, raped and pillaged Neanderthals.
Well,
No one teaches that.
there is you know, some belief to that. Like some people. I mean, because well, like I mean, let's look at a closer comparison. A closer comparison would be the Indo-European expansion, which again was during a period of history about 6,000 years ago, where there aren't really written records left over. But still, from the like a genetic signal where you see the Y chromosomes being kind of that signal suddenly dropping off, kind of people like, I mean, come on, what does it mean if after a new group of people enter an area, suddenly the indigenous group of people, their men, stop reproducing? Like, what's the most reasonable kind of
We just gave you the argument, and even then, yeah, I don't think you can point to a Bantu gene and a Khoisan gene. Like, there's nothing like a Bantu gene or Khoisan gene.
There doesn't need to be one specific gene. Like you can tell
one specific gene. So there is no one specific Bantu.
No, it's about a signature based on a number of different loci. That's how you tell what ethnicity someone is. You look at a number of different sites on the genome. You don't need to only have one single gene.
Different loci.
Sorry, say that again.
You tell the different ethnicities based on the loci.
Yeah, the locations. Like what's the particular letter basically at that particular location on the genome? And you look at a bunch of different loci, which means a location on the genome. You look at a bunch of different loci, and
those locis, yeah, that you're talking about, right? Are they saying that these people are what's it called? Bantu. This is a Bantu group. This is a predominantly Khoisan group, and this is a predominantly whatever group. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's not different. Not much different from what we do today. Like you can tell what you know, ethnicity someone is from looking at their genes today, and you can also tell what ethnicity someone is by looking at their genes, you know, 3,000 years ago.
You're definitely representing that, bro. I'm telling you.
Well, how?
That's not what they do to determine that what's it called. These people are the Bantu. These people are the Khoisan, and these people are the Pygmy. That is not what they do, brother. They might tell you that based on certain lineages, that they have a gene that it goes back further to what they would describe as the common ancestor of all humans, yeah. But they're not talking about, or even further back to what you would call the ancestor of modern anatomical humans. So it would probably be things like Homo erectus, or depending on some people go into Homo heidelbergensis, some people go into certain archaic humans, yeah. But then definitely, like the idea that in a specific location, that therefore there's a gene pool, but that's just based on environment that you're probably going to talk about, and even that doesn't determine they didn't move around or whatever and whatnot.
No, like this is what the whole field of population genetics, genetic anthropology is about. You can tell, like you look at kind of how old certain mutations are, kind of where those mutations are concentrated, and you're able to like map out the different movements of people, and you look at ancient skeletons in the area, and you can get
you can map it out, but that doesn't mean that, you know, that these people are somehow specific different groups. They're not different. Like that doesn't mean that they're different. Like they one might have moved out and settled in a place, and they've got this genetics and whatever and whatnot. And that is like comparing the Pygmies in the Andamans Islands to the Pygmies in Congo.
No one's doing that. Obviously, Andamans and Congolese Pygmies are different people, and it's kind of
of course they are. But
no one's doing that.
But ultimately, you're not going to say that they're different ethnic groups or whatever or whatnot. They are still the same people.
What? No, they aren't. Like Andamans is in South, you know, in the South Asian Sea, like India.
I'm misrepresenting it. Like the way I'm what I'm saying is that that doesn't mean that there is a gene for those pygmies that is a gene for a pygmy gene when they're the same group of when it looks like the same people.
Well, but hold on, like the people from the Andaman Islands, that's like near to the Sentinelese Islands, right? So
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, of course, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
But
okay.
there's some
So
gene for the pygmies ultimately, is there?
well, those people from the, you know, Andaman Islands, they aren't genetically similar to the Congo pygmies. They're both called pygmies because pygmy means small. So it's like a colloquial term we're talking about here. So the claim isn't being made that they're related or they're the same group. Whereas, so I think the confusion here is the fact that when these camp geneticists are talking about these tribes that they're looking at and the DNA signals that they're looking at 3,000 years ago, they use terms like Bantu, which do not mean the same thing or do not kind of correspond to how the word Bantu is used today. Because obviously today, Bantu is like a linguistic designation. It refers to a language family. But then when they're using it then, they're referring to a group of people from a particular geographic area of Africa who are all kind of, vaguely quite closely related. So maybe that's the confusion here. But like, no one's saying that like, pygmies in Andamans are related to pygmies in
No, I'm just saying that if the case that you're arguing, right, for the fact that the pygmies in Africa are easily detectable by the by the people in who are Bantu and the people who are Khoisan, like ultimately they're the same group of people, because even amongst the so-called Bantus, you've got people who are 6 foot tall, and then you've got people like me who are only 5'2". So I'm not like this idea that there was some type of, I mean, obviously you might argue that it came after the expansion and that obviously there was genes that crossed over and whatnot and everything and whatnot, but like this, I don't think there is, like, the fact that you're showing that people moved around to different areas doesn't mean that there was some type of invade, rape, pillaging and whatever going on.
But then how do you account for the indigenous males of those areas no longer passing on genes after a certain period in time?
There could have been something in their gene, like the same way when you go to the so-called what I gave you the example in the beginning, the whole Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, that it wasn't the fact that they were raping or whatever. It was the fact that the males of the Neanderthal line were weaker in everything. They had a lot of diseases and whatnot and everything. So the idea of passing on genetics was to do with who physically looks stronger to pass it on. And even then, still, this idea of a Bantu gene and a Khoisan or pygmy gene, like you're saying it, but I don't like.
No, I'm not saying. I said something different than a Bantu and pygmy gene. I didn't say that there was one gene for Bantus and one gene for pygmies. I said that basically there's a signature where you look at a number of different places on the genome, and that's how you tell what ethnicity someone is. Like you look at a number of different places on the genome.
That signature, that you're talking about, how has it come to? Have you come to the conclusion that's the pygmy gene, pygmy signature, that's the Bantu signature, and that's the Khoisan signature? How did you come to that conclusion?
So, like, there's several ways that it's not me who's concluded it. This is kind of like this is the standard field of.
Well, you're arguing for it, so this is what I want to know.
I can answer it though. It's like there's two methodologies to do it. You can either look at the people living now who identify as that ethnic group, and then kind of you sample a bunch of their genomes, and you look at each of the signatures from them, and you build up an average, and you say, okay, this is what a you know, this is what the sort of genetic signature of Bantu people looks like. The even better way that people do nowadays, though, is that you do the same thing, but for 6,000 years ago. So you look at ancient bones and mummies and other remains that you can take the DNA out of, and you again like kind of take a bunch of them and get the genetic signal from each and kind of take an average, and you say, okay, this is what the kind of peoples who are indigenous to this area.
That could have been. Hold on. That could be like, obviously, if you've lived in a specific region for a certain amount of time, yeah, and you haven't moved to other regions, of course, genetically, you're going to be more closely related to people of that region that you've been associating, depending on how long it's been.
Sure.
So
you look at it on like an island concept, like in Great Britain. So you could look at the genome of people before the Vikings came here, or before the Saxons came here. So you'd like clearly not have that genome in it prior to that, when it was just Celtic peoples. And then after the Viking or the Saxons and Vikings expansions into Great Britain, you'll start picking up those different markers in the genome.
I hear that, but I hear that, but that is like history that you can know that. And
yeah, but as an example, so if that works in one set, it will, it applies to another set.
Hear my point, yeah, because the point is we're trying to say that the conclusion is therefore these people raped and pillaged these group of people, and that's why they've got these type of Africans that have this specific type of look, and why you don't have another set of Africans who supposedly have a different type of look. When had like that conclusion, just because you've seen like that this is all based on people's idea that phenotypes, the way people appear, therefore they must have a distinct gene. Meanwhile, even amongst Africans themselves, yeah, you can see people with smaller lips and even thinner noses, like what people describe as European lips and European noses. So this idea that people came in and raped, and this is why they got this specific phenotype. Come on, man. Like,
it's not. I mean, I haven't made any reference to phenotypes. So maybe.
But this is why they're making the distinction between the Khoisan, the Bantu, and the Pygmies, because of the phenotype. It's got nothing. What do you mean? Like, what other argument are you trying to make then?
Well, no, like these people. If you go to some Nilotic peoples and you ask them, hey, are you guys Bantu? So some might say yes, but others might say no. Like our people has a different history. We're a different group of people.
Of course, but this
it's not as if all these groupings were just invented by Europeans.
It was invented by because because that's why they're abiding by it today. Because when you talk about Nilotic people, you're talking about people who are very tall people. You find the same group of people in West Africa today. Are you going to say that the Bantus were raping and pillaging Nilotic people to get their genetics? Like, come on, man.
There's a lot of kind of crazy things being said right now. Like, first of all, kind of, surely you aren't making the claim that a tall person from Sudan is genetically going to be similar to a tall person from Nigeria.
Well, yeah, because black people moved around all the time. Like, this idea that black people moved around and was invading, like, come on, man. There would have been like Shaka said there, like, no one's denying there would have been war, but let's not act like because when we're ultimately coming down to what we call Bantu and we're basing off phenotype. We're not basing off any other thing. Like, this low-key line that you're talking about is because people looked at these people and said they're different, and these other group of people said they're different phenotypically. Let's find a gene or low-key for it, yeah, and then let's say that is what makes them, and what makes these other people these people. That's what you're saying.
No, because the genes tell you something quite important. The genes tell you who's more related to who. If people are more similar genetically, then they're going to be more similar in terms of ancestry. They're going to have a closer common ancestor. They're going to have more shared ancestors.
Of course.
So, okay, so like I know it sounds like you're saying that everyone from Africa is kind of the same tribe or something, but actually there are a lot of different.
Well, technically, yeah.
What does technically mean?
Because obviously, based on the location, obviously, like you said, yeah, location-wise, if they haven't, been exposed of recent, yeah, then obviously that, they are not, they're not going to be as same as the people. Let's say the people in Nigeria are more closely related than the people in Ghana, maybe. But that doesn't mean that there have been people in Ghana who haven't traveled to Nigeria and would the people that, and those people who have Ghanaian descent, they won't have any relations backing those people who are
They'll all
Ghana.
they'll all be closely related. I mean,
Yeah.
we're all shockingly closely related,
We're all quite shocking,
black or white even, but it's like I think what James is saying is you can pick up the movements of people through the Y chromosome, because that will be showing that there was a subrogation of the males wherever that people move to, which does suggest like war, if you like. And I don't think it's like unreasonable to think that there would be war when you look at human nature and how we expand even in today.
Of course, but hear what I'm saying in it, because I gave the example purposely of the whole Homo sapiens and Neanderthal line. Yeah. This was like, no one argues there was a war.
No, but we don't know. But that's interesting. So no one argues that there's war. I agree with you on that. So what are the other options that happened to Homo sapiens and Homo erectus? What are the other options that we have on the table for such a vast quickening and a wipeout of those humanoids?
With some people say that there was a specific type of Homo erectus that survived in Europe and was and bred with people who were of Neanderthal.
Yeah, that definitely happened. That definitely, you can trace that in the genome.
But
that definitely happened.
Yeah, obviously, it's like the claim now is like, the people who call themselves Bantus, or people who designated these people as Bantus, because even me, that just sounds weird to me anyway. Yeah, they supposedly went around. There's a gene that shows that they entered that part, entered at this particular bit of this time in history, and they were supposedly breeding with women who had different genetics, and those people led to the so-called let's say lessening of one group and the increase of the other group through invasion. That's what we're basically saying, isn't it?
Right. But I think that's the point. Bearing in mind that the argument that Ralph was giving is that the Bantu expansion basically this force here that went around the continent basically massacring people. Okay, the video that I played, Robin Walker gave an example, yes, to debunk the idea. Okay, and the example that he gave was Southern Africa and the Khoisan. Yeah, it was one example. Yeah. Now, bearing in mind here, reminder, the claim, however, is that we're talking about a people. This is before Arab invasion and them kind of things. We're talking about an entire continent full of people that the Bantu supposedly went around slaughtering to the point that they dominated. Yeah. And by the way, there are even questions as regard the nature of the Bantu expansion, because some people people have questioned it. And remember, what he said was that it's probably true. There are a lot of questions about the Bantu expansion and its validity as a concept, especially because more people are finding that it doesn't relate to one event. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? You know,
yeah, the wave expansions.
Right, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Then there are some people say there are a number of different waves. Some people say that there's two primary waves of people. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just saying that the whole concept is problematic. Yes, there have been wars in Africa. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? The extent to which this justifies the kind of expansionism that we've seen with Europe over, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous. This
Yeah,
argument,
man. Like,
I don't,
this is all to justify
I'm making this argument. Like, I'm not making the argument that it justifies any later kind of imperialism or war or anything like that.
But you know, you have to be careful because that's how it sounded. Because Ralph made that argument, and then you in the comment section saying, "Well, why is Shakara playing down the Bantu expansion when that's just as prevalent as the way Europeans went around doing it?"
there's nobody that can prove that to me, right? And even if I give you the Khoisan, let's say we say the Khoisan was an example. The Khoisan people were genocided. Yeah, let us say that we can say that. And by the way, there is an issue in southern and southeast Africa in relation to the Khoisan and marginalization and discrimination. There is definitely an issue where some of these things are concerned, and there are multiple reasons for why that situation has take place. Yeah, that is definitely an issue, right? But let's say I give you the Khoisan. It still does not just what's it called? Validate this characterization of the quote unquote Bantu expansion. We're talking Africa is a very big place. You know what I'm saying? And if it was the case, yeah, this would be like no, actually, I was about to say that this would be like the biggest imperialist expansion ever in history if it would be the case. But the British would still take the biscuit and take the
There have been other very big expansions.
Oh yeah,
like in a similar time period of history. So the Indo-European expansion happened at the same time as the Bantu expansion was, and that happened from like but in both directions. It started from like somewhere sort of north or in kind of Russia, and it went both into Europe and down into sort of India and Iran. So there have been super big expansions before.
Yeah, but you see now when it comes to the Indo-European though, that's a complex one as well. But nobody argues that everywhere, yeah, it was just straight genocide. There are areas, yeah, that people say, well, this happened here, and you can see the evidence. For example, in India, like there's a legacy that we can still see today, if that makes sense, yeah, in terms of subjugation. And systems that are designed to subjugate people. So I'm saying, like specifically, we can definitely see that today. So people can say, well, there's a history here that we can follow of these people coming in, and some people even question that the extent to which the Indo-Europeans came in and slaughtered everybody, right? In terms of India, right? Some people question that, yeah. So I'm saying that when it comes to the Bantu expansion, like this characterization, I've never seen anybody meet this burden of proof that we're talking about. I've never seen it, and especially if we're talking about in relation to people like pygmies and all these other groups of people. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's not an argument that I think validates itself. Even if we take it out, even if we take it outside of the attempted justification for British imperialism, I just don't see it.
Okay, well, I know I want to respond to Eramon Soleil's point about the Neanderthals, basically, and like, you know, people. The claim is that like people don't say that the Neanderthals were genocided by Homo sapiens, and so, but like people do claim though that the Neanderthals were outcompeted by the Homo sapiens, and so, because like, you know, they didn't like, huh?
But why? Why would it outcompete?
Because they used to tools and things. But sorry, James. Like, so they even looked at how like Neanderthals would walk and things like that because of their bone structure. But they also found so that Homo sapiens were faster and they had a larger brain capacity, and also their tool making ability was far better. So they were able to make like these spear launchers. So they found like these spear launchers that Homo sapiens actually made, which the Neanderthals weren't producing tools anywhere near as advanced as that.
Hold
so
on.
Sorry, James.
Yeah, sorry, Stealth. It's me rapping it. Yeah. Yeah. I was watching a video earlier on today, yeah, and basically it was about the so-called Denisovans, yeah, and they were saying that they found that the Denisovans used to do painting and art, and not only that, they used to have bracelets they used to make bracelets for themselves, and there was a bracelet that they made, yeah, that you can see that it had the hole in it, and they said that the hole that they had in it, yeah, was made by something that was powerful enough to like almost like a drill that can do that you can put through it. And they say, and they're dating this instrument more than 10,000 years old.
Yeah, could well be. But the thing is,
so this idea that what's it called, they were out competed by.
If you have a species that's been able to survive for a long time in its environment, like Neanderthals or Denisovans, and then and then they aren't able to survive in that environment anymore at the same time as kind of Homo sapiens comes in, I think at the very least you should say that they were outcompeted. Like either they had
outcompeted,
either they were kind of driven out of the area that they used to hunt in, and so they progressively had less and less region that they called their own that they could hunt in, or they kind of were,
that's not what they say.
Killed. What?
That's not what they say, because look, if they were, they say that what's it called, that there were, the factors are there that what's it called, within the gene pool of these archaic humans, there was a lot of diseases and whatnot and everything. So in terms of, it's like when you observe animals today, yeah, animals competing for the, they're not killing, the elephants are not killing other elephants with smaller tusks. No, the mates are choosing the ones that are suitable to help them survive and keep on surviving. That's the point. So when you talk about out competing, it wasn't from idea of what's it called, warring. It was from the idea of what's it called, oh, they were much more healthier, so they were able to pass on what they could to keep on surviving and living on.
But so why are you kind of confident that it must be that one and not both reasons?
Because that's what they've noticed. Like if it was the war thing, then listen, you would be hearing less of what's it called, it would just be more annihilations and whatnot and everything. You'll be like the words, what they're saying is that what's it called, the way at which what's it called they were breeding and whatnot and everything, the fact that you can find it in most human beings today, it couldn't be in war at all. Like the fact that what's it called they were breeding with each other means that what's it called they knew that they were related, so they could breed with each other to further reproduce. And the thing is, a lot of the factors is to do with, they said that the gene pool of certain archaic humans, that's why they weren't able to survive. It hasn't, like the idea of what's it called, the warring thing wasn't, it couldn't come on, man.
Okay, I'd like to see who says that Neanderthals just died out because of their lack of health. Like, it seems, given that they died out once human beings kind of started entering their territory, it seems to be like a big coincidence.
They are human beings.
Of their bad health. Like, it's probably they died as a result of those human beings entering their territory for in some manner, some sort of competition.
Well, this is the hard truth, yeah. In an environment where it's cold and whatnot and everything, life is less, because you have to have specific adaptation to survive. Only creatures in a warm temperate zone can thrive properly, because the fact that what's it called, you have abundance of what's it called, organisms in those environments and whatnot, whereas you see less species in places in Europe or outside of Africa.
But not all of Europe is a cold place, though. Like, Italy is not a cold place.
Not obviously today, but at one point it was very, very hard to survive in these places.
Okay, I guess during the Ice Age, sure.
Exactly. So when the Homo sapiens got introduced, Homo sapiens got introduced now, they're coming at the end of this period where the ones that they come across now, there's very few in population. They said that the populations were at this point and this point at this point, and they were very, very few. So the few they come in contact with, obviously, like they're probably going to learn from them how to survive. So they they take on whatever and whatnot and everything. Like they've even seen
if it's hard to survive, then you'd expect there to be competition. Like if it's if you're, let's say you're a tribe and this is where you hunt, and all these animals kind of are what you hunt in order to get what you eat, and then another tribe comes in and they start killing the animals that you were going to hunt. That's going to be friction.
You're assuming that that human beings, as soon as they see each other and that these conditions and whatnot and everything, they will just be attacking each other and trying to war each other. That's not always the case.
Well, like, if there's much to offer each other, like if you're still in the kind of hunter-gatherer or very, very early farming, kind of probably like, other tribes of human beings are going to, in most cases, be a threat because there is like a barter economy at that time. There isn't going to be like
even the idea of hear what you're saying here. Even the idea of hunter-gatherer, the idea that you shouldn't need to compete to survive. That in terms of being able to work together with as a community to be able to get things to happen, we could get your community to thrive. It's much more much more sensible than just warring with each other. That's the even. Can you understand that point?
No, it's that different things happen on different levels. Like individuals cooperate. Like individuals in a tribe are normally kind of closely related to each other and they cooperate. But then, like, if you have like, it's quite hard to survive in early history. Like there's lots of diseases and cold and kind of it's hard to hunt and that sort of thing. So
you're talking in Europe.
If another Europe and they start hunting your food, then it's like that's not going to be a good thing for you. Like you wouldn't be like, okay, it's just more mouths to feed. So you wouldn't want that cooperation. You'd want to be like, no, this is our land. This is where we hunt and we get all our things that we need to survive.
Again,
like stop taking our stuff, basically.
Again, if you're talking,
especially like you do get like hotspots as well. So literally, you get the Fertile Crescent. You get these like by the banks of the Nile. All these places will be sought after land. So there'll be like sought after hunting spots and things that people will inevitably compete for. And especially during an ice age, if peoples were going to be pushed southwards more towards Africa, if you like, more towards warmer climates and things, then that competitiveness would have increased during a period like that as well.
Anyway, I need to head off now, guys, but it's been an interesting talk. Peace out.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I said, all this argument was just to say that slavery was just as bad as what these men did. So
no, like the white people, the British, if you like, we absolutely industrialized slavery. Slavery might have been happening in small pockets across Africa. It happened in Egypt, apparently, places like that. But yeah, we have to take that on the chin in Britain. We industrialized it and imported it throughout the world. So
of course, and I like obviously when we talk about racism, it seems like a lot of people feel like we're trying to, we're almost trying to say like I don't know. Some people get they get it maybe that we're trying to, almost impact get our form of racism going or something like that. Like we're gonna be, turning the wheel on certain people and doing it the same thing that we did back, and that's not the issue. We're just analyzing. Like I was talking earlier about the whole what happened in Africa and certain places and whatnot, and why we can't just say that European African leaders need to be removed. The fact is that the system is much more than what's going on. It's much more it's much more advanced than that. You have the United Nations, you have the World Bank, you have the IMF, and you have certain programs as well that they do something called the structural adjustment programs, all this stuff here that they've done, and then on top of it, they people will say that, oh well, some of the people in Africa, they sold out to their government, so that's why they took they they either killed the good leaders or whatnot and everything. But there were situations as well outside of Africa where they didn't sell out. And what happened was that, what's it called? The government just those governments were taken down by people of the World Bank, the IMF, and the CIA.
It has happened. I think similar things will happen in Venezuela, really, in places like that.
That's
So
it. See what I'm saying? South America, where yeah. And
No,
this is why
it's economic. That's like economic warfare, you know. So if you, so Venezuela is probably a good example where you can build oil refineries and things like that, but they're kind of Western funded oil refineries. I'm not quite sure how this all works. I'm kind of freewheeling a little bit here, but then they'll owe the money for those refineries. They'll owe the money for like the great big buildings, and it's inevitably then they default on their payments, and then all of a sudden the United States own those oil wells and they own those refineries. So economic warfare, basically. And that's gone on for a long time, but exacerbated by the Industrial Revolution, really.
of course. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just not as simple as like, oh, black people are just complaining for no reason. They can actually do something about it and whatnot. It's deeper than that, man. That's what I was trying to say anyway.
Hey, Ralph.
Yeah.
Did you say that most tribes will? Did they say that most tribes would war?
I don't know. I think that's what James was. I don't know. I don't want to say he was.
It didn't sound like. It sounded more like he suggested that. Yeah, well, we all you even agreed that it can happen. So I don't think James said that. It was right.
There's two sides to the coin, innit?
Yeah.
It's the same format, love and hate. Because what you would realize in the format, most tribes, they sometimes like to come into coalition, into making a greater force. That's why that's why polygamy, it was a great thing over in Africa, so that they can able to unify tribes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, similar things happened in like the Saxon tribes, the Celtic tribes, all sorts of things. But normally, like the unity thing, that would have come out of a process of war quite a lot as well, because how do we stop the war? How do we stop our people from fighting these people? All right, let's marry off this princess, kind of a better example, to this tribe's prince sort of thing, and then you have that.
It's more in Africa. It's before even there's a war. The only reason why a war will happen is if someone disagrees within the situation, but most of the time they are joined together through marriage. It's a compulsory kind of thing in creating alliance. So one king would marry a daughter from another place who's been raised to be a queen.
Yeah.
So it's more likely on that side than the war, because they want to know who's got the biggest amount of people within their tribe.
Yeah, I think like before money, if you like, things would have always come back to resources. So going back to what we were saying again, would be like fertile growing grounds, fertile hunting grounds, things like that. So they could find some kind of amenable solution between them, that they could both use these lands without stepping on each other's toes and sharing. So yeah, those things would have happened. And like we the humans, we are natural roamers and explorers, so it would have been important to be able to negotiate and things along the way.
This is my point. Like the people that hold up, sorry, Uncle, I wanted to say, the people that traveled out of Africa now and ended up in what you call today Europe now. Obviously, they would have looked at people on the continent and would have thought, you know what? Why am I fighting for this space when I can just move over there? So they would have traveled out of the fact that knowing that the They don't need to fight over land when there's so much land out there. We can go and look at this place and see if it's survivable, if they can find food there and whatnot and everything, as opposed to, oh, let's take over these people's land, so let's war and take it over. Like, I don't know why people just assume that what's a good fact. Yeah, this is what was going on in Africa.
Yeah, and I don't think you can compare the Industrial Revolution to times before that, because obviously by the time the Industrial Revolution kicked off, then we were in the West looking for resources that we were not naturally able to obtain, or we weren't able to have an abundance of in our lands, in our country, if you like. So we had to speculate like we do now. You know, we speculate for oil in other countries and things to keep our machines turning. So it would have been, it would have been a different thing.
In that era, you would say the British learned a lot from the Portuguese.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Huh?
What do you mean by that? The British learned a lot from the Portuguese.
Because the British were more late into the slavery.
Okay.
They were learning from the Portuguese, French, and the Spanish, but but at that time their force wasn't as strong at the time. It's only when everyone started to move in, it was after they beat the Spanish and Napoleon, then they started to overwhelm all the others. But they were learning. This is reasons why they were doing a lot. In them times, they were doing a lot more treaties.
Okay.
And you think as a species we'll ever pass this point? Like we've always known, and we know history enough, right? But do you reckon civilization will ever pass a point when we don't need to? That's something we don't know of yet, right? And that's my.
No, we don't. But like, say for example, you've got like what's in play. You've got maybe social Darwinism, economic Darwinism, and physical Darwinism. It doesn't really matter whether you believe in evolution or not. These things are happening around us. But like the Ubermensch, he basically, he doesn't live in the past. He just walks in a straight line and he walks forward. And personally, I'm a big believer in that. And until we can sort of reach that point, we'll keep doing what we do best, and we'll be bombing each other for resources, fighting away. And it's survival of the fittest, unfortunately. That's what's been playing out for a long time now.
Has there ever been such a global connection, right, as we are in this present right now? Like when has civilization been so globally connected instantly? Like we're almost, ahead of the news, right? Whereas not even that long ago, an event could happen on the other side of the world and you wouldn't know for a year. Like, surely I'm just we're at a point,
You're correct. I think it's a bit similar to what James was saying. I think as individuals, we're perfectly able to get on with each other quite well. So we could talk online to someone across the other side of the world. They could be like, fuck, sorry, pardon my language, but my government's doing this, that, they're bastards. And we'd be there going, yeah, we agree. And then a few months later, we're at war. I remember years ago, just before the second Iraq war kicked off, I was chatting to an Iraqi guy online, and we were just chatting about how shit it was in our countries, basically, for a bit, and I think as individuals we can get on, but when you have the whole machine and you have people worried about whether they're going to have food on their table and fuel to put in their cars, and all the machines are going to stop turning, all of a sudden we lose that kind of milk of human kindness aspect towards each other, and it's easier to look at a whole group and what would you say, curse it, I can't think of the word. It's easier to look at a large group and dismiss them as animals or what have you, than it is to face up to an individual and say you're an animal. Like, do you know what I mean?
It's more of a game of chess.
Well, we're locked in a game of chess, because as long as we're living off the resources that we do and we continue the way we are, then definitely, because we're just going to get to a point where there isn't enough to go around. And then in that case, everyone wants. Look at COVID. Like, it went from milk of human kindness to people panicking and buying up all the masks and things like that to look after themselves, isn't it? To look after their own family.
But the issue with that is that everyone within the community is not self-reliant.
Yeah, definitely.
They rely on others. So when a situation arises, it causes panic.
Yeah,
People
definitely.
need to be self-sufficient. But then the corporates won't allow that.
Well, that's correct, because their investments are basically in our consumption. What we burn, basically, stuff we can't get back, and they'll milk that dry before they ever let anything else happen.
Remember, they're the only kind of corporates that had armies.
Yeah. Listen, I got to pop off for a little bit, boys. I'm going to go get something to eat. But it's been really interesting chat and to listen to. So, yeah, cheers for that. And you guys take it easy, all right? Ta.
I learned a lot through all of that, I must say. I even learned how to say Ralph's name, or Raf. Ramon Seli.
History is a great thing.
We might become the inferior if AI takes over, eh? That'll be the next. That'll be the next species, you know, non-biological. They have more things to worry about than each other. What are you saying, Mr. Riggs?
When the humans being an endangered species.
Yeah.
One thing I know is that them robots ain't gonna be able to live in the bush.
Say again?
I said in the forest or the bush, a robot will have a problem.
No, they send us out there to chop it down.
But you know, it's funny how nature does a full circle, and it breaks things down, because we're gonna come back to the stage where we're gonna have to be self-sufficient again. Because like the COVID has shown you that people can't do without what's out there. They're gonna have to end up growing. A lot of people started cooking since this COVID.
Yeah, we're growing here. We're growing lots of veg and fruit, or mainly veg.
So it shows you that
we were kind of doing that anyway, but it kind of just, you know, sped it up, sped the process up.
Yeah, as I said, nature knows how to call itself out.
That's right.
No matter how much politicians can say this or that, nature will draw it back to where it needs.
It's like Mother Earth knows, man. Like deep down, it's not just like cycles and biology. There's like deep fucking lessons in the veins of this planet, entrenched in us as well.
Yep. Ralph.
Yo,
You still studying?
yeah, I had an exam today.
Okay, how did you do?
Oh shit, man. Even my mum was trying to help me and she couldn't help, bro. It was that bad, man. But I think I passed,
You're not the only one.
Huh?
I said you're not the only one. I had to go and help out my goddaughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she does. She's slacking on her economics.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, because she's doing law, economics, and English in A levels.
How was it?
Huh? She's not finding it easy.
Yeah, man.
Putting her English and her history, but it's just the economic side.
Why is she still doing A levels? I swear they finished.
They're still, but she's in her first year, innit?
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but because remember, it's the transition.
Yeah.
A lot of people underestimate the A levels where they think that it's going to be like the GCSEs.
No, it's not. No, it's true.
It turns it right on its head.
Yeah. And then the change from AS level to A2.
Yeah.
That's another transition. Like,
That
literally.
sometimes could be harder than the degree itself.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're actually right. Uni is way easier than the actual uni is way easier than the actual A levels. A lot of people don't know that. You're absolutely right. You like a lot of people think it's a joke when you say it, but no, you're right. You're really right.
She was struggling, but I had to sit down with her for a good 3 hours going through her work.
No, I can understand still. I can understand, but me, I just don't bother revising. I hate revising, man. Especially when I know it's a test that is just pointless towards the career. Like literally, my mom sat there and was like, "This is hard, you know." And I was like, "But you're a pharmacist, mom. How are you?" She goes, "Oh, but this stuff you only need to know it in industry." And I'm just thinking, like, even the industry, how much of this stuff do you need to know?
Not much. And the funniest thing is, because things are evolving on a regular basis, what you're learning in the university is a lot behind, but more intense. That's why half of the things you learn, you don't really use when you get into the industry.
You specialize.
Yeah. That's what they know. Why you specialize.
100%. And even that specializing, you have to be able to know that role properly and all it is, and you don't even need to go into university work to know it.
No. Because, as I always say, that university degree, that course, it was someone's thought. Someone had to put that together.
Yeah.
And then you put a certificate on it.
Wow. So in GCSE, we know it's Michael Gove. I wonder who does it for A levels and university.
If you notice it, if you look at the universities, every year there's a new course.
Yeah.
And then sometimes the course that you've gone into, if you don't be careful, if it's a new course, it might not be, the curriculums might not be sufficient, so you might divert it and they might change the name of the course.
Okay. Yeah.
That's why you have to be careful with the new names.
Yeah.
Because the new ones, they can always change. So you think, I'm going into this specialized, and then they just switch it and say, we're going back to the standard basics.
It's crazy, man.
But that's what uni's about, man.
That's what even life's about, man. But you know what? I don't mind learning new information. It's just the fact that I struggle to do it when it's like you're being forced to do it.
Yeah.
It just takes the fun out of it.
It's the pressure.
Yeah. The pressure.
You just want to get into the practicals and F out.
Yeah. That's it. Like even the skills that, like, let's say, cause I'm doing pharmacy in it, like most of it, yeah, like you don't even need to you don't even need to know some of this stuff here. Like to be able to run a pharmacy or to be able to work in a pharmacy shop, you have to actually be in the pharmacy to know all this stuff in it. Like everything that you're doing at university is just it's just to give you credence and just to say like to make you feel better about yourself, saying that I worked hard to get here.
Yeah, it's like my business partner. My business partner, his mum has got a massive pharmacy business.
Yeah.
In Nigeria.
Okay.
But the great thing is, she's done the studying. The kids just don't need to study it, but can still look after the business.
Exactly. Nigeria's lawless. They don't even have any rules for that anyway. Anyone can run it. Anyone could claim they're a pharmacist. They're different still.
Yep. But if your business has been running for a long time, the government can't really say nothing to you again.
No, of course.
Even if half of your staff are not qualified.
They'll still come and take medicine off you.
Of course. Because it's kind of a business. You just go to a pharmacy industry and buy the products and just put it in your stores. Yeah.
They teach you any? Is it what pharmacy? It's quite specific, right? So you're not like are you learning about. I mean, tell me like specifically what you're learning about. You're learning about just different types of drugs or what? Like
right now, it does go into drugs, yeah, but it goes into the action of certain drugs. So you need to know things like the not the alpha the ACE inhibitors. You need to know about the beta blockers. You need to know about the calcium induced inhibitors, sorry, and you need to know about the antidiuretics or the diuretics, and then you need to know about I forget the final one still, but
do you not do nutrition?
Not really, but we kind of go into some stuff maybe related to nutrition. So
at one stage they said that, you know, like with doctors and pharmacists and that, they were trying to make it into the curriculum somehow. Or you didn't need to do it.
I'm not sure right now, you know, because to be honest, I don't really pay attention in class. I even know I pass it. I do the bare minimum to pass. But yeah, like I did hear that as well, that they were trying to get nutrition in. I know my brother, because my brother does medicine. I think he does a bit of nutrition. He told me he was doing nutrition in his course, but he's doing it abroad. He's doing it in Czech Republic. I'm doing it here, in it. So I don't know if UK here are taking it serious. Maybe my uni's not taking it serious, but one thing they're trying to do is focus more on calculations.
Which uni are you in?
Kingston.
Oh gosh.
Why? What? Why did you know?
That's what I think when everyone says Kingston, man.
I call that's the junkies of all junkies university. They're party poops.
No, Kingston's gone dead with the party things, you know.
Yeah.
They
stopped the town centres in it. That's why they stopped a lot of the raves and the events down there.
Yeah.
The amount of people I know have gone Kingston and they end up not using their degree. Make sure when you're done, don't do your masters there, mate.
No, I reckon I could. Well, obviously, my course has a master's anyway program, so it's automatic anyway. But yeah, they added calculations in because they said a lot of people out of Kingston don't end up passing the pre-reg.
Yeah.
So they've made it more intense, where they said that if you don't pass the calculations, you won't move to you get kicked off the course. So yeah, definitely. But
and I get that. That's why, because bare people. If it was one university you wanted to get that in there, it was Kingston and South Bank.
Oh shit! Are we really that bad?
Yeah, because a lot of Kingstons came. They a lot of them. Some of them had come out of Kingston College.
Okay, yeah. But you know, Kingston College is just like, if you're from Peckham, you go there. If you're from Brixton, you go there. If you're from
Exactly,
that's all the ops are there.
Like South Bank.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Still. My cousin used to come all the way from Camden to come Kingston College with me.
Yeah, bare people went
Yeah.
Kingston. I know people that were staying at Kingston.
Yeah. I know people that live in Kingston don't even go to Kingston Uni, but they still be coming every day.
Because most of the people that knew that came from East,
Yeah.
they'll rent out a house or stay on campus.
Yeah.
Because if you come from East, it's long.
You know, Kingston's got a lot of people from East London down at Kingston. Bare people.
Yeah.
Another thing that's happening to Kingston now, there's a lot of Somalis in Kingston. Bare Somalis in Kingston now. Got them from Leytonstone, got them from Northwest, got them from Acton. Even some of the people from Southwest, Clapham Junction side, they come there as well.
I went to the Westminster.
Westminster, yeah.
Yeah, and I went from the one in North London, Harrow, and then they transferred me to the Central.
Okay.
That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing.
Which one's the one in Harrow?
Huh?
Which one's the one in Harrow?
It's in Harrow. They got a branch in Harrow.
What of Westminster?
Yeah, Westminster.
Oh, okay. Like it's like a campus thing.
No, they're part of the university's there. I did my first year there.
That's weird to me. You know, all right, look at it like this, yeah. You see with Kingston, yeah. You have the campus near the Kingston College, and then you have a campus near Roehampton area. They call it Roehampton Vale.
Yeah.
Is it like that?
Harrow and Central London are far from each other.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is it another? Because I know that the one in
it's the same university.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like our one with Kingston, the one at Penryn Road is the same university as the one with Roehampton Vale, but it's just a different area completely.
It all depends on the courses you're doing.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. Like, then we're probably talking the same thing because of the fact that one campus is based on sciences, the other campus is probably based on computing or civil or whatever, and then another campus is based on probably like art or whatever. But yeah, they're in different areas of London, but they're just still the same part of the same uni.
So I was going to go to Brunel, but Brunel was just too far, and I knew I was going to be up to mischief.
My sister went Brunel.
I would have had to stay on campus now. I'll have stayed there now.
Okay, but
the area is dead.
Yeah. I know.
I'll get bored.
Actually, you know what? My sister said that Brunel wasn't too bad. You know.
No, it was cool, but I know for me, I'll find my way home.
Okay.
Where I might as well just stay at home and go Westminster.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you still. Sorry, my brother's shouting in the background. Yeah. Thing is though, with uni, like the best parts of it is just the partying. But even Kingston has been so dry of recent. Like Kingston's
milk. They always say, milk the student union. Go to the student union, you know you're getting free tickets.
Oh my days, yeah. I need to make friends with my student union still.
Yeah, because they do like I think Kingston they do because my friend's got He's got about 2 or 3 clubs in Brighton,
Mm.
and he does a coach service from Kingston to Brighton.
Okay.
Via the student union. See, when they have all these little festivals and like sometimes they have these little events. That's why you get certain DJs, top DJs, they deal with the universities.
Okay. Yeah, we've got a couple.
Because like Trevor Nelson, Spoonie, all them kind of guys, Kingston University used to be the hit.
Yeah, it used to be still. I think it's just this year, innit, because a lot of the main people left, but and like the main people that used to be that especially Kingston's tried to do itself up a little bit because they got a new library now, innit. So like obviously they've kicked out all the people who they think is gonna be the ones messing up the uni, and basically they're trying to keep the people, but obviously like
because they get budgets,
Yeah, of course they get budgets. Yeah.
Like even like when like Black History Month comes along, I had 3 or 4 people in different universities. When Black History Month came, I used to do the tours and they used to pay me for it per head.
Okay.
Oh.
My Black History Month's very bad, like it used to be decent, but a lot of the people now that do the Black History Month for like
student union.
Yeah.
If you get the right people in your student union, then you can create it, and they'll pay for it.
Yeah, 100%. But the problem is the fundings, and a lot of the I think there was one person that was trying to do it for Kingston. She's gone back because she comes from America. She used to be
Yeah, because you lot used to have quite a few Americans, matter of fact.
Huh?
I'm sure Kingston used to have quite a few Americans.
Yeah. Of course, man. She was very passionate about it. Really, really passionate about it. But Kingston, she said she used to tell me about this one person that used to always mess it up for Kingston. Like she would say no to everything so that the funding doesn't come for Black History Month, and then because obviously we tried to team up with she tried to team up with ACS. God, they tried to make Black History Month separate from ACS, in it. So now they're trying to team up with the people from ACS, and the people in ACS are also one of those people that are not really on this pro-black thing, or not of this, like they were just like, nah, you're making it sound like we should be anti-white and all this type of sorts, and also the fact that they were very strong characters, certain people, so they used to clash a lot. So yeah, man, it was.
Yeah, but if you told them you do Black History Month with a couple of DJs and music, they'll be there in the shop.
Yeah, of course, 100%. That's when you hear about the house parties. Oh, okay, let's come, let's go, everyone, let's turn up. You get me? But when it's to do something for to talk about Black history, no, I don't like this. I don't think the funding should go here. Not a lot of and even people won't turn up to it either. People are not interested in learning about Black history. Say that again.
You weren't on campus though, are you?
Huh?
You're not on campus.
No, I'm not on campus. No way. I don't live too far,
Oh, you're on that side of the water.
Yeah, I'm Sutton. I live in Sutton.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, fam.
You're the sandwich between Croydon and Kingston.
I said the sandwich. Yeah. Croydon and Kingston. Yeah.
How does Benny get that the videos on the back screen?
You need to ask him, innit? I don't know how he does it. Still, I'm not gonna lie.
It might be a what's it called? what they call it, the GIF or whatever they call it.
The GIF, yeah, GIF.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who does that? Why are you trying to do it for yours?
Nah, that's too much.
he does it to represent the House of Pain.
I know.
So every time people come on the panel, they end up crying off. They get beat out so much on their ideology or whatever. You start seeing people crying and whatnot and everything. Did you hear the earlier conversation earlier?
What was it about?
It's just people. I don't know why people like to just defend something they don't even know. So we were talking about why is it that when we talk about things to do with race, you know, certain groups of people almost come and especially when we talk about the black plight, and certain groups of people look at us like I mentioned these two things. I said it was fear.
Think of it like this, right, Ralph? Think of it like this. I'm at home. I'm with my family. What's it got to do with anybody outside?
That's the point. But you're right, yeah. But it's like, okay, cool. We're having a discussion now, and we're explaining to them. You know, I don't know. For me, yeah, I would say to certain white groups like, look, yeah, you did some shitty things, yeah, but I don't hate you, innit? And if you're saying that you want to be sincerely, let's say you want to be sincerely sincere about your what happened and whatnot, yeah, this is what happened. As soon as you get to try and explain what happened, oh no, like
that's like I said, it's like me saying at home with my family and speaking to my mum and my dad. Do I have that same conversation with my friends?
True. That's very true. That's very true.
So if we looked at it in that format, what's the problem? Because the same thing, they'll do the same thing.
I think where the problem comes in is, so in this whole idea of what's it called, what we call white supremacy, right? Yeah, we're talking about Africa's continual the idea that they continue to steal and loot resources out of Africa, right? So, you know, to understand what is going on, yeah, we're explaining to them what history is and explaining to them what's going on and whatnot and everything. And they seem to come with the sincere wanting to know what's going on. But in the end, the answer is different. I don't, not that the answer is different, but it's like they have a warped explanation of what is actually going on. And not only do they have a warped explanation of what's going on, it's like, yeah, you've come in here. You said that we've tried to engage you now, and then you've said, "Oh, what's it called? No, that's not what's going down." So it wasn't even white people. Now it was Raj. Now came on the panel and said, "Well, I don't think we should be blaming white people. I think we should be blaming the African leaders." And I said to Raj, like, how much of history do you understand? Like, even when African leaders,
a troll.
Sorry.
First of all, Raj is a troll.
Okay.
So whatever comes out of his mouth has no relevance.
Okay, that's fair enough. I was just saying that if people are sincere in understanding what went down in history and black people's plight, yeah, this is very like there is books out there which describe which people are confessing. Confessions of an Economic Hitman, yeah, it's one of those books, yeah, where they're telling you this is what we did. We took what you call we went to these governments, we took money, we gave to these governments to bribe them to into what we wanted to do. If they didn't do it, then we go to their people. If their people didn't do it, then we took the opportunity now to take down these leaders personally, and that would be in the form of shooting down their planes, not shooting down their planes, but like taking out their planes and saying that it was a plane crash. Or if they were successful in bribing the people, military coups, and all in the ideology of continuing their presence in Africa, looting their things through the IMF, the World Bank, and CIA, with certain programs and certain laws and certain things being passed through the IMF and the World Bank, and also this idea of the structural adjustment program. So, like, this is what we're trying to explain. I mean, explain, but like this is what's going down, and this is what people need to understand, innit? And when we get before we can even have this discussion, there's already this, or even before we could get to this part of the discussion, people have already been shouting it, shooting it down, like, no, this is not what happened. We have to look and face the black leaders. You know, Ralph comes in and says, oh, it's just white people are superior in culture.
The trigger.
Yeah, it's a trigger, but obviously, like,
that's what he comes to do. He's come to trigger.
Yeah,
because that says that, then he can see if you become displacent.
Yeah.
So you have to counteract that of giving something of a different alternative.
Well, we have, because Shakara, spoke to him last time about it, and I think that's why the stream got taken down now. Like, the more I think about it, I feel like it was struck by the very stream was struck by right people, right wingers, who, not when I mean right wingers, I mean the people what's
the excuse of it getting striked?
They said that there were certain things he was talking about shouldn't have been talking about.
Is that what they said?
Something like that, along the lines of that it was, the content wasn't, it was viewed inappropriate and therefore it should be taken off.
That's a lie. Because I've seen content that's been worse. So what happens to all them content where people are violent?
Boy, I don't know, because I've seen videos online of people getting their head shot off on YouTube. So I don't know if it's yeah, interesting.
That's why I know that it sounds like someone has complained.
Yeah, complained. Yeah, definitely. That's why I said that that discussion that happened, because it was, if it had been up there, it would have been a good video where Vedi could have put it on his Vedi Vision Global Waivers channel to analyze the discussion on what these arguments and whatnot and everything. And obviously you can show that what's good is there in the flesh. Ralph was shown that his argument that he's making doesn't make any sense. Sorry? Huh?
Did Vedi download it?
No, Vedi said that I think Vedi basically said that he's sending emails to sort it out, innit? But because he doesn't think that was a good enough reason.
When they block it, you can still download it.
I mean, I don't know I don't understand how much of the download and whatnot. I know that he said that if you're talking about StreamYard downloads, he said that he's tried to download StreamYard and put it on
the YouTube. When they block it on YouTube, you still have it there, but you just can't put it up publicly. So then you can download that to your computer.
Yeah, I'll tell him next time when he comes on, in it, like, you could do that. But
it's like that. We download it off and then you could try and re-edit it and put it back on.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell him that still, but he said he's tried to do that, but it wasn't working. But I definitely ask him when he comes back on in it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Shakarad went in and told him like straight away, like all his excuse was focus on the puppets instead of the puppeteers. The puppeteers is clearly the European powers. Why should we just focus on getting a good government when you know that these good governments are still going to continue to, do what they're going to do in Africa right now and leave it in the state that it is right now. They have no interest of the people. The interest is of the European powers. So why would you just think, okay, it's just simply changing the leader around? That's not what's going to happen. And that's what I was trying to tell people like Raj, and he was getting sucked in by Ralph's argument that Ralph was just coming in and saying, yeah, Europeans are dominant. That's why we do it. That's why. And even Ralph has even argued that he wants to continue imperialism.
Yeah. But remember, he's got his agendas. So
it's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. All to justify enslaving, pillaging, and raping a group of people. I want to get some rest. Shit, man. Tired.
Where's everybody?
Don't even know. It's late afternoon. People just want to be chilling.
Tasha asleep. Manny fast asleep.
Wait, hold on. My mum wants me to go eat pounded yam.
At this time. Crazy.
Yeah. My dad eats it for breakfast. He'll eat it for lunch even. He'll eat it for dinner as well.
Definitely going to
I don't know, I don't mind, eating pounded yam. And
them thing they'll give you pot belly.
Pot belly, yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. But if you exercise properly, it's the problem with my mum and dad. They don't exercise properly. They just think walking to work is exercise or proper exercise. Yeah. Yeah. Uncle? Yeah. What do you know about the Isham people and slavery?
You know, this is the thing for me. You know, and we are doing some research and bits and pieces the other day. The issue with all this is new names for our tribes.
Mm.
The problem is that he might have some tribe, but then he might be with the Oba, you know, the Edo king. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Where
that's the Edo king's tribe is not probably his tribe, but because he's in that tribe, it's that that king might be doing all the atrocities, but doesn't mean that just because you come from the other tribe that your tribe's doing the same thing.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
So it becomes very difficult to understand because this is where it comes into the fact of that they weren't tribes, they were families.
Mm.
So doesn't mean just because one family is running renegade that the whole family is.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a very hard one. But as I said to you, it's when there's a war, an argument, or whatsoever, it's easy to be infiltrated, and this is where the mind comes in. And I keep on saying this: all this is proper chess play of mind control, because they can use something to spark you to go and do stupidness.
Yeah.
Just because of the rules and regulations of law, because some of the systems, like the court systems that were in place, will justify the Europeans of getting what they need.
Yeah.
So
I remember what's his name? There's a guy called Asaru Dokubu. And at one point he was talking about how the Ijaw people were never beaten in war by the British. And instead they signed a treaty of, you know, we won't fight each other. We'll just have a cordial relationship. But the British went against that treaty and formed Nigeria. And that wasn't part of their, what's it called, their treaty, that you know, Nigeria signifies a defeated group of people, and now they're amalgamized by that people. But they themselves had their own independence, and they were told that, what's it called, they'll remain their people and not be amalgamated as part of Nigeria, but they were amalgamated as a part of Nigeria. And I think that was his basically argument, that, what's it called, it is illegal for them to call themselves Nigerians, that because they are Ijaw people.
Yeah, but you see that this is the thing. Where the new generation see themselves as Nigerians. They don't know much about what happened.
Yeah.
So they're gonna see themselves as Nigerian. But when you talk about the people of old, it was a device, knowing the temperaments of that. It's that the way they built it, that people are walking on eggshells.
Okay.
Because they knew what the houses. Remember, they already signed all these treaties, knowing if the houses were left alone, there would have been a bloody war with the Yorubas, and then they would have moved to the Igbos. But the treaty is like holding man back.
Okay.
That's what today you see how some of them Fulani guys take the piss. Because the tension has always been there, but it's these treaties that have hold it. But when now, in this day and age, if Nigeria falls out of place, they know how to throw a spanner into the works to create a civil war.
Yeah.
Wow. So And remember, every civil war, there's two sides to the party.
Yeah, it's true. Very
So,
true.
use the African people to play their chess game. And they're not even there. That's exactly what's happening in Cameroon.
Oh, God.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's going on, man?
Nah, man.
But yeah, Ralph, if you study Cameroon and study the French and the English, they're still fighting over there.
Of course. No, I know that because I know people who are from Cameroon that tell me that. They say that the French Cameroon are, I hate them, this, that, and the third. The British Cameroon say that, yeah, we love, we want to be part, some of us want to be part of Nigeria. Some of us are supposed to be part of Nigeria because we have close affinity with the Igbos. Yeah, it's
Yeah, because remember, Nigeria gave some part of it back to the Cameroons.
Cameroon, yeah, of course.
The French are very dominant over there.
Yeah, that's why the whole conflict's going on because of that whole Bakassi Peninsula.
Mm-hmm.
Because the French dominate it, but it actually belongs to the British side, I think, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's all politics.
Exactly. Very.
Oh, God.
What's been
man?
I've
been there, man.
I was work today. Good profit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You don't keep talking like that, man. Man, I'm gonna start thinking about like Bill Gates and shit out here. You get me? That man's actually got though. I'm poor as well, yeah. I'm poor too.
The more you can pay your bills.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I could just about pay them, man. You know what I mean?
And if your bills are higher than your wages,
luxuries, man.
If your bills are higher than your wages, you're doomed.
Yeah, trust me.
Notorious for debts.
So you got to mix the batch of this bitch. You get me? You get me?
100%.
And live with your beats out here.
Yeah.
Or
right.
You got to try and do smart work and get income in other ways, like multiple streams of income, as well as your 9 to 5 or whatever. Or you can just say, fuck it, man, I ain't gonna do shit, and just chill out, man. You know what I mean? And just laugh at people that's trying hard, struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Better than you can take still. Yeah. So, what about though, man?
All right, man.
Full silence to that.
No, you know what it is, yeah. In the background, people are still going on because I had an exam today, innit? So people are still going on about innit. So yeah, people just asking bare questions.
Yeah, man. Hopefully you done well. You get me? Pass out. You got me? And we got the G Block pharmacist in the building. You got me? We can flood the whole of South London with our pharmacy. Yo, I like tell. Come on. Perry's got West London lot, man. We got South London lot. Yeah, we got a couple man that got East, and they got a couple man on North. Yeah, and you know what I'm saying? You get me, yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
You get me? Man, like trappy rap. You get me?
That's a trappy rap. That's a trappy rap. Yeah. Trap.
Hey, you get me? Urban guap. You get me?
Trappy rap.
Urban guappy. You get me?
There, man, guappy.
About urban guappy. Urban guappy. You get me?
Pockets too stocky.
Hey, listen, yeah. You know, enough times we.
Yo, you cutting out still?
Yo, you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
You
now.
hear me
Yeah.
now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes when you see the big boss, yeah, it's not no big henchman, you know. Some little guy, a little old guy. Yeah.
He gets the big guy to handle it.
Yeah.
Pay the money.
Doing collective what?
Yeah, fam.
Yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm. Now
we'll
we
be
just
selling Wendy and cheaper loads of aspirin, boy. We're going to be giving them headaches.
They came on earlier. They were gunning for what's his name, Tanker.
Yeah.
People were trying to gun for Tanker. It was like, what's your politics? What's your politics?
Hey, Tanker, I dare you to say you're left winger. I dare you.
Yeah, fam. He come
Hey, last time, yeah, there was a super left wing guy that come on. I can't even remember his name though, man. Like, he come on the channel before, man. And took some super left wing stuff saying we love the left and this, that, and the other. If he jumps on, then all them man, or not the man, boys, but all them man will be on to him, fam. Trust me.
Trust me.
Yeah.
They was like, what's your politics? Oh, I want to hear Wendy say, what's your politics? You commie, you tree huggers.
You commie. Go and have a wash, you dirty bastard.
You smell like Charlie.
Go and have a wash, you smelly. You smelly. You know what I'm saying? See you next Tuesday.
My Britain. My fucking Britain.
My brother. If you ain't getting no guap brand there, boy.
Come on.
You get me?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. If you ain't established this shit, boy, you're just talking shit on this. You know, man. Really, this shit's run by multinationals, mate. They don't care about this thing.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell Tanker. Because Tanker thought it was some. Because he said he came on and he saw Elron, and Elron was talking West in it. So he was like, "Oh, this must be a right."
Yeah, wait, imagine it's got my grill on the thing, yeah. Man's talking about it must be alright with each other. You, it must have lasted. Damn, man. Slip, bump his head. Like, I'm not left wing. Yeah, cause obviously my grill's on the channel page, though, innit? It's my channel. Elro might be chatting on the panel, but it's,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That when it comes up, you see me on the channel.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what I was saying, yeah, like. But obviously, he's thinking, why are you allowing someone like Elron on? Because that's what. Because he was like, oh, if you're allowing someone like Elron on, you must be part of your channel. But I was like, no. That's not what we're about. We're about different views, isn't it? But he was talking to Ralph earlier. He said he's having a build with Ralph. In the end, I don't know. I didn't really get to ask him, but obviously, you know, when Shaka jumped on, yeah, Ralph started running. You know what
Ralph? Run, Indian, run. Oh, run your video, you get me? Run your video, run. Oh, man. Yeah.
You know, he gave Ralph that. You know, Shaka gives Ralph that work, man. Every time.
Work,
Bro. You know, I was thinking.
I was listening, but I weren't listening. You get me? Because, like, obviously, sometimes I might be talking to a customer or. I was listening, but I weren't listening.
You see that stream? It was where the stream that I'm talking about when Shakara and what's his name, spoke. Shakara and Ralph spoke. Yeah.
Elrod.
No, it was
Oh.
Shakara and Ralph.
Okay.
When he gave him that word, that was a stream that got taken down. You know.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's what called my man on Saturday, isn't it?
Okay, so that I reckon it was because of that it got struck.
Hey, it was that fucking that long chin waistband,
Hey.
the potato face you.
I
Will
don't know.
no Maggie.
You
Will,
reckon?
you get me? His name ain't real. It's Will with a W. W-E-A-L.
Why you guys beefing again?
Will.
You guys are beefing again. Guys are beefing again.
I ain't beefing him, man. He's an idiot. He ain't on my level to beef. Get that out. The waste, man. Keep him McTrace.
He what?
Oh, potato shit, face. He's a full-time waste, man. Gary.
Yeah.
In his camper van. Shut up, man. Yeah. I put a firework in your exhaust, man. Oh, wow.
Oh shit, man.
Man. Yeah, I was joking, yeah, for you purposes. Anyway.
You know what I get. Yeah, but it was that what's his name? Terry was saying that you can download that stream.
Put a banana in your exhaust pipe. You know what I mean?
Terry was saying you can download that stream and put it back on. Did you hear that, Belly? Yeah, Belly's probably underground.
Yeah. I could download it and re-upload it. So I can download it and re-upload it. So.
Yeah, God, that was the one where Ralph even admitted that what's it called? The
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
C-Rod.
Yeah.
Yo. Yeah, man. The guys don't carry on then.
Yeah, that was
the stream where Ralph was speaking about.
He was talking to
fucking not you, Ralph, yeah, but Will.
Yeah.
You blood clot strike the channel, man. You fucking rat.
Did he actually?
That's why your names get mentioned, man.
Did he actually strike the channel?
Or you tried. Nah, I don't know. Still, I can't say it was definitely man. Still, I just said I got a suspicion it was man. Still.
Why would he do that?
I don't know, man. Why would anyone strike the channel, fam? It's for a place where anyone can come and chat.
Exactly.
Like, if you disagree with what the man's saying, you can literally jump on and
do you give your 2 pence?
make your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, give your 2 pence. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, everyone and anyone can jump on still. As long as you ain't gonna show your batty hole, play no porn, or you know what I'm saying, just do anything weird, or you know what I'm saying, show your private parts. Like, you know what I'm saying, like anything weird. Don't jump on to do anything weird, but you can jump on the talk though. You can disagree with what someone's saying, and you can make your points. And really and truly, what I'd really like, like what happened earlier, where you know what I'm saying, like people that know what they're talking about are on opposing sides of the argument, and then that's it, man. Go from there. Pop it from there. You get me?
Yeah, 100%. No, 100%.
10 man on the panel. Everyone's taking turns to chat, even though they're disagreeing. It's how it's supposed to be, man. You know me?
Yeah, 100%.
Not just shouting and swearing at each other and blah blah blah. Forget about all that, man. It's supposed to be like You say your point, I say my point, and then whoever's got the fact, their shit stands up. You know what I'm saying? Whoever ain't set the facts what the other one's talking about.
100%.
That's it, man.
Yeah, man. Some new people coming to the channel.
That's it, man. Is that real? Wagwan.
Wagwan, Veli. Yo.
Wagwan.
What you saying? What? Like what?
Hey, they saying that you. Yo, you hear me?
Yeah.
Man said you strike the channel still.
Whose channel?
Like, is that true?
Whose channel?
My channel. There's a fake Jim Jones in the back, man. Why is man doing that?
Strike your channel for what?
God, but
Strike your channel for what?
I don't even know, man.
Copyright.
It was on a live stream and it just went off.
Yo,
No,
Jay.
no copyright, no copyright.
Who's that?
Who's that?
One sec, real. One sec. Yo, Jim Jones. Who's that?
It's Opsky.
Hopsky, yeah? Oh shit, both he's on the same time, yeah?
I didn't even know he was coming on. This is a pure coincidence. I didn't even know the brother was coming on.
Coincidence, yeah?
I didn't even know. Straight up, I swear to God, I didn't even know.
What's good, Hopsky? Hey, what's good, Hopsky? You good?
What's happening, bro? Listen, mate, I didn't even know you was coming on. I just had to go and... Some mad thing. I just had to go and sign.
Listen. Everyone and anyone can jump on, yeah? Everyone and anyone can jump on, yeah? And give their point of view, whether they agree or disagree, yeah? Just as long as no one shows their batty hole, plays no porn, starts trying to diss each other's moms and shit.
No. Listen, very, that ain't my friend.
Wait, let me finish, though. On Fridays, people can usually get away with a little bit more, yeah, but it's not directed at everyone just coming on to argue, though. It's still a question of the day, and there's still 2 points to be argued. But I'm not going to be jumping in every 2 seconds to tell man, yo, don't do this and don't do that. All right. Yeah? I will let people let their head out.
That's
Monday
not my
to
stick,
Thursday.
man.
Yeah, Monday to Thursday.
That's not my stick, man. I've got respect for your house, man.
Can I chat to you though, very quickly? Can I chat to you? I got about 5 minutes. Okay. So basically, yeah. Today I come to your channel. And the first thing I saw was a comment from you, yeah, talking about Real's gangster in Bulgaria. So I'm thinking, why are you writing that for? Like, what have I said to you for you to write Real's gangster in Bulgaria?
No, you man. I was replying to someone else, didn't it, man? Saying this man trying to send to me. I was so and so.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
how you mean, man? That's the gangster in Bulgaria, cuz.
When I'm writing that shit, and then I'm coming back and I'm saying to you, what do you mean gangster in Bulgaria, bruv? Like, bruv, I gave you a carrot the last time I see you, bruv. I gave you a carrot for your donkey brethren. Like, I'm not shook of any of you lot. Like, it's not that time, innit? So it's not like, oh, I'm gonna be shook to say what I want to say. I'll say what I want to say, fam. If I got a problem with you, you know I got your number. I'll call you. But obviously you blocked me on WhatsApp now, so that's a bit of a bitch move. But still,
right,
you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean, man? You got 2 numbers, bruv. I spoke to you on your WhatsApp a little while ago. So what are you talking about, man?
The number that I got for you is block. I sent you a message on the 16th of June. The number ending in 673.
Bro, don't say the number out.
Well, you don't have that number.
Oh, what's wrong with you, man?
No.
What, don't you have that number?
Yeah, but don't shout out my number though, man. Fucking hell, what's wrong with this brother, man?
No, I'm saying the one ending. I didn't say your number. Man's getting paranoid about 3 digits. Come on, Belly, man. Be a gangster in London, man. So
who told you I'm a gangster in London? What's wrong with this brother, man?
What's the problem with me then, Belly? What, you think I struck your channel?
What's the problem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think? All right, hold on.
You put up a thing trying to say that man's trying to. Wait, hold on. You put up a thing the other day trying to say man's trying to teeth your style of panels and the guests on your thing. Man don't care if anyone that was on your channel comes on this channel. I actually don't care who comes on this channel. If you've got a panel, if it's running, whether it's good, bad, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because what was
No,
going
no, no.
on
I
your
don't
shit
listen, Belly.
is not the
I
same
don't
thing
have
that
a
man's doing
problem
over
with.
it.
I don't have a problem with your panel. I don't have a problem with who you have on. Like I said, at the end of the day, some days I do come over and I listen to it, and it does remind me of Real and Maggie back in the day, like a year ago. Do you know what I'm saying? You got all the same people, and then the other day I done a stream saying will Ghislaine Maxwell make it to court, and the same day you done the same stream. Like, I'm thinking, right, he's got all my panelists on there, yeah, and now he's even took my title. Do you know what though? Yeah, funny thing is, yesterday I was listening.
I put what?
I was
Will
listening
Ghislaine
to.
Maxwell make it to court?
Yeah,
When you
yeah,
put
yeah.
up the thing on the same day. And what you think that
I put it up
copied what
before
you was
you,
putting
man.
up, yeah? So you're saying that I copied? Wait. Yeah. So you're saying that I copied the name of your stream? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what it seemed like to me.
I copied the name of your stream, yeah? Shut up, man.
Well, hold on.
Panelists. What's this? Wait. What's this about your panelists? Because as far as I know, everyone that's on YouTube that jumps onto anyone's panels, yeah, they're free agents. They can go wherever they want. There ain't no my panelist or this one or that one or rah. And as a matter of fact, yeah, most of the people that came from your channel over to here, yeah, I had spoke to them before you even had a YouTube channel.
I hear that. I know you knew. I know you knew most of the. I know you know most of the people before I did. But obviously, like, you know, I don't know, man. Whatever, innit? It is what it is, innit? Like, you got basically like all the old panelists from my show. It's just like listening to my show, innit? So that's what I'm
Which
saying.
panels are you talking about, though?
Yeah, but bro, listen, yeah. On your show, yeah, all you lot were doing is talking about how good white people are. From
say that again.
About. Oh, you hear me? You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So on your show, yeah, all you was doing is talking about how good white people are. Yeah.
Yeah, yo, Belly,
Is it my man cooking up or what?
he's blipping out. Maggie's blipping out. I mean, Real's blipping
Yeah, you're
out.
cutting out. I can't really hear what you're saying. To be fair.
You're cutting out, Real. Because your thing's doing that crackly noise. But I can hear Belly. Belly, continue.
Anyway, until Belly gets back, I'll just quickly just say what
I can hear you. I can hear you. Belly, I can hear you.
Belly.
Yo, hear me? Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hear me now?
I done a stream the other day. I called it.
I can hear you, but you can't hear Real. Real's just rambling.
Half an hour later, he done a stream like they the same thing, like literally. I'm just laughing, like, because at the end of the day, I don't really mind like that you got all the old panelists, like, because to be fair, I'm looking for new people, like, and in fact, probably not even new people, probably just doing my own thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I think panel shows are a little bit played out. They're good to get.
Hey,
yo, put him in the back.
Yeah, your connection is fucked, cuz. Your connection's the same as Ghislaine Maxwell's connection, cuz. You got the Ghislaine Maxwell connection, cuz.
Well, I hope my connection's very good.
Your connection.
Nah, yeah, we can hear you, man.
I mean, look, I went to Speakers Corner last year, and
Thank you.
Speakers Corner had 250 subscribers. When I left Speakers Corner, I had 2,000 subscribers. It's not gone up since. I'm not gaining any more subscribers from doing panel shows. It's not the kind of thing that normal people want to watch. Like, I can't
normal people want to watch.
A 12-hour panel show on Facebook, because people are going to look at it and be like, what the fuck is this 12-hour show? I ain't got time to watch 12 hours. But they don't understand like how these things work in it. So for me,
someone is hurt, boy.
The whole panel show is played out, like play.
This is the house of pain, boy.
To be honest,
yeah, me. Agony Avenue,
even from before you started doing your panel show, I was like, I'm glad that he's doing a panel show, because now at least other people can go and listen to something else.
Yeah, that did sound like a lot of feelings, though, cuz, man.
Yeah, fam.
Don't worry, man. It's alright, man.
Get a violin. I'm joking.
It's alright, man. You still got Esau.
You still got Ashley.
Listen, I
Anyway,
didn't.
man, here's what it is, man. Let's just go carry on with what we was talking about, innit? Yeah. Where was we at? Where was we at?
I mean, Hopsky jumped in. So, what are you saying, Hopsky?
No, I've just come here to I haven't come to troll or cause any problems. I'm just come to listen and jump on and engage in the chat. And I'm not here to cause any problems or
Jump
cause
in,
any
man. Jump in and have your say, mate.
Yeah, I'm not here to
Jump in and
cause
have
any
your say, mate.
controversy or anything. I'm free from
Forget
all
about
madness.
that. Just say what you want to say. Say what you the point that whatever the point that is that you jumped on.
No, I just want to engage in a discussion. I don't want to troll anyone. I don't want to cause no problems. I don't want to, fucking. I know there's obviously I've got a lot of hatred out there in this community, but that's fine. I can deal with that. I'm just jumped on as a normal individual that's willing to engage in any sort of discussion or chat that's going on. There's no agenda. There's no bullshit or drama. I'm just jumping on for just to pass the time.
Listen,
I've got no problems, man.
When we do the on this show, yeah, what we do, yeah, we got a question of the day, yeah, and then anytime anyone new jumps on the panel, we usually get them to answer the question of the day or to give their points on the question of the day.
Yeah, cool, man.
Today's question is, sorry, let me just get it up. Today's question is, haters and vultures, what is their motivation and what is their ultimate goal? So for someone that's like a hater or a vulture on someone else's, whatever they're trying to do, or someone's ambition or someone's job, someone's life, whatever, someone's girl, people hate on stupid shit, someone's car, someone's trainers, yeah, whatever. Why would someone be a hater or a vulture?
Because obviously they're jealous. They don't have the capability to be successful as the person that they're projecting their hatred upon. I mean, I've never been one to, say I'm successful and I'm gonna. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, people hate because they're not able to achieve the same success that some people are capable of doing. So they hate on it. They don't like other people being successful and being better than them and being more humble. So like I said, I mean, if someone hates upon someone because...
But what if then, yeah? Because there's some people, yeah, that might be doing well, yeah, but they don't shout about their successes or anything like that. I know a few people like that. They might be doing well, but you don't hear them talk about, I'm look at my car, look at my house, or look at my wife, or you know what I'm saying? Like we're doing so well and we're living the life or whatever like that. But people still would be a hater on them. Like, why does people?
Well, because success comes from hard work. So success comes from committing yourself to labor. Success comes from grinding, yeah, and achieving your goals. That's where success comes from, because there is an end that justifies the means. So people that are successful are hard workers. They're grafters. They've got a vision. They can see what they envision, what the end goal is, and they strive and they grind to achieve that. And these are the kind of people that we need to have some respect for, because they're committed to their goals in life. I'm not saying, people. I know people with a lot of money, and they're not the happiest people. In fact, they're quite narcissistic in their outlook in life, even though they're successful and they've got money. So I guess it depends on what your mental attitude is and how you deal with life on a day-to-day basis.
So, yeah, so like saying that someone, obviously success is measured in different ways, in it, like, but obviously really it's by your own sort of self-happiness.
Yeah, I mean, it's what kind of mental fortitude do you have in your day-to-day life? I mean, I like I said, I know people that are very successful, and they're very wealthy, but they are the most miserable bastards you could ever meet. You can't even have like a 10-minute conversation. It's all about me. And I guess it's just down to the individual and how they conduct their day-to-day life and how they deal with success or how they deal with life in general. I mean, I can guarantee that some of the most happiest people in the world are not the wealthiest or the most successful.
Yeah, man. Yeah. All right. But yo, Renegade, you there? Oh,
Yeah,
you there?
I'm there.
Like, I need to jump off real quick still, man. But like, I'm still
Okay.
about the.
Yeah, really, I'm here, man.
I just want to leave a couple people to have a conversation and them things. They're still. So
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, pick up yourself, Ultraman. Yeah, I'll just make sure there's a couple people back. So obviously, man's not just left on his one. In the monologue.
No, do you know what it is? I'm not gonna lie, Billy. A lot of the time, I was on panel, but I need to use my phone, but I can't listen in if I'm using other apps. If I'm using the YouTube app, so I have to be on panel, sucking up a space.
Yeah.
But no, I'm here, man. I wanted to talk about haters, vultures, and moist feelings. Yeah, but when you come back in it, cause I'm just eating. But I'm here.
Alright. Say that, man. Yeah. Well, obviously, I need to.
Yeah, don't worry, man. Don't worry. I'm here.
I say nothing, man. But maybe you want to have that discussion what you was talking about with Raf and Ralph and Raj and that earlier still, man. Like, I see what most what flipping Hopsky's take on. Hey, say, cuz, you know what? Yeah, man used to be doing this trolling thing, yeah. But yeah, my bad, yeah. See what Hopsky's take on my man's on the points that you was making earlier about the colonization and how it goes in it, man. The direct economic hit, man. Obviously, like when my man was talking about Iran in it, like he sent the man over with £1 million to see if he can bribe officials to get whoever they wanted in power in Iran in it. Yeah, and they didn't realize it was going to be easy, but obviously they finessed the technique of bribing government officials to a high level now that it's like I don't even know how it's done.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what Hopsky, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that then?
What, bribing officials for political gain?
Imperialism, basically.
Imperialism. I think it's a thing of the past, although it could be construed as something that's happening today. I don't know. I throw me a bone here. What is the actual bone of the question?
Okay, so the idea is that people say that Britain has long left its legacy of what they call imperialism, where they were colonizing these certain countries and controlling the resources of these countries across the world. I argued that it hasn't disappeared and it's just shifted to another form of it.
Well, there's a YouTube documentary called England's Second Empire, where the actual empire itself diminished in the terms of occupation and land grabbing into financial, institutional money controlling. So it switched. It actually realized that the only other way to control is through monetary and financial institutions. And there's a great YouTube documentary. It's called Britain's Second Empire.
I've watched it, so I know.
Yeah. So I'm brother. I'm just an observer. I don't adhere to. I'm not a nationalist. I'm not an ethno-nationalist. I'm sort of centered down the line. I'm not left. I'm not right. I'm down the middle, and I just observe.
Okay.
So let's just get this straight. I'm not, because I'm a white man. I'm not far right. I'm not
No,
far
I hear,
left.
I hear you. I hear you. I don't.
I'm straight down the middle, my friend. I've and it's very interesting because it seems to be this switch from colonialism and imperialism to financial control. I mean, you've got to understand, if you've seen that documentary, you know that 70% of the world's wealth passes through the city of London.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
So it just became.
I want to take it even deeper than that.
Yeah, let's go, man. I'm open for this kind of discussion. I love it.
I'm going into things like the World Bank, the institutions we call the World Bank, the international,
or the IMF.
Yeah. And when we go into these American government programs such as the CIA, all these institutions and groups, yeah, and their involvement in stronghold and almost twisting the arms of these nations and governments.
Yeah, because who controls the wealth and who controls the money? They have the power.
Yeah,
they have the power to put the thumb down and screw it into nations. Yeah, through debt, aid. If you lend someone some money, they're forever in your pocket.
Okay.
They're indebted to you.
You see that the lending bit is significant, because when we look at it in terms of what happens with the IMF and these African nations, there's a thing called structural adjustment programs, and their analysis, the critics of this say that this structural adjustment program is an oppressive, they say a neo-colonialist program that is used till this day to continue to
control people through finance.
Yeah, and loot Africa out of their resources. So the idea goes is that basically they put these African nations in debt, and then they say, oh, you have to borrow to get out of the debt. So they borrow now from the IMF, the World Bank, and then they say that, what's it called? Now that you borrow from us, this is the contracts.
They set the terms. They set the terms and conditions of how you should pay that money back. And obviously, they put interest upon that loan. So the interest, even it's like a credit card. It's like you go and spend £10,000 on a credit card, yeah, but you haven't got enough money, or you haven't got enough dough to pay back the 10 grand. So they'll just live off the interest, and they will suck that interest out of you for as long as they possibly can. But the initial debt still stands.
Okay. So yes, that's very true. But what else that's written in the contract that's also very important. And that is that all their governments and the resources are now under the control of the IMF or the World Bank.
Yeah, because they've actually, it's like, I've got a big pile of cash, yeah, and you want to borrow some from me, yeah, so you can you spruce up your house. You can buy some new carpet. You can buy a new television and a new car. It's like, okay, I'm going to give you that money. You know? But there are conditions, there's stipulations, there's terms and conditions, the TOCs and the small print, and you need to look at it. You need to look at it very, very. You need to get a magnifying glass out and look at those small print and those TOCs, because this is how we're rolling with it. So we're gonna give you this money, but if you can't pay that money back, you're gonna be. It's like what is the word? There's a word. Indebted servitude.
It's just I think it's just a pretty word to say slave.
I wouldn't say that, because these same corporations and banks, to these people, I don't think, and I could be wrong. I mean, we could argue that I might be wrong, but I don't think race or color has anything to do with it. I think it's purely down to greed.
Of course,
unadulterated greed.
Of course, yeah. To an extent, yes, it's got to do with greed and corruption, and that white people are affected by it. I've never argued, that white people are not affected by these systems. However,
the whole world is affected by these systems. It doesn't race or countries or boundaries. They don't care. They just want the money. They want the power, and they're so greedy in their pursuit of this power that anyone is susceptible to their wishes.
I get it, but however, one major thing, the reason why race is important in this situation is because when it comes to the people that are doing it, they could easily just focus on the money aspect and not promote and push a certain culture.
One second. I really need to call it nature. 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone.
Yeah,
sound man. Yeah, I agree, because you're talking about where whole countries are basically put into an uncontrollable debt. Yeah. Like we were talking about earlier, wasn't it, with like Venezuela, and even like so look what happens to countries like Zimbabwe that don't want to play ball. They don't want to like, it's because the banks themselves, if you like, we in the West, we are what do they call it, like fractional reserve banking. So we don't bank against commodity, we bank against fresh air. We bank against inflation and interest. That's how the banks make their money. So as long as they can get your house when it goes all tits up, they're happy with that. They'll just happily print money. So in that respect, we're all wage slaves. We're all slaves to that.
Yeah.
But that's us as individuals, isn't it? But like, I see where you're coming from, like places like Venezuela, that's a whole country, that's put into an spiraling debt that basically ends up with America owning its oil fields.
I mean,
you're right, Hopsky. How's it going, man?
Yeah, good, man. How you doing, Stealth, man? We haven't spoke for a while. How you doing, man?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad.
Good. Glad you jumped in. It's another voice of reason.
It's a good panel in here, man. It's good.
No. Listen, man. I know I can be a bit of a cunt online, and I've made some quite controversial jokes, and I've made a dick of myself, but that's okay. But I've literally come here on a real sort of
that's fine. We encourage,
I enjoy these kind of discussions. In fact, I spend most of my time speaking to my best friend about these kind of issues every day. I mean, I think yesterday we had a 7-hour telephone conversation, really touching on all sorts of subjects. So yeah, I'm not here. I'm not. This is the different Hopsky tonight. You're getting a very well balanced, debating this. And I'm not going to be here for long because I've got to go to work tomorrow. So
Yeah,
crack on, man. Crack on.
yeah. I was bringing in the race aspect of it and why it's important, and the reason why it is important is because when you look at what they're doing, yes, they could easily just be focused on the money, but in order to distract people, they play this game of divide and rule. And obviously they could throw in that idea that what's it called race, what you call black and white. Obviously it's not the correct term, isn't really race, it's ethnicity. They could throw it in and say that, oh, what's it called, that these people are black and these people are white, and they could argue amongst themselves and still have people who are African or African culture or whatnot in their midst. But what tends to happen is that the culture of a specific group of people, it sort of gets, almost said to put down to say that, oh, that's not a civilized culture, and that white culture is the civilized and therefore the form that should be. And if, like I said, if it wasn't race at all, or if it wasn't culture at all in that sense, yeah, you would be seeing rich people who are in the top end of banking, top end of corporation, and top end of politics, yeah, that are black, and they're of a fair representation and proportion, because there are probably black people who would be in that midst and still get on with them fine. But what happens is that they have to drop their culture, they have to speak a certain way, dress a certain way even, and that's what I'm arguing, and that happens when it comes to black people, or black people trying to be in the midst of these elites that are controlling and manipulating the world.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%, because the guy that I had a 7-hour conversation with is actually my best friend, and he's a black man. So I agree with you 100% in everything you just said. So when you've got these people in the chat like Mr. Lottie, no straight man has a 7-hour phone call with another man. Well, no, we had a 7-hour phone call because we can recognize what's going on in the world, and we can realize it, and we can talk upon it, and we can come to some sort of logical conclusion. And you're just sitting there in the chat. You're just sitting there in the chat, just spitting shit.
I wouldn't pay attention to the chat, and a lot of the people in the chat who are some of them are trolls. Not all of them are, but you definitely see.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
I think it's like the elite sort of system. You're talking about a seriously almost ancient old boys club, yeah, that's been dominated by the white sort of elites since well before the Industrial Revolution, since the times of the Empire, even before. So, in a way, that's kind of carried on. And like you look at someone like Boris Johnson, for example, all right. Look at his lineage, yeah. Look at who he's related to, and you could trace his lineage back to royalty. In the end, you can with all these guys, yeah.
Of course, 100%.
It's an old boys club over and over again, right? So when they bring in new blood doesn't fit in easy, yeah. And especially like new blood of a different ethnic background, that's like a oh shit moment to them, because that means their whole world is changing. Do you know what I mean? And they're clinging desperately onto the last sort of frail tethers of their imperial, what would you call it, like entitlement? Because like people like Boris Johnson, man, he's raised to view people like us as cattle, yeah, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you see what I mean? If you haven't got the right blood going through your veins, like I could win the lottery, yeah, you could win the lottery, right? You could win the fucking mega jackpot. You could win fucking £30 million. You could invest that then, and you could become a billionaire. You'll never be one of them.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but where your argument kind of breaks down is because there are people who are within their midst that are not related to them whatsoever. They don't have it, but they've been accepted in and even allowed to marry into them because they have shared those same views as them. But in order to share the same views as them, they have to have a specific mindset.
Like sell out, so they'd expect you to sell out your. I think it's dark and dank what you have to do, what you have to sell out to be someone like that. Yeah.
So this is where I was coming in. Where, let's say, you had a Nigerian guy who was always wearing a dashiki. He has his accent and speaks his language. He couldn't be amongst them. He couldn't be amongst them because he would have to adopt their type of culture to be amongst them. Like, even if he had the same mindset, he wouldn't be able to get there. He would have to drop the culture and just adopt their mindset to be amongst them. So yeah, like this is what I don't know if it's making sense, but
yeah, no, it does. Yeah.
I was talking to someone the other day about the whole when you're in the hospital and you're observing a doctor, right? The attire of a doctor is something like a suit or tie, and some sort of a way, and their tone of talking, the poshness of their voice, right? But if a doctor turned up to a patient in a dashiki and had an African accent, a proper African accent, here in the UK, obviously in Nigeria, that wouldn't, or other parts of Africa, it would be okay to a degree. But even then, you can see in those countries that's the doctor, when you get to those doctors, now they're very much better, they speak better English than the people who are not people who are on the streets, right? And that's all part of what I would describe as the white culture. Some people call it white supremacy. Some people call it other forms of it. I don't know. I can't remember exactly, but they call that they call it that to show that what's it called. These people are. That's the dominant culture that prevails prevails across the world right now. So, yeah, that's the part I was trying to highlight. That it is the lessening of one culture and the uplifting of another culture. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, no, we can hear you. I think Stealth just dropped out.
If he's backstage, cool.
Yeah, I think he dropped out. But no, I hear what you're saying. And it's. I think my position is that every human being is born equal, regardless of the color of their skin. We possess a brain that is an amazing, powerful tool. Yet these these social and racial constructs are a huge problem in the way we advance as human beings. If you understand what I'm saying. because it's very difficult. We live in very difficult times right now. We really do. Very difficult. I don't know what happened to still.
My internet's playing up. Right. You all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, I was talking with the mic muted. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why it was muted, but yeah. What was I saying? I was saying that yeah, it's all good having equality, and I agree that we are all equal. The only thing is that when it comes to the culture now, if we were representing the equality properly, right? You know, what is known to be African culture, you got, you know, the language, the food, the clothing.
Right, can I just really want to just this? I mean, when you look at places like Peru, Ecuador, Nigeria, and certain parts of Africa and certain parts of South America, where excuse me, where there are forms of social justice that border on barbarism. How do we address these issues?
What, as in, do we interfere with other countries?
No. What I'm saying to you is, I mean, you know, in civilized societies, certain aspects of accusation and you know, wrongdoing are in like I said, in South America, like Ecuador and Peru and Colombia and other and also in Africa, where, you know, you have like public lynching and stoning and burning. I mean, how do we deal with that issue? I mean, are we, you know, if how it's the treatment of people that I think myself is the problem.
But this is what I'm saying to you, Hopsky. Yeah, the reason for these things still going on in these places is because in the past and even till today, still continues until today.
Yeah, but I mean, is you know, stoning a man to death and putting a tie around his neck and burning it because he stole something. Is that acceptable?
I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, cool.
I'm trying to explain to you what.
Yeah, cool, man, cool.
The reason why these things still exist in these places is because from what went on in the past until today, there has been the continual underdevelopment of these people purposely, because these elites want to continue to loot and drain.
Yeah, but on a social level, is that on a social level, is that level of barbarism acceptable for something that could be construed as quite menial? I mean, because someone stole something because they was hungry and they stole some food, or they stole something so they could feed their family, do they deserve to have a fucking tire thrown around their neck and burnt and beaten and fucking smashed, their head smashed in with rocks? What is barbarism? There's no logical reasoning. There's no compassion. There's no empathy behind that kind of act. I mean, why would you do that to another human being? Because they stole something to feed their family.
That's my point. That
You're saying that they've been kept in the dark ages, basically, by past imperialism per se. Yeah,
not
that's
just not even past, like till this day. When I mentioned the IMF and the World Bank, and the reason why I mentioned these people, because I just mentioned people just know their names. People haven't actually gone to look, like, do a quick Wikipedia search of these things. Type it structural adjustment programs. Do a quick Wikipedia read of structural adjustment program. Read the Bretton Conference, BRETTON conference. You know, do quick Wikipedia search. Like these names are very important because it gives context to why these groups of people are in the position that they are, where they are throwing tires and killing people over trivial things. You know, I come from Nigeria, innit? So I do understand that. What's it called? I've got family members who have, you know, had an argument with someone, and all the person's done is said that person's a thief just because of the argument, and they've killed them over it. So I can understand what you're saying, but the point is that the reason why they're in that position and why they aren't looking to seek to be better and whatnot and everything is because in the first place, the resources of they're being distracted by the poverty, and they can't see because they're fighting over food and all this trivial stuff and whatnot. You can't see that ultimately what's happening is that their leaders are being puppets for these people, and they're draining them of their resources.
See, the thing is, and I'm gonna like really flip the script now, because I've what I've looked at over the last years, and what I've seen is that there are elements of people in the UK that would for certain crimes, they would like to enact the same sort of pain and suffering on someone. So the level of barbarism is you could say in some countries, yeah, it's enacted, it's actually real. But in this society, the urge for people to, enact that barbarism on another human being is evident, but they can't do it because of the laws and the rule of law and the way we live in this society. And that's
I would disagree, and the reason why I disagree with that is because in Nigeria they do have laws for people that says they will do jail time for it. You understand? It's not that they don't have laws. That's why they're going around killing people for stealing.
Yeah, but the thing is, why do you think? Listen, I've met many people from South America in my career, in the job I do. I've met many people that have left Ecuador, Peru, all these South American countries, and I asked them this really important question, and I say they come to this country because of the rule of law. Yeah, because they can be safe. They know that if they listen, do you think that burnings and witchery are not enacted in these countries? They do it even today.
What country are you talking about?
Ecuador, Peru,
but
South American countries where they still believe and they still have this mob law and social justice where, if something freaks them out, it's like, it's a witch. She's a witch. They'll take them to a ditch and burn them.
But I mean, like I said to you, that it's because of the continual on the development of these.
No, it's not because of the underdevelopment. It's because of fucking people's ineptitude to fucking realise that this kind of barbarism isn't acceptable in our Western civilization, because we have compassion, we have empathy. We don't want to fucking drag people down to the square and dunk them in the river
Jim
and
Jones,
torture them.
Can I ask you a question, Jim Jones?
Go on.
Okay. So you mentioned the rule of law.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you mentioned it in the context that the rule of law actually stops people from behaving in a barbaric way.
Yes.
Would you? Okay. So, how do you think the rule of law relates to people's culture?
Well, I guess if you say, I mean, elaborate.
Well, because you're talking about rule of law, and then you're talking about kind of behavior.
Elaborate.
Yeah. So you're talking about rule of law, and then what I'm thinking you're saying is that it's the rule of law that stops
Protects people.
Yeah, protects people from behaving barbaric.
Yes.
Okay. So, so you think it's just the law itself?
Well, no, it's not. It's not law. It's compassion and empathy for your fellow human being, and having the logical reasoning and the logical deduction to come to a point where you realize, well, right, this person has been accused of stealing something. So what do we do? Well, why did he steal it? What was the reason why? Where is the mitigation?
All right. Okay. So moving on. So we have rule of law.
Yeah.
And then we have people's behavior.
And compassion and empathy. Let's not forget those things.
Okay. And then there's this appears to be this third process or entity of process.
Punishment.
Yeah, but something happens, and then people see the law, and there's something between the law and people's feelings. It's procedure. Is that correct?
Yeah, due process. Yes.
Right, due process. Right. So the due process. So without due process, would you agree? Without due process, let me write this down. It's good here. So without due process. So would you agree then it's not the actual law, but it's the due process?
Well, I mean, there are levels. I mean, if someone stole something to feed their family, would they deserve a tire around their neck because their kids were hungry?
Well, this thing about
if someone stole something or someone went out of their way,
saying it quite a few times. No, you said that quite a few times. I've heard it even before I come on.
Right.
So this due process, would you agree that that's what works out or solves the problem of what somebody deserves according to the apparent crime
right?
that they've committed?
So if someone stole some food or someone stole something to feed their family or they stole something because they was hungry, would they deserve to have their hand chopped off or have a tire placed around their neck?
Okay, so
would they deserve that? Can you answer
that
that?
word deserve? Yeah, you see that word
Quite a lot of
deserve?
that, like, sorry,
Hold
mate,
it,
go on.
hold it. Let's go. This
No, would they deserve? Listen, if someone was hungry, if
no,
you,
I heard
if you
what you
was a
said.
fruit seller, if you was a
I
fruit
heard
seller,
what you said. It's
right,
quite.
would
Let
they-
me repeat it. Let me
can-
repeat it.
can you please
You're
answer the
saying if
question?
somebody, yeah. So the question is, if somebody stole something, do they deserve that word? Do they deserve to have a tire put around their
yeah,
neck?
we've gone
and
over
set
that.
on
Answer
fire?
the question.
Right.
Get to the point.
Right. So this word deserve.
Look,
do
stop
they deserve?
pontificating and get to the point.
Oh, I'll get to the point. All right, don't worry. So this deserving, does it relate to due process? Because you mentioned it through due
right.
process.
You're not answering the question. You're really pontificating and circumventing the
No.
answer that I'm asking you.
I heard the question.
Right. Well, then
and
can
I
you
will
please
give
answer
you
it?
the answer in
Does someone
due
deserve
time.
to be brutally savaged because they stole something? Yes or no? It's a simple question.
Does someone deserve to
It's
be
a simple
savagely?
question. Can you please answer it?
Does somebody deserve to be savagely asked the same question over and over
Can
again?
you please?
with
You can listen.
due
There's no point because
Do
you can't
they
answer it,
deserve-
can you?
Do I deserve to be treated in a
If
savage way
if someone
without
stole
due
something to feed
process?
their family, do they deserve to be punished in a brutal and savage way? Yes or no?
We're trying to go through.
Yes or no? It's a simple question, bro.
Yes,
I'm going to say
there is a
yes,
simple
just to be
question,
controversial.
but I will decide it. I will decide to answer the yes or no once I have clarity on the two things that you mentioned, which I think are relevant.
Right. So when
Deserve
you question
and
the
due
guy,
process.
and you ask him, why did you steal that fucking apple? And he said, because I was hungry. There is your due process.
When you question the guy.
Oh my god. Oh god, give me fucking straight, man. This you oh,
It appears to be that you're behaving. You're starting to suspiciously sound like you're taking a savage approach.
No, I'm
to
not
this
taking a savage
process.
approach. You just lack the simple fucking fortitude to answer a yes or no question. And you're circumventing and you're navigating around a simple question.
Right. So now
Simple
you're
question.
So
yes
now you're
or
making
no?
accusations, Jim Jones. You're making accusations.
I'm not making accusations.
Shall
I
we
just
take
want a
this to
simple
court,
answer.
shall we?
It's a simple answer, yes or no. But you cannot bring yourself to
Who decides what simple is, Jim Jones?
Oh God, here we go. What do you think?
Who
I'm a fucking psychologist.
Well, you're throwing these words.
Well, no, but you can't answer, and again, you're
How do you know I
circumventing.
can't answer?
You're circumventing. You're going round.
Yeah,
You're
how do you
going
know I
round,
can't
and you're trying to
answer?
come up with every excuse, and you can't even
Wait,
answer
wait.
a simple question. It's a yes
Hold
or
it.
no question.
Yeah, but
You
you're making
can't answer
accusations
it.
now.
Uncle, let me help you.
Fucking hell.
Hopsy, right? Yeah. Look,
Yeah, but
yeah.
you're making accusations.
I'm not making accusations. I'm just asking you to fucking answer a simple fucking question.
Yeah, but you said
yes or no.
You said
You're
that I cannot
pontificating.
Hopsky.
I
That's
reckon
another
you should
judgment.
only you should only probably cut one of his fingers off for that, like.
No. What? Hear what I'm saying?
This appears to be very savage behavior.
Someone
Most savage indeed.
I think,
I'm
like,
talking to a civilized person here.
I think, like, when we were sort of saying it, so like I was thinking of like South Africa as an example. Like I was lucky enough to spend a bit of time there last year, and like when the rule of law where it really struggles there is by having a completely corruptible police force and a corruptible system. So like in situations like that, people are more likely to take the law into their own hands. And like where you have a culture that is taking law into their own hands, when the law then tries to develop there, they are more likely to start off with more barbaric practices in their punishments, if you like, because they're trying to please what the people are used to having. Like,
okay,
but
I know you guys can stealth.
Just
Yeah,
my
when we're
sorry,
asking,
go on.
so when we're asking questions like savage and barbaric and deserving and whatnot, yeah, you see, some people think that doing years in prison is worse than getting their hands chopped off. So
As in, like the person who would suffer that commitment, should I say, as the person who would actually suffer having their hands off. Are you saying that someone would probably rather have their hand chopped off than a bit?
I've witnessed people say, "Listen, I would rather have my hand chopped off than face 5 years imprisonment for stealing."
Yeah.
So
well, as someone that is an amputee myself, yeah, I would love to disagree with you on every single fucking level.
That's not me. That's not me. And even then, I don't even think someone should be in prison for 5 years.
I'm an amputee, yeah.
I know.
I tell you what, yeah, I'm an amputee, yeah,
Yeah.
and I would rather, yeah, spend 10 years in prison than have the loss of my fucking limb.
Stealing. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah. So obviously, IC3, right, is someone who likes to be very, 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 very precise, I should describe it, on certain words and definitions, right? So when he's asking you, what do you mean by deserve? What do you mean by savage or barbaric? What do you mean by this? Yeah, it's because in certain contexts and certain understandings, it can be used to describe something else. So he's trying to get you to understand. He's trying to get your understanding of what is understood of that word deserve.
So
that's what I'm really asking.
brutalizing someone's body, yeah, does that make it right? Does brutalizing and hacking off someone's limbs, does that make it right?
Some people argue in certain situations, yeah,
right.
it's okay.
But does that so if you, oh my god, you just don't get it.
What do you mean I don't get it? Like, if I
don't get it, you don't get it because
no, hold on. Here. If I gave you this scenario,
right?
now,
So you agree? Your standpoint is that brutalizing someone by cutting off their limbs justifies.
Hopsky, if you want my opinion on the situation, yeah, I will tell you personally, under no circumstances do I think that people should be, but people will argue that in situation, if you know if it's a known pedophile or known serial pedophile, what do you think should happen to that known serial pedophile?
Well, my suggestion is that person should be removed from society. Yeah?
How would you remove
They
them
should
from
be
society?
removed. They should be locked up. They should be studied. They should be questioned. Killing that person. I mean, do you want to be a savage?
Serial pedophile.
Is killing people the answer?
Emphasis is on serial.
Is killing people and brutalizing people the problem? Because if you act like a savage, you become a savage.
So you're saying that if we kill a pedophile